In the interrogation room of the giant Gorge City Police Department, 23-year-old Jang Chong was enthusiastically introducing himself. I'm a well-known local online writer. My notable works. Enough, interrupted Chi Lin, the attractive female police officer, rubbing her temples. What I want to know about is the brawl that happened last night in the alley 100 meters east of Renmin Road. Judging by the crater in the concrete road and the dismantled air conditioning unit, this was not the work of ordinary people. According to Article 94 of the Criminal Procedure Law, I can detain you as a suspect for 24 hours. As a time traveler, Jiang Chong remained calm. He knew that the fight between Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang would ultimately blow over. More importantly, his advanced AI, Doubao, was busy scanning and replicating the super genetic data of those present at the scene. Galaxy Power Gene 3. No Star War God Gene 3. Shinha Sniper Gene 16. To buy more time for replication, Jiang Chong began narrating like a storyteller. That night, I was riding my scooter to buy Longjiang pork rice, taking a shortcut to avoid the traffic police. The moonlight was like water, the night breeze was cool, and the dark alley was filled with a murderous aura. As the story unfolded, more people gathered in the police station. The cleaning lady, the security guard with a thermos, and even a Jai with sunglasses and the red-haired Xiangwei. The AI immediately alerted him to new scanning targets. Second-generation Shinha warrior, time-space gene. This guy tells stories like the old storytellers under the bridge. The police officers were captivated. It wasn't until Chi Lin's phone rang that everyone snapped back to reality, ending the impromptu storytelling session. Before leaving, Chi Lin blushed and asked for Jiang Cheng's contact information. Back home, Jiang Chong checked the replication progress. Dark Energy Manipulation Formula 3. Detailed Analysis of God-Slaying Power 9. Beyond Visual Range Reconnaissance Ability 34. Doubao, calculate the most suitable gene fusion plan for me. Based on the current data, you will gain superhuman basic strength, accompanied by God-Slaying power, capable of genetic disruption. Your senses will be significantly enhanced, particularly your visual range. 2. The options provided by Doubao didn't satisfy Jiang Chong. He frowned as he stared at the data in his mind, realizing that the formula for dark energy manipulation, the basics of God-Slaying power, and long-range targeting were difficult to effectively combine. The core issue was that, lacking the foundational genetic data of a super soldier, his body hadn't undergone any fundamental enhancement. While stronger than an average person, he was still limited to human capabilities. At this level, if he encountered an alien creature, a single energy blast could obliterate him completely. Wait, that's not right. Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, his fingers trembling slightly in the air as if he'd grasped an inspiration. Doubao, if I use dark energy to manipulate metal, combined with the basic God-Slaying power enchantment and long-range targeting, could I control objects to attack enemies at a distance, achieving a head-taking effect like a flying sword? Doubao responded quickly and calmly. It's possible, but you're currently lacking a genetic operation formula, and your body's energy reserves are limited. Relying solely on a combination of bioenergy and a small amount of dark energy, your combat time would only be 1 second. Only 1 second. Jiang Cheng's shoulders slumped slightly, his brow furrowed. It seems I still need to find an opportunity to copy a complete gene. Otherwise, without a dark energy cycle, I'm just an ordinary person with supernatural abilities. Frustration spread through him, but he understood this was an unavoidable reality. The vast amount of data from the power of the galaxy and the new Star War God was enormous. Even though his AI surpassed normal human comprehension, without a genetic backup, scanning alone could only retrieve such limited information. Suddenly, Jiang Chong looked up sharply, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hey, right. The place where they fought last night might have some fallen skin or hair. If I can find a bit, there might be a chance. This thought spurred him into action. Having just returned home, Jiang Chong hurriedly left again, heading straight for the alley from last night. This time he wore a safety helmet, cautiously avoiding any incidents, and quickly arrived at his destination. The scene was not as he had expected. Though some facilities were damaged, it wasn't severe enough to require a police line. Jiang Chong easily stepped into the alley, his gaze immediately locking onto a conspicuous crater 3 meters ahead on the concrete ground created when Gu Xiaoluan awakened and was slammed down by Lu Chuang. He crouched down, his eyes sharp as a blade. With the help of his long-range targeting ability, Jiang Chong found a broken hair in the ashes within seconds. Can we analyze more genes from this? Jiang Chong asked in his mind. AI Doubao immediately responded. Scanning. Detected 36 genetic locks. Should we forcefully crack them? No. Jiang Chong was startled by the AI's suggestion and quickly stopped it. Forcing a crack would alert Dino number 3. Find a way to bypass the genetic locks. With clear instructions, Doubao demonstrated an extraordinary computational ability, quickly bypassing the genetic locks and providing the scan results. The broken hair contains 37 of the foundational genetic data of a super soldier, but the core data backup of the power of the galaxy is not included. Only the foundational gene of a super soldier? Jiang Chong rubbed his chin, deep in thought. But on second thought, he found it reasonable if the core gene of the power of the galaxy could be scanned from a single hair. Obtaining such power would be far too easy. High-end core genetic data of super warriors is usually hidden in the dark dimension, preserved by a dark dimension genetic calculator. To obtain the genuine data, Jang Chong reckons he'll need to scan it in person or directly acquire the opponent's genetic data backup. Nonetheless, there will be opportunities for that in the future. Right now, the priority is figuring out how to infiltrate the Super God Academy to skin more genetic data. The foundational genetic data of these super warriors serves as Jiang Cheng's ticket into this genetic museum. After all, the three major God creation projects are concentrated here, and the T1 level spacetime genes are likely housed within this academy. With a clear goal in mind, Jiang Chong resumed scanning in the alley. Fortunately, after some searching, he found another piece of Lu Chuang's skin fragment following Gu Xiaoluan's hair. The scan revealed that this fragment lacked core data, containing only the basic genes of a super warrior, but that was sufficient. By combining the two, along with AI calculations, he finally obtained a foundational genetic blueprint for a super warrior, though its combat power was not robust, merely reaching the level of a weaker generation warrior. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, feeling a tinge of excitement. Reaching this level was already enough. He then calculated the maximum combat time using these genes. He re-evaluated his previous plan of using a flying sword to take out targets, integrating dark energy manipulation, god-slaying power, and Bayan visual range locking. The results showed a maximum combat output time of about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Jiang Chong smiled slightly, finally no longer being a 1-second wonder. A 3-minute dazzling display should successfully attract the attention of the Super God Academy and secure him an entry ticket. He had a clear plan in mind to showcase his value and catch the eye of the Super God Academy, thus gaining entry. Not joining the Super God Academy was also an option. Morgana's side was tempting, but her mindset was godlike, and with limited power, he might end up as a mere lackey. Plus, the demon form was too unattractive, so Jiang Cheng decisively dismissed this option. A thought suddenly crossed his mind as he recalled an impending major event: the advanced troops of the Gourmet Demon on Filiu Airport Road. This was a significant event, and according to his previous plan, combining dark energy manipulation, god-slaying power, and Bayan visual range locking could essentially transform into swordplay against the enemy. At this point, he was only missing a flying sword. So, he went to a precision machinery parts factory without hesitation and approached the factory director with his request. However, upon hearing that he needed a long sword made of high-density alloy, the director promptly refused. This is a controlled item. How can it be made casually? Having learned from this setback, Jiang Chong tried another place. This time, he was more strategic and directly approached a middle-aged machinist during lunch break, bribing him with a substantial sum. Jiang Chong, being a web novelist, had amassed considerable wealth over the years through his writing, living a leisurely life. If this world weren't so dangerous, he might have considered this life the best. He handed over 100,000 yuan without hesitation, and the machinist agreed immediately, even offering exquisite carved craftsmanship, ensuring the quality would surpass that of market-available Longquan swords and Tang horizontal knives. Initially, Jiang Chong didn't pay much attention to the carvings, but then he realized that dark energy manipulation required a combination with dark alloy metals to be effective. Ordinary metals wouldn't react. If the sword were simply forged, it might not be usable. Therefore, Jiang Chong made an additional request to the machinist. Master Wang, I'm willing to add another 100,000 yuan. I'll give you a carving design later, and please engrave the patterns I need according to the blueprint. This way, he not only secured a suitable flying sword, but also ensured he had enough dark energy reserves and combat capability. As night fell, Qi Lin sat in the patrol car, her face clouded with anger that seemed ready to spill over from her tightly pressed lips. That Lu Chuang was nothing short of a thug, brazen enough to even threaten a police officer, which was utterly detestable. Her male colleague driving the car glanced at her, a light smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Why bother getting worked up over someone like that? As police officers, we can't expect to only encounter good people, right? Don't worry, his threats are empty. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Qi Lin shot him a sharp sideways glance. Who needs your protection? Just make sure you protect yourself. The male officer opened his mouth, about to say something to ease the awkwardness, but was interrupted by the sudden urgent voice crackling through the radio. Car 143, there's an emergency on Airport Road. Several unidentified criminals have attacked a police car, committing an act of terror. Please proceed to the scene immediately for support. Repeat, car 143. Roger, car 143 received. Qi Lin quickly responded, pressing the radio button, her brow furrowed deeply, a glint of alertness flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in a special military command center, Du Cao, dressed sharply in his uniform, was staring intently at the surveillance screen. The screen clearly showed two humanoid figures in peculiar armor. These unknown invaders stood on hovering aircraft, firing deadly energy beams from their weapons indiscriminately at the ground. Cars on the road, billboards on high-rise buildings, and some pedestrians were reduced to ashes under their barrage. "Sir," a cold-faced deputy reported, standing at attention. "The situation is critical. The enemy's tactical aircraft are too agile for our regular weapons to target. We might need to deploy super soldiers to resolve this." Du Cao nodded heavily. What must come has finally come. This is likely what Raina referred to as the gluttons. They've only sent a small unit this time, probably to test Earth's defenses. He decisively ordered, "Send Rose, Ajay, and their team to support the ground forces immediately. Ensure the safety of the people and minimize casualties." "Yes, sir." The chaos at Flyflow Airport quickly drew widespread attention. The streets echoed with the wailing of sirens as special vehicles raced past, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Having spent the entire day at the factory, repeatedly revising his plans, Jang Chong was now speeding toward Airport Road on an electric scooter, a long case slung over his back. He frowned, realizing he had been somewhat naive. Although he had etched dark energy pathways into the sword, it was ultimately made of ordinary alloy, and the effect was far from ideal compared to special metals. Based on precise AI calculations, if 100 units of dark energy were needed to wield the flying sword, only 67 units were effectively utilized, with the rest wasted. Thus, the originally planned 3-minute combat time was reduced to just 2.5 minutes. Boom. A deafening explosion accompanied by a towering fireball caught Jiang Cheng's attention. He realized that by taking a side path, he was now very close to Airport Road. At this moment, he hid in a dim alley, watching the panicked crowd scatter outside, while special police officers charged against the tide. Bang! A blinding beam of light descended from the sky, and several special police officers shooting upwards, along with the vehicle they used for cover, were instantly engulfed in a fiery explosion. The situation was dire, as is often the case when a higher civilization wages war against a lower one. Jiang Chong crouched behind cover, cautiously peeking out. Two soldiers clad in white exoskeleton armor stood on the ruins about 500 meters away, their armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. "Dobao, calculate the probability of taking them down from this position," Jiang Chong silently asked in his mind. "Less than 10. Dobao's voice echoed in his head. "The distance is too great. Attacking with a flying sword from 500 meters will consume too much energy, and precision will drop significantly. It's advised to close in to within 100 meters, where success probability will rise to 97. Closer." Jiang Chong swallowed hard, sweat forming on his forehead. His physical condition was only that of a weaker generation. If struck in the heart or brain by the enemy's weapons, he would die instantly. Yet he knew that missing this opportunity, during the time when the Super God Academy was most in need of people, would make gene replication increasingly difficult in the future. Moreover, disaster was imminent. With the Tinna battle about to erupt, the enemy's full-scale invasion, and Earth on the brink of falling. "Let's do this." Jiang Chong gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. Better to die a noble death than live without honor. How can a man fear danger in the face of duty? He twisted the throttle of his electric scooter to full speed, darting through the chaos of people and warfare. Just then, a police car suddenly blocked his path. The car door swung open, and Shilin jumped out, immediately recognizing him. "It's you," she frowned. "There are terrorists ahead. Get out of here. This isn't some street brawl you can watch." Jiang Chong opened his mouth to explain, but in that instant, his long-range targeting system detected a blinding beam heading their way. Without hesitation, he lunged at Shilin, pushing her to the ground. The next second, Shilin's police car was hit, exploding with a deafening roar and lighting up the night sky. The colleague who had just vowed to protect her was now engulfed in flames. No, how could this happen? Shilin's pupils widened in shock, her gaze shifting to the distance. Anger surged within her, inexplicably sharpening her vision. Almost instinctively, she drew her pistol, loaded, aimed, and fired in one swift motion. Bang! The bullet hit one of the enemy soldiers right in the forehead, but it only left a white mark on the helmet. The struck enemy voiced confusion, and the helmet's display quickly locked onto Qilin and Jiang Chong. "Was that a coincidence?" he sneered. "Your primitive pre-nuclear civilization is truly weak and ignorant." With that, he piloted his aircraft toward them. Jiang Chong grabbed Qilin, using his enhanced agility to dodge the incoming laser beams, narrowly avoiding them. "Let go of me. I want to take that thing down," Qilin yelled, trying to break free from Jiang Cheng's grip. "It's useless." Jiang Chong shook his head. A standard police pistol has a maximum effective range of only 50 meters. Even if your aim is perfect, beyond 25 meters, the bullet's trajectory deviates. Even if you hit it, the bullet's energy is too depleted, and the armor's metal density far exceeds what a standard bullet can penetrate. "So what do we do?" Qilin's rationality returned slightly. "If we keep dodging, we'll die eventually." Jiang Chong dodged another laser with her, his expression serious. "Two options. First, if you have an anti-material weapon, like a large caliber anti-tank sniper rifle that could take it out with one shot. Second, what's the second option? Qilin pressed. Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly sharpened. The second is now. He quickly performed a sword gesture on his forehead, activating the pre-prepared AI algorithm. The long-range targeting system activated, a blue light flashing across his eyes. The sword box on his back sprang open, and a long alloy sword, driven by a dark energy formula, shot out with a whoosh. The sword flashed like lightning, disappearing in an instant. The powerful kinetic energy created a clear sonic boom. With just one sword, the head of the charging enemy soldier exploded, debris scattering everywhere. Qilin stared in disbelief at the man before her, her entire worldview collapsing. What had she just witnessed? He had made a sword gesture, and then remotely controlled a flying sword to decapitate the enemy? Crazy, she murmured. In just one night, the whole world has gone crazy. Sci-fi terrorists, an electric scooter youth who might be a sword immortal? What on earth is happening to this world? Stop daydreaming. There are still 2 enemies left. Use your firepower to draw their attention, Jang Chong said calmly. I'll find an opportunity to take out the last one. Qilin snapped back to reality, realizing she needed to cooperate with Jiang Chong instead of focusing on those incredible methods. The path ahead was completely destroyed, and crossing it recklessly would make her an easy target for the enemy. Who said I was going to run? Jiang Chong smirked, a decisive glint in his eyes as he looked at the 2 flying swords in his sword box. One of them was unique, equipped with a special strap on the blade. Jiang Chong quickly took out the sword and skillfully tied the strap to his foot. Then, he formed a seal with his hands, activating the dark energy formula. Buzzwhoosh. A gentle breeze swept by, ruffling Qilin's hair. Her eyes widened in shock once again. Is this sword flight? Indeed, when Jiang Chong crafted these 2 flying swords, he had envisioned this impressive method. However, due to the weight of the swords and his own body, this flying technique was more challenging than anticipated. It was not only limited in speed, but also highly energy-consuming. Damn, what is this? The distant enemy, Tao Tai, was busy shooting when he suddenly saw his teammate's head explode without warning, leaving him in disbelief. Even more shocking was the figure rapidly flying toward him on what seemed like an ancient weapon. This unbelievable sight made him instantly suspect that Jiang Chong might be a super soldier. But when his helmet's display scanned him, the screen was filled with red exclamation and question marks, rendering the information unreadable. This guy is too powerful. Tao Ya's sense of danger spiked. Before he could react, he noticed his flying device inexplicably disrupted by a barrage of bullets, losing power entirely. Instinctively, he turned to flee, only to see Qilin in the distance, holding an automatic rifle and precisely targeting his flying device. Crack! Sparks flew as the exhaust pipe of the flying device burst, black smoke billowing out. The metal of the device was as strong as exoskeleton armor, but the problem lay in the exposed power port when he turned to escape. The bullet hit the critical part, rendering it completely inoperative. Quick, get out of here. I've discovered a super soldier in this pre-nuclear civilization, Tao Tai urgently warned through his communicator. The other person seems to be a long-range targeting God River sniper. We can't delay any longer. We can't handle this with just a few of us. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Cheng's flying sword sliced through the air, charging straight at Tao Tai with lightning speed. Tao Tai hesitated for a moment, but then felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a massive hole in his chest, blood gushing out, as the sparks from his exoskeleton armor flickered incessantly. In the distance, Qilin felt a surge of excitement. This electric scooter sword immortal really had some skills. She promptly picked up a discarded automatic rifle and aimed at the last gluttonous beast. As she squeezed the trigger, a peculiar ability awakened within her: recoil, trajectory deviation, wind speed effects. All factors were instantly calculated with precision. The bullet turned into a flash of fire, hitting the terrified, gluttonous beast in the distance with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it! Wasn't this supposed to be a pre-nuclear civilization? How could there be a super warrior? The last lone gluttonous beast realized his inevitable demise, and regret filled his heart. Memories of unfulfilled dreams, his beloved Tsuhua, and youthful regrets flashed through his mind. But for the sake of his faith in the fart god Carl, he summoned the courage to face death. The gluttonous beast no longer dodged Jiang Cheng's attacks, and instead aimed his gun. Die, damn pre-nuclear ants. You know nothing of my god Carl's greatness. A series of laser beams roared out. Jiang Chong instinctively maneuvered his flying sword to dodge and deflect. Although the energy laser was powerful, the flying sword made of high-density alloy was no ordinary weapon. After sacrificing one flying sword, he finally closed the distance to within 100 meters. Now's the time. Damn, shooting at me with a little gun, huh? Taste the might of the cyber sword immortal. Jiang Chong charged towards the enemy. After 3 swift strikes, the gluttonous beast's neck and chest were shattered, and its head fell. Yet, in its dying struggle, the beast instinctively pulled the trigger. A laser beam grazed past Jiang Chong, heading straight for Qilin in the distance. Whoosh! The laser pierced through Qi Lin's chest. Her world fell silent, and she collapsed after a few staggering steps. Jiang Chong looked back, incredulous. I did all this, and you still got hit? I guess it was destined to happen. However, he wasn't too worried, knowing that Qi Lin possessed complete super genes, and although the shot was severe, it wouldn't be fatal. In contrast, if he had been hit, it might have been the end for him. After the battle, Rose and AGF finally arrived. Hearing about the situation from the local forces, they were both stunned. What? A female cop hitting targets accurately at 500 meters? And an electric scooter sword immortal taking down an enemy in 3 moves. AGF removed his sunglasses, shocked. Rose couldn't hide her surprise either. There's no such thing as a sword immortal in this world. They're just super warriors with advanced technology. If I had arrived a bit earlier, with wormhole calculations and flying blades, I could have ended the fight too. Go check the surrounding surveillance, Rose instructed. These two might be super warriors beyond our observation. That female cop seems like the legendary Shinha sniper, and as for that electric scooter sword immortal. Watching Rose's departing figure, AGM muttered to himself, the commander orders me around, and now his daughter too. Am I your family nanny? Suddenly, Dutsao's voice came through the earpiece. Go check the surrounding surveillance. These two might be super warriors beyond our observation. That female cop seems like the legendary Shinha sniper, and as for that electric scooter sword immortal. Agia. City Hospital. Qi Lin was rushed to the emergency room by medical staff, while Jang Chong was subjected to a series of routine examinations. This was entirely the medical staff fulfilling their duty, unrelated to the state or the Super God Academy. The results showed that aside from slight exhaustion due to overexertion, Jiang Chong was fine. The doctor administered a few bottles of glucose, quickly replenishing his depleted energy. This prolonged battle had indeed been too draining. Being a weaker generation of super soldier, his dark energy absorption and output rates were not ideal, leading to some loss of bioenergy. As time ticked by, Jiang Chong sat on a bench in the hallway, his gaze occasionally drifting to the hospital entrance. He had expected the Super God Academy to contact him quickly, but hours passed without any sign of them. After some thought, he felt at ease. A super soldier like him, who appeared out of nowhere, would surely undergo a thorough background check. Think of Qi Lin. Even as an elite in the police force, she only received an invitation at the last moment. Clearly, Xiongbing Company is very cautious in vetting its members. The red light above the operating room suddenly went out with a soft click. After tense efforts, Qi Lin was wheeled out of the operating room. Jiang Chong glanced at her from a distance, but made no move to approach. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in the Shinha sniper's genes. It was because the replication was already complete. The system showed Shinha sniper gene replication progress 100. This battle revealed an important piece of information. The difficulty of gene replication for super soldiers varies drastically between combat and non-combat states. Normally, without the opponent activating their super genes, AI scanning is extremely difficult. But once they go all out in battle, running their gene programs, all data is exposed. The most advanced AI can seamlessly replicate all the gene information without the opponent noticing. Having done everything he needed to, all that was left for Jiang Chong was to wait patiently for the right opportunity. With his sword case on his back and hands in his pockets, he calmly left the hospital. Possessing the complete gene data of the Shinha sniper, he felt much more at ease, like Jiang Taigong waiting by the riverbank for his chance. The journey home was smooth, with hardly any obstacles. The only unexpected event occurred at the traffic lights on Renmin Road. A traffic officer stopped him. Please pull over. You are riding an electric bike without a helmet, which is a violation of traffic laws. Jiang Chong was speechless. He had anticipated the fierce battle at the airport, the showdown with the gluttonous, and even the Super God Academy's reaction. But he had overlooked one detail, the helmet that was shattered by a shot from the gluttonous during the fight. Sir, let me explain, my helmet was because. No matter the reason, a traffic violation is a traffic violation. You wait here until I catch the next person without a helmet, then you can go. The traffic officer decisively interrupted Jiang Chong before he could finish speaking. From his practiced tone, it was evident that this experienced officer was well accustomed to such excuses and justifications. Meanwhile, in another monitoring room, Dutsao was intently reviewing the combat footage of Jiang Chong. He turned to the elegant blonde woman beside him, Lian Feng, a former senior military scientist and engineer from the civilization of the Dainua star system, who had led the Dainua super gene engineering research. What are the analysis results from Dainua 3? Have they deciphered his genetic sequence? Dutsao inquired. Lian Feng furrowed her brow slightly. According to the combat footage and on-site scan data, the genetic data lock within this electric bicycle sword immortal is extremely complex. Apart from detecting physical qualities close to those of a first-generation warrior, we haven't found anything else. However, the identity of that female police officer has been confirmed. She is indeed the God River sniper we've been monitoring. An unknown gene warrior. Dutsao clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the large screen in contemplation. The seeds of the God River civilization are scattered throughout the universe, with many vanished civilizations leaving their traces behind. Once the background checks on these two are complete, if their political stance is reliable, we should consider inviting them to the Super Divine Academy. Lian Feng was about to speak, but was stopped by Du Cao raising his hand. I understand your concerns, but the current situation is unlike the past. We don't have much time left. Facing the impending war, we must unite all available forces. Besides, joining the academy doesn't mean granting them access to internal information. It's not like he could steal all our data with just his eyes, right? Lian Feng paused for a moment. You're right. Perhaps I've been too cautious as an engineer. Although Denua 3 is considered backward in the known universe today, it's not something that can be easily stolen. Soon, the investigation team began a background check on Qi Lin and Jiang Chong. Qi Lin's background was clean and transparent. Her father was the city's public security bureau chief, her mother a grassroots government official, with no issues traced back 3 generations. Jiang Cheng's information was far more complex. The investigation team went to great lengths, even locating his biological parents who had sold him, a discovery that left the team reflecting on the darker sides of humanity. His subsequent experiences were clearer: orphanage, schooling, dropping out of high school to write, and becoming a well-known author with his book Sword Chaos. He later authored several best-selling online novels, earning him a spot among the top-earning online writers. Du Cao finished reviewing the background information, smiling in relief. This guy is interesting. Get all the books he's written over the years. I'm going to pull an all-nighter studying them. A subordinate looked troubled. Sir, should we just get a membership? Watching for free like this is akin to stealing. Du Cao looked baffled. You've misunderstood. I'm not simply trying to read his books. I'm looking to uncover more secrets about this electric bicycle sword Immortal through his works. 3 days after the terrorist incident on Airport Road, Jiang Chong sat in the Snow King milk tea shop, using his long-range vision to observe the cafe across the street. Through the glass window, he watched every move of Qiangwei, Ajia, and Gu Xiaoluan. Qiangwei maintained her usual cool and haughty demeanor, her red lips slightly parted. Ajia was gesturing elegantly, explaining something, while Gu Xiaoluan seemed restless, a shy expression on his face. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's lips. To be honest, if he didn't already know how things would unfold, this scene could easily be mistaken for a carefully orchestrated flower-buying negotiation. Gu Xiaoluan's barely suppressed mischievous grin silently betrayed his inner excitement. Bang, bang, bang. The table was suddenly knocked hard, interrupting Jiang Cheng's observation. Hey, 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 don't you have any manners? A beautiful woman in a black trench coat, black stockings, and over-thinny high heels glared at him while biting on her milk tea straw. I'm sitting right in front of you, and you ignore me to stare at Xiangwei in the cafe? If you're not satisfied, I can find someone else to talk to you. Jiang Chong snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head. Don't get me wrong. I just think the atmosphere over there is more interesting. Besides, I prefer long legs, and that winered hair isn't my type. The woman glanced down at her attire, then smiled confidently. Not bad, you do have good taste. When I said I'm a goddess, I wasn't talking about the kind you know. I mean a true goddess who rules over a civilization. She took a sip of her milk tea and continued. I saw your fight on Airport Road. Your skills are average, a bit of technique, but nothing outstanding. Where I'm from, you'd be at best a gatekeeper. She put down her milk tea and said seriously, let me introduce myself. I'm Raina. An interstellar civilization called the Gluttons is about to invade your planet. I'm here as an ally to help establish friendly relations. Indeed, the woman in front of Jiang Chong was none other than Raina, the light of the sun from one of the 3 major god-making projects. He was surprised to see her, having imagined many possibilities, perhaps Ajia inviting him, or Lian Feng, or even Du Cao himself. But never did he expect it to be this eccentric goddess. For Jiang Chong, it was a pleasant surprise. He noticed the replication progress bar in his mind was rapidly increasing. Solar light, gene replication progress 19. Hey, are you listening to me? Raina impatiently tapped the table when she saw him zone out again. Raina was starting to regret her decision. In hindsight, she shouldn't have come personally to recruit team members just for fun. She had imagined that revealing her goddess status, combined with the allure of becoming a super warrior with extraordinary abilities, would have this electric scooter swordsman falling at her feet, begging to be part of her team. But reality was far from her expectations. This guy kept diverting the conversation to irrelevant topics like which flavor at Snow King was the best, how lemons should only be used overnight, and how even the Consumer Protection Agency would be useless, or what street food was available nearby, and where the mall was. It was as if he was a mind reader, constantly leading the conversation astray. Yes, I heard you. Jiang Cheng finally responded. So basically, you want me to join that, whatever unit. It's the Xiangbing Company, a company of black-armored warriors that can stand against thousands. Raina immediately corrected him, her tone filled with undeniable pride. Jiang Chong raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a helpless smile on his face. I just want to know what I can get out of this, Jiang Cheng asked bluntly. This question immediately piqued Reina's interest. With Panjin not around to keep her in check, she decided to use her charm. She gently swept her hair behind her ear, releasing a subtle fragrance. Her red lips parted slightly, adding a touch of awkward allure. Do you want it? Reina's eyes sparkled. Want what? I'm asking you, what do you want? Jiang Chong suddenly broke into a relieved smile. I want my country to prosper and be strong. Reina was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such an answer. She adjusted her approach. No. I mean, you could desire more, like my legs that outlive your destiny. With the allure of your sister here, isn't this team worth joining? Feminine charm is nothing more than a skull painted with cosmetics to me. Jiang Chong replied with unwavering determination. What I truly want is for my country to prosper and be strong, to witness its magnificent landscapes. Reina slapped her forehead in frustration. The esteemed sun goddess. And yet her charm was apparently no match for Rose. The conversation that followed was even more absurd. Tell your sister, what are you most sensitive about? My political stance. And what is the hardest? My unyielding backbone. I'm a living goddess, and you don't have the slightest desire to worship at my feet as my slave? In the new era of China, the people built the Great Wall with their blood. Our ancestors never bowed, so how can we? In this era, there are no slaves. By the time Rose and Ajay finished persuading Gushaluan and had down 2 cups of milk tea, this bizarre conversation finally ended. Enough. Reina stood up angrily, her energy visibly fluctuating. I've said all I need to say. Either you join by yourself, or I'll come to your house tonight, break the door down, and drag you back. With that, she stormed off, with Ajay and Rose quickly following. Jiang Chong watched his progress bar with a slight smirk. The solar gene data replication progress had reached 26, and Doubao had completed the scanning and replication of the stellar drive energy calculation formula, mastering the data trajectory for drawing energy through quantum entanglement with stellar wavelengths, as well as the basic calculation formula for miniature flares. What a pleasant surprise, Jiang Chong thought with satisfaction. He had deliberately provoked Reina to activate her gene program during emotional fluctuations. This inexperienced young girl fell for his tricks easily. With these new abilities, his cyber swordsmanship was set to make a qualitative leap. The extraction of solar-driven energy could greatly enhance endurance, and the basic theory of miniature flares could be perfectly applied to the release of sword energy. Doubao immediately start drafting a theoretical formula, focusing on ensuring the special effects power and super endurance of the sword energy. Doubao is calculating the formula. The advent of the AI era undoubtedly marks another pinnacle that surpasses the computer age. Jiang Chong had just arrived in this new world, and his super AI assistant, Doubao, quickly sprang into action, with a myriad of complex algorithms flashing before his eyes. He swiftly scanned through the data, meticulously selecting the optimal solutions to integrate into his super genes. Moments later, Jiang Chong felt the surge of power within him, elevating his physical capabilities to the peak level of a former super soldier. While his defensive abilities were slightly lacking, his offensive power was formidable enough to take on opponents beyond his rank. In terms of fantasy novel standards, his growth was akin to the legendary tale of achieving foundational strength in just 7 days, capable of battling those at the Golden Core level. Even more astonishing was the fact that his lifespan had extended to 1,000 years. After completing this initial evolution, Jiang Chong didn't rush to join the Super God Academy. His laptop was still open, displaying the novel he was serializing. Being a responsible author, he decided to finish this work first. However, his responsibility turned into a disaster in the eyes of his readers. After releasing a torrent of chapters to conclude the story, both loyal fans and critics caused an uproar online. Qing Feng, old thief, come out and explain. Did the beloved supporting character Shui Lingling just die like that? What about the outcome of the battle between the Sheep Village Emperor and the Grey Wolf Saint clan against the extraterrestrial demons? Did Bear Ridge win? Or did Green Grassland unify the world? Facing a flood of questions, Jiang Chong left only a cryptic poem. The Qing Feng sword rises over 3,000 states, writing the chronicles of the cyber era. I vanquish all foes across the land, and above the gods, I claim my title. This enigmatic verse caused a stir in the online literary community. Readers began to speculate. Some said it hinted at a new swordplay novel, others believed it suggested a clash between fantasy and technology. Yet, no one imagined it was a farewell from an author about to achieve legendary status in reality. In Du Cao's office, the general, who hadn't shaved in days, stared readied at the screen. He slammed his hand on the desk in disbelief. What, it's over? What about the rest? His weathered eyes were filled with incredulity. Go, quickly urged Jiang Chong to enroll. I need to personally ask him what he meant by that last sentence. This order left the assistant beside him stunned, shaking his head in disbelief. As a soldier, this was perhaps one of the most absurd orders he had ever received in his career. And so, Jiang Chong, who had planned to spend a leisurely couple of days, found himself prematurely stepping through the gates of the Super God Academy. Riding his electric scooter, His eyes followed the navigation as he reached the campus entrance, where he happened to meet Qi Lin, dressed in her police uniform. Compared to their first meeting, Qi Lin's eyes now held a steadier gaze. Witnessing the death of a colleague had made this young officer acutely aware of life's fragility. They found me later and told me I have the gene of a Shinha sniper, Qi Lin said, walking with her hands behind her back. The suddenly enhanced vision and precise aim that night were manifestations of superpowers. Since you're here, make the best of it, Jang Chong shrugged. As for your colleague's death, rather than dwelling in sorrow, it's better to be prepared. If an alien civilization really invades, that night's tragedy might just be the beginning. You. Qi Lin rolled her eyes. You have a unique way of comforting people. Jiang Chong was about to respond when a familiar voice of complaint suddenly interrupted. Hey, how can you go back on your word? Didn't you say I could share a room with you? Turning to look, Gu Xiaoluan was standing there, dragging a suitcase, looking puzzled. After being scolded by Qiang Wei, he finally realized he'd been tricked. Qi Lin couldn't help but laugh. It's a small world, Qi Lin said. Since he's here, Lu Chuang, that old rascal, should be arriving soon too, right? Most likely, Jiang Chong replied casually, but his gaze remained on Gu Xiaolun. According to the dormitory allocation of 2 people per room, Gu Xiaolun still needed a roommate after moving into room 101. As long as he could share the room, replicating the galaxy power gene was within reach. Qi Lin, I found the men's dorm, Jiang Chong said, picking up his luggage. These things are quite heavy. I'll go choose a dorm room first and catch up with you later. All right, you go ahead. I'll find the women's dorm myself. Jiang Chong pushed open the half-closed door of dorm room 101, startling Gu Xiaolun, who was moping over heartache. Whoa, who are you? Wait, aren't you the guy watching the show that night? How did you end up here too? Same as you. Jiang Chong replied with a smile. This world is too small, Gu Xiaolun said, scratching his head. How come everyone we run into has superpowers? At this rate, superpowers will become worthless. Jiang Chong didn't respond, appearing to be organizing his luggage while actually communicating with Do Bao in his mind. Galaxy Power Gene Replication Progress 4. The day passed quickly, and before they knew it, night had fallen. In the dormitory, Gu Xiaoluan, who had just finished his shower, was intently focused on his game screen. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow as if he remembered something important. Oh no, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. That guy who watches the shows said we have to gather in the multimedia room tonight. Jiang Chong heard this and snapped out of his gaming trance. His attention had been entirely consumed by the progress of the galactic power gene replication all day, leaving everything else forgotten. A system notification flashed in his mind. Galactic power gene replication progress. 27. Doubao is working hard to crack the anti-void power gene template and operational formula, and has made preliminary progress. All right, keep cracking. Jiang Chong murmured to himself, swiftly getting out of bed and quickly tidying up. Let's go, it's already dark. The others should be there by now. Jiang Chong led the way out the door. Gu Xiaoluan followed, looking puzzled. Why is that guy so eager? Is there something special about the Xiongbing Company meeting for the first time? Although he didn't understand, the thought of seeing Qiang Wei made his heart race a little faster. Meanwhile, Jiang Chong had his own plans in mind. The multimedia room was filled with vibrant genetic data, just waiting for him to replicate. Each person had unique abilities, which he aimed to combine into one. After winding through the campus, they finally found the multimedia room. As they entered, they were greeted by their assembled teammates. Cheng Yaowen in peasant attire, Rui Mengmeng with her ponytail looking adorably clueless, the short Zhao Xian resting his chin on his hand, and the 2 big shots by the window Raina with her legs crossed, and Lu Chuang in a floral shirt. Among this eclectic group, only Qiang Wei, who was operating the projection equipment, seemed the most normal. The screen displayed today's news. A group of strange humanoid creatures piloting aircraft were chasing a crocodile. This bizarre scene had caused quite a stir, but the authorities chose not to hide it, opting instead to prepare the public for the possibility of interstellar warfare. Gu Xiaoluan widened his eyes and stepped closer to the screen for a better look. What's going on here? It looks so complicated. Zhao Xian lazily replied. What else? The news said Italians. No way, Gu Xiaoluan said in disbelief. They called us here to fight these flying aliens? This must be a joke. Even though he knew he had some superpowers, he couldn't imagine himself going up against those flying extraterrestrial beings. The remarks from those 2 quickly stirred up quite a commotion. Rui Mingming's heart skipped a beat. As an inexperienced waitress, the thought of dealing with aliens tied her up in knots. She didn't even realize that the situation at hand was a significant crisis. Cheng Yaowen, being an honest man, glanced around and kept his head down without saying much. Moments later, Wang, who had been lying down at the back, finally stood up and said, I've got plenty of experience in the underworld, but if you want me to take on aliens, you've got the wrong guy. Lu Chuang shrugged and spread his hands, indicating that this task was definitely outside his line of work. Hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaoluan turned around and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but blurt out, What the hell is going on? Why are you here too? The sight of Lu Chuang brought back memories of that night, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. Rui Mengmeng was already shocked by the sudden appearance of aliens, and now with a gangster in their midst, she began to doubt whether her team was reliable at all. Chi Lin let out a cold snort, her gaze sharp as a knife. An unemployed, middle-aged guy, and you call yourself a gangster? Jiang Chong seemed like an outsider, completely ignoring the uproar around him, his focus entirely on the gene replication operation in his hands. The data from the Spear of the Star, Heart of the Earth, Light of the Sun, and spacetime genes were rapidly updating. He exclaimed, this trip was worth it. The speed of Doubao's calculations was something Jiang Chong never quite figured out. Whenever the conditions were right, Doubao functioned like a cheat code, completing tasks effortlessly without consuming any energy, making it an invaluable freebie of a helper. As Jiang Chong was engrossed in the scanning progress, Lu Chuang finally caught Raina's attention. She stepped forward, grabbed Lu Chuang by the throat, lifted him high, and slammed him against the wall. Gangster? Sounds impressive, but how do you compare to a god? Lu Chuang, struggling to breathe, stammered. Who are you, lady? Raina's eyes turned icy and merciless. Your goddess, the light of the sun. Before Lu Chuang could react, he heard the words, light up, and he was puzzled. What light? But Raina had already lost interest in the incoherent man. Her body suddenly emitted a bright light, and the wall crumbled as Lu Chuang was hurled out like a rag doll, landing hard on the playground outside. Almost simultaneously, the scanning progress of the light of the sun and the war god of North Star skyrocketed. Jiang Chong watched the progress bar soar and remarked again. Indeed, only when the opponent's genes are activated do their characteristics become more apparent, making it easier for Doubao to capture them. The sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. They all rushed downstairs to see what happened to Lu Chuang. In truth, this behavior is quite human whether a wise creature or an animal. Many are drawn to the excitement. Like a foolish deer, shot at, it might turn back to look, wondering, what was that loud noise? Raina leapt down from the broken edge, and with each step she took, pieces of armor flashed silver and were precisely transported onto her body through a wormhole. By the time she confidently stood in front of Lu Chuang, she was fully armored, exuding a cold metallic sheen like a war goddess. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, except for Jiang Chong, whose expression remained calm as if he was used to such displays. Having just suffered a setback, Lu Chuang was seething with anger. He jumped up and assumed a clumsy fighting stance. He charged forward and raised his fist high, aiming straight for Raina's face. Raina didn't even flinch. She casually transported a shield in front of her. Lu Chuang, oblivious to the futility, continued to punch the unyielding shield, only to be sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. At this moment, Xiaoluan, fueled by some sudden courage, rushed forward and snatched Chi Lin's sidearm. He could barely hold the gun steady as he launched into an impassioned speech directed at Raina. Watching this naive young man, Raina's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a casual wave, she transported his specialized equipment, which landed on him with such force that he couldn't even get up. Jiang Chong watched anxiously from the sidelines. If things continued like this, the opportunity to replicate the abilities tonight might be wasted. He didn't want to miss this rare chance to become stronger, especially since no one could predict what tomorrow would bring. As Raina surveyed the surroundings, her voice filled with authority as she asked, anyone else want to challenge me? Jiang Chong stepped forward without hesitation. He calmly assessed the people around him before fixing his gaze on Raina, saying in a deep voice, Humph. The platoon has just been formed, recruiting you all to build a strong force to protect our home and country. And you? You repeatedly provoke your teammates, setting an example through intimidation. Isn't this reckless behavior? Humph. The newly formed unit has recruited you all to build a strong army to protect our nation. And you? You repeatedly provoke team members as if you're deliberately causing trouble. Jiang Chong stood at the front of the group, his voice firm and powerful, eyes fixed on Raina. His speech was like a hammer, leaving everyone present stunned. Even Dekeo, Agi, and Lian Feng, who were observing from the shadows, exchanged confused glances. Raina herself was taken aback by this sudden show of force, needing a full 2.5 seconds to recover. A subtle, meaningful smile crept onto her lips. She had been worried about the lack of negative examples like Lu Chuang to establish authority in the newly formed Xiongbing Company. Now, Jiang Chong seemed like a gift from above. I'm the captain of the Xiongbing Company, and I have the final say in team matters, Raina declared with undeniable authority. Judging by your stance, are you dissatisfied with something? Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Huh. Matters of the unit lie with the higher-ups, with the belief in protection, with our fellow warriors. You're just a pretty face, what more can you do? In an instant, all eyes were on Jiang Chong. The team members were internally wrestling with his words. Zhao Xian's eyes widened slightly, thinking, wow, he used the harshest tone to deliver the most subtle praise. How does his mind work? Lu Chuang, touching the spot where he had been hit earlier, mused. They say language is an art. If I had half his skill, I wouldn't have been beaten just now. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes sparkled with admiration. I can see the potential to pursue 10 school beauties in him. Qilin analyzed professionally. They say he's a novelist for a reason. His language skills are truly something. Opinions on Jiang Cheng's performance varied, but it was clear everyone was a bit dazed. As for Raina, she found herself momentarily unable to process anything, even with her advanced mental capabilities. She had intended to lash out, but his words were too honest, leaving her without a rebuttal. Ahem, I think you might have a point. Perhaps. Raina was about to suggest letting the matter go, acknowledging that some friction in a newly formed unit was normal and could be resolved through discussion. Just then, Takeo contacted Raina through their private channel. Upon connection, his first words were, Raina, find a way to fight Jang Chong. Raina frowned slightly, responding in the private channel. What are you saying? Even if this guy is being a bit obnoxious at this critical moment, he's speaking the truth. I can't just ignore the facts and attack him, can I? That would make me a petty villain, wouldn't it? Takeo paused, puzzled. No, that's not. He was confused as to when Raina, a civilized deity, became so pretentious. What had Panjin been teaching her all these years? You misunderstand, Takeo explained. I want you to fight him mainly to gather more data on Jiang Chong. We still haven't found a matching prototype for his super gene model. Huh, so that's what this is about. Raina scoffed in the private channel. Seems like your Denon 3 supercomputer has gotten outdated if it can't even scan a first-generation warrior. Her eyes glowed, activating her genetic computer to try and read Jiang Cheng's information. However, after just a second, she was baffled. What? It's all exclamation marks and question marks. Raina said incredulously in the private channel. What kind of genetic lock is this? How can it be so securely sealed? Sighed Takeo sighed. It's precisely because of this bizarre genetic phenomenon that we believe he might not be as simple as he seems. In short, just test him out, Raina said curtly. But you'll have to transfer some more money to my account. Clothes on Earth are too expensive. To an outsider, this conversation might just seem like Raina was flustered by Jiang Cheng's comment that she was just a pretty face. She cleared her throat, straightened her back, and said, even though you're right, there can only be one voice in a team. If you have objections, then prove yourself with strength. Her eyes were sharp as she continued. If you can last a minute under my command, I'll give you a vice captain position, 5 minutes, and your words will carry weight in the squad, 10 minutes, and you can have the captain's position. You've offended your sister's authority, and she's very angry. Jiang Chong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, in that case, my sword is also sharp. Let's settle this with our skills. Sword come. The space around them rippled suddenly. Using the Rose spacetime gene wormhole formula derived from everyone's genes, along with AI-assisted calculations, several high-density alloy swords appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chong flipped backward, landing steadily on one of the swords, looking down at Raina from above. Holy, is he an immortal swordsman? Lu Chuang was dumbfounded. Zhao Xian and Gu Xiaoluan were equally shocked, wondering how their fellow super soldier could be so extraordinary. Rose squinted slightly, noting that Jiang Chong had used a basic wormhole transportation technique, but his proficiency and speed were astonishing. As a time-space gene holder, she knew how remarkable this was. In the shadows, among those observing, Ajia couldn't help but ask, Commander, what's going on? How can a regular awakened first-generation warrior be so adept at wormhole transportation? Lien Feng analyzed. He likely has a hidden computer in his dark dimension, something only top-tier warriors possess. These are all preset programs. What was even more shocking was that the tips of the swords began to glow red. Could this be the power to slay gods? Before Du Ka Ao could finish his sentence, he was already too stunned to speak. While Takeo and his team were analyzing Jiang Cheng's genes, the battlefield was already in chaos. The reason, amusingly enough, was simply because of Raina's beauty and arrogance. At that moment, Raina's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Jiang Cheng's technique of wormhole transportation combined with dark energy manipulation truly caught her attention. She had never imagined these two abilities could be so cleverly integrated. However, as the main deity raised with the top resources of the Liang star, her surprise lasted only a moment before she regained her innate arrogance. Impressive idea and quite stylish, but there's nothing technically profound about it. Raina chuckled softly, and with a wave of her slender fingers, a straight sword materialized in her palm. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight as she twirled her wrist, creating an elegant arc with the sword, forming a beautiful flower pattern. Her captivating eyes blinked, and her red lips curled slightly. See, I can do that too, and my weapon is far superior to the scrap metal you're holding. She raised the shield on her left arm, holding the sword in her right hand with an air of elegance and authority. The shield on my left is called the Dawn Shield, and the sword in my hand is the Blade of Dawn. Both are crafted from refined dark alloy, with auxiliary engines inside. To you, they are revolutionary creations, akin to legendary treasures or artifacts. Her voice carried an undeniable confidence. The outcome is clear even before the fight begins. Are you sure you want to see this through? The onlookers exchanged glances, not fully understanding the significance of her equipment, but their instincts told them it was undoubtedly impressive. They watched with eyes full of wonder, breathlessly waiting for Jiang Cheng's response. Jiang Chong was caught off guard. He had been too busy showing off and had completely overlooked the vast difference in their equipment. The high-density alloy material in his hand was nothing more than slightly tougher scrap metal, incomparable to even ordinary dark alloy, let alone Raina's refined dark alloy. He clearly remembered how Raina had once used a shield to single-handedly withstand a giant energy cannon from the enemy's main ship. Calling her weapons artifacts was indeed justified. But at this point, backing down would mean all his previous efforts were wasted. Since he couldn't compete in terms of equipment, he had to find another way. Is that so? Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Your equipment is indeed impressive, but what if I use this move? As soon as he finished speaking, he silently instructed his AI, Dobao. Imbue my high-density alloy with basic god-slaying power. Absolutely possible, but due to the overwhelming nature of the god-slaying power, the high-density alloy can only withstand it for a maximum of 30 seconds. After that, the metal particles within will disintegrate completely. Dobao quickly responded. 30 seconds? Jiang Chong pondered. Then, if I shorten the time to 20 seconds, could it deliver a powerful strike? According to calculations, while the basic god-slaying power can be added, the material itself cannot support it. Even for just a second, it's impossible, because upon impact, the fragile atomic links would immediately break. Dobao's response made Jiang Cheng's heart sink. Got it, it's all for show, not for combat. Jiang Chong felt a bit disappointed, but to make an impact, he decided to go through with his plan. With a thought, his sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze, and red light, like smoke or mist, surged from his body, enveloping him. As the onlookers gazed through the red light, they saw each floating sword around Jiang Chong shimmering with a sinister red glow, as if stained with blood, or perhaps imbued with some mysterious power. Whoa, is this some kind of special effects enchantment? Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed. Though he didn't grasp the intricacies, his instincts told him this scene was both impressive and threatening. It's quite explosive. Zhao Xian, standing nearby, wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Xiaoluan's assessment. He had seen many films, and whenever the protagonist's weapon had such effects, it usually meant an earth-shattering move was about to be unleashed. Lu Chuang had a different opinion. Although he wasn't sure what it was, he felt a strong killing intent, a resonance that sent a shiver through him. Killing intent? Really? Qilin scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Hey, Qilin, even though we've had our differences, you can't always call me a rogue every time you open your mouth. I'm not lurking in alleys. I'm navigating the Jianghu. Lu Chuang retorted fiercely, refusing to back down. However, among the onlookers, only Rose detected something unusual. No, this isn't just flashy effects. I can sense a deep fear from that red glow, Rose said, her brow furrowing with caution. Raina was well aware of the terrifying power of the god-slaying force. Facing such a power, she had to remain calm. How could anyone not be afraid? The god-slaying force isn't just a weapon. It's like a super virus targeting the genes of super warriors. Almost any gene that encounters this virus suffers severe damage. She urgently asked over a private channel. Old Du, what kind of twisted gene did you find in this Jiang Chong? Even the god-slaying force can be used on him. Dekao's voice remained steady. Don't worry, don't worry. Dino number 3 just analyzed it. This is only a basic version of the god-slaying force. It's like the initial super virus. It can damage genes, but is far from reaching the level of a Northstar war god. As for unknown genes, that's normal. Raina sarcastically remarked. Even if my third-generation divine body has strong immunity, it would still hurt like hell if I got hit. Feel free to try. But inwardly, she felt a sense of relief. After all, the threat at hand was just some common god-slaying weapons available on the market. She cleared her throat, trying to appear composed. We're just sparring, not fighting to the death. Your move has safety risks. If I overreact, you might not be able to handle it. You'd better keep your powers in check. Jiang Chong stood on his flying sword, nodding on the surface, but inwardly he sighed in relief. He knew this god-slaying force was merely for show. You're right. Let's just compare techniques, regardless of winning or losing. How about it? Jiang Chong suggested, a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Just what I wanted. Raina agreed without hesitation, her tone resolute. The battle commenced swiftly, with no unnecessary words. Raina's movements were as fast as lightning, like a gust of wind sweeping through. She stomped the ground, and the cracks spread rapidly. As Jiang Chong was just reacting, Raina's straight blade was already aimed at his face. This speed, Jiang Chong marveled inwardly, but it was too late to react. Clang! The blade and sword clashed, and in a flash, Jiang Cheng's flying sword was broken by the blade of dawn. Before he could be shocked, seeing the next attack coming, he decided to quickly distance himself, ascending into the air on his sword. With her support lost, Raina also landed back on the ground. Hey, that's just not fair, Lena shouted, glaring up at Jiang Chong as he hovered above the schoolyard. You're just taking advantage of your ability to fly and avoiding a direct fight with me, aren't you? If you keep this up, I'm going to have to unleash my ultimate move. Suspended in midair, Jiang Chong shook his head calmly. Our duel didn't have any rules against flying. Besides, your physical capabilities far exceed mine, so engaging you heat-in would be unwise. Lena was momentarily at a loss for words. His reasoning did make some sense. Instead of arguing further, she focused on gathering energy within herself. Before long, a dazzling ball of light formed in her palm, growing more solid by the second. This is pointless. There's no fun in fighting like this. A cold glint flashed in Lena's eyes. Since you won't come down, let's just end this quickly. With those words, she hurled the glowing orb. The energy sphere, bright as a miniature sun, shot towards Jiang Chong, illuminating the night sky over the schoolyard. Everyone expected Jiang Chong to dodge using the agility of his flying sword, but his response was unexpected. With one hand behind his back, he raised the other, forming a sword gesture with his fingers. As he pointed forward, a blazing sword aura shot forth, matching the speed of Lena's light ball. The two energies collided in midair, exploding into a brilliant display of sparks, adding a burst of color to the battlefield under the starlit sky. On the spectator stand, Lian Feng noticed something unusual and turned to Takeo, whispering, "Something's not right. General Du, that blazing sword aura, could it be stellar drive energy and a microflare reaction?" Takeo coughed violently for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Cough, cough. Although it's unexpected, we need to stay calm. Initial level stellar drive energy and flare reactions aren't exactly arcane technologies. In the civilizations before us, like the Zhu Rong and Jinwu civilizations, there was in-depth research in this area. These special abilities from unknown genes aren't all that rare. The clash between the sword energy and the light sphere concluded with a deafening explosion. The entire area was engulfed in a blinding light, and once it faded, Raina stared at Jiang Chong, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Impossible, Raina frowned. You've just awakened and have never learned about stellar drive energy. How could you master such a technique? Huh? Captain, what's so surprising about that? Rui Mengmeng scratched her head in confusion. You threw a ball, and he used sword energy. Aren't they completely different things? Although Qiangwei, standing nearby, had limited knowledge in this area, she still offered an explanation. Raina means that although they look different, the underlying computational principles are the same, with only slight differences in technical details. Oh, I think I understand a bit, Rui Mengmeng said, though her eyes still looked puzzled. After a brief moment of calm, a hint of anger appeared on Raina's face. This is like showing off one's skills in front of an expert, she said coldly, forming an even larger energy sphere in her hand. Playing with stellar drive in front of the sun's light is blatant provocation. In the distance, Du Cao and others were closely monitoring the energy reactions. They only relaxed slightly once they confirmed the energy fluctuations were still within controllable limits. No one wanted to see Raina impulsively flatten the Super God Academy. Facing this intense energy wave, Jiang Chong regretted his actions. The system showed sunlight gene replication progress, 34, which was decent progress, but he couldn't handle the move in front of him. His condition had dropped to 40, and he couldn't even muster another sword energy attack, let alone withstand a stronger light sphere. Daodu, stop scanning and drive the stellar energy to replenish me at full power, Jiang Chong urged. Detected energy source, sun, suitable for replenishment, Daodu responded, but your body parameters are too low and absorption efficiency might not be ideal. At the current rate, full recovery will take about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So long. Jiang Cheng's heart sank. In battle, 2.5 minutes might as well be an eternity. With no other choice, he decided to gamble everything. Daodu, activate the anti-void force and block all light and dark energy from the opponent. Target, Sunlight Queen Raina, Daodu responded. But due to the opponent's massive divine body data and energy, the current foundational anti-void computational knowledge cannot achieve a complete block in a short time. By using an effective calculation method, it should approximately last for 0.5 seconds. Jiang Chong calculated in his mind that although this brief 0.5 seconds wasn't long, it was enough to execute his plan. His gaze fixed on the threatening energy orb in Lei Na's hand, and with a steady movement, he grasped the floating alloy sword beside him. In the next moment, his figure, like a diving falcon, shot straight towards Lei Na from above. This kid has guts, Lei Na thought to herself with a smirk. Does he think I won't hit hard just because he dares to take this gamble? Haha, he's in for a disappointment. Her energy orb appeared formidable but wasn't actually lethal. Tonight, you'll obediently sleep in the healing pod. However, just as Lei Na was about to strike, Jiang Chong suddenly whispered a single word, ban. This simple word triggered an unbelievable effect. A wave of invisible disruption instantly messed up all of Lei Na's computational systems, affecting even her third-generation divine body. By the time she regained her senses, Jiang Cheng's sword was already at her throat. Thank you for the match, Jiang Chong said calmly. Everyone present was stunned. Not only Lu Chuang and the others, but even Chong Wei couldn't comprehend what had just happened. To them, Lei Na seemed to have been immobilized, allowing her opponent to place a sword at her neck without resistance. In the shadows, Takeo and his team were even more shocked. The data detected by Denua 3 indicated that this was similar to anti-void power. Isn't that supposed to be an exclusive ability of the galactic power? This left the usually composed Takeo struggling to remain calm. In contrast, Ajay and Lian Feng were much more composed. Lian Feng analyzed the data carefully. It's merely similar. It can't be confirmed as anti-void power. Perhaps someone before the space principal discovered a similar force, just under a different name. Once Lei Na regained clarity, she retracted the energy orb. What was that technique? A genetic combo move I call the ban-word technique, Jiang Chong explained as he sheathed his sword. However, my energy and experience are quite limited, and its power hasn't reached its full potential. A fitting name, Lei Na nodded. All right, the outcome is decided. From today, you're the vice captain. Do a good job. Jiang Chong was a bit taken aback by the sudden appointment. But you said before. I said you needed to last different amounts of time, but I never mentioned winning or losing, Lei Na, having deactivated her battle armor and returned to her usual stylish attire, said. You lasted exactly a minute, and becoming vice captain is already quite an achievement. She turned towards the group of girls. Ladies, dismissed. Feel free to take a bath, apply masks, or binge-watch shows. As for the guys, do whatever you want as long as you stay away from the girls' dormitory unless you're ready to get beaten up. The crowd cheered and dispersed, leaving Jiang Chong standing alone. Takeo emerged from the shadows. What's wrong? Can't get over Lei Na's little trick? No, I just didn't expect a goddess to be so. Jiang Chong shook his head. Takeo smiled and gestured invitingly. If you have no plans, care to take a walk with me? As they walked towards the base, Du Cao naturally introduced himself with a calm demeanor, observing Jiang Chong for any reaction. Surprisingly, Jiang Chong remained unperturbed, seemingly familiar with Du Cao's identity and the storyline of this world. He smiled lightly and replied, Is that so? Nice to meet you. You seem quite composed yourself. Du Cao studied Jiang Chong, noting, You seem very calm, with a composure beyond your years. Jiang Chong chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Since you've invited me here, I assume you've done some background checks. This maturity is just the result. The real process is growth, and the cost of growth is loss. His voice lowered slightly, becoming more steady. Compared to Geshaluan and the others, I've long passed the age of being easily startled. Of course, having you personally meet me is a bit intimidating, even if it's just for a chat. His words were clear, his response calm and logical, not typical of a high school dropout. Du Cao nodded in appreciation and got straight to the point. In that case, let's get to the heart of the matter. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Your super gene sequence is very special to us. We've struggled to extract much useful information. Initially, based on your combat display on the airport road, we could only conclude that you were on par with a Shinha sniper, a standard super soldier. But seeing you today, I increasingly believe that your gene's underlying structure holds many key elements we've yet to uncover. Frankly, it's astonishing. Du Cao's expression grew serious. A complex gene program encrypted to this extent is meant to reveal nothing. This suggests your gene sequence is highly advanced, possibly with unimaginable potential. He looked at Jiang Chong, his voice steady yet expectant. Can you tell me its code name? Jiang Chong didn't answer immediately, contemplating a plausible explanation. His expression unchanged, he spoke candidly. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. So far, I don't know what it's called. It's possible the engineer who created this super gene program never decided on a name. He lifted his chin slightly, confidence and determination in his eyes. However, I'm drawn to the concept of a sword immortal, a sword in hand, capable of overcoming all obstacles. So let's call it Sword Heart. Sword Heart, Du Cao repeated softly, considering the name. After a moment, he nodded. It's fitting for your mystical style. Very well, from today, this unnamed super gene will be called Sword Heart. His tone softened, adding sincerely. But because it's so unique, we might not decipher it quickly. This means, at the Super God Academy, you won't have a gene backup. If you experience genetic damage, creating an effective treatment plan will be challenging. It doesn't matter, Jiang Chong replied calmly, his resolve unshaken. If that day comes, it just means death. He gazed into the distance, his eyes cold yet filled with strong conviction. Besides, I don't believe that day will come. His words reflected not only confidence in himself, but also faith in the power of his cheat. The more data the AI consumes, the greater his growth potential, with a promising future ahead. Du Cao watched the young man for a long time, his initial caution turning to deep thought. It was in this moment that he truly saw the sharp, youthful brilliance in Jiang Chong, sword capable of cutting through all constraints. Following this, the Xiongbing company quickly commenced the first phase of training. To put it simply, the initial training mainly involved physical exercises. Through this straightforward method, they continuously integrated super genes by balancing energy consumption and replenishment. On the training field, sweat flew as everyone engaged in targeted training tailored to their unique abilities. Gu Xiaolun remained the punching bag, seemingly clumsy but actually making rapid progress. Now, ordinary cannonballs felt like mere tickles to him. Zhao Xian's figure flashed across the field so swiftly that he earned the nickname, Lightning Xian. Lu Chuang's strength had improved significantly. He could hold his own against Raina, truly deserving the title, War God of North Star. As for Rui Mengmeng, Qi Lin, Cheng Yaowen, and others, although they made remarkable progress, they still lagged behind Jiang Chong. After half a month of continuous scanning and replication, the data panel showed Galactic Force Gene, 100. The Star Gun Gene, 100. North Star War God Gene, 80. Spacetime Gene, 79. Solar Light, 95. Surprisingly, after Qi Lin, the second to reach 100 was Gu Xiaoluan, who shared a room with Jiang Chong, followed closely by Zhao Xian. It made sense, as living together increased replication efficiency. Although others hadn't reached the mark, they were not far from 100. Jiang Cheng's strength had surpassed the second generation, entering the ranks of third-generation warriors. He didn't adopt everything indiscriminately, but carefully selected the genetic advantages of each individual. For example, from Gu Xiaoluan's genes, he only took the essence, completely discarding the angel wings. Part sword control was sufficient for flying, and space-time overlap allowed him to walk on air, so there was no need for conspicuous features that might arouse suspicion. Similarly, from Zhao Xian's genes, he retained only the speed essence, foregoing the relatively mediocre physical strength. Hey, Brother Jiang, what are you up to? Zhao Xian strolled over to Jiang Chong, who was resting under a tree. It seems like the training doesn't affect you at all these days. We're all exhausted. Not much. Maybe I've just gotten stronger, and the current training intensity doesn't match my level anymore. Jiang Chong replied casually. Indeed, just looking at your appetite says it all, Zhao Xian noted while rubbing his chin. They consumed high-energy foods daily, and while an ordinary person could last over 30 hours on a piece of specially made beef jerky, Jiang Chong consumed it as a staple. By the way, Brother Jiang, Zhao Xian said somewhat sheepishly, I have a favor to ask. Determined not to fall behind, he mustered the courage to speak up. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. It's just something I've been thinking about. No problem if you can't help, Zhao Xian said, rubbing his hands together. I just think your moves look really cool and magical. All I do is run every day, and it's getting boring. I heard you're an online novelist. Could you help me come up with some moves that suit my abilities? Just some ideas, and I'll figure out the rest myself. Jiang Chong chuckled, understanding that young people were always drawn to such things. The level of damage was secondary. Looking cool was the key. Doubao? Adapt Jin 13's techniques into gun techniques. Okay, I've made the changes as requested. Here are the principles and training methods for the deadly 13 shots. First shot longing. Jiang Chong stood up under the large tree, his gaze falling on Zhao Xian. He slowly turned around, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. Since you're asking about this, you've come to the right person, Jiang Chong said with a slight smile. I have a set of spear techniques called the 13 Fatal Strikes. With your speed, you might be able to produce a different effect. Zhao Xian frowned slightly, intimidated by Jiang Cheng's presence, but still maintaining his rationality. In his understanding, Jiang Chong was indeed a master swordsman, adept at various mystical techniques. But when it came to spear techniques, he was skeptical. Jiang Chong chuckled, confidently asking with the help of AI provided information. Have you ever heard of the 13 Fatal Strikes? Never heard of it, Zhao Xian replied, momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. But the name sure sounds impressive. Let me borrow your spear. Jiang Chong extended his hand. Almost instinctively, Zhao Xian handed it over. Jiang Chong took the spear, and with a flick of his wrist, performed a beautiful flourish. This move left Zhao Xian completely awestruck. Longing and yearning, endless in measure. First strike yearning. The spearhead moved like a dragon, aiming straight for Zhao Xian's face, stopping abruptly just a centimeter from his forehead. Then, Jiang Chong withdrew the spear and continued with another move. How much affection in one night's longing. The ends of the earth are not far. Second strike heartbreak. Seeing is false, listening with the heart is true. Three-finger blind strike. Third strike blind dragon. A grain of the universe, a wanderer of the world. The moon like a hook, hard to part. Fourth strike romantic. Each move flowed seamlessly into the next. The 13 fatal strikes executed with a mesmerizing sharpness that captivated everyone, even without the aid of light or dark energy. By the time Jiang Chong stood with the spear at rest, a crowd, including Gu Xiaoluan, had gathered, all staring in awe. That was amazing, Zhao Xian exclaimed as he snapped out of his daze, then admitted in frustration. But I can't remember any of the moves. Jiang Chong stumbled slightly, his back to the crowd, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So what did you remember? I remembered the names of the moves. Zhao Xian scratched his head, then recited with rhythmic emphasis, a grain of the universe, a wanderer of the world, the moon like a hook, hard to part. Fourth strike romantic. His words immediately drew looks of disdain from the crowd. Brother Xian, Lu Chuang said exasperatedly. What's the use of just remembering the names? This isn't a game with voice-activated triggers. Cheng Yaowen chuckled good-naturedly. This kind of thing depends on talent. Even if someone is willing to teach, it depends on how much you can actually learn. That's right. A minute on stage takes 10 years of practice, someone added. Others' impressive skills come at a cost. It's just that we don't see it. Lin deeply understood this. Everyone noticed her exceptional marksmanship, but few realized the dedication she put in, practicing until her fingers trembled. She gently massaged her sore fingers, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. All right, let's wrap it up. Instead of spending time here, we might as well go back and get some rest, Lin said, waving his hand and turning to leave. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. It turned out he had obtained a solution from Debathe AI system could directly integrate the gun technique into their super genes. With just a bit of practice, it could be used effortlessly in battle, like pressing a button in a game. Jiang Chong quickly turned and approached Zhao Xian, lightly tapping his forehead. I know you can't learn it, so I'll just pass it on to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the complex gun technique data transformed into light and shadows, flashing in Zhao Xian's pupils. Upon closer inspection, a small figure could be seen practicing each move within his eyes. After a few breaths, Zhao Xian felt a slight swelling in his head, but had fully grasped the essence of the deadly 13 shots. Jiang, you're truly something else, like a cyber immortal. You've even got the empowerment technique down, he joked, grinning. All right, no more words. From now on, you're my sworn father. Despite his words, Zhao Xian clearly had no intention of kneeling. However, when he turned around, he found Lun and Lu Chuang already kneeling on the lawn. Sworn father, they called out in unison. I, Luni, Lu Chuang, sincerely seek to learn the ultimate skills to achieve greatness. Zhao Xian shook his head at the sight, while Jiang Chong was completely taken aback. I understand your enthusiasm, but I really don't know how to use your weapons. My skills just happen to resemble those of a sword immortal, but they're fundamentally scientific. You don't really think I'm a true sword immortal, do you? Isn't that the case? Lun and Lu Chuang replied in unison. Jiang Chong was momentarily speechless, his face slightly flushed. At that moment, he suddenly understood the joyful feeling Raina had when praised merely for her beauty. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Well, give me a moment to think. Suppressing a smile, he began consulting the AI. Dobao, please devise a mystical weapon usage method based on the genetic data of the power of the galaxy and the war god of Nuashing. For once, Dobao experienced a rare lag, displaying calculating 3 times in a row, something that had never occurred during any previous complex computations. Jiang Chong even sensed a hint of exasperation from the AI. Fortunately, the Supreme AI soon provided a comprehensive plan. For the power of the galaxy, it suggested emphasizing the characteristic of a heavy sword with no edge, great skill with simplicity, focusing on developing anti-void power, making each strike carry a silencing effect. It also recommended activating the core of the Void Greatsword, enhancing the armor-piercing effect to its peak with multiple identity verifications. As for the war god of Nuashing, the plan highlighted the unique status of axes in ancient weaponry. Considering Lu Chuang's excellent physical condition, it recommended prioritizing agility training and incorporating god-slaying power into each attack to form a cumulative effect of genetic disruption. All this information amounted to nearly 100,000 words, including detailed computational theories, force techniques, and training plans. Jiang Chong experienced a brief dizziness while receiving the information, quickly replaced by excitement. If these two could truly master the plan, future enemies would likely face significant challenges. How's it going, Jiang? Have you thought of a way? Lu Chuang asked, rubbing his hands, displaying rare shyness. You're in luck, I really do have a way. Jiang Chong replied, feigning profundity. Come on, stand ready and prepare to receive the empowerment from this sword immortal. In the following days of training, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xian, and Gu Xiaoluan began to reflect on their methods. Initially, Raina was dissatisfied with their approach, thinking they were too flashy, like children trying to run before they could walk. However, after careful observation, she realized that their seemingly chaotic training was not without purpose. Lu Chuang, in particular, seemed to be a generator of god-slaying power, emitting a faint red glow that even the keen-eyed Raina found unsettling upon contact. As for Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xian, Raina didn't notice anything particularly special. Nevertheless, Their techniques were a significant improvement over their previous street fighting style. Thus, she decided not to intervene further. Unbeknownst to her, these seemingly ordinary training methods were the most threatening. Gu Xiaoluan's Void Greatsword had already been cracked by Jiang Chong through AI. The decryption process was completed almost instantaneously after a comprehensive scan, allowing him to establish a series of identity verifications, including genetic, facial, vocal, and hidden information authentication. Missing any of these or not being Gu Xiaoluan himself would exponentially increase the computational effort required to crack it, making it nearly impossible. Now, with just a thought, Gu Xiaoluan could summon the sword's edge, but its full power had to be paired with the anti-void force to be maximized. Otherwise, even the ultimate judgment could easily be evaded. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, was no simple character. He combined his excellent speed and marksmanship, making his combat style almost ghostly. While he didn't have a significant speed advantage over close combat fighters like Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang, he could effortlessly take down fragile assassins. And this takedown wasn't a one-time event. It was complete and relentless. Jiang Chong smiled at Qilin and said, I don't know much about modern firearms, so these are the suggestions I can offer. Try them out, and if they don't help, come back to me for adjustments. Over the past few days, nearly everyone in the Xiongbing company had sought guidance from him, the deputy captain. The only ones who hadn't were Rose and Raina. Rose, due to her pride, believed Jiang Chong couldn't assist her with wormhole calculations. Raina simply dismissed it all, thinking herself strong enough to handle any problem with a single flare. If one wasn't enough, she'd use another, or even blow up a sun if necessary. After all, Raina considered herself one of the most catastrophic beings in the universe, and scarcely anyone dared challenge her. In her view, even angels would meet a grim fate if they crossed her, and she was definitely willing to pay the price for her beliefs. Her change in character stemmed from her gradual growth after Kisha's death in the showdown with Morgana. She realized that there are many types of power, and pure high output without adequate protection wouldn't hold up in king-level battles, often resulting in being easily crushed. Coincidentally, as the conversation drifted, Raina encountered a related issue. At that moment, Du Cao played a piece of information in front of her, displaying special energy fluctuations detected by Dino number 3. Old Du, what does this mean? Raina frowned, puzzled. Could it be an invasion by masters from other civilizations? But that didn't seem right either. The Gluttons were merely a space-faring civilization. Even though their master was the infamous death god, at this pre-war stage, it was unlikely they would send a strong force. After all, the angels were still in charge. Du Cao sighed, a tone of helplessness in his voice. Our Dino civilization has indeed fallen. With the means we have preserved, we cannot detect more information. This is the best we can do. He paused before continuing. That's why I wanted to ask for your opinion. Since the Gluttons abducted a beast warrior from Earth, we've kept a secret watch over China. Last night, a strange energy source appeared within the borders. Our analysis suggests this energy is at least on your level, if not stronger. What? You mean a god? Raina was astonished, her heart jolted. Du Cao nodded. Even though Panjin placed restrictions on you when you came out, your physical data is still that of a god. We can deduce that much, despite our outdated technology. Of course, Jiang Chong, with more genetic locks than you, is an exception. So, I wanted to ask your opinion. Which side do you think this god belongs to? Angels? The Styx? Or demons? Raina shook her head helplessly. This planet is really going through a turbulent time. The Gluttons alone are enough of a headache, and now there are others. Though I hate to admit it, the likelihood of it being demons is higher compared to the other two factions. Her tone carried a hint of anxiety. In that case, notify everyone to gather. We need to quickly come up with a plan, at least to avoid fighting on two fronts against the demons and the Gluttons. Otherwise, our already slim chances of victory might plummet even further. Soon after Du Cao finished speaking, the members of the Xiongbing company and some high-ranking officers gathered. Everyone engaged in tactical simulations concerning the possible enemy, while the think tank worked tirelessly. However, the results were less than satisfactory. They realized that even if the Xiongbing company grew rapidly, in a sudden war beyond their understanding, these super soldiers might not stand up to a single barrage of artillery. However, all of this was under the premise that conditions triggering nuclear war must not occur on their own soil. Otherwise, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that moment, Jiang Chong, who had been silent, finally recognized the plot. He was puzzled because in the original story, Morgana's appearance wasn't supposed to be observed by the Super God Academy until after the disappearance of Huang Village. He stopped delving into it further. Well, I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. I might have a strategy to resolve this. Jiang Cheng's words immediately caught everyone's attention. A veteran general from the think tank gestured for him to continue. Please go on. Jiang Chong hesitated for a moment before continuing. Actually, I've been puzzled by one question. Why are all our tactical simulations based on the possibility of a two-front war? What would be the impact on our homeland? Honestly, I haven't read many military books, and I don't know much about war strategies. But it reminds me of a classic anecdote. Divert the disaster to the east. The term caused a stir among the think tank, as some members were struck with realization but wanted confirmation. Could you elaborate? The old general asked. Jiang Chong smiled slightly and continued. I've heard that the international situation has been tense recently. The West, led by the US, has been trying to use island chains to suppress us, involving various troublesome entities like the Philippines, Japan, and South Korea. You have to wonder, if their own countries were plagued by demons during these times, could they handle it? The meeting concluded with no details revealed to the outside world, but one thing was certain. All the high-ranking officers who attended left with a glow of satisfaction, as if they had just watched an entertaining show. Even Dikao had to look at Jiang Chong with newfound respect. Once surprised by Jiang Cheng's strength and super genes, Dikao now saw his talent in controlling the tide of war as comparable to that of a seasoned warlord. Are you really confident about this? Dikao asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Walking alongside demons is no easy task. Even a third-generation god like Raina, after fully unlocking her powers, might not stand a chance against Morgana. It's said she once charmed the entire Kunsa with her charisma, and it seems her aura is inherently corrosive. Despite his admiration for Jiang Cheng's abilities, Dikao still harbored doubts. Jiang Chong smiled faintly, familiar with the unfolding plot and unfazed. Don't worry. I suspect the demons have no real interest in conquering territory. Such things hold no value for them. If they wanted, there are countless Earth-like planets in the universe to choose from. He continued his analysis. Based on your data, after losing the last war between angels and demons, Morgana might now be left without support. She needs people those who can carry and transform with Demon Genesto stage a comeback and find an opportunity to clash with the angels again. If that's the case, then which country's people aren't human? Dikao's thoughts raced. The little devils, flying monkeys, the stick nation, even the small countries beyond the great mountains, these people are inherently evil, making them ideal for demonic influence. Wait, you don't mean to. Dikao suddenly realized the terrifying plan. Jiang Chong smiled subtly and nodded. The Ryukyu Islands have always been our territory, and the flying monkeys borrowed Jingzhou. Do they really think they won't have to return it? The island nation and the stick nation are similar. 1,000 years ago, they seem to have submitted to us as tributary states. Our nation is inclusive, and after all this time, it's about embracing some new elements. He continued, domestically, there's an imbalance between men and women. The monkey women's skin is too dark for my taste, but the island and stick nations are acceptable. One emphasizes service, and the other has a strong sense of technology. I believe that after the demons ravage their lands, if given the chance, the people there would eagerly welcome our forces. And then what? Dikao pressed on, his warlike nature emerging, eager for more details. The problem with the demons is minor. After all, their demands aren't that great. But the gluttonous are too extreme in their ideology, pursuing death. The same approach might not work with them, right? Jiang Chong offered no further explanation. As if writing a novel, he simply stated, when the world has been divided for too long, it must unite. When it has been united for too long, it must divide. This could be an opportunity. If our strength is sufficient, the gluttonous could be harnessed to eliminate all heresies in the world. Then, even the god of death will become a god. With that, Jiang Chong turned and left, leaving Dikao stunned in place. When Dikao finally came to his senses, he couldn't help but think to himself how audacious the plan was. The thought of using the enemy's weapon to eliminate rivals while growing stronger under pressure swirled in his mind, as if he could already see a unified world. Through the crucible of war, this planet would eventually come under the rule of a single civilization. A genius. A true genius, he marveled to himself. People call me a war maniac, but in front of him, I pale in comparison. As night deepened, moonlight spilled onto the path. Jiang Chong and Raina walked side by side, the air between them charged with a hint of intimacy. Even the usually carefree Raina blushed. Is this really okay? Raina stammered. Jiang Chong turned to her with a puzzled look. I'm just asking you to spend some time alone with me to help develop the stellar drive genes. It's not like I'm asking for dual cultivation. What are you so excited about? Nonsense. Raina's expression changed instantly. I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. She explained. I meant, us walking alone together might lead to gossip. You wish, Jiang Chong teased. As the main god of the Raging Sun civilization, dual cultivation isn't something I'd consider. Oh, that's a relief. I guess I overthought it, Raina said, feigning a sigh of relief, which only made Raina's energy surge, tempted to unleash a solar flare on him. By now, the progress of copying the solar light genes had reached 98. With the complete genetic code of the galactic power, Jiang Cheng's potential had touched the third-generation god level. Although Gu Xiaoluan's abilities needed time to mature, Raina was already a third-generation god, and copying her complete data would be a powerful asset. Even if lacking divine resources prevented direct advancement, the disguise provided by the Dobao AI might even fool Morgana. This would allow him to negotiate as a god. More importantly, the advanced spacetime knowledge and fourth-generation god data Morgana possessed were his ultimate goals. Hey, Raina interrupted his thoughts. Weren't you going to have me help you with the stellar energy gene development? Are we doing this or not? Of course, we are, Jiang Chong nodded. I was just thinking about how to develop it. Let's start with basic theoretical formulas, and it would be great if you could show your insights on stellar drives. I think it would help me understand more deeply. Huh? Raina was taken aback. What kind of strange learning method is that? Why do I need to demonstrate? Without understanding the basics, if I just conjure something up, it'll be like gibberish to you. No. Jiang Chong shook his head firmly. You might know more about divine matters, but when it comes to cyber deities, you can't match me. In fantasy stories, geniuses have photographic memories. Even if they don't understand their opponent's techniques theoretically, they can deduce them from the moves. So, go ahead, show me your talent. Raina looked at this confident guy in front of her and couldn't help but think to herself, what a promising kid, but he's really out of his mind. Huang Village. The sun blazed overhead, with temperatures soaring to 39.5 degrees Celsius. The concrete ground in front of the village committee office was scorching hot, and a gentle breeze offered no relief from the heat. Jiang Chong sat leisurely on the steps, holding an iced Americano, his gaze thoughtfully scanning the village entrance. Beside him, Ajay, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses, was devouring an ice pop, sweat trickling down his temple. This was their third day stationed in Huang Village. I just don't get it. Ajay fidgeted restlessly. How can you be so sure a demon will show up here? Jiang Chong shrugged nonchalantly. Just a hunch. Besides, before we left, the old Taoist at Qingfeng Temple did a divination for us. The signs showed that the southwest direction was gathering dark energy, a sign of demonic presence. And to the southwest of here, there's only Huang Village. Divination? Ajay jerked in surprise, dropping his ice pop with a splat. He widened his eyes. Vice Captain Jiang Chong, I must seriously warn you. In a materialistic world, only science holds the answers. Using mysticism to explain something as serious as demons seems a bit frivolous, doesn't it? Jiang Chong set down his iced Americano and looked deeply at Ajay before gazing into the distant sky. I've never left Earth, so my understanding of the world might be limited, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong, he said slowly. I've read the Academy's material Shinha civilization ruled for 200,000 years, and the angel civilization has existed for 100,000 years. But what about civilizations before that? We don't know. But combined, that's 300,000 years, and neither the intelligent beings of Shinha nor others have discovered what lies beyond the known universe or the laws governing this world. He paused before continuing. Some say that if humanity could calculate pi to its end, it would prove the world is flat. Meaning, all randomness and coincidences are just conjecture. The time reversal formula would hold true, and the reality of this world would become a man-made game. What? What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with you using mysticism and divination? Ajay's forehead glistened with sweat. Hearing a rookie who had been in the super seminary for just half a month speak of such a world-altering theory unsettled him. Jiang Chong smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm just using it as an analogy. My point is, what if divination is a science too? Perhaps some of my ancestors in China discovered certain laws of this world and used divination formulas to predict future outcomes. So, mysticism might not be mysticism. It could be another form of materialism that science can't yet understand. Ajay's mind was struck by an epiphany. The phrase, mysticism is another form of science, echoing in his head. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it, so he let it go. Even if your twisted logic makes sense, there's still something I don't understand, Ajay said. Go on. Jiang Chong gestured for him to continue. Ajay looked down at himself, then back up at Jiang Chong. Do you think too highly of me? AGS said with a worried expression. If a demon really shows up here, can a weakling like me really make a difference? Wouldn't it be better to bring Raina? After all, she's the main god of the Sunstar. Even the demon Lord Morgana would have to show some respect. Jiang Chong smiled knowingly. Quite the opposite. Why would someone like Morgana, who has battled angels for tens of thousands of years, follow the rules? At their level, it's not just about comparing strength, it's about what piques their interest. The fact that she dares to challenge the cosmic overlord angels shows that rules don't bind them anymore. So, Ajay's eyes widened in realization. You want me to brag and catch her interest? In fact, that was exactly Jiang Cheng's plan. Although he had already replicated all of Raina's solar light genetic data and could have an AI simulate a similar body, it was ultimately just for show. Agia, on the other hand, was quite skilled in the art of bragging, which happened to be right up Morgana's alley. As the two debated, the sky suddenly split open with a mysterious light, and a micro wormhole rapidly expanded. A woman with mechanical wings and heavy smoky eye makeup emerged. It was Morgana. Her outfit might have been avant-garde in its time, but to Jiang Chong, it seemed a bit outdated. The elderly men and women outside the village committee were immediately drawn to this unusual visitor, casting curious glances her way. Oh my, young people these days dress so strangely. There's less fabric in that outfit than in my coat, an old woman remarked. What do you know? This is fashion, an old man nearby said, staring intently. Morgana scanned the area and quickly focused on a young man. She walked over gracefully and said with a hint of nostalgia, Otto, long time no see. The young man stammered, startled by the unexpected greeting. To him, not Otto, my name is. Before he could finish, Jiang Chong and Agia had already positioned themselves between him and Morgana like lightning. Agia smoothly pulled out a badge from his suit pocket. Ms. Morgana, welcome. We are from the Special Security Bureau of the Huaxia Ministry of Defense. This is our representative, Jiang Chong, codenamed Swordheart. Morgana was momentarily taken aback, then scanned Agia with dark energy, relieved to find he was just a second-generation Denon warrior. However, when she turned her scan to Jiang Chong, her pupils constricted. Unknown genes, unknown energy source, dark information unknown, body function data unknown. All data showed question marks. She had only encountered such a situation with Kisha before. It seems our guest has a unique way of saying hello, Jiang Chong said calmly, while subtly instructing the AI. Dobao, forcefully crack Morgana's genetic data. Make it as obvious as possible. The system began operating immediately. Dark information cracking progress 10, 13, 17. Demon gene data cracking 2, 6. Angel gene data cracking in progress. 4th generation god body data cracking progress. Morgana felt a chill run through her body and warily soared into the air. She stared down incredulously. Damn it. Who is this person? Why can they see through my dark information as easily as Kisha, and even crack other data? The villagers of Huang village were taken aback when they saw Morgana suddenly soar into the sky. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Several elderly individuals with gray hair dropped to their knees, bowing and chanting, a divine being has appeared. Meanwhile, the younger folks quickly pulled out their phones, aiming their cameras at the sky, eager to capture and share this rare sight on social media. This reaction perfectly illustrates the cultural differences between the Chinese and foreigners. When faced with supernatural phenomena, foreigners often instinctively flee, whereas the descendants of Yin and Huang maintain a unique curiosity, even wanting to capture the moment for posterity. Jiang Chong observed the chaotic scene with a slight frown. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he decisively snapped his fingers. An invisible force of anti-void energy spread out instantly, causing the surrounding onlookers to collapse into unconsciousness. Move these people to a shaded area. Jiang Chong instructed Agia beside him with an authoritative tone. It's too hot. We can't risk any accidents. Agia adjusted his sunglasses, silently grumbling. First, he was used as a laborer by the Du family, and now Jiang Chong was ordering him around. It felt like a thankless job. Nonetheless, he respectfully acknowledged the command with a yes, and began carrying out the task. After addressing the situation on the ground, Jiang Chong stepped into the air, as if climbing invisible steps, steadily approaching Morgana. This display caused Morgana to furrow her brows. Her opponent was using the principle of wormhole cycling, an area she excelled in. She couldn't help but wonder if this was a deliberate provocation. When they were at the same height, Jiang Chong unexpectedly extended his right hand with a friendly smile. You must be Liang Bing, the senior from Super God Academy, as recorded in the archives. I'm Jiang Chong, a junior of sorts. Senior? Junior. Morgana was momentarily taken aback. The long years had almost made her forget that she was once a part of the Super God Academy and even served as a mentor. I didn't expect the Super God Academy to still maintain such formidable strength, Morgana remarked thoughtfully. How did you find me? There's no way an old relic like Dino 3 could track me. We use methods more advanced than technology. Jiang Chong skillfully avoided providing a detailed explanation and instead proposed, rather than hovering here, why not find a place to talk? Since you mean no harm, I come with sincere intentions. Though Morgana remained somewhat wary, she understood that another opponent like Kisha couldn't possibly emerge in the known universe in such a short time. There must be other reasons why I can't see through the other person. Alright, I'm unfamiliar with this place anyway, so I could use a guide. Time flew by, and soon they were in the city center of Giant Gorge City, at the Wanda Square. Morgana had changed into ordinary clothes, holding a paper bag from a fast food chain in her left hand and a burger in her right. Next to her, Ajay handed her a cup of milk tea. Junior, you're quite polite, huh? I must say, although your technology here doesn't seem that advanced, the food is quite impressive. She looked at Jiang Chong with a teasing smile. Jiang Chong laughed and spread his hands. Haha, since you've traveled from afar, I must be a good host. We're just getting started. There are plenty of interesting things you'll surely enjoy. Morgana paused for a moment, her eyes brightening. Then, with a hint of playfulness, she said, You wanted to find a place to talk, but surely it's not just to eat and have fun, right? And, while these things are refreshing, you don't think I'm that easy to charm, do you? Her tone carried a hint of challenge. She had always felt that Jiang Cheng's goodwill wasn't so simple, sensing some ulterior motive behind it. This instinct had become second nature to her over her millennia of life experience. Jiang Chong didn't hide anything. Seeing her get straight to the point, he decided not to beat around the bush. Senior, through big data analysis, we've already deduced your purpose for coming to Earth this time, he said calmly, looking directly at Morgana. Morgana smiled slightly, responding coldly. Go ahead, since you're so sure. Jiang Chong smiled casually. You need people, or rather, someone who can carry the demon gene. You want to revive your demon army and restore your strength this way. Isn't that right? Morgana was momentarily stunned, speechless for a moment. Then, after a brief contemplation, she chuckled. That wasn't hard to guess. Jiang Chong nodded slightly and continued. In that case, do you want to accept our help? I think, having determined your goal, you should know that we only care about China. Morgana raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Jiang Chong continued. You need people. As long as you don't harm China, we're friends, just like we were brothers and sisters from the same academy. She paused, staring at him for a while with a look of disbelief. You agreed? Jiang Chong didn't say much more. He pulled out a world map from his bag, spread it out gently, and pointed to several regions. The non-monkey archipelago, Neon Island Nation, Stick Country, even the Western continent. Choose any territory you like. As long as you have the strength and patience, I have no objections, even if you take them all. He paused and added. But one thing, you can't destroy my territory, nor can you harm this planet. Upon hearing this, Morgana's previously clear and naive eyes turned bright, as if she had realized something. She suddenly reached out, tightly grasping Jiang Cheng's hand over the map. Now that's more like a brother. With such generosity, I won't hold back. She paused, then jokingly said, So, are you asking me to take care of that glutton for you? Don't worry, although Carl is a bit of a weirdo, he's just a loser. I can handle him easily. Unexpectedly, Morgana's attitude shifted so quickly. Jiang Chong laughed helplessly, though he felt a bit bitter. Once she got what she wanted, she didn't hesitate to betray Carl. The credibility of this alliance was almost zero. Jiang Chong shook his head, smiling awkwardly. Being allies with demons truly holds no trust. He thought to himself, if Carl knew all this, he'd probably just laugh it off. That said, he knew Carl was only after truth and Liangbing. Even if he knew, he might still hold on to his persistent feelings for Morgana. A negotiation that determined the fate of people outside of China was quietly finalized without their knowledge. Jiang Chong felt no burden about this because he had long seen through the true nature of countries worldwide. Friendship is merely a temporary mask. Interests are the eternal truth. Even Russia, which is now as close to China as sisters, once planned to use nuclear weapons against China. Therefore, Jiang Chong felt no remorse when acting against them, becoming even more ruthless. During the negotiation, Morgana seemed quite satisfied, and for a moment, Jiang Chong appeared more agreeable in her eyes. If it weren't for the hidden information and genetic data that she couldn't decipher, she might have considered forming a closer relationship with him, even bringing him into the demon group. However, Morgana never liked getting close to people she couldn't control, with Carl being the most obvious example. Once all the details were settled, the final agreement was that the people on the territory would belong to Morgana, while the territory itself would belong to Jiang Chong. As for future matters, they would be discussed later. Their current collaboration was limited to this. After confirming, Morgana initially planned to rush to her designated territory to resurrect her demon army. However, Jiang Cheng's warm hospitality kept her in China for 3 whole days. During this time, they enjoyed various activities like water rafting, roller coasters, visited famous sites and popular spots, and even indulged in foot massages, experiencing almost everything. When leaving, Morgana kept looking back, reluctant to part with the entertainment this land offered. Jiang Chong glanced at the A-replicated data. The demon gene replication was at 79. The angel gene replication was also at 79. The 4th generation divine body data replication was at 99. And the advanced micro-wormhole algorithm and spacetime theory conjecture replication was at 99.7. He thought to himself, if you're so reluctant, why not stay a couple more days? After all, you're already here, and it won't make a difference when you leave. Seeing the imperfect replication progress, Jiang Chong actually wished Morgana would stay longer. Well, I've learned a saying here in the past few days. Indulging in pleasures leads to ruin. You're not bad, kid. I'll keep the promise I made to you. Morgana left with a somewhat begrudging tone, but ultimately turned and left China. As she stepped away from this paradise, she sighed with relief, took out a mirror, and saw her unadorned appearance, reminiscent of her demon self. In just 3 days, I've been worn out by indulgence, looking so haggard. This kid's got some deep schemes, thinking he could corrupt me with food and entertainment? Huh. Little does he know that a sparrow cannot understand the ambition of a swan. Morgana confidently smiled, revealing that some peculiar knowledge had indeed seeped into her mind over the past few days. Then, she reverted to her demon guise, convinced she had deduced Jiang Cheng's true intentions, and felt relieved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Chong and Ajia also breathed a sigh of relief after finally sending off the great demon. Ajay, don't ask me to do this again, Jiang Chong said wearily. There are plenty of people willing to be the workhorse. It doesn't have to be me. You wish there'd be a next time? Ajay retorted with a cold chuckle, rubbing his sore shoulders. After acting for 3 days, I feel like I've exhausted all my acting skills. By the way, can we get reimbursed for the money spent over these 3 days? Jiang Chong paused, surprised. Aren't you a writer? Shouldn't you be well off enough not to care about this? That's different. Business is business. I shouldn't have to spend my own money to help the organization. You can get reimbursed, but did you get the receipts? Ajay was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the meeting room was electric. When news of Jiang Cheng's successful plan arrived, a thunderous cheer erupted. Du Cao stood among the crowd, watching Jiang Chong and Ajay on the screen with a satisfied smile. Young, and with both courage and wit, not simple at all, Lien Feng mused. Indeed impressive, but I'm still curious how his hidden computer managed to simulate divine aura without being detected by the other side. Actually, Jiang Chong is right, Du Cao responded calmly. Science isn't the whole truth, and mysticism isn't entirely without merit. Thousands of years of history in Huaxia show that whenever the nation is in peril, someone destined to save the day appears. Perhaps his appearance is no coincidence. In the following days, a supernatural disaster swept across neighboring countries like a tidal wave. The Philippines, Japan, Korea, the Triangle region, and India all reported the emergence of terrifying demons. These grotesque creatures indiscriminately attacked pedestrians, and their injuries were highly contagious, causing victims to mutate quickly. Countries reacted differently. Korea claimed the demons came from the abyss. Japan earnestly prayed for the intervention of Amaterasu. India even brought out ancient temple artifacts. However, in the face of this disaster, only modern weapons could barely hold the line. World leaders urgently called for international aid. As the global police, the United States immediately dispatched a carrier group to intervene. But before they could take action, Florida, Hawaii, Washington, and other places had already fallen. In this global catastrophe, only Huaxia remained untouched. As the mastermind behind it all, Jiang Chong watched the international news with a smirk on his lips. It's not chaotic enough yet. I hope the Taotai can step up and achieve something soon. Boom. A fierce burst of fire erupted in the special training ground, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder as an intense and heated combat drill was underway. The two teams, red and blue, were locked in fierce competition. The red team was comprised of Lu Chuang, Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, and their chief commander Jiang Chong. Meanwhile, the blue team was led by Rose, Qilin, Rumingming, the traitor Gu Xiaoluan, and their commander Raina. Why does the blue team get an extra member? Lu Chuang grumbled, leaning on his large axe behind cover. Gu Xiaoluan betrayed us for a pretty face. And to make it worse, they say it's to balance Raina's power, but this is just unfair. Zhao Xian shook his head in agreement. Yeah, it's always me they target. You say you're in a tough spot, but at least I can retaliate a bit. With your weapon as big as Guan Gong's blade, how can you dodge Qilin's devilish wormhole sniping? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Lu Chuang was still fuming. Where are those guys? We're in this mess, and they're not backing us up? Just then, Jiang Cheng's voice cut through their private communication channel. Yaowen got knocked out. He's probably still out cold. As for me, I'm infiltrating the enemy camp solo. As Jiang Chong finished speaking, the blue team's area suddenly erupted in flames. With a long sword slicing through the air, Jiang Chong charged into the enemy's stronghold with 24 dark alloy swords, activating a complex cyber formation. Dobao, Jiang Cheng's voice came through again. I need you to help design a sword formation incorporating stellar drive energy, anti-void force, and high-frequency micro-wormhole computation. Here's the framework. 1. Beyond visual range lock-on. Utilize quantum entanglement and dark matter wave detection to break through spacetime limits, preemptively capturing target energy fluctuations and positions for precise enemy targeting. 2. High-frequency micro-wormhole computation core. Integrate quantum computing and string theory to process massive data instantly, monitoring and adjusting the formation's operation in real time. 3. Energy system. Employ stellar drive energy, using quantum resonance to harness energy from stars, coupled with energy collection algorithms to maximize operational efficiency. The AI processed the design with remarkable efficiency, and within minutes, Jiang Chong expanded the power of the sword formation across the entire blue battlefield using his 24 dark alloy swords. While he soared through the air, Qilin, hidden in the forest, found herself suddenly locked on by a flying sword aimed between her brows. Rumingming, wielding a large blade and roaming the area, turned around only to be confronted by 3 gleaming flying swords. She barely had time to react as the air around her seemed to freeze, the sword light restricting her movements to the limit. Rose, as usual, used micro-wormholes to dodge, but Jiang Cheng's formation was too complex for her techniques. Despite her skills, The intricacy of the formation trapped her within a web of swords. The worst off was Xiaoluan. Rather than being given special treatment, he was completely isolated outside the sword formation. He stood in a silent wasteland, utterly alone. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he turned to find Lu Chuang, and Zhao Xian had quietly appeared by his side. Well, Xiaoluan, didn't expect you'd have your day. Lu Chuang laughed, raising his hefty axe. You were all cocky with your numbers just now. Come on, let's have a little spar. Zhao Xian gripped his spear tightly, chuckling coldly. Think you can escape today? Lu Chuang leaped high into the air, his massive axe drawing a fierce arc as it aimed straight for Huashan. However, Zhao Xian was even quicker, his fifth spear strike, unparalleled, descending like lightning with immense force. Gu Xiaoluan hastily raised his heavy sword to block, but the overwhelming impact drove his knees into the ground. Come on, Xian Yi, Chuangzi, Gu Xiaoluan said with a frown and a helpless expression. This is a prearranged drill lineup. We're each fighting for our own side, but the outcome isn't up to us. Why go all out? The two ignored him. Stop with the nonsense. Lu Chuang snapped. If we're fighting for our sides, then we must see who's superior. At that moment, Cheng Yaowen suddenly emerged from a pile of rocks nearby, a giant hand appearing out of nowhere to firmly trap Gu Xiaoluan. Seeing her side at a disadvantage, Raina disregarded the previous agreement not to intervene, gracefully leaping onto the high platform of the rock pile. Hey, that's enough, she shouted angrily at Jang Chong. Using your hidden computing power to bully people, huh? Let's see if you can handle my solar flares. Before she finished speaking, dozens of high-energy light balls whizzed towards Jiang Chong. He quickly reacted, sword chi shield. A ripple appeared out of thin air, dimming the surrounding solar radiation for a second. The formula for the sword chi shield enveloped him like a protective barrier, and Raina's attack only exploded into a brilliant display in the air, failing to breach Jiang Cheng's defenses. Weren't you supposed to take on Gu Xiaoluan without getting involved directly, just directing? Jiang Cheng reasoned. By doing this, you've broken the rules, and that means you've already lost. Raina was unfazed and summoned the Shield of Dawn and Blade of Dawn. Enough talk. Gu Xiaoluan is useless. I'm giving him back to you. Can you just not intervene? Jiang Cheng was momentarily speechless. Without his intervention, even 10 Guz Islands wouldn't make a difference. The gap between second-generation warriors and third-generation gods was as vast as that between humans and dogs. Stop, stop, stop. If that's the case, how about we just say you win? Jiang Cheng said, exasperated. He finally understood that the mixed-gender teams couldn't win. Men would shrug off a loss, but women would insist on settling the score. Too late, Raina yelled. Winning doesn't matter now. I just want you dead. A barrage of attacks rained down like a storm. Raina abandoned all technique, relying solely on instinct to vent. Forced to defend constantly, Jiang Cheng was not without options. Since copying everyone's genes and acquiring Morgana's knowledge, his power was godlike, albeit lacking the physical hardware. He had been on the defensive because his trump cards were rather impolite. Whether it was the power of anti-void combined with the god-slaying sword Qi, or the 13th sword's sea-cleaving strike with long-range lock-ins and high-frequency wormhole calculations, they were all nearly impossible to defend against and could easily turn an opponent into a sieve. Hey, Jiang Cheng sighed. Doubao, how's the research on the void engine I mentioned last time? Faced with Reina's fierce assault, Jiang Cheng found himself in a tricky situation. His usual roguelike tactics were proving ineffective, especially when dealing with his own allies. However, this predicament sparked his creativity, recalled Gu Xiaoluan's special ability, ambition. While maintaining an energy shield to fend off Reina's attacks, Jiang Cheng contemplated improvements in his mind. He identified clear shortcomings in Gu Xiaoluan's ambition, low computational frequency, insufficient range, and subpar performance in real combat. He aspired to develop a more powerful AI stabilizer that could conceptually suppress any future adversaries. Reality, however, quickly dampened his enthusiasm. Data was severely lacking. Allowing Doubao to grow autonomously was feasible, but the process was lengthy and unpredictable. After some thought, he decided to temporarily shelve the plan. According to the timeline, he would soon meet Angel Yin. Perhaps by studying her secondary biological engine at the genetic level, he could obtain crucial data. If that failed, there was always Hua Yi as a backup target. To Jiang Cheng, these formidable opponents were just experience-giving NPCs. As long as they couldn't deliver a fatal blow, they were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. Eventually, Raina showed signs of fatigue, panting heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Cheng withdrew his shield and coughed lightly, saying, "Impressive. You truly are the greatest main god of the Liang civilization. Among the gods I've faced, I would call you the strongest." This unexpected compliment stirred something in Raina, but she maintained her prideful demeanor. Humph. Let me tell you, as long as I'm around, you'll always be just a vice captain. Your energy shield was well constructed, but only because I wasn't serious. Otherwise, a slightly larger energy flare would be enough to obliterate you. She smirked. You've got a lot to learn about god-level combat, kid. Jiang Chong suddenly found this proud woman somewhat charming. He changed the subject, asking, really? Impressive. By the way, isn't it time for lunch? Raina pretended to ponder for a moment. Permission granted. The people trapped below in the sword formation finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. As super soldiers, their energy consumption was indeed much higher than that of ordinary people, requiring timely replenishment. Only when they reached the divine body level could they break free from their dependence on food. This was the drawback of genetic engineering compared to mechanical engineering. Until achieving higher level evolution, living beings couldn't match the stability of machines. At the dining table, the conversation was lively despite the abundance of food. Zhao Xian inexplicably brought up whether Shinna genes affect attractiveness, while Lu Chuang was more direct, asking everyone who they thought was the prettiest girl in the team. The question was quite sharp, instantly freezing the previously harmonious atmosphere at the girls' table. Everyone perked up their ears, pretending to focus on their meals while their eyes darted between the speakers. Lu Chuang spoke first, complimenting both Xiangwei and Raina on their outstanding figures. Zhao Xian immediately agreed, but made it clear he preferred Raina. Cheng Yaowen just chuckled foolishly, his eyes flickering, clearly having his own thoughts but unwilling to voice them. Gu Xiaoluan's reaction was the most obvious whenever the topic involved Xiangwei. His gaze would unconsciously drift towards her, as if under some spell he couldn't resist. Jiang Chong shook his head at this, thinking that while Xiangwei was excellent, she wasn't exactly breathtaking. He attributed Gu Xiaoluan's behavior to the blindness of first love, especially for someone inexperienced with the world. Jiang Gu, who do you think is the prettiest? Zhao Xian suddenly directed the question to Jiang Chong. Huh. Jiang Chong was caught off guard. Zhao Xian patiently explained. We're discussing who is the prettiest among the girls in our team. Right now, Raina and Xiangwei each have 2 votes. You're the tiebreaker. Can I opt out? Jiang Chong instinctively wanted to avoid this sensitive topic. But the more he tried to evade it, the more enthusiastic the others became. Even Xiangwei and Raina looked on with curiosity. All right then. Jiang Chong reluctantly put down his chopsticks. I think Meng Meng is blessed, and Qilin is easy to get along with. His words plunged the table into an awkward silence. Zhao Xian couldn't help but press. Is that all? Jiang Gu, you're a writer. Your vocabulary shouldn't be so limited. Jiang Chong set down his utensils and replied seriously. Do you want me to say that Xiangwei's eyes are like ancient ice, colder than the moon palace? Or that Raina exudes a noble aura, as dazzling as sunlight? Or perhaps praise Meng Meng for being as pure as the first spring flower, and Qilin's smile as captivating as a kingdom? He paused briefly before continuing. Flowery language can seem insincere. Remember that night on the airport road, when facing the vanguard of the gluttonous army, a girl stood shoulder to shoulder with gods, raising her weapon in defiance of fear. In that moment, under the silent night sky, she was stunningly beautiful. His words left everyone deep in thought. After a while, Cheng Yaowen broke the silence. Well said, but maybe don't say it again. Yeah, Gu Xiaoluan chimed in. You make us sound useless. Zhao Xian also lamented. Now I feel my pursuit of beauty has been too shallow. Only Lu Chuang looked puzzled, not fully understanding, but pretending to be thoughtful to avoid standing out. What about Airport Road? Is there a girl so stunning she's like a thunderclap? Raina's voice was full of curiosity as she gazed intently at Jiang Chong, clearly intrigued by this unexpected topic. Rui Mingming shook her head in confusion. I don't even know where Airport Road is. Xiangwei stayed silent, keenly observing Qilin's reaction. At that moment, Qilin's cheeks had turned a shade of red, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a rare look of fluster. But this fluster seemed less from being moved and more from being caught off guard by such a straightforward compliment. While everyone was still absorbed in Jiang Chang's surprising, honest statement, his private communication line suddenly buzzed at it was a call request from Du Cao. Jiang Chong, there's an emergency. Are you available? Du Cao's tone carried a hint of urgency. I guess. I'm available, Jiang Chong replied vaguely, quickly calculating the plot's progression in his mind at this point. It should be the phase where angels arrive and Sun Wukong makes his appearance, so Du Cao reaching out likely meant trouble. Sure enough, Du Cao got straight to the point. An angel has appeared. She claims to be the left-wing guard of the King of Gods, Holy Kisha, and wants to have a face-to-face discussion with us about the gluttonous invasion. Initially, we planned to send Raina, but after consideration, the higher-ups felt her identity was too sensitive to represent Huaxia. So, this task falls to you. Jiang Chong paused. Isn't it inappropriate for me to handle this? There are so many experienced leaders. In reality, Jiang Chong was eager for the task. Angel Yin held something he desperately needed. Success would mean immediate ascension. Even failure would fill in large data gaps. But in situations like this, it was crucial not to appear too eager. Revealing too much intent could be quite dangerous. Du Cao chuckled softly. You're young, and while your abilities are commendable, your understanding of cosmic affairs is still growing. Many powerful civilizations think differently from us. Just like Galaxy's power, Guzailu, no matter how weak he is, as long as he holds that title, the cosmic gods only recognize him. The same goes for angels. Not just anyone can meet them. Besides, your genes possess a strong deceptive quality, perfect for concealing certain issues. The more we hide in this language game, the greater our chances. Got it, I understand. Jiang Chong rolled his eyes. So, like the previous plan with the demons, I'm supposed to accompany the angel? Exactly. Du Cao's tone was slightly awkward. All right, I can do it, Jiang Chong retorted. But it's starting to feel like I'm becoming a companion escort anyone who comes. I have to accompany them. He then added, let Ajia know there's work to be done. Don't worry, Du Cao assured. I anticipated you'd say that. That kid, I warned him a long time ago, but I didn't expect his resistance to be even stronger than yours. The training for the Super Soldier Legion has been going on for quite some time, and I've arranged for a midterm exam teacher for them. I'm having Raina lead the team to test it out, to see if there are any shortcomings. This way, we can make adjustments in our upcoming plans. Hearing this, Jiang Chong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, having Raina lead the team to find Sun Wukong for an exam, wouldn't that just escalate things? But he couldn't directly point out this flaw. The literature of the Super God Academy recorded that 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Way oppressed the realm, and the Divine Monkey fought against the heavens. In that battle, several cities in the East Sea were destroyed by the Heavenly Way, turning to ashes, causing countless civilian casualties and bodies strewn everywhere. However, Du Cao insisted on playing mysterious, and Jiang Chong could only silently endure, unable to directly state that he knew the examiner was Sun Wukong. He sighed deeply, thinking that it would be best if you informed them yourself, as he couldn't bring himself to say it. After finishing, Jiang Chong hung up the communication, consoling himself that conflicts always exist, and it's better to address them sooner rather than later. Perhaps discovering them early could lead to early solutions, preventing future problems. Shortly after, Raina also received a communication request from Du Cao. When she learned that the examiner was the legendary great sage equal to heaven, surprisingly, she didn't hesitate. Instead, she seemed eager, as if anticipating something. Jiang Chong saw this, and understood that having her lead the team probably had other implications. In any case, it temporarily had nothing to do with him, so he left the dining hall and returned to his dorm to tidy up his outfit. Soon after, he found Ajia at the gate of the Super God Academy. Let's go? Thanks to you. I have to play the fool again this time. Ajia complained as he stepped on the gas. Jiang Chong shrugged. Don't blame me, blame Du Cao. You think you're the only one who doesn't want to get involved in this mess. I felt completely dumbfounded when I heard we'd have to go through this plot again. But fortunately, this time might not be as troublesome as with Morgana, since angels are more reasonable. Moreover, they need something from us. They need something from us? Ajia asked, puzzled. Exactly. The mighty cosmic overlord angels. What could they possibly need from us? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow and continued. It's nothing but the demons. You don't think they came to Earth just for the gluttons, do you? Ajia immediately understood. It seems we have to hide the fact that we've been in contact with Morgana. Otherwise, if we're labeled as accomplices, we might end up with not only the gluttons, but also angels as enemies. That would truly be catastrophic. Haha, don't be too pessimistic. As they say, when you owe a lot, you don't worry. When you have a lot of lice, you don't itch. Maybe we can even gain a substantial amount of resources by betraying Morgana, Jiang Chong said, the curve of his mouth rising as he secretly plotted an evil plan. Ajia was startled. Whoa, don't do anything crazy. You wouldn't be thinking? Congratulations, you guessed it. Jiang Chong replied with a smile. No, 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 don't. If you do this, you'll end up being mortal enemies with Morgana. Ajia was intimidated. Jiang Chong was just too reckless. Doing this was akin to dancing on the edge between several god-level forces, practically courting death. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chong leaned back in his seat, stretching lazily. We're going to meet the angels to discuss the glutton problem, which concerns Earth's future. Since they've already come to Earth, they'll inevitably find traces of Morgana. So, whether we betray Morgana or not, the outcome won't change. Moreover, if something goes wrong on Morgana's side, she'll suspect us anyway. So rather than getting blamed for nothing later, we might as well own it, and at least gain something in return. Ajai's car sped along the winding mountain roads outside of Juxiao City with incredible speed, executing a long-lost maneuver known as the drainage ditch turn. As he overtook one vehicle after another, they disappeared into the distance behind him. Neither the furious road rage drivers nor the elite heirs in their Ferraris could keep up with him. Finally, at a sharp bend, he veered onto a dirt road leading into the mountains. In a heartbeat, the vehicle hurtled towards the mountain. Unexpectedly, the mountain was not real, but an expertly camouflaged facade. Inside, the mountain had been hollowed out to reveal a massive military base. Jiang Chong and Ajai switched vehicles again, boarding a helicopter bound for the South Sea military base. I just don't get it. Was it really necessary to switch rides? Couldn't we have flown directly from the Super God Academy to the South Sea? Jiang Chong asked, puzzled, as they disembarked. Ajay adjusted his sunglasses, his expression unchanged. Military zones require proper protocol. Besides, the nearest military aircraft is at the mountain base we just passed. So, that route was actually the most direct and efficient. Fine, seems like a lot of unnecessary hassle. Jiang Chong scoffed, but said no more. Guided by the staff, they passed through the base gates and soon met the waiting angels. Inside the conference room, a long table had seats only at its ends. Angel Yin sat in a swivel chair, and as she turned gracefully, her sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Chong and Ajay, her gaze piercingly intense. Jiang Chong stepped forward confidently, pulling out a chair and sitting down, meeting her gaze heated. Ajay hesitated, noticing a small stool beside him. He sat on it without drawing attention, though his lower position made him seem somewhat awkward. This unexpected awkwardness slightly marred Jiang Cheng's otherwise composed demeanor. What was once in equal footing now appeared slightly comical due to Ajay's lower seating. Angel Yin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Her laughter prompted the others, including Azui and Lingxi, to smile. She looked at Jiang Chong, teasing, "You earthlings are quite amusing. It seems humor comes naturally to you." She then stood up, waving her hand lightly, a smile still on her lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin, the left wing of the king, an angel. I apologize for interrupting your journey. You wouldn't happen to." Her words were cut off as Jiang Chong raised his hand, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. "No need to elaborate on your intentions. I'm already aware. Let's skip the trivialities and get straight to the point," Jiang Chong said, his tone calm, yet assertive. Angel Yin paused, surprised by Jiang Cheng's directness. A slight frown crossed her face. "Interrupting others is quite impolite, but since you're just a kid, I'll let it slide," she said with a sly smile, a glint of mischief in her eye, as white light flickered in her pupils. It seemed she was attempting to use some method to access Jiang Cheng's hidden information and data, aiming to gain the upper hand. Jiang Chong sighed, his gaze shifting slightly toward her, feeling a sense of resignation. He disliked how these superpowered beings often tried to pry into others' secrets. Such behavior was considered highly disrespectful, especially when dealing with someone more powerful, akin to digging one's own grave. However, as Angel Yin attempted to read Jiang Cheng's personal data, she unexpectedly encountered severe disorientation. In that moment, she completely lost her composure, a rare occurrence in her 7,000-year career as a warrior. With the most advanced AI on his side, anyone trying to uncover Jiang Cheng's secrets would have to think twice. Even Morgana couldn't see through him, let alone an angel at the pinnacle of third-generation warriors like Yin. "Sister, it seems you didn't manage to read anything, did you?" Jiang Chong said. "Since that's the case, let me give it a try." Jiang Chong was waiting for this opportunity. Since the other party was impolite first, he had a reason to forcibly decipher their genetic data. He secretly commanded Doubao, "Go for it." Detected 36 layers of encryption blocking dark information. Detected Angel Gene Thunder God, encryption blocking 72 layers. Detected a special instruction with holy coding in the dark plane computer, suspected subbiological engine. Detected, Jiang Chong ordered. "Ignore the rest. Focus on scanning and copying the special instruction of the holy coding, but no need to forcibly decode it. Bypass the block." When Jiang Chong heard about the subbiological engine, his eyes lit up instantly. However, he remained rational. For other things, forcibly cracking them was enough to serve as a deterrent, but anything involving the subbiological engine must not be exposed. Otherwise, even if Sister Chioku is still alive, Jiang Chong has no doubt that if he touches this taboo, the other party would descend upon Earth immediately. After doing all this, he returned to the meeting room. Almost at the moment the forced cracking began, Angel Yan's face changed dramatically. "What have you done to me?" she exclaimed, instinctively covering her chest with her hand, though it couldn't hide anything. Jiang Chong smiled. "Just as you thought. To ensure an equal footing for negotiation, faced with your previous arrogance, I might need to give a little warning. Fortunately, it seems I did quite well. You seem surprised." "Damn it, how audacious." Achue, standing beside Angel Yen, was furious. She summoned her flaming sword, and with a swing, whipped up a fierce wind directed straight at Jiang Chong. Although Lingxi said nothing, his actions mirrored hers. Ajia, sitting on a small stool, swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. What's going on here? Wasn't this supposed to be less dangerous than the encounter with Morgana? How did it escalate to this? Hey, calm down, everyone, let's cool off. We've just met. There's no need for this. Ajia tried to mediate and stabilize the chaotic situation. However, Angel Yen, feeling offended, showed no intention of stopping her subordinates. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, thinking, so they want to test me, huh? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a hum, his eyes flickered with a chilling glow. The anti-void force, like a giant hand, enveloped the two female angels. Then, he made a sword gesture, causing the surrounding space to ripple. In an instant, dark alloy flying swords surrounded the two angels. The swords emitted a fierce and blinding red light, and a murderous aura filled the entire meeting room. Stop! What are you trying to do? Are you provoking the angels? Yin shouted, slamming the table and standing up, surrounded by thunder. It seemed the situation was about to escalate, and Agia was ready to call for backup. After all, this was their territory. They couldn't be bullied on their own turf, right? But to everyone's surprise, the next moment, Jang Chong snapped his fingers, and the chaos subsided into tranquility. He withdrew his methods and simultaneously used the anti-void force to temporarily calm the three opposing individuals, forcing them to be peaceful. I've heard that angels uphold justice, walking the earth to save humanity. I thought your ideals were beyond my understanding. But now, I don't know what justice truly is. Judging by the impression you just gave me, you're merely bullies who prey on the weak. Agia, show them out. Jiang Cheng's words thundered in everyone's ears. Angel Yin and her group looked conflicted. Not only had they failed to gain the upper hand in the confrontation, but now they were being openly disparaged, a treatment they found hard to swallow. Especially for Agia, who was deeply frustrated. If not for his sunglasses, his anxious eyes would have betrayed his true thoughts. You show off, fine, but why drag me into it? First, you show off your skills, then you expect me to see them out. Who among them can I possibly handle? He grumbled to himself. Jiang Chong ignored everyone's reactions and headed towards the door. Just as his fingers were about to touch the doorknob, Angel Yin finally broke the silence. Hold on. Jiang Chong paused, but did not turn around. What else do you need? Angel Yin frowned, her mouth twitching. Don't push your luck. I've visited countless cosmic civilizations beyond Earth, even God-level ones, yet I've never met anyone who defies expectations like you. Although my earlier actions were somewhat rash, they were my own, and I'm willing to apologize. However, if you walk out that door now, there will be no further negotiations between us. Her words were well-crafted, highlighting her strength and status, admitting fault, and issuing a warning. Truly the wisdom of a 7,000-year-old angel. Jiang Chong coughed softly, turned around with lightning speed, leaving an afterimage. Though I didn't understand much of what you said, ending it like this does seem too abrupt. Agia, find seats for the two lovely angels. Agia quickly complied, bringing in two small stools. At this moment, he wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Che and Lingxi also looked at the simple stools with clear discomfort. Let me be direct. Angel Yin dropped the pleasantries, her expression serious. Your planet is about to face a disaster beyond its capacity. The Styx gluttons are coming in force, with vassal forces like the Wolf civilization in tow. Though they're only cosmic civilizations, with Deathcarl support, this war carries significance far beyond appearances. Not to mention other hidden forces and the sunlight schemes set in motion a millennium ago. We angels stand for justice and offer to protect the weak. We can help you fight this war, but you must embrace the angels. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I don't quite understand. What exactly do the angels gain from this? And what does it mean to embrace the angels? Angel Yin chuckled softly. It seems like two questions, but in truth, it's just one. Your understanding of justice is quite narrow, but I don't blame you. We angels are considered the strongest force known in the universe, and our king is referred to as the king of gods. Basic justice involves punishing evil and upholding good, protecting others, while a more profound justice is about safeguarding the universe and maintaining order. We believe that all conflicts stem from power and weapons. By limiting these, the grievances and wars among people won't spread too far. For this cause, all angels are willing to sacrifice their lives. Embrace the angels, and we will protect your Earth. You won't need to develop more destructive weapons, just live your lives well. After these words, Jiang Chong remained silent for a long time. In this universe, without the presence of angels, indeed, order might be chaotic. The strong fear the stronger, so they choose to wield their blades against the weaker, and once they become powerful, they continue to challenge the strong. This jungle law of the universe is reminiscent of the ancient times when the way of heaven oppressed. The justice the angels speak of, in simple terms, is to curb the development of all sides, thereby using absolute power and rule to prevent the universe from descending into chaos. From this perspective, they are not wrong, especially with that statement. All angels are willing to sacrifice their lives for this. They are great, but they are too extreme. Chinese traditional culture once said, anything taken to an extreme will reverse its course. Even without knowing the plot, Jiang Chong seems to foresee that this concept of justice and order will ultimately lead to its downfall. Justice has disrupted too many people's interests. Once another force capable of rivaling the angels emerges, it will be like the end of a dynasty. A single misstep, and the world will rebel. This is probably why, in the original work, Kisha was always seeking change. If she doesn't die, justice will never waver in the hearts of these stubborn little angels, and they will eventually perish with justice. Justice is great. 17,000 years, truly a struggle. After understanding the issue, Jiang Chong couldn't help but murmur in admiration. But these words reached Angel Yan's ears, causing her to frown slightly. Because Angel, Yin could see an expression of regret on Jiang Cheng's face. What do you mean by this? Do you agree or disagree? Angel Yin pressed on. Jiang Cheng calmly shook his head. Before I answer your question, I have a question for you. What do you think of the civilization of Huaxia? Angel Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the gilded armor, pondering for a long while before speaking. This civilization's contradictions are beyond imagination. War seems to have always been its shadow. From the descent of the Blackbird leading to the rise of the Shang, the Western Zhou's oath at my establishing supremacy, the Zhou king's enfeoffment of vassals sparking the spring and autumn and warring states' century-long disputes. The Qin Empire's sweeping unification, followed by 2,000 years of cycles of division and reunification, continuing into modern times. Other civilizations might not experience such intense warfare in tens of thousands of years, yet your history seems to be on fast forward. She suddenly paused, her amber eyes rippling. But what does this have to do with my question? Jiang Cheng's slender fingers grasped the porcelain tea cup, the aroma of tea wafting upward. He sipped lightly, a chuckle escaping his throat. Of course it matters. Humanity inherently fears darkness, but constantly pursues light. In Western mythology, Prometheus dared the wrath of the heavens to steal fire. Yet our ancestors scorned the gifts of gods. Swearing clan personally drilled wood to tame fire with mortal hands. When a great flood ravaged the land, Noah sought refuge in the ark, praying for divine protection, whereas Ardu wielded a plow, passing his home 3 times without entering, carving waterways through the floodwaters. He placed the teacup heavily on the table, producing a clear sound. For thousands of years, how many barbarian forces coveted this land? Xiongnu cavalry, Khitan warriors, Mongol archers? Yet, each time, they returned defeated. Now, it's merely a new group of armored outsiders. Why do you presume that this land, which birthed legends like Jingwei filling the sea and Xing Tian dancing with axe and shield, would easily bow to fate? Jiang Cheng's words were like thunder, each sentence reflecting the unyielding spirit and backbone of this nation. The 5,000 years of history have been vast and majestic, like the rolling waters of a river rushing eastward. How many heroes have met their fate on this land? There has never been a shortage of mortals who stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine here. And there's another important reason. Just when it seemed Jiang Chong had finished speaking, he continued. Angel, for 17,000 years, you've considered others. This time, let's do it ourselves. His words were quite vague, and Angel Yin couldn't comprehend them, assuming it was just an excuse to refuse protection. She thought to herself, fine. I expected this outcome. Since you have your own ideas, we won't impose. Farewell. Angel, Yin said in a traditional Chinese farewell manner. Jiang Chong stood up, gestured with his hand, and smiled. You've come from afar, and I didn't welcome you properly. Now we're parting so soon. Forgive my rudeness. Let me see you off. Then he looked at Jia and commanded. Go. Bring some of our local specialties for our friends who are about to leave. Jia looked puzzled. What local specialties? We didn't prepare anything in advance. Jiang Chong shook his head, forcefully bypassing his encrypted communication channel. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose. Just grab some food and drinks. Jia twitched slightly. They're angels. Will they even appreciate these things? Jiang Chong was unfazed. Who cares if they appreciate it? Angels have vast resources. Surely they understand the custom of exchanging gifts? We give them something we don't mind parting with, and they can give us some resources they don't care about. We won't lose anything, so why worry? Enlightened, Jia quickly ran off to prepare the items. Jiang Chong then turned to Angel Yin with a smile. Sorry, your visit was unexpected, and the small gifts aren't ready yet. I've sent someone to prepare them. Angel Yin was bewildered. Although she had a basic understanding of Earth, she wasn't familiar with its various nations and cultures, so the act of gift-giving puzzled her greatly. They clearly didn't need anything from her group, yet they insisted on giving gifts. What kind of gesture was this? It wasn't until half an hour later that Jiang Chong escorted Angel Yin and her companions to the edge of the military base. What did you say? You've already met Morgana, and she might have surpassed the 3rd-generation divine body. Angel Yin looked at Jiang Chong in disbelief, searching for any sign of deceit. However, Jiang Chong remained calm and unafraid of any probing. Indeed, she appeared within our borders, attempting to harm our people for some unspeakable purpose. But we thwarted her plans in advance. That's impossible. Morgana is the most malevolent evil god known in the universe. Not even your Huaxia, let alone us angels, could persuade her. How did you manage to stop her from harming Huaxia? Angel Yin was still skeptical. Jiang Chong didn't say much, merely pointed towards the sea outside the South China Sea military base. Instantly, a modified version of the stellar drive formula, god-slaying power, high-frequency wormhole computation lock, anti-void power adjudication, and large-scale solar flare sword energy converged at his fingertips. A series of moves combined into a single strike, piercing through the ocean for 30,000 miles and reaching the 9th heaven. Jiang Chong stood there nonchalantly. It's actually not that hard. That day, I just said, beyond lies Huaxia, forbidden to gods. Morgana seemed apprehensive, not wanting to reveal her identity, so she went off to wreak havoc in other countries. The three angels were stunned into silence. The words were indeed domineering, and combined with the astonishing sword aura just displayed, they somewhat justified such arrogance. But what shocked them more was the latter part. This guy had simply shifted the disaster to other countries. Three disdainful pairs of eyes turned towards Jiang Chong. Angel Yin frowned slightly. I will convey your request to Queen Kisha, but don't get your hopes up. It's highly unlikely she'll agree. He. Jiang Chong scratched his head with a grin, then solemnly clasped his hands. No worries, as long as the message is delivered. As for whatever support the Queen might offer, we are grateful. The road ahead is shrouded in mist. May we meet again with joyful songs. Angel Yin struggled to maintain her composure as she and the other two angels spread their wings and vanished into the sky. Once they were far from the Huaxia territory, Lingxi couldn't help but ask, what did he mean by those last words? As we winked, what else? Obviously, he's smitten with Sister Yin and is looking forward to meeting her again. What? Lingxi looked surprised. Why do these Huaxia people speak so indirectly? Angel Yin tapped their foreheads with exasperation. I've told you to read more books instead of just thinking about fighting. He's urging us to hurry up and get Queen Kisha's response. That's so shameless. Lingxi pouted. First, he refuses our help, then turns around to ask for sponsorship. And that list is 2 whole pages long. How can he be so brazen with just one piece of information about Morgana? Angel Yin shrugged and said no more, instead connecting to Kisha's communication channel. Queen, Earth has declined our assistance. The representative spoke on behalf of Huaxia, not the Super God Academy. Kisha's ethereal and authoritative voice responded. It's all the same. Even if they represent Earth's government, aren't they nurtured by the Super God Academy? No. Angel Yan's response surprised Kisha. He studies at the Super God Academy, but his genes aren't from there. His code name is a Sword Heart, and my eyes of insight can't see through his information. It's all blocked. I found this name in Earth's archives. Kisha was silent for a moment. An unknown super gene sequence. Yes. He also possesses God-slaying power, anti-void power, and is proficient in advanced wormhole algorithms and stellar drive energy technology. With no response for a while, Angel Yin tentatively asked, Queen, are you still listening? The previously relaxed Kisha suddenly sat up from her throne. Ahem. Go on, what else is special about this Sword Heart? Angel Yin looked at the list in her hand. Although he refused our help, he submitted a material request list, hoping for angel sponsorship. I'm not well versed in research, but I noticed many materials for creating divine bodies, and the most outrageous part, it even includes dark silver. Kisha sat regally on the resplendent throne of Angel City, her gaze piercing. I am Kisha, the queen of the known universe, she proclaimed with an air of boundless authority. The concept of just order was introduced 17,000 years ago, and I have pondered the future of angel civilization for a full 10 millennia. She had already chosen a successor for the angel civilization, the power of the galaxy. This next era's ruler was determined through years of complex algorithms, destined to inherit the will of their predecessors and propel the civilization to higher dimensions. However, an inexplicable patchwork monster suddenly appeared, whose origins could not be deduced even from the vast repository of knowledge. Faced with the greedy demands of this mysterious entity, Kisha smirked disdainfully, initially inclined to refuse outright. Yet, she changed her mind and agreed to provide sponsorship. Although divine resources were precious, if the entity sought to overreach, the trade-off was worthwhile compared to the young angels' invaluable lives. Angels Yin, Asui, and Lingxi were puzzled by the Queen's decision. But, Your Majesty, Yin hesitated, yet she knew that Kisha's decisions were never swayed by others. Yin, what else have you discovered? Kisha inquired. Yes, Your Majesty, Yin replied respectfully. The 3 major god-making projects have converged on Earth. Although their current power is still weak, they should not be underestimated. Given time to grow, this divine war vortex will undoubtedly accelerate their evolution. War, though detestable, is the easiest way to forge the strong. She paused. Additionally, Jang Chong provided crucial information. Morgana may have surpassed 3rd-generation gods, as the pressure she exerts far exceeds that of 3rd-generation goddess Raina. Oh, Kisha mused. Despite her destitution, she still has resources to ascend to a 4th-generation divine body? It seems there are many secrets lurking in the universe's shadows that we have yet to uncover. Her gaze seemed to penetrate space and time, as if glimpsing the sticks at the universe's edge. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Angel Yin, Jiang Chong was in high spirits. He had successfully copied the sacred code embedded in Angel Yin's genetic foundation. Doubao, how long will it take to decode this sacred code without alerting the other party? Since this is a brand new special language system with extremely high information density, it is estimated to take 3 hours and 47 minutes to complete the analysis. Doubao responded. 3 hours? The title of the strongest AI seems a bit overrated, Jiang Chong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The initial analysis takes this long. Once recorded and archived, future analyses of similar complexity will take no more than 3 seconds, Doubao replied emotionlessly. Jiang Chong pondered for a moment. Finding it reasonable indeed being able to decipher an unprecedented language system within 3 hours was quite remarkable. All right, don't forget to continue calculations on the Void Engine project once you have the data. Hurry up and figure out the stable calculation formula for balancing the Void Engine. Jiang Chong couldn't stop thinking about this revolutionary concept weapon. Before the Void Engine weapon was developed, the height of divine bodies, powerful combat groups, and the faster frequency of king-level computing clouds represented absolute combat power. In these areas, the angels had always reigned supreme in the universe, which was why they had dominated for so many years. However, it turned out that Carl was not wrong. By analyzing the Void, he successfully changed the combat methods that had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years, starting from the conceptual level and overturning traditional theories, staying ahead of everyone else. Jiang Chong was well aware of the plot's development, so he didn't want to fall behind and naturally wanted to master this technology as soon as possible. As he was pondering the issue, the NPC Dekeo, responsible for assigning tasks, contacted him again. Jiang Chong, there's an urgent task. Something unexpected happened at the exam destination where the Xiongbing company is headed. Raina and the examiner got into a conflict, and things escalated quickly. You're fast, so go to the scene and control the situation. I'm already on my way there. Really? Didn't you foresee Raina might get into a fight with them? Jiang Chong was speechless. He knew from the beginning that things wouldn't be that simple. Dekeo sighed. Of course, I considered it, but that's a historical issue from the previous generation. I thought that since Raina is just a young woman in her 20s, she might be able to ease the tension between the two sides. But I underestimated the ideology instilled in her by Liang since childhood, which led to the fight. All right, I get it. I'll try to mediate, but I can't guarantee it'll work. Jiang Chong ended the call, feeling helpless. Dekeo was too naive. Take, for instance, the small country that lost the war. Years later, their textbooks had already distorted the facts about the invasion. These cases are numerous, like the support for Korea against America back in the day. Now, with the passage of time, the gratitude they once felt towards China is severely twisted in their history books, and even North Korea has become the hero of the story. Suppressing his urge to complain, Jiang Chong summoned his dark alloy flying sword and flew towards the destination at supersonic speed, following the coordinates provided by Dekeo. By now, his control over dark energy and algorithms had evolved significantly, far beyond what he had been at the airport road. After countless AI calculations, Jiang Chong was unmatched in the universe. While not impossible, most people wouldn't waste their time on it. Now, standing on the flying sword, he didn't need any external restraints and remained as steady as ever. Inspired by the tree climbing and water stepping techniques in Naruto, he only needed to provide the concept, and Doubao would handle the rest. As a result, Jiang Chong developed many flashy moves. For instance, he felt that the supersonic flying sword was still too slow, so he abandoned the sword, transforming into a beam of sword light, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and Raina, who were dueling in the Daliang Mountains, saw a sword light descending from the sky. You two, do me a favor and stop fighting. Great, it's Jiang. We're saved. The soldiers of the Xiongbing company were stationed at the summit of Liangshan, watching as the battle between Sun Wukong and Raina raged on without pause. The tension was so intense it felt like the air around them was burning. Each time the conflict drew near, it was as if they were caught in the eye of a hurricane, witnessing the gradual collapse of the mountain peaks around them. In their hearts, they silently wished Jiang Chong were there, his strength and eloquence could persuade both Sun Wukong and Raina. With Jiang Cheng's charming demeanor, he would certainly be able to change the situation with his words. However, when Jiang Chong appeared, Sun Wukong and Raina merely glanced at him, seemingly indifferent, and continued their intense fight. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff with close-range attacks, each heavy blow causing Raina to spin like a top, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Raina, visibly furious, wielded her blazing orbs with increasing brilliance, determined to end the battle swiftly. The surrounding mountains were nearly reduced to ruins by their clash, with rocks and earth flying, leaving gaping pits in the landscape. This scene clearly unsettled Dekeo. He understood that if the conflict continued, the situation would spiral out of control. Thus, he hurriedly sent Jiang Chong to mediate, hoping he could defuse the intense standoff. However, it turned out that the conflict between Sun Wukong and Raina wasn't something that could be easily resolved by sending someone to intervene. Even with Jiang Cheng's involvement, the situation wasn't as easily managed as anticipated. Jiang Chong landed casually among the Xiongbing company, teasingly saying, "Quite the thrilling exam you guys have here. So, can you fill me in on what happened?" His tone was light, with a hint of humor. Gu Xiaoluan and the others were momentarily stunned, unsure of where to begin. Although they didn't want to hide anything, Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance and questions left them at a loss for words. Fortunately, Cheng Yaowen stepped forward. With his usual calm and rational demeanor, he provided a concise and clear account of the events, filling in the gaps in Jiang Cheng's understanding, aside from a few minor discrepancies. The battle showcased the team's impressive skills. Zhao Xian led the charge, breaking through the enemy lines with fierce retaliation that gave Sun Wukong's clones a hard time. Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan attacked from both sides, demonstrating agility and coordination, successfully taking down Sun Wukong's second and third clones. Rui Mengmeng and Cheng Yaowen focused on frontal crowd control, effectively disrupting Sun Wukong's attacks. Meanwhile, Qi Lin and Xiang Wei used wormhole sniping tactics, skillfully evading Sun Wukong's swift assaults. The Xiongbing Company's training results were evident, with each step of the battle filled with tension and excitement. However, the anticipated victory wasn't as easy as expected. When they thought they had defeated the enemy, they suddenly realized it was only Sun Wukong's clones. The real Sun Wukong still stood firmly atop the tower, with Raina standing beside him. Sun Wukong glanced at Raina, his voice low and mocking. "Are you the scout sent by Tiandao? What kind of strategy is this, sending out your own commanders?" Raina pouted in discontent and retorted, "Can't you speak nicer? I'm not a scout. I'm here for friendship. We call ourselves Liang, not Tiandao." Her tone was slightly agitated but decisive. Sun Wukong's smile widened. "Calling yourselves Tiandao during invasion, and Liang in peace? That's a quick change." The tension between them escalated, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Raina, just in her early 20s, struggled to fully control her emotions, appearing agitated by Sun Wukong's provocation. Her words carried frustration, ready to erupt at any moment. Sun Wukong, despite his age, couldn't shake off the guilt from failing to save several cities in the East Sea, and this argument seemed to stir those long-hidden pains. The conflict heated up, becoming increasingly difficult to contain. The story of that cosmic battleship in the celestial court of the heavens, and the pent-up grievances from 1,000 years ago, finally erupted today. With a loud bang, the battle between Sun Wukong and Raina instantly broke out. Not far away, the members of the Xiongbing Company gathered to watch. Lu Chuang, who should have been punished for previous incidents, luckily escaped due to the sudden situation. Jiang Chong nodded silently. A knowing expression on his face had already guessed the ins and outs of the situation without needing an explanation. "So what should we do now?" Zhao Xian frowned as he watched the fierce battle in the distance. "We can't just stand by and watch them fight forever, can we?" Gu Xiaoluan shrank back a bit and raised his hand timidly. "I think we should stay out of it. We wouldn't be of much help even if we got involved. Let's just wait for the higher-ups to handle it." "Bah!" Lu Chuang spat, his face filled with anger. "Handle what? This needs to be settled with a fight. Didn't you hear what Brother Monkey said? The sunlight once destroyed 70% of our East Sea." Although he usually acted nonchalantly, Lu Chuang was always the first to stand up when it came to national matters. "Lu Chuang, how can you say that?" Xiang Wei suddenly retorted. Raina came with good intentions, and the Xiongbing Company was established with the help of the sunlight. Seeing the argument escalating, Jiang Chong quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "Everyone calm down. It's not that simple." He looked around at the group and began to explain. "Lu Chuang is right. The sunlight did attack Earth, which is the origin of the Monkey King causes havoc in Heaven story. But that has nothing to do with Raina. She wasn't even born then. As for the sunlight's assistance," he smirked slightly, "it's just materials like dark metals that Earth can't produce independently. In essence, they're just trying to place more pieces on the chessboard of Earth." "So what you're saying, Jiang, is that the sunlight actually has ulterior motives?" Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Jiang Cheng shrugged. "Raina herself is fine, but the sunlight's intentions are indeed questionable. A god-level civilization wouldn't show goodwill to Earth without reason. Since they've invested, they're bound to expect returns. Accepting their help back then was merely out of desperation when faced with the gluttonous invasion." "Then who should we be supporting?" Rui Mengmeng asked, scratching her head in distress. "Remember 3 principles," Jiang Chong said, holding up 3 fingers. "There are 3 types we should support: our own people, allies, and forces that can be won over. There are also 3 types we shouldn't support: those with ambiguous stances, unclear intentions, and those that violate the boundaries of civilization." He looked at the 2 still fighting in the distance. This conflict is essentially the result of long-standing grudges between 2 civilizations. Brother Monkey has been protecting Earth for 1,000 years. He's undoubtedly one of our own. Raina may carry the sunlight schemes, but she herself is genuine. So, we'll hold our ground for now. As long as the battle doesn't spill over, someone else will clean up the mess. Finally, Jiang Chong said meaningfully, "Remember, the Xiongbing Company isn't anyone's pawn. We're the guardians of Earth's civilization. When assessing situations, don't be content to be mere pieces. Learn to think beyond the chessboard." After listening to Jiang Cheng's explanation, Everyone was shocked and began to reassess the current state of Earth. They initially thought joining the Shongbing Company was about fighting aliens and becoming revered superheroes. However, the reality before them revealed that the impending alien invasion was not merely a conflict between nations, but a conspiracy among several cosmic forces. As the saying goes, visible threats are not as concerning as invisible arrows. Including Xiangwei, several individuals shifted their focus from the battle between Sun Wukong and Raina to pondering strategies for the future. The assistance from Liang, although seemingly well-intentioned, harbored hidden motives, blurring the line between friend and foe. The sudden arrival of the Taotai demons on Earth, though not yet affecting Huaxia, left questions about the future. Moreover, the Taotai army entering the Milky Way and approaching Pluto loomed like the sword of Damocles over their heads. During this silent interlude, Jang Chong was not idle. He used AI to frantically scan and replicate Sun Wukong's genes. Yet, as more information poured in, his confusion deepened. The detected gene of the apex beast warrior Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha, was only 16 replicated. The system indicated that advanced spatial algorithms, Duzuang were locked and inaccessible. Additionally, the energy embodiment, Feixiangxiangdi, was also locked and inaccessible, along with the trait of 3 heads and 6 arms. These mythical abilities were fundamentally scientific formulas. The theory was that Duzuang manipulated spacetime curvature through genetic coding, activating special energy fields to warp and fold space for teleportation. Feixiangxiangdi regulated cellular metabolism, efficiently converting chemical energy to bioelectric energy, reshaping the body and absorbing external energy for sustenance. The 3 heads and 6 arms trait involved activating dormant genetic development programs to alter embryonic body forms and modify the nervous system for multi-limb control. Upon seeing this information, Jiang Chong felt his worldview shatter. It dawned on him that not only was he venturing into cyber realms, but Sun Wukong had already delved into this field long before him. He felt a sense of warmth, like encountering an old friend in a foreign land, alleviating his loneliness. However, everything changed when a mysterious code appeared, causing his heart to tense. The system's alarm blared, red lights flashed, detecting an abnormal genetic code comprising only 0.001 of the genome. This sequence was encrypted with quantum chaos, containing 72 dynamic key matrices and 36 sets of DNA enzyme self-destruct modules. The self-destruct units were embedded in telomerase activation sequences, triggering gene cascade degradation upon unauthorized decryption. The encryption used quantum entanglement keys and topological qubits, beyond current computational power to decipher, suggesting the use of a biological neural network for simulation analysis. Jiang Chong was startled by this unexpected situation, something he had never encountered before. Even when analyzing and scanning Morgana's 4th-generation divine body, he faced no such lag. Yet, with Sun Wukong's 3rd-generation beast body's mysterious code, an issue arose. Are you kidding, Dobao? Jiang Chong felt helpless with the system's proposal biological neural network simulation analysis. Was he supposed to simulate Sun Wukong himself to trigger the unlocking of that mysterious code? Are you unaware of how unpredictable people can be? Dobao didn't respond, seemingly implying that if his advice wasn't taken, there was nothing he could do. Reluctantly, Jiang Chong had to settle for a compromise. Can you scan the general outline of that genetic code? He asked. Dobao nodded, and as soon as he did, an enlarged view of the mysterious code appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. It looked more like a painting than a string of code. However, at this moment, Jiang Chong was completely puzzled, only able to recognize some Chinese-style auspicious clouds. He stroked his chin, thinking that the engineer who created Sun Wukong's peak genetic form must have a deep connection with Chinese cultural heritage. The way those clouds were drawn could probably only be found in their culture across the universe. Boom. Just then, a sound barrier-shattering noise suddenly erupted. Jiang Chong looked up to see a red light streaking across the sky, heading straight towards the ground. Calculations indicated that it would land exactly where they were. Jiang Chong immediately recognized this simple, yet forceful flying method as a special immortal technique of the Liang, called Huahong. After replicating and obtaining Lena's complete genes, Jiang Chong had thoroughly understood the practical and theoretical aspects of the Huahong technique. Its fundamental principle was activating the Liang core protocol within the genes to drive a microstellar energy module within the body to undergo nuclear fusion, generating a high-energy plasma flow. A dark matter constraint field simultaneously activates, compressing the plasma into a controllable rainbow-like channel. The practitioner adjusts the magnetic field via neural signals to control movement direction and speed, and the friction between plasma and the atmosphere produces a rainbow glow, while the constraint field provides both insulation and noise reduction. Clearly, the newcomer was from the Liang clan. Seeing the opponent flying directly towards Sun Wukong, Jiang Chong unhesitatingly used a variant of the Huahong technique, transforming into a sword light. With greater speed, strength, and explosiveness, he shot from the mountaintop, becoming a streamlined figure that collided with the rainbow light in an instant. The members of the Shongbing company hadn't even reacted. Their teammates had just mentioned taking off, and they were already airborne. What was happening? Could it be an alien invasion? Zhao Xen gripped his spear tightly, his eyes like torches fixed on the sky, glaring fiercely. The others, prompted by his alertness, became vigilant, but their vision was limited, unable to clearly see the scene tens of thousands of meters above. Fortunately, Qilin, with her super long-distance locking ability and the telescope on her specially designed sniper rifle, could see clearly. What's happening, Qilin? Is Jiang fighting someone? We're too far to reach. Can your range hit them? Lu Chuang asked anxiously. To his surprise, Qilin calmly replied, the battle is over. What? How can it be so fast? Everyone was puzzled, but Qilin couldn't find words to describe the shock in her eyes. She only saw a red light collide with the sword light, the sword light suddenly accelerating and stopping abruptly when close to the opponent. When the uninvited guest materialized, a sharp sword was already pointed at his forehead. The person wore a set of ancient Chinese-style armor, his muscular build as if carved by a knife, full of aesthetic appeal. He was none other than Mao Shun, the guardian of Raina from outside Earth, also known as Pan Zhun, the observer of Earth. At this moment, faced with a sword pointing at his forehead, Pan Zhun was taken aback. But Jang Chong spoke first. Ahead lies China, where gods are forbidden to pass. Mao Shun was stunned by this statement, and after recovering, his eyes were full of disdain. Earth has changed quite a bit, and Shongbing Company looks decent, but you? What right do you have to say that? Clang. Without a word, Jiang Chong slightly shifted the sword tip 3 inches, sending out a sword aura that brushed past Mao Shun's temple. Instantly, the clouds behind him seemed to part as if combed by Jiang Chong. What right? By being the cyber sword immortal, above the gods. The technology of flare driven by solar energy can currently only achieve miniature, non-radiative flares. However, the sword energy modified by AI in Jiang Cheng's hand is entirely different. It has a more streamlined calculation formula, triggers faster, and its energy conversion efficiency far surpasses that of flare technology. To Mao Shun, this casual strike seemed akin to facing death itself. Who exactly are you? Mao Shun's voice trembled, despite not sensing the overwhelming pressure of a higher-level godlike presence. All the data on this person in front of him showed as question marks, and even remote computational support couldn't decipher it. Jiang Chong spoke slowly, either leave or die. Before he finished speaking, a violent energy surge erupted from him. Mao Shun knew that with his third-generation warrior body, taking a hit would mean certain death. Very well. I was presumptuous today. Mao Shun clasped his fists in a salute and turned to leave. Jiang Chong had been ready for a hard confrontation, but he didn't expect the other party to back down so readily. Isn't he Reina's guardian? Why doesn't he care about his master now? Just as the doubt arose, Jiang Chong immediately understood the reason the battle below had already ceased. Turning around, he saw that the duel between Sun Wukong and Raina had been interrupted due to the anomaly on his side. At that moment, Du Cao was piloting a military transport aircraft, slowly descending onto the mountaintop. Sorry for being late. Du Cao greeted everyone and then walked over to Raina for a quiet conversation before approaching Sun Wukong. Eventually, Raina left unwillingly, while Sun Wukong snorted and flew away with his golden staff. After returning to the Super God Academy, Jiang Chong had a private conversation with Du Cao. It seems like things didn't go as you planned. Jiang Chong said straightforwardly. What? What plan could I possibly have? Du Cao feigned ignorance. Jiang Chong chuckled. The issue with Liang isn't that simple. Their home planet is half destroyed, and their civilization is on the brink of extinction, so finding a new habitat is inevitable. You wanted to exploit the conflict between Sun Wukong and Raina to restart negotiations with Liang, but my appearance disrupted that plan. Du Cao gazed at Jiang Chong for a long time, finally sighing with a relieved smile. You're in your 20s, yet you seem as if you've lived for centuries with such depth. Indeed, given the current situation, we've adjusted our original plans. Earth is besieged on all sides, so you plan to sell out Earth to bring Liang in as an ally? Jiang Chong bluntly revealed the truth. Du Cao silently nodded, not denying it. In fact, the origin of this plan is the butterfly effect triggered by a series of actions by Jiang Chong. Inspired by the Morgana incident, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia conducted a detailed population survey and discovered that although the Liang civilization is powerful, its total population is less than that of a single country on Earth. Thus, they proposed a bold plan to cede parts of other countries' territories to Liang, bringing this powerful civilization into the fold to jointly defend Earth. Standing by the window in his office, Du Cao was discussing the feasibility of this plan with Jiang Chong. With the addition of a god-level civilization, we could indeed gain more leverage in our fight against the gluttons, demons, and other hidden forces, Du Cao said. Jiang Chong, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, frowned. The plan itself is fine, but you've overlooked the most dangerous factor. Bringing in a more powerful ally when we're not strong enough could easily reverse the roles. I don't care about how many cultures or countries are on Earth, but we absolutely cannot integrate another interstellar civilization, Jiang Chong said firmly. Otherwise, we might end up fighting our so-called allies right after driving away the gluttons. History is full of such examples, which is why I stopped Mao Shun and disrupted your plans. Du Kaio nodded in understanding but still argued. You seem to underestimate the inclusiveness and cultural assimilation of this land. Take us, the Denon survivors, for example. We've been on Earth for just over 1,000 years, and many of our habits and perceptions have quietly changed. Especially under the current circumstances, Jiang Chong insisted. The threat of the gluttons isn't even gone yet. This is just asking for trouble. Those Liang folks can unleash power equivalent to nuclear bombs with a flick of a hand. Can Earth withstand such chaos? In the end, the argument was temporarily shelved. Du Kaio agreed to discuss other plans with the Huaxia leadership, but before leaving, he assigned Jiang Chong a new task. Go and talk to Raina. After all, we dragged her into this, and you're the best talker in the Xiongbing company. Why should I go? You used her, so explain it yourselves. Jiang Chong rolled his eyes. Du Kaio said meaningfully. You can refuse, but the longer you delay, the higher the cost of appeasing this little princess. If she decides to leave, who do you think will have to clean up the mess as the captain of the Xiongbing company? Damn it. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do it. On the surface, Jiang Chong seemed persuaded, but he was already plotting revenge. If Du Kaio was going to be unfair, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. With Gu Xiaoluan's infatuation with Rose and the genetic development issues mentioned by Angel Yen, he could easily play the role of a strategist and bring these young people together. The scene shifts to dormitory 101, where Gu Xiaoluan knelt before Jiang Chong with a hopeful expression, asking, Godfather, do you really have a way for me to win over Rose? Sincerity leads to miracles, and true feelings bring clarity. Jiang Chong stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. A mysterious smile played on his lips. You've got the feelings, and your sincerity is enough. What you lack are a few clever tactics. When it comes to winning over a girl, while my experience may not be vast, I do have plenty of strategies. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes lit up with anticipation as he leaned in closer. Godfather, how should I go about it specifically? Simple. Jiang Chong turned around, raising 3 fingers with certainty. Given your current situation, winning over Qiang Wei seems like a daunting task, but it's actually a 3-step process. He began to count them off. Step 1. Subtly showcase your strengths to pique her curiosity. Next time you're on a mission, don't hide in your shell. Seize the right moment to display your skills on the battlefield, but remember, like a drawn sword, revealing only part of your edge. Make her wonder just how much you're hiding. Step 2. Create a bond through saving her from a dire situation, Jiang Chong said slyly. First, learn her routine and set up a real crisis along her path. When she finds herself in trouble, appear as the wise savior, resolving the issue with strategy, not brute force. Then, exit gracefully, leaving her to ponder your perfectly timed appearances. Step 3. Break contact to attack her defenses. Jiang Chong continued, a glint in his eye. First, let her get used to your presence. Morning greetings, intel support, always being available. Once she's accustomed, vanish suddenly. When she starts to miss you, reappear at her most vulnerable moment. For instance, after a big battle, weave through the crowd to reach her, breathlessly saying, Sorry I'm late. Even the toughest heart would be touched by this tactic. Gu Xiaoluan was stunned, his mind buzzing. This wasn't just a helping hand. It was more reliable than a matchmaker. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, If I really end up with Qiang Wei, I don't mind if the kid takes your last name. Jiang Chong was taken aback by this, his expression changing instantly. Are you out of your mind? I'm helping you win a girl, not raising your kid. I'm done here. I've given you the methods, now figure out the rest on your own. With that, he walked out of the dorm without looking back. Although he'd sown the seeds of trouble for Decao, he was a man of his word. After all, if Raina really left, he'd have to deal with the mess as the captain of the Xiongbing company. Not to mention, if Li Feifei and others joined later, the chaos would only increase. He wasn't as carefree as Raina to handle such matters, so he couldn't afford to lose this useful pawn. The girls' dormitory was just behind the boys', separated only by a small garden, a few steps away. However, understanding the difference between men and women, Jiang Chong didn't head to the girls' dormitory, but instead made his way to the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. While others might choose to contact someone through a private communication or talk face-to-face, Jiang Chong was different. He directly hacked into Raina's private communication. Hey, what are you doing? You came back and didn't see anyone, didn't answer your private messages. Anyone would think you're about to jump off a building, Jiang Chong asked. At that moment, Raina was lying on her bed, lost in thought, seemingly ignoring Jiang Cheng's words as if she hadn't heard a thing. All right then, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. I'm just doing my routine check. But I've got some chilled beer here. It's scorching hot. and a sip would be refreshing, Jiang Chong continued. Besides, we have an old saying, a good drink can chase away 1,000 worries, meaning no matter how troubled you are, a couple of drinks can solve it. Hmm? Where did you get the beer? Raina finally spoke, appearing on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory in light clothing. Jiang Chong popped open a can and took a gulp before saying, it's not allowed, but as long as you don't get caught, it's fine. Hearing this unexpected answer, Raina didn't hesitate to grab a can of beer and drink it heartily. She looked up at the sun in the sky and then at the blue sky like a vast ocean, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. You know, it's not the relationship between the sun and earth that's bothering me, nor is it about how I should get along with you all. I'm just angry that as the main deity of the Liang civilization, everything I've learned and heard is what others want me to see and hear. It makes me feel like a puppet, similar to your ancient saying about controlling the emperor to command the princes. Oh, so you're troubled by regents and ministers, the one-word parallel king, huh? Jiang Chong realized. Then why don't you try to govern yourself? After all, there are historical precedents, like Kangxi who ascended the throne at 8. Running around the universe won't change the fact you're still a puppet, right? No, it's not the same. Raina sipped her beer gently. The alcohol didn't discomfort her, but the carbonation did. I'm not Kangxi, and Panjin isn't Albei. Although the situation seems similar, the intentions were different from the start. His heart is always with Liang, and I can't fault him for that. Over the years, he's been trying to teach me to be a qualified main deity, controlling everything meticulously. He's my minister and my teacher. I came to Earth because I didn't want to be a caged bird. I wanted to see the universe for myself. To put it bluntly, from Liang's perspective, Panjin didn't do anything wrong, but his mistake was in hiding the truth from me, making me believe that the war back then was genuinely meant to help Earth become better. Raina held the beer bottle, talking endlessly. Her advanced physiology rendered alcohol ineffective as a numbing agent, and her emotions surged through her words. Her eyes reddened as she murmured repeatedly, realizing that although she wasn't Earth's enemy, even her reason for being here was part of Panjin's long-laid plan. Jang Chong, as a listener, didn't offer much opinion, just silently accompanied her until he finally said, youth should never be a reason for underestimation, nor should you undermine yourself. People often dismiss youthful ideas as immature, but whoever said the path of time must follow the footprints of the past, or that answers must be written on ancient scrolls. If they're blind and stubborn, why not take a bold and passionate stance that leaves everyone in awe? Jiang Chong might not be an expert at encouraging goodness, but when it comes to leading someone astray, he's a master. At this moment, he stood on the rooftop, casually playing with a can of drink, looking at Raina in front of him. When Raina eagerly asked how to win this power struggle, Jiang Chong smirked slightly, raised 3 fingers, and said mysteriously, 3 steps, just 3 steps, and you can control the entire situation of Liang. This scene reminded him of the time he had recently fooled Kisha, and sure enough, Raina's eyes lit up immediately. She leaned forward eagerly, impatient to know those crucial 3 steps. Jiang Chong instinctively took a few steps back, his gaze slightly evasive. Raina had just come out of the dormitory, dressed lightly, which made him a bit uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and said seriously, first, you need to weave a network of trusted individuals. If everyone in the court is Panjin's man, even if you're the emperor, you're nothing but a puppet. Seeing Raina nodding intently, he continued, secondly, get close to the people, win their hearts. Since Panjin claims loyalty, don't resort to force to seize power. Throughout history, the people's support is the true foundation. He has ministers, you win over the people's hearts. When the people of Liang only have you in their hearts, Panjin's power will be like a rootless duckweed. Raina frowned. But the Yunxiao heavenly court is strong with soldiers. How can we counter that with just the people's support? Jiang Chong tapped the railing, making a crisp sound. If Panjin is truly loyal, then that military might is just for show. He deliberately elongated his tone, his throat moving with thirst. As for the 3rd step, hurry up. Raina stomped her foot anxiously. Jiang Chong calmed himself and said seriously, once the first 2 steps are in place, you can reclaim military power with a thunderous approach. Then, have an open discussion with Panjin. When he sees you have grown from a naive main god to a true ruler, he will willingly step aside. After all, being able to reclaim power quietly means you have graduated from his school of power. As his words ended, Raina stood there stunned for a long time before coming to her senses. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, further solidifying her determination to keep this strategist with remarkable tactics firmly by her side. Jiang Cheng's super gene might be mysterious, but the talents he displayed were truly captivating. Doesn't she seem like the perfect candidate for a princess? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Raina's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. She quickly turned away, her voice tinged with a bit of panic. You're right, I'll go back and think about it. There's no rush for now. Let's deal with Earth's troubles first. After all, I am a queen, and a queen's word is her bond. With that, she almost fled the rooftop and hurried back to her dorm. Jiang Chong stood there, scratching his head, puzzled by Reina's unusual behavior. Just moments ago, he had, out of habit, scanned Reina's data, copying her genetic information into his records. But then, as she turned away, her heart rate suddenly spiked, reaching an adrenaline-fueled peak. This unexpected reaction startled Jiang Chong, fearing that the Queen of the Blazing Sun might suddenly decide to return home and seize power. If that happened, his previous efforts to persuade her would have been in vain. After all, his mission was to keep Reina here, a goal shared by both him and his superiors. As he pondered, Dobao suddenly alerted him. Sacred code deep analysis complete. Confirmed that Angel Yan's genetic chain terminal storage matrix is constructed using a fractal iterative compression algorithm, forming a secondary biological engine topology. Activate string theory level deconstruction protocol and launch the Klein bottle space modeling program. I almost forgot about this important task, Jiang Chong replied immediately. Dobao, use the secondary biological engine as a template and, combining it with the anti-void power calculation formula, design a more stable void-type computational architecture. Dobao quickly began the calculations, issuing a warning. Secondary biological engine deconstruction has entered a critical phase. Dark matter fluctuations detected. Prepare for consciousness synchronization. Before he finished speaking, an empty can on the ground twisted and, under the influence of the void algorithm, restored itself to its original state. Meanwhile, everyone in the boys' dormitory suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Just as Xiaoluan had finished getting ready to go out, he saw Qiang Wei on the opposite balcony and, before he could greet her, vomited on the spot. Qiang Wei frowned at the sight and left, returning to her dorm to check herself in the mirror, only to find nothing amiss. This bizarre phenomenon began to spread, causing anyone near the boys' dormitory to experience similar reactions. Jiang Chong then recalled that in the original story, when Gu Xiaoluan was researching his ambitions, the entire military district experienced similar discomfort. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he transformed into a sword light, leaving the Super God Academy and heading for the remote mountains. However, the strange influence continued to spread like radiation, affecting the surrounding flora and fauna even in isolation. On the second day after Jiang Chong left the Super God Academy, the Xiangbing Company faced a significant turning point. After rigorous assessments, all members were approved to undertake the second phase of the training program, with the training location shifting from the academy to the Nanhai Juxia. However, an unexpected situation disrupted everyone's plans. Jiang Chong seemed to have vanished into thin air. Where did Jiang go? I just saw him yesterday. Zhao Xian, scratching his buzz cut in confusion, turned to Gu Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, aren't you guys roommates? Did you notice anything unusual? At that moment, Gu Xiaoluan was distracted, frequently glancing in Qiang Wei's direction. He was pondering an explanation for his recent sickness, but Zhao Xian's question startled him into blurting out, I don't dislike Qiang Wei. Come on, who asked you about that? Raina rolled her eyes. Everyone in the team knows you like Qiang Wei. We're talking about Jiang Cheng's whereabouts. As his roommate, did you notice anything? Gu Xiaoluan finally snapped back to reality. Honestly, I just remember that he left yesterday and didn't come back. But Jiang is strong and resourceful. He won't get into trouble. Maybe he went to say goodbye to a friend or, he paused, or someone special. Everyone reacted differently to this, especially Raina, whose expression darkened. What do you mean someone special? No matter how important it is, he should have informed me as the captain. I'll deal with him when he returns. I don't think it's that simple, Qiang Wei interjected. According to previous background checks, Jiang Cheng's social circle is quite limited, and he's never been in a relationship. This sudden disappearance should be reported. Even Rui Mengmeng, who usually didn't pay much attention to these matters, sensed something was amiss. The news quickly reached Du Cao. However, due to the tight genetic lock on Jiang Chong, conventional methods failed to track his whereabouts. The last surveillance footage only showed him flying out of the Super God Academy, after which there was no trace. It wasn't until the third day that Raina received a covert message. Jiang Cheng stated that his super gene had undergone changes, and to avoid affecting others, he chose to test the data alone, expecting to return in 5 hours. Upon receiving this definite information, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, they no longer waited and boarded a military transport plane to the South Sea, leaving Jiang Chong with the coordinates. Notably, during this time, Sun Wukong also arrived on the scene. Unlike the previous confrontations, this time he showed a sense of resigned compromise to reality when facing Raina, more in line with his role as the victorious fighting Buddha. No one knows exactly how Takeo managed to persuade the other side, but it's certain it wasn't something as simple as offering bananas. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, Raina changed her attitude towards Sun Wukong. She began to understand the truth of the matter and realized there was no reason to remain enemies with him. After all, the Liang faction was indeed at fault 1,000 years ago when the heavenly Tao threatened them. Thus, when they landed on the giant gorge, there was no longer a conflict between conquest and non-conquest, as in the original story. Unexpectedly, Morgana still showed up. She was dressed in a white naval uniform, her high heels clicking crisply in the corridor. Everyone who encountered her, despite not knowing her, was unconsciously drawn to her presence. No one even questioned her identity until she infiltrated the giant gorge and accessed classified data, triggering an alarm when she touched Jiang Cheng's critical information. Suddenly, the warning lights in the giant gorge flashed red, and the emergency alarm blared. The enemy had invaded. Dikao, who was admiring Sun Wukong's dark alloy armor, was hastily informed by his subordinates. The ability to infiltrate the giant gorge silently was no small feat. With a quick decision, Dikao ordered the activation of the three-stage God-slaying combat plan. Raina, Xiaoluan, and Lu Chuang were to be sent through a wormhole as the core team. Qilin and Xiangwei would use wormhole sniping tactics, while Wukong was tasked with securing air superiority to prevent any aerial attacks. The remaining forces were to stand by, ready to strike. With the orders given, the giant gorge transformed into a high-speed war machine, rapidly entering combat mode. Meanwhile, Morgana, in the midst of stealing Jiang Cheng's data, was infuriated by the situation. What the hell is this? You mean to tell me there's no information on Jiang Cheng in your system? Just a few genetic codes and basic physical traits, and you keep it this secret? She mocked herself for thinking she could find Jiang Cheng's files on this side. Knowing that genetic backup data is crucial for the safety of super soldiers, any damage could render remote healing useless. But now, to her surprise, infiltrating the giant gorge yielded nothing. As she fumed, Morgana sensed a subtle disturbance in the surrounding space. As an expert in spacetime theory, she immediately noticed the anomaly. The spacetime vortex on Earth was brewing, but had not yet fully formed, making it not the right time for her to appear. Moreover, facing the god-slaying power of the war god of Northstar, even with her fourth-generation god body, she would take significant damage. Thus, without hesitation, she decoded the wormhole and prepared to retreat. However, just as she stepped into the wormhole, a shout came from behind. "Hey, what demon are you? Take this from old Sun." Morgana couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Sun Wukong's staff, sending her crashing into the sea with a dizzying blow. She couldn't help but think, damn, Earthlings are truly crazy, greeting someone with a stick like that, no manners at all. She forcefully emerged from the sea, exchanging a few blows with Sun Wukong, but quickly realized that this Earth's fighting Buddha was extraordinary. Sun Wukong's skills seemed to activate instantly, with combat formulas embedded directly into his genes, posing an indescribable threat that she found hard to decipher. She wondered, Jiang Chong is already so mysterious, but why is this monkey so powerful? With a chill in her heart, Morgana decided not to linger. She swiftly evaded, using the recoil to disappear over the South China Sea. She expected to feel relieved after escaping, but upon passing through the wormhole, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Opening her eyes, the scene before her was astonishing. The gravitational field around her was completely altered, space-time was violently distorted, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be made of code, constantly shifting. Most bewildering was a sudden feeling of nausea that left her stunned. She frowned and muttered to herself, "Morgana, wait, how am I pregnant? Who's the father?" As Morgana was still in a state of confusion, the progress bar for Jiang Cheng's void calculation algorithm finally reached its end. Unlike other super soldiers who needed to install a void engine in the dark dimension, Jiang Cheng took a different approach by embedding the program directly into the AI Doubao system, akin to loading a small app into the main program. Stronger than expected, Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, showing a rare hint of a relaxed smile. The overwhelming power of future antagonists had been suffocating him lately, but now with this program, he felt a sense of security. As he was still basking in his triumph, a white streak flashed across the sky. In the next moment, a beautiful woman in a white naval uniform with a short skirt and sheer stockings landed directly in his arms. They locked eyes, both momentarily frozen in place. "Liang Bing Sr., how did you end up in my arms?" Despite the awkwardness, Jiang Cheng asked. Liang Bing coughed lightly, quickly extracting herself from his embrace. While adjusting her skirt, she stammered, I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, that's it." Jiang Cheng frowned, his sense of caution heightening. Given his understanding of his own abilities, unless he deliberately exposed his energy source, not even Dino could track him. Morgana's precise location of him indicated she was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Doubao's notification sounded in his mind. Angel genes detected, demon genes, fourth-generation god body, advanced space-time theory algorithm. Would you like to continue scanning and complete the missing data from the last time? On the surface, Jiang Cheng smiled brightly, but inside, he was secretly cursing. Recently, he had performed well in several countries around Huaxia and had come specifically to report on the situation. His team had reached full capacity, given the impressive birth rates on Earth, leaving no more positions available. He thought he would discuss this with the other party. Though they were not hiring, he could help solve problems in a few countries if needed. However, He was aware of the conflicts between him and the angels, and if he were to take action against neighboring countries, progress might be slow. After all, he couldn't openly invade on a large scale like the gluttonous ones. After hearing this, Morgana pondered for a moment and came up with a logical reason. Jang Chong was slightly disappointed upon hearing the news, but realized it made sense upon reflection. Morgana's resurrection methods involved parasitic transformation using existing genetic data, akin to the concept of body possession and rebirth in fantasy. It wasn't as if she could have as many subordinates as she wanted, as transforming demons was extremely resource-intensive and required enough primordial spirits for possession. In that case, I won't trouble you, Senior. Why not focus on the Western continent next? Huaxia is too conspicuous, with several major god-making projects from the Super God Academy here, attracting attention. The West is relatively safer, Jiang Chong hesitantly suggested. Morgana almost didn't hesitate and immediately responded. That sounds great. I've been wanting to visit there anyway. Let's talk again later, and I'll treat you to a meal. With that, she disappeared suddenly, leaving without a trace, not even a fallen leaf. Jiang Chong breathed a sigh of relief, having expected a confrontation. At the same time, Morgana also felt relieved. As she distanced herself from the Huaxia border, she looked back in the direction where Jiang Chong had been, filled with doubt. What on earth is this creature? Huaxia is such a mysterious place. Not to mention the monkey from before. This guy left me puzzled the last time we met, and now he makes me uneasy. It seems this turbulent situation is not easy to get involved in. Meanwhile, in the dark reaches of the universe, within the Styx galaxy, Carl sat at his desk, writing with fervor, his quill scratching meaningless words onto paper. Suddenly, his gaze shifted outside the hall, and he quietly said, "Snow, prepare yourself. We have a guest arriving." As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black mist appeared in the corner, and Snow, wearing a ghost mask, knelt respectfully on one knee and replied, "Yes, my god." Then, the two of them slowly walked out of the hall, just as the figure of the Angel King entered the Styx galaxy. "My queen, I don't understand. The Styx galaxy is just a small place, and Death God Carl is merely an obscure scholar. Is he really worth our attention?" asked an angel with a single ponytail and a slanted fringe. Seated on her throne, Kisha shook her head helplessly. "Lung, you must remember, never be arrogant at any time. Carelessness, more than the enemy's tricks, is the most deadly dagger. Carl is a very special person. It's said he's transformed into an ethereal state, which is a condition that conventional physical means cannot kill, similar to a soul formed from dark information. In short, our visit is to explore the truth and see if he's been behaving himself all these years." A streak of sword light sliced through the endless expanse of the sea, accompanied by the clear ringing of a sword. The South Sea Fleet was on high alert, and everyone turned to look, only to see the sword light flash past their line of sight and hover above the aircraft carrier group. The light gradually solidified, revealing the figure of Jiang Chong. "Whoa, what's going on here?" Jiang Chong remarked with a light chuckle as he landed, observing the fully armed soldiers on the deck, all geared up and ready for action. "If I didn't know you all personally, I'd think I'd stumbled into an enemy military base." However, his joking words did not receive the expected response. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him with caution, and the atmosphere became tense. It wasn't until the results from Duel 3 came in, showing all question marks for the newcomer, that everyone visibly relaxed. Duel stepped forward and saluted Jiang Chong. "No offense, Jiang Chong." He then recounted the details of Morgana's invasion of the hero. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Chong understood. He realized that his previous encounter with Morgana was purely coincidental and not intentional on her part. Without supercomputer support, Morgana couldn't precisely locate him. At most, she could only track traces of dark energy. "I see," Jiang Chong asked cautiously. "Is there any chance we've leaked any important information?" Duel frowned and sighed. "A lot of encrypted information was accessed, including your data. But the supergene information remains safe. This incident has also highlighted the weaknesses in our defense algorithms, so it's a lesson learned." "If that's all, then it's not a big deal," Jiang Chong sighed with relief. "That surface-level information isn't hard to come by. As for my data, except for my height, everything else is just question marks. I guess they came up empty-handed." "Let's not dwell on that," Duel said, patting Jiang Cheng's shoulder. "By the way, did you make any breakthroughs during your solo training this time?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng declined to answer. "I'm afraid I can't disclose that for now." Seeing the puzzled expressions, he added, "The special ability I developed this time is a groundbreaking trump card. Given that we've just experienced a data breach, I think it's best to keep it under wraps." Duel paused, then couldn't help but laugh. "You, on the surface, say it doesn't matter, but in reality, you're harshly criticizing our security defense efforts," Sun Wukong said with a smile, shaking his head as if he had already seen through Jiang Cheng's hidden thoughts. Hearing this, Jiang Chong could only manage a forced smile. "Ha! All right, since it's important, as long as you're aware." "Okay, The rest of the time is yours to arrange freely. Organize your affairs and relax. We'll resume regular training according to the plan tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. As his words spread, excited cheers echoed around, as if they were welcoming a rare holiday since joining the Xiongbing company. Even though they were all super soldiers with super genes, they were still young and naturally longed for a break. Especially the group of friends, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xian, and Gu Xiaoluan, who quickly linked arms and headed towards the rest area, pulling the honest Cheng Yaowen along. On the other side, the girls' gathering was also lively. Raina suggested going shopping and watching movies, and everyone agreed enthusiastically. Only Rui Mengmeng seemed hesitant. It wasn't until Raina generously announced, "I'll cover all expenses," that she finally smiled and joined in. In no time, everyone had dispersed, leaving only Jang Chong and Sun Wukong behind. The Xiongbing company's codename Jinxin, indeed a promising young man. "I've heard of your reputation for quite some time," Sun Wukong said with a smile, though his eyes gleamed with sharpness. Jiang Chong waved his hand, responding lightly. "They're just insignificant titles. When it comes to reputation, who can surpass you? Monkey King, I suppose you didn't come just to meet a young junior like me." Jiang Chong glanced at Sun Wukong, maintaining a calm, yet cautious demeanor. "Not at all. I'm not that bored," Sun Wukong chuckled, pausing briefly before speaking in a low voice. "As the examiner for the Xiongbing company's mid-training assessment, I have a general idea of everyone's capabilities, except for yours." At this point, Sun Wukong's gaze turned piercing, his fiery eyes seemed to peer straight into Jiang Chong, as if trying to uncover everything. Jiang Chong felt a slight tremor inside, but outwardly remained composed. "By rights, we should have a fight," Sun Wukong paused, his words carrying a significant weight. Then he continued quietly. "But that day, when you ascended to the skies with your sword, stopping an external god in midair, my fiery eyes saw something. Completely sealed genetic information, with devastating sword moves at your fingertips, and the speed of your return. I suspect you're the strongest in the Xiongbing company, even surpassing that little girl from heaven." Jiang Chong was momentarily stunned, outwardly calm, but inwardly surprised. His genes and data were impenetrable even to figures like Morgana and Angel Yen. Yet Sun Wukong seemed to have gleaned some insight. It seemed to be a first. No wonder this great sage's genes and abilities were far from simple. "Ah, you're too kind, great sage." Jiang Chong bowed slightly, his tone humble, yet filled with doubt. If Sun Wukong could so easily deduce his strength, it was hard to predict how far he could go in the future. "I'm just fortunate to have some background in my genes, allowing me to advance faster than others. The future is still uncertain," Jiang Chong replied nonchalantly, though the deep implications of his words were unmistakable. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong quickly interrupted him. "You don't need to play games with me." Sun Wukong's tone was abrupt and firm. "I'm not interested in your mysterious information. Originally, the Xiongbing company's captain was a little girl from heaven, which worried me. I thought I had to keep things in check to prevent you inexperienced kids from getting into trouble. But now I see there's someone stronger than that girl in the team, so I don't need to worry about it." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "I'm here to remind you never fully trust heaven. Despite Lao Du's optimism, having fought them before, I know that even after 1,000 years, they're still watching, still eyeing this land that nurtured us." Jiang Chong looked into Sun Wukong's determined eyes, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Although he knew the power of heaven was formidable, Sun Wukong's words certainly served as a warning there were still many undercurrents on this land, far from being as simple as they seemed on the surface. Sun Wukong's vigilance is well-founded. Jiang Chong, well-versed in the original story, knows that when Gu Xiaoluan and Earth's powers were still developing, Liang harbored malicious intentions. He clearly remembers past events from the Liang Tiandao movie. Pan Zhun once instructed Xian Tianji to assassinate Sun Wukong to eliminate threats and pave the way for Raina. After Raina's clear refusal, Liang further deployed the Tianyuan Ding in the second part, attempting to extract Earth's core to save the collapsing Liang. "Alright, just remember what I've said. Now that Earth has you, it's time for me to attend to my own matters," Sun Wukong said, and with that, he soared into the sky. "Monkey King, where are you going?" Jiang Chong quickly called out. "Hee." Sun Wukong turned back with a smile. "Old Du has his plans, and I have mine. Since they've come to my home, it's only natural for me to visit theirs." With those words, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting up into the clouds and quickly disappearing. Once he exited the atmosphere, he summoned his somersault cloud and activated the wormhole bridge, heading straight for Liang Tiandao. Jiang Chong watched the disappearing figure, feeling a surge of concern. Over the millennia, Liang had changed significantly. It had not only recovered from its period of weakness without a master god, but also made significant advancements in technology and power. Sun Wukong's journey could be fraught with danger. After weighing his options, Jiang Chong turned into a beam of sword light and headed for the city, quickly finding Raina in the women's section preparing for a sauna. Hey, this is the women's section. How can you be here? Raina exclaimed, hurriedly wrapping herself in a robe. Before she could react, Jang Chong had already opened a wormhole, pulling her through for an instant transfer. The sudden change caught the third-generation god body off guard, leaving her no time to ponder how Jiang Chong could perform spatial calculations so swiftly. No time to explain, Jiang Chong said with a serious expression. The Monkey King has gone to Liang. Given his history with Panjun, something big might happen. You must come with me. That's not possible. Raina regained her composure. He's causing trouble in my homeland. As the main god, how can I help an outsider? You should talk to Du Cao. Talking to him is useless, Jiang Chong replied bluntly. Given Earth's current situation, he'll only mediate from a broader perspective. Besides, if you want to seize power in Liang, cultivate loyal followers, and establish your authority, this is your chance. Raina blinked and glanced at her attire. At least let me change clothes first. I can't go like this, exposing myself. You don't have any inappropriate intentions, do you? Jiang Chong was momentarily speechless. All right, let's head back to your dorm first. With that, he calculated another wormhole. As soon as he entered, a distinct feminine scent filled the air, a blend of soft floral notes and a hint of powder, causing his heart to skip a beat. His foot stumbled over something unexpected, and upon looking down, he realized it was a lacy piece of lingerie carelessly discarded on the floor. Seeing this, Lena's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she hissed, "Get out." "All right, take your time changing. I didn't see anything." Jiang Chong responded in a flustered panic, and before the words were even fully out of his mouth, he had already darted out of the room, not even bothering to close the door. As he retreated, his heart pounded like a drum. He never imagined a girl's room could be so chaotic. He had always believed that girls were the epitome of cleanliness and order, with clothes neatly arranged and everything spotless, even if visited unexpectedly, as if their rooms were showroom displays. But reality had shattered his fantasy. What he didn't know was that today had unexpectedly turned into a day off from a busy schedule, prompting Lena to plan a sudden outing, leaving her no time to tidy up. Normally, she wasn't like this. Her clothes were usually sorted by color and neatly folded in drawers, even her makeup arranged like a display. Yet this one mistake had been caught by the hapless Jiang Chong. Meanwhile, several days after crossing the Great Worm Bridge, Sun Wukong finally arrived at the scorching sun starfield. Before he even entered the core of the starfield, the first thing he saw was the scattered defensive star rings on the periphery circle after circle, layered like a cosmic great wall. At the center of the rings stood a massive time-space wormhole gate, with the words Southern Heavenly Gate inscribed in golden letters, as if they had been suppressing the void since ancient times. In front of the gate stood a multitude of celestial soldiers, clad in silver-white armor and armed with long spears, forming orderly ranks. Each possessed at least the combat power of a second-generation warrior, and their aura of deadly intent pierced through the metallic star rings. This scene alone highlighted the vast gap between Earth and divine civilizations, a chasm not easily bridged by a few top-tier warriors. The moment Sun Wukong appeared, he immediately drew the heightened vigilance of the celestial soldiers. They reacted swiftly, advancing like a tide to form ranks, their spear tips aimed at his chest, as they coldly declared, "This is a restricted area of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Trespassers will be executed." Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, his gaze passing over these well-equipped yet ordinary soldiers, and couldn't help but smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Still as arrogant as ever," he remarked. With his hands behind his back, he calmly announced, "I am Sun Wukong from the Red Dawn solar system on Earth. I wish to see Panjun." "Huh? Where did this wild monkey come from?" The commanding officer laughed. "Do you think you can just see General Panjun at will?" This officer, already several centuries old, had not experienced the battle 1,000 years ago that had shocked the entire starfield, and thus was unaware that Sun Wukong had once single-handedly overturned an entire civilization. To him, Sun Wukong was merely a subject of disdain. Sun Wukong sighed, shaking his head. "In that case, I have no choice but to fight my way through." As soon as he spoke, the golden cudgel appeared in his hand, and a surge of overwhelming battle intent erupted, with two golden beams suddenly flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he comprehensively assessed the combat data of the celestial soldiers. Don't underestimate this type of ocular ability. Although it is also possessed by the angels and Morgana, being able to preemptively read enemy parameters before a battle is akin to knowing an opponent's stats in a game beforehand, providing a nearly unfair advantage. Not everyone is equipped to have this power. At the very least, you need to be adept with dark vision and have an internal computer for calculations to barely manage it. Otherwise, for a group of combat units lacking even basic dark chip implants, facing an opponent who can see through everything before the battle even begins, defeat is inevitable. Clang, bam, boom. A fierce battle quickly erupted outside the Southern Heavenly Gate. With every sweep of the golden cudgel, the sky echoed with explosive booms, and in mere moments, an entire squadron of celestial soldiers was felled by him alone. The battlefield was filled with cries of pain, and those soldiers, with their armor shattered and floating in the vacuum, had their fighting spirit utterly crushed. Sun Wukong cast them one last glance, devoid of mockery or sympathy, and then turned, striding into the time-space wormhole connecting to the scorching sun starfield, his silhouette gradually fading into the light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself near the blazing star, in front of a peculiar planet that was half destroyed. Despite its condition, technology had been used to stabilize its core, preventing it from disintegrating. Sun Wukong entered without hesitation, heading straight for the celestial court. To his surprise, a figure stood in the plaza outside the court, waiting for him with a spear in hand. This person, with a stern face and a prominent scar at the corner of his eye, was called Xian Tianji. Sun Wukong, it's been a long time. You're as arrogant as you were 1,400 years ago, Xian Tianji sneered, his tone filled with disdain. But do you know? Over the years, we've developed special celestial warfare strategies just for you. Huh, don't try to scare me with those celestial plans. Here, we call it technology, we call it science. Sun Wukong chuckled dismissively, glancing at Xian Tianji with a teasing look. Judging by your demeanor, have you been promoted? With such an aggressive expression, are you looking for a fight? That's exactly what I want. Xian Tianji responded through gritted teeth, and before his words faded, the two clashed like lightning, engaging in a fierce battle. In a short span, hundreds of moves were exchanged. Despite Xian Tianji having made great strides over the years and no longer being the small soldier he once was, facing Sun Wukong, a figure who had seemingly remained unchanged for 1,400 years, she still felt powerless. With a loud crash, Xian Tianji's spear shattered, and the intense pain in his chest forced him to cough up blood. At that moment, the oppressive sound of a horn reverberated, and a mass of clouds rose behind the celestial court. Pan sat in his chariot, surrounded by a gathering of stars, exuding an overwhelming presence that was felt immediately upon arrival. I was just a minor deity 1,000 years ago, easily defeated, yet now I can hold my own against you for so long, he said coldly to Sun Wukong. Times have changed. Sometimes, it's best not to be so reckless. Sun Wukong paused slightly, contemplating the situation as the tension in the air grew more intense. Stop wasting my time with meaningless words, Sun Wukong declared, stepping forward with his Rui Jinggu Bang spinning lightly in his hand, his gaze piercing the clouds like lightning. His presence was overwhelming, making his cloak billow fiercely. From his high throne, Pan Zheng looked down with disdain. Tao Tai has launched an attack on Earth, and we, as allies, are helping. What is wrong with that? Allies? Sun Wukong sneered, a glint of menace in his golden eyes. You, a butcher with the blood of the 7 cities of the Eastern Sea on your hands, dare speak of alliances? Impudent monkey, roared a burly warrior, stepping forward with a mighty hammer in hand. This is the Celestial Court. How dare you behave so arrogantly? A fierce battle erupted instantly. The warrior, with the force of thunder, swung his weapon down upon Sun Wukong, who, despite his smaller stature, countered with immense strength, sending the warrior staggering back several feet with a single strike. At that moment, Xian Tianji seized the opportunity, launching a stealthy attack shrouded in lightning. Although he struck Sun Wukong from behind, the blow only left a crack on his armor. Sun Wukong retaliated swiftly with a backward swing of his staff, sending the disarmed Xian Tianji flying across the square, carving a deep trench in the ground. Pan Zheng finally showed his anger. With a wave of his hand, space twisted violently. A crimson circular cage materialized, filled with raging flames and intense heat. The Scarlet Sky Immortal Furnace, Pan Zheng announced coldly. It combines quantum entanglement and dark matter technology to raise temperatures to 15 million degrees Celsius. The furnace walls are made of high-density dark alloy, reinforced with a dark energy interference field. Brute force won't break through. Trapped inside, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. Do you really think these tricks can trap me? His body began to glow with a golden light as he prepared to use his star-shifting technique to break free. Suddenly, the sky split open with a dazzling streak of light, and waves of extra-dimensional energy rippled outward. The figure traversed space with a quantum leap that surpassed the speed of light, arriving instantly beside the Qishao Immortal Furnace. His slender fingers lightly touched the surface of the furnace, triggering a chain reaction. The previously stable controlled nuclear fusion device began to tremble violently, and the dark energy containment field collapsed rapidly like a spider web. Under this bizarre energy collapse, the massive Qishao Immortal Furnace rapidly contracted, eventually leaving only a metal sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. As the energy fluctuations subsided, the mysterious figure stood with his hands behind his back. It was indeed a high-temperature reactor equipped with a stellar drive engine. Freed, Sun Wukong turned his head in shock and exclaimed, "You brat! How did you? Hee hee, brother monkey, you're really something. coming to Liang for drinks and leaving me, Jang Chong, out of it. Jiang Chong, the newcomer, greeted Pan Zhun and the others with elegance. I've heard that Liang's Chongyao wine is a world-class delicacy. I hope my unannounced visit is forgiven. You are? Jinshin. Pan Zhun squinted as he scrutinized him. Jiang Chong nodded calmly. So my name has reached this place. It seems General Pan's intelligence network on Earth is quite remarkable. In an instant, the celestial soldiers beside Pan Zhun raised their weapons, ready for confrontation. Jiang Chong stood proud as a drawn sword, unfazed by the threatening scene. At that moment, the distinct sound of high heels heralded the graceful arrival of Raina. She strolled over to Jiang Chong and spoke languidly. They are my guests. As the main deity of civilization, must I adhere to such formalities in my own home? Raina, this is absurd. Pan Zhun's face turned ashen. Raina winked at Jiang Chong and then waved to disperse the crowd. Let's go. It's just a misunderstanding. When a burly man with a hammer hesitated, looking towards Pan Zhun, Raina seized the opportunity to assert herself. What? Have you started recognizing only Pan Zhun and not me, the main deity of civilization and king of Liang, just because I've been away for a few days? Are you planning a rebellion? We wouldn't dare. The burly man quickly bowed his head. Everyone knew the consequences of questioning royal authority in front of so many witnesses. Pan Zhun shook his head in resignation and led the group back to the celestial court. Sun Wukong looked at Raina in disbelief, but before he could speak, she stuck out her tongue playfully. See? You silly monkey. I'm so kind. Don't always think the worst of people. Faced with such a mischievous gesture, the 1,000-year-old great sage equal to heaven blushed and was momentarily speechless. The progress of replicating the genetic code of Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha, has reached 99.999. The modules for abilities such as 3 heads and 6 arms, transformation of heaven and earth, and shifting stars have been successfully analyzed. However, a special mysterious code within the genetic chain remains unsolved. The decision to leave the Sun Star came swiftly. After handling necessary affairs, Raina, along with Jiang Chong and others, embarked on their journey back. This hurried departure was driven by 2 urgent reasons. On one hand, the intense conflict between Jiang Chong, Sun Wukong, Pan Zhun, and others had caused their relationship to hit rock bottom. On the other hand, Earth was facing an unprecedented crisis, with the gluttonous army eyeing it hungrily and ready to launch a full-scale attack at any moment, while Morgana lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. The long interstellar journey lasted 11 days. During the voyage through the vast cosmos, Jiang Chong concentrated on deciphering Sun Wukong's genetic code. He had successfully replicated most of the abilities, including the renowned 3 heads and 6 arms, transformation of heaven and earth, and shifting stars. However, the last 0.001 of the mysterious code remained an impenetrable barrier, akin to a natural wall. Even Sun Wukong himself had only left a vague clue for solving it. Faced with this challenge, Jiang Chong decided to preserve it intact for future resolution. After the spaceship passed through Earth's atmosphere, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Jiang Chong and Raina. A millennium of solitary life had made him more accustomed to being alone, showing little interest in integrating into the collective life of the Xiaobing Company. He simply said, "Call me if you need anything," before leaving nonchalantly, clearly uninterested in routine training. Watching Sun Wukong depart, Raina softly sighed as she looked at his receding figure. Your victorious fighting Buddha is still an introverted monkey. Hearing this, Jiang Chong smiled slightly. Have you ever seen an old monster who's lived for ages still be cheerful every day? That's true, Raina mused. Whether it's Pan Zhun or the heavenly soldiers, they all seem burdened with heavy hearts. Even if someone appears to laugh on the surface, they can't hide the weariness inside. Exactly, Jiang Chong nodded. The longer you live, the more you see, and the greater the pressure becomes. Monkey King has endured 1,000 years alone, witnessing countless separations and farewells. For him, solitude might have become the most natural state. Raina nodded in agreement, but suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, hasn't old Du also lived a long time? How come he's always so cheerful every day? That's different, Jiang Chong explained. Old Du has his daughter for company, which means he's lived a complete life. Now, his days on Earth are like retirement. If he were still frowning, that would really be complaining without cause. Raina realized. So you're saying that the best way to ease the anxiety that comes with aging is to have a child? Raina gasped as if she had uncovered a groundbreaking secret. Jiang Chong sighed, rubbing his forehead, unable to comprehend her conclusion. But then he frowned, pondering perhaps there was some truth to it. He lowered his head in thought and slowly began. Speaking of Earth humans, there's a notable difference in the mental and physical health between elderly people who are surrounded by family and those who are isolated. The former benefit from emotional interactions and social support, leading to balanced neurotransmitter secretion, better cognitive function, and more effectively activated immune mechanisms. On the other hand, those lacking social connections can experience imbalances in neuroendocrine systems, elevated cortisol levels, and increased risks of Alzheimer's, hypertension, coronary heart disease, and psychological issues like depression and anxiety, creating a vicious cycle. He paused, finally correcting his train of thought. So, the best remedy for depression and introversion is truly companionship. Jiang Chong felt a sense of relief after speaking. He had almost been led astray by Raina's innovative thinking. Suddenly, he snapped back to focus. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. Let's go. We've been away for too long. Who knows what's happening with the Xiaombing company? Let's hurry back and check. With a wave of his hand, a wormhole opened, targeting the Great Gorge. Raina snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Okay. She didn't dwell on it either, knowing they had been away from the base for some time. Who knew what chaos might have ensued? After all, the Xiaombing company was her creation, and if anything went wrong, she'd be the most concerned. However, upon returning to the Great Gorge, they found everything in perfect order, with no chaos in sight. The team was following their usual training schedule, engaged in synchronized physical training, including a 10-kilometer freestyle swim, with high spirits. Raina paused, then smiled. Oh, I didn't expect that in our absence. Xiangwei held everything together. She deserves a good reward. She put her hands on her hips and suddenly shouted, Hey, everyone, your captain is back. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched, thinking, Xiaombing Company was supposed to be a formal team, so why did it feel like they had established their own regime while he and Raina were away? Meanwhile, the team members stopped their training upon seeing their return and gathered around enthusiastically inquiring about their situation. After some small talk, Jiang Cheng learned that during their absence, the Xiaombing Company had entered a temporary, leaderless state, especially since DKO did not interfere much, leaving the team to make their own decisions. As a result, Gu Xiaoluan cast a vote for Qiangwei. A country cannot go a day without a ruler, nor can a home go a day without a head, Gu Xiaoluan said seriously, his expression solemn. I suggest Qiangwei temporarily take the role of captain until Sister Na and Brother Jiang return. After all, we can't let training come to a halt. Lu Chuang immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, I didn't expect Xiaoluan to have such high awareness. Zhao Xin, the troublemaker, chimed in. Xiaoluan is like a brother, and Qiangwei is like a sister-in-law. I've got no objections. Thus, in this peculiar atmosphere, Qiangwei became the interim captain. Whenever the team faced difficulties, Gu Xiaoluan would step up to help her solve problems, always adhering to Jiang Cheng's core ideas. Gradually, Qiangwei's impression of Gu Xiaoluan shifted from initially thinking of him as a loser to gradually recognizing his decision-making ability and maturity. After training concluded, Gu Xiaoluan eagerly approached Jiang Chong, filled with anticipation and nervousness, tightly gripping Jiang Cheng's hand. Godfather, the previous plan worked. I feel like I'm close to winning in love. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes dismissively. The biggest mistake in love is assuming the other person already likes you. Don't get too cocky. Wait until you've had your first kiss before you talk about success. Gu Xiaoluan froze, then began to fidget awkwardly. Huh? A kiss already? Isn't that a bit too soon? Jiang Cheng was speechless. Good grief, it seems this kid really let himself go, not knowing how to reel it back in. In the multimedia classroom of the giant hero, a few days had passed since Jiang Cheng and Raina rejoined the team, and the daily training and combat deployments of the Xiaombing Company were gradually getting back on track. During this period, Jiang Cheng had devoted almost all his energy to the integration research of the Sun Wukong gene fragment. He was attempting to embed the iconic abilities of the Monkey King, those extraordinary supernatural methods, into his own genetic sequence. However, challenges arose, as expected, but they proved to be more daunting than imagined. The first obstacle was the 3 heads and 6 arms ability. The essence of this ability lies in the high-energy demands and the extremely complex neural coordination mechanisms at the level of gene expression. Forcing it into the genetic sequence could not only overload the gene chain, but might also cause cellular metabolic disorders, akin to reaching a critical point of collapse within a biological system. In comparison, the transformation technique seemed much more gentle. Essentially, it involves interfering with dark energy frequencies and distorting dark matter waves to create visual illusions at the observer's neural level. This non-corporeal form of transformation places a smaller physiological burden and has a relatively lower technical threshold, even classifiable as an advanced perception-deception technology. Jiang Cheng outright dismissed the flight capability. He already possessed a sword light particle flight module, which surpassed the original flight gene in computational efficiency, making it redundant. The real roadblocks in his research progress were the core abilities of law manifestation of heaven and earth and star shift. The genetic coding of law manifestation of heaven and earth involves the materialization of quantum state energy, requiring a complex resonance circuit formation between its operational principles and the host's core gene cluster. Essentially, it is an intricate bioquantum trajectory computation structure. Star shift, on the other hand, is even more cryptic, involving multidimensional space folding and complex transformation formulas within a spacetime theoretical framework. Even with the aid of Doubao, Jiang Chong could only glimpse a fraction of its underlying algorithms, with limited understanding. Ultimately, it felt like an AI could comprehend it, but he himself could not, which was frustrating. Regardless of the complexity, all the problems boiled down to a critical issue. The biological carriers of current third-generation warriors simply couldn't withstand such an immense data and computational burden. Jiang Cheng's own cellular mitochondrial energy supply system and neural conduction network were nearing their limits, akin to an outdated processor attempting to run an oversized program, overwhelmed. At this point, hardware upgrades were the only way forward. Theoretically, to truly break through this bottleneck, the only direction was to enter the realm of divine body evolution. But reality was harsh. The complete genetic map of the third-generation divine body was accessible, yet crucial parameters for the fourth-generation body remained significantly missing. Although brief contact with Morgana provided some technical clues, it was far from sufficient to construct a complete evolutionary model, leaving the research stuck in a dead end. Of course, there were still options. Jiang Chong could leverage the quantum restructuring functions within the Void algorithm program, using light-dark energy conversion technology to reconstruct necessary materials at the molecular level, forcibly enhancing the existing boundaries of the third-generation divine body. However, this method was ultimately a stopgap measure, unable to seamlessly transition into the realm of the fourth-generation divine body. After all, who wouldn't want to pursue higher-dimensional power? With the knowledge that more advanced technologies exist, settling for less was truly hard to accept. Yet, given the current tense battle situation and the pressing timeline, the problem before Jiang Chong was unavoidable. The gluttonous army was advancing relentlessly, and divine body evolution had become an inevitable choice. These past few days, he had been weighing the pros and cons in his mind, running countless scenarios, yet he still couldn't make a firm decision. Knock knock. Just as his thoughts were descending into chaos, there was a knocking sound in the classroom. Jiang Chong looked up to see Raina, who was similarly lost in thought but pretending to listen attentively, tapping her fingers on the desk. What are you doing? We're in class. Why are you daydreaming? I know you can open wormholes, but those are just one-click trigger skills built into the dark computer. Did you understand the basic knowledge Rose is teaching? Jiang Chong rolled his eyes at his posturing teammate, momentarily at a loss for words, with only one thought left in his mind, speechless. Qi Lin misunderstood Jiang Cheng's distraction and kindly moved her notes closer to him. This scene was caught by Raina. Qi Lin, what are you doing? Raina clenched her fists, her voice clearly displeased. If you let him see your notes now, will he rely on you every time he has a problem? You're a good student. Don't let a bad student like him lead you astray. Qi Lin looked embarrassed, but continued to defend herself. It's just sharing notes. Who hasn't been distracted at times? No need to make a big deal out of it. You. Raina was momentarily speechless. While everyone's attention was on the argument, Jiang Chong remained calm and composed. He picked up a pen and began annotating Qi Lin's notes. This wormhole calculation formula, though concise, is actually misleading for those without spacetime genes. I have a better algorithm here, he explained while writing. Once the coding program is complete, you can use the Black Armor's quantum computer to calculate your body, easily avoiding danger. If you're smart enough, you can even directly manipulate dark energy to tear open a wormhole. As he spoke, Jiang Chong tapped the air with his pen. To everyone's amazement, the space rippled like water, and a miniature wormhole appeared out of nowhere. He effortlessly passed the pen from his right hand through the wormhole to his left, his movements fluid. Jiang, I always thought you could only trigger things with a single button. You actually understand the theory. Zhao Xian was dumbfounded. Although Lu Chuang didn't quite understand, he still marveled. This method seems more practical. Raina, unwilling to concede, retorted, don't be fooled. These formulas must be copied from a dark plane computer, and that trick was just sleight of hand. Don't believe me? Jiang Cheng beckoned to Lu Chuang. Come on, Chuang, I see potential in you. Let me teach you this skill. Despite Lu Chuang's concerns about his weak foundation, Jiang Cheng began his unique teaching. He used vivid analogies to simplify complex theories into intuitive actions, treating the dark eye as a phone camera, imagining a wormhole as a whirlpool on water, and comparing dark energy to a fishing rod. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, Lu Chuang actually managed to open a micro wormhole and successfully perform a spatial pen transfer. This discovery thrilled him. Am I a genius too? Zhao Xian, Guxiao Luan, and others tried the method and quickly grasped the essentials. Everyone praised Jiang Cheng's brilliant teaching methods, while only Raina and Chang Wei's expression soured. One felt her pride was bruised, the other felt her professional dignity was challenged. In a class on micro-wormhole transportation theory, the students' performances varied. Although everyone had grasped the basic techniques of micro-wormhole transportation, strangely, most could only manage to transport small items like pens. Even Qi Lin, the top student, could barely transport a book slightly larger than a pen. This wasn't entirely their fault. While the basic control of micro-wormholes was simple, the precise calculations required for objects to pass through wormholes were quite complex. Given that the formula wasn't yet fully mastered, their current level of achievement was commendable. However, there were some disappointing cases in the class, the most notable being Gu Xiaoluan. Despite possessing the most comprehensive and powerful hidden computer, he could only manage to calculate the transport of a mere pen, which seemed like a waste of talent. Witnessing this, Jiang Chong finally understood why Qiang Wei, in the original work, was so dismissive of Gu Xiaoluan was the epitome of someone sitting on a treasure trove without realizing it, choosing to idle away despite his capabilities. It's hard to feel any affection towards someone like that. After class, Jiang Chong was unsurprisingly asked to stay behind by Raina and Qiang Wei. Raina slapped the desk with a loud bang. Honestly, why are your wormhole calculations so proficient? Aren't your genes supposed to be for swordsmanship? How come you know this? Raina asked directly. Jiang Chong shrugged casually. Who says my genes are only for swordsmanship? I just prefer using a sword. Take you. For instance, does the light of the sun only drive stars? Well, Raina started to say, then quickly changed her tone. Ahem, you're right. Besides stellar driving, I do have other skills. By the way, I didn't quite understand the new algorithm you mentioned earlier. Could you explain it again? Her swift change in attitude was almost astonishing. Of course. Jiang Chong agreed, then turned to Qiang Wei. What about you? Qiang Wei spoke up, a bit awkwardly. I wanted to ask about the wormhole algorithm you used earlier. It didn't seem like the basic algorithm, but more like a variant of a higher level one. Do you have the complete high-level algorithm? Could you? Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Chong didn't make it difficult for her. What's a high-level algorithm? I even have more advanced spacetime algorithms. With that, he used the cyber infusion technique to impart the knowledge he had acquired from Morgana to Qiang Wei. Although he hadn't studied these complex algorithms much himself, leaving them mainly to AI, he knew that in Qiang Wei's expert hands, this knowledge would be well utilized. He then used the same method to share the knowledge with Raina. As he left the multimedia classroom, he noticed Gu Xiaoluan and others lurking at the door, eavesdropping. What a coincidence, Brother Jiang. We were just curious if you had any special secrets you hadn't shared with us. Definitely not eavesdropping. Gu Xiaoluan explained awkwardly. However, Zhao Xian, standing nearby, bluntly exposed his lie. Yeah, right? Aren't you just afraid that Jiang Gu will steal your girl? And that's why you're eavesdropping here, Xian? Damn you, Gu Xiaoluan shouted angrily. Then he turned to Jiang Chong, his tone softening abruptly. Jiang Gu, trust me, Xian is just slandering. Come on, I don't have time to argue with you about this. Your goddess is inside getting advanced algorithm training, and the data load might be too much for her brain to handle right away. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes suddenly lit up. You know what? Don't say I'm not looking out for you. This is a great opportunity. Go keep an eye on her. Maybe you'll get lucky. Anyway, apart from my parents, only my godfather treats me like his own. Farewell. With that, he dashed off faster than a rabbit. After sending everyone away, Jiang Chong returned to his room alone. After a class of contemplation, he had made a decision. He couldn't just chase after the fourth-generation divine body or wait passively. Once the whirlpool of war started, without becoming a god, one was as insignificant as an ant. Both the Void program and AI required a stronger body to harness computational power, otherwise, they would never reach their full potential. Command received. Doubao immediately responded. Hydrogen and oxygen elements, trace elements, and dark matter particles in seawater have been locked as raw materials. The plan is to modify based on Lena's third-generation divine body template, breaking traditional organ limitations to maintain life after critical damage and optimizing the energy conversion system. Doubao continued the analysis. However, simulations show that the current plan struggles to bear the load brought by additional genetic advantages. It is recommended to integrate some of Morgana's fourth-generation divine body technologies, constructing a micro-quantum energy cache unit to form an energy enhancement cycle at the cellular level. This will significantly strengthen physical performance, but does not include rapid recovery ability after injury. Wow, you're brilliant. Jiang Chong realized. How did I not think of that? I was just too close to see it. Even without a complete fourth-generation divine body technology, it's entirely possible to overlay and upgrade part of its technology with the third generation. This technological breakthrough might be daunting for others, but with AI calculations, it's much simpler. Plan approved. Proceed with execution. How long will it take? Based on calculations, considering the complex manufacturing procedures and upgrade progress, it will take approximately 250 hours to complete. Seeing this time frame, Jiang Chong hesitated. Was it a coincidence or intentional? But then he thought, AI is just a program. It couldn't have any malicious intent. 10 days and 10 hours. Who knows when the gluttons will arrive? Hopefully, he'll make it in time. Jiang Chong walked to the window, gazing at the sky. It was as if he could see through endless galaxies to the glutton army gathering at the Great Worm Bridge on Pluto. If he could complete the upgrade in time, perhaps during the first wave of attack, he could establish his own rules on Earth. After all, once a native god appeared on Earth, all parties would have to reassess Jiang Cheng's significance. 10 days flew by, precisely 247 hours passed, and the countdown to Jiang Cheng's breakthrough to divine form reached its final 2.5 hours. However, the situation didn't progress as smoothly as expected. At this critical moment, the Taotai seemed to have precisely targeted this time, launching a full-scale offensive. Instead of a massive invasion, they first deployed small elite units, hiding in the thermosphere, exosphere, and even at the edge of space. The first to be hit were Earth's various satellite systems. A series of silent explosions suddenly erupted, and humanity's eyes in space went blind in an instant. News of the damaged satellites quickly spread worldwide. This sudden blow had a polarizing effect. Top-tier nations like China, with their vast communication systems, promptly implemented emergency measures, keeping losses to a minimum. Although satellite communication was disrupted, fiber networks, cable transmissions, shortwave and microwave communications, and even emerging laser ionosphere technology quickly established a robust information defense, ensuring basic ground communication remained intact. For countries and regions with weaker infrastructure, the situation was drastically different. Without satellite support, many developing countries were almost instantly thrown back to the last century, with power systems barely operational and most modern facilities grinding to a halt. At this time, alarms on the Juxia of the South Sea Fleet blared suddenly. As a super warrior unit always on standby, they quickly responded to orders, preparing for battle. The instant the satellites were destroyed, the Chinese military activated emergency protocols. Military observation stations across the country used high-precision astronomical telescopes and ground radar arrays to immediately detect anomalies in space and swiftly collect data. The military's response was textbook-worthy. Within 2 minutes, the command center drafted an initial combat plan based on the intelligence gathered. 5 minutes later, using trajectory simulation models, they accurately predicted the invaders' movement routes and landing points. Just 10 minutes later, multiple missiles equipped with inertial guidance, radar composite guidance, and infrared imaging seekers soared through the sky, executing precise strikes on the Taoyu's vanguard. However, without satellite positioning support, even the most advanced missiles struggled to perform effectively. The accuracy of long-distance strikes significantly decreased, and their lethality was greatly diminished. The Taoyu's forward units broke through the atmospheric defense line with astonishing speed, entering Earth's atmosphere. Faced with this dimensional reduction attack from a spacefaring civilization, humanity had no choice but to shift to ground defensive warfare. The seeds of war quickly spread globally. In this interstellar invasion campaign, the situation within China was particularly severe. Perhaps due to Jiang Cheng's outstanding performance on Airport Road or some other butterfly effect, the scale of this war far exceeded the original expectations. What was initially confined to Tinna City inexplicably sparked new battlefields in Jiangnan City and Huabei City. Based on theater situation analysis, the Taotai prioritized China as a key target, with their initial probing attacks directed at it. Besides the main battlefield in Tinna City, although the enemy forces in Jiangnan City and Huabei City were smaller, the equipment disparity of local defense forces was evident, and there were significant gaps in the anti-aircraft firepower network. Currently, the situation in the 3 major war zones remains stalemated, with the outcome of the war yet to be determined. In the operations briefing room, the atmosphere plummeted as the staff's reports were delivered. The red alerts flashing on the holographic map stung everyone's eyes. The evacuation progress in the densely populated areas of the 2 cities was severely behind schedule, and civilian traffic control had yet to be fully implemented. Duel sat at the command seat, drumming his fingers on the edge of the meeting table with a rhythm that mirrored his agitation, his brows furrowed. He decisively grabbed the tactical microphone, his voice carrying an indisputable authority. Wukong, Jang Chong, you are the core combat forces with air superiority capabilities in the Xiongbing Company. The new troops lack cohesion. The air defense gaps in North China and Jiangnan must be filled by you. Raina, lead your team to support Tinna City and concentrate firepower to suppress the enemy fleet. Understood. Sun Wukong's response was accompanied by the sharp sound of his golden staff slicing through the air. I have entered Jiangnan City's air defense identification zone and am commencing air superiority operations immediately. Jiang Chong lowered his gaze slightly, the countdown to his divine body upgrade flashing red on his AI interface. A glint of coldness flickered in his silver eyes, and he spoke with a calm tone. North China is mine. Old Do, have the ground forces execute a level 3 lockdown, prioritizing the safety of civilian evacuation routes. Without hostages to hold us back, these cosmic warships. A cold smile played on his lips as energy particle-formed sword aura surrounded him. Are nothing but sitting ducks. Do you know the defensive capacity of their photon shields? Duel abruptly stood up, the light from the holographic projection flickering across his face. Conventional weapons can't even breach their energy threshold. If we deploy nuclear weapons over the city, I've already completed the energy field deconstruction algorithm. Photon shields are ineffective against me. Jiang Cheng's voice was as cold as ice. His encrypted briefing popped up on the operations terminal. The improved version of the Annihilation Sword Aura has passed non-radiation certification, with energy output controllable within the kiloton range of TNT. The entire command system fell silent. The holographic map suddenly erupted with blinding data streams, and the communications channel was filled with sounds of sharp intakes of breath. The power equivalent to a kiloton of TNT was comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb. If Jiang Cheng's claim was true, China would become the first nation capable of effectively countering an alien invasion. Permission granted. Duel made a swift decision. The 3rd and 6th Armies of the North China Theater will switch to air defense coordination, and the 17th Missile Army will handle electromagnetic interference cover. Jiang Chong, you are now granted the highest wartime command authority over North China City. As the communication cut off, a silver-blue streak tore through the ionosphere. Jiang Cheng's flight path traced an erratic line on the air traffic radar, first breaking the sound barrier with a white vapor cone, then initiating a quantum leap in the stratosphere. As his speed surpassed the light speed limit, the space curvature around him twisted into a vortex. In the blink of an eye, the one once known as the Sword Heart, a former electric bike Sword Immortal, was hovering over North China City. The light blade formed by Sword Aura illuminated the gloomy battlefield below. Quite bold. Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? Of all places, you chose a burial ground. Jiang Chong hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the gluttonous tactical flying soldiers racing carelessly above the city. He formed a sword gesture with his hand, and 24 dark alloy longswords were transported through micro wormholes to his side, spreading out to cover the skies over North China City. In an instant, the energy field was constructed, the stellar drive energy converted into photon energy, and thousands of energy swords gathered around each dark alloy longsword. Go! With Jiang Cheng's command, a murderous aura filled the sky. Countless gluttonous tactical flying soldiers felt a chill on their necks before they could react. The last thing they saw was their headless bodies still standing on their aircraft, crashing straight into the city buildings. Look over there. What is that? Su Weiguo of the 6th Army Group gripped his tactical binoculars so tightly that his hands turned pale. His eyes were fixed on the distance, yet his heart was filled with despair. He had led his team to construct the final line of defense here, ready to face death. The sudden interstellar invasion had left them with little hope of survival. In front of them, countless alien warriors piloted sleek tactical aircraft, roaring towards them. The enemy wielded powerful laser guns and wore exoskeleton armor as tough as iron, impervious to regular bullets. Facing such an enemy, Su Weiguo saw no chance of victory. But just as he braced himself for the impending doom, a few Vanguard aircraft flew overhead, and the air suddenly rippled with an unusual distortion, as if spacetime itself was twisting. A chilling aura of death spread silently, almost suffocating. Then, countless brilliant energy swords appeared, slicing through the air with cold precision and speed, cutting down the enemy. The once impenetrable exoskeletons crumbled like tofu under the sword's assault, disintegrating into fragments. The alien warriors' screams mingled with the Engine's roar, creating a chaotic symphony of violence. Then a more astonishing scene unfolded under the aura of these energy swords. All the alien weapons suddenly malfunctioned, emitting smoke. The aircraft engines screeched, and their precise attacks descended into chaos. Su Weiguo and his comrades watched, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. I don't know, but I've heard a rumor, said a comrade beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. They say there's a special unit of ours, small in number, but with extraordinary strength. Each one is like a superhuman, especially their black armor. Once they appear, they can withstand thousands of enemies. Su Weiguo was about to dismiss it as a myth, but his words caught in his throat. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged in the sky. Clad in black armor, the figure glistened coldly in the sunlight, with sharp lines resembling blades. What was even more astonishing was the thousands of energy swords orbiting around, humming like stars surrounding this figure. In that instant, the figure alone seemed to envelop the entire battlefield, like a mythical sword immortal descended to the mortal realm. Suddenly, a piercing static noise erupted in the earpieces of all major army groups on the North China battlefield, followed by the calm and clear voice of Jang Chong. This is Jang Chong, Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Unit. By order of the higher-ups, all frontline units in North China are now under my command. Group leaders Wang Xiaohua of the 3rd, Feng Jinian of the 6th, Zhang Chunshan of the 17th Missile Group. With the powerful scanning and analysis capabilities of his AI, Jiang Chong breached all encrypted communication channels in an instant, even precisely identifying several group leaders by name. This left the mentioned leaders stunned and speechless. They hadn't yet recovered from their shock when they recalled an order mentioning a supreme commander would personally arrive. But how could this person already be on the battlefield right after the order was issued? The figure standing with the sword in hand left everyone present in awe. Wang Xiaohua of the Third Army Group gazed at this almost celestial being and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Could it be that spiritual energy has revived? Is the national defense secretly cultivating immortals and forgetting about us old cadres? The communication channel was initially silent. Then a few stifled chuckles broke the suffocating quiet. Only then did the three regiment commanders snap back to reality, straightening up as they collectively responded. The 3rd Army Group, 6th Army Group, and 17th Missile Army Group are on standby, awaiting orders. With an impassive expression, Jiang Chong swung his arm, unleashing a sword aura that instantly turned another entire formation of Taotai into dust. His sharp gaze fixed on the massive light-energy cross-shaped ship in the sky, and he ordered, the 3rd and 6th Army Groups are to evacuate the civilians westward within half an hour, even if it requires force. The 17th Missile Army Group, direct all firepower at the light-energy cross-fleet above within 3 minutes. Deputy Captain Jiang Chong, the commander of the 17th Missile Army Group, said urgently, that warship has a light shield defense we can't comprehend. Missiles become ineffective as soon as they approach. While controlling his flying sword to cut down the enemy forces, Jiang Chong responded without turning his head, don't worry about aiming, just fire. He then communicated with the AI in his mind. Dobao, activate the void computation program and change the quantum structure of the Taotai Cross Fleet's light energy shields to an eggshell state. Command received, the AI replied. However, due to the divine body upgrade program loading, the void computation program's capacity is insufficient. It is recommended to manually widen the light energy shield's wormhole gap using dark energy to calculate ground forces firepower. Damn, I've already boasted about it. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched, though he faced away from everyone. But he quickly came to terms with it. After all, tearing open wormholes was not too difficult for him, as long as the AI provided the calculation formula. At that moment, the light energy cross ship above began to charge up, absorbing part of the light energy from the skies over North China. Jiang Chong felt a chill. Could it be targeting me? Sure enough, a weapon imbued with extreme kinetic energy came roaring in his direction. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but realized immediately that his troops were right behind him. At that speed, the shockwave would affect several kilometers. Damn it, my divine body isn't fully upgraded yet and barely a 3rd-generation warrior, and you're treating me like Raina? Fine, let's see if my sword is sharp enough. With a clang, a sword aura shot up like a rainbow piercing the sun, directly meeting the god-slaying weapon with immense kinetic energy. Boom. Faced with the extreme kinetic energy of the light cross ship's charged god-slaying weapon, Jiang Chong might not be able to withstand it physically, but that doesn't mean his sword isn't sharp enough. He swiftly locked onto his target beyond visual range, and with a sudden burst, the star-driven version of his god-slaying sword energy flared up like a dazzling sunlight, sweeping across the sky. Standing alone, he swung his sword, slicing through the clouds, and in an instant, a brilliant cloud explosion erupted over the city. The shockwave and gale-force winds swept in all directions, cutting many skyscrapers in half and causing varying degrees of damage to the streets below. The 3rd and 6th Armies, in the midst of evacuation, were wide-eyed and gaping in astonishment at the sight. After a moment, they came to their senses, only to be filled with frustration. Deputy Captain Jiang, the city's infrastructure is severely damaged. If this continues, our evacuation speed will slow down. Half an hour is already cutting it close, and we might not be able to complete the evacuation in time. Jiang Chong, a bit embarrassed, paused briefly before responding. Unexpected situations are inevitable. Continue with the original plan, and I'll try to avoid similar collisions going forward. With that, he ascended alone with his sword, deftly evading the heavy attacks from the Gluttony fleet, and quickly closed in on the light cross fleet's position. Dobao, scan the target for detailed information, calculate the wormhole formula, and assess the firepower of the missile army below. Command received, scanning in progress. Target, light cross ship. By constructing a wormhole gap with a radius of 3 meters on the surface of the energy shield using dark energy, he needed to maintain quantum oscillations at 1,015 times per second to keep the wormhole stable. Additionally, he had to analyze the trajectories of 320 various missiles fired by the 17th Missile Army and adjust their speeds to 1.8 times the second cosmic velocity to overcome gravitational interference. The ground-based 17th Missile Army's arsenal included 120 short-range anti-aircraft missiles equipped with electromagnetic pulse warheads to disable enemy ship electronics, 80 armor-piercing cruise missiles capable of penetrating conventional armor, and 120 cluster tactical missiles designed to target grouped objectives. If these could precisely pass through the shield gap, they would be capable of delivering a fatal blow to the light cross ship's core energy system. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as the plan was approved, and he immediately began calculations. His pupils glowed with a faint light as he activated his dark eyes, quickly locating the tiny fissure in the energy shield. Due to operational complexity, he relied on a void computing program. With a reality-altering processor and a powerful AI, he could effortlessly command the battle with his hands behind his back, almost like a cyber version of divine decree, where his words became reality. Meanwhile, inside the light-cross ship, the gluttony commander, Wang Dala, noticed something amiss. Is this the kind of super warrior trained by Earth's Super God Academy? He snarled at the display screen, his rage contorting his already grotesque face. Beside him, his deputy, Brady Dakabong Hawk Dilia, sneered in response. This guy, we have records of him. During the last invasion at Airport Road, it was this very man who wiped out the advance team with a single sword strike. The super soldiers created by these god-making projects are indeed fearsome. It's been less than 2 months, and the last time we assessed his abilities, he was just at the level of a first-generation warrior. Unexpectedly, upon meeting again, he had already advanced to the 3rd generation. Indeed, we cannot underestimate them. Even if the Super God Academy has fallen into decline, its foundation is not something we can overlook. After all, it was once the place where my god, Carl, resided, and it deserves a certain level of respect. Shi Shangfei immediately dispatched the elite guard to execute a new round of god-slaying tactics, commanded Wang Dalaho decisively as he slammed the table. However, Shi Shangfei seemed hesitant about this decision. Captain, you know that we don't have many god-slaying weapons. The extreme kinetic energy we just used had no effect, and using the old methods again might still be futile. In my opinion, we should increase altitude and launch a few high-energy particle cannons at the city below. After all, what my god Carl needs is death, and it doesn't matter what kind. No, Shi Shangfei, I hope you understand that death is an art, and the process must be elegant. While the photon particle cannon is powerful, it doesn't reach nuclear levels. If we increase altitude, Earth might launch a nuclear-level saturation attack on us. The current low-altitude combat strategy is the best plan given by the command department. Enough said, carry out the orders. Wang Dalaho rejected the suggestion outright. In fact, there was another reason he didn't mention. From just a single clash with Jang Chong, he realized that the opponent's sword energy attack was based on stellar-driven energy and a flare-level algorithm. Mastering such a level, whether it's the solar ball from the Liang or the Angel's energy judgment, could deal a devastating blow to their photon energy ship. If they did increase altitude, this seemingly 3rd-generation warrior might laugh himself to sleep. After all, such an action would be akin to handing themselves over on a silver platter. Even Wang Dalaho, who appeared calm on the surface, was already contemplating escape plans in his mind. They were merely the advance team meant to probe the situation, and reckless sacrifices wouldn't earn the favor of the god of death. After Shi Shangfei relayed the orders, numerous small fighter ships launched from the 2 escort ships beside the photon cruiser. These ships were armed with firepower far exceeding that of single-pilot aircraft, with massive photon cannons at the front that looked intimidating. Jiang Chong, who was manually running calculation formulas, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking that getting hit by such a large cannon would probably hurt a lot. The wisdom of the ancient Chinese ancestors became increasingly evident at this moment. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later and suffer, Jiang Chong frowned. The 24 dark alloy long swords that had been hunting down the remnants of the gluttonous creatures below the city suddenly soared into the air, forming a special energy matrix around him. This cyber sword formation completely shielded him, making it impossible for the gluttonous creatures to break through. Even the strongest main cannon of the fighter ships couldn't breach this energy field. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. The target in the designated area has 24 swords around him, forming a special energy field. In addition to its defensive capabilities, it can also dissipate a large amount of external photon and dark energy attacks. The main cannon of my fighter ship can no longer inflict damage. Requesting stronger firepower support. The young gluttonous pilot sounded somewhat anxious. After firing several shots and seeing no effect, he routinely began reporting this critical information. But little did they know, Jiang Cheng's cyber sword formation was also adept at signal interference. As the power of the cyber sword formation was unleashed, all signals of flying units near Jiang Chong were instantly disrupted. At this point, not only were they unable to replicate the ultimate kinetic god-slaying weapon from previous chapters, but even simple attacks became impossible. Wang Dalaba and Shi Shangfei were left stunned, their minds buzzing, unable to comprehend the situation before them. Yet, the most terrifying events were still to come. Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the display screens of the command center's communication and combat system, and Jiang Cheng's face unexpectedly projected onto all tactical screens. The smile on his lips was more chilling than any god-slaying weapon. An interstellar civilization might seem impressive, but you don't understand the mystical arts. Oh, by the way, a reminder, your time is running out. As Jiang Chong finished speaking, his smile, like the gaze of death, sent a chill through everyone present. Wang Dalaba asked in confusion, "Damn it, what does he mean by this?" At that moment, the tech-savvy glutton beside him suddenly received a blinding red light warning. Trouble. The enemy is using a micro-wormhole algorithm to breach our light energy shields, and in about 30 seconds, all shields will fail. Wang Dalaba's heart tightened, and he was thrown into a panic. Bad news continued to pour in. It was detected that the North China Missile Group Army had completed fire control calibration and was preparing for a full-scale missile launch. They seemed intent on executing a saturation firepower strike. Wang Dalaba's heart raced as he urgently said, "Captain, I suggest we gain altitude to buy time and cause the enemy's calculated micro-wormhole positions to shift." Shi Shangfei quickly added. However, Wang Dalaba shook his head, his tone resolute. "It's too late." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the entire command room shook violently. The monitoring screens erupted in a storm of static, and the circuits burst with blinding electric sparks. From an external perspective, Jiang Chong lightly tapped his finger, and a dark golden energy pattern spread along the light energy shield, causing the once impregnable barrier to dissipate like a soap bubble being burst. Almost simultaneously, 320 missiles of various types from the 17th Missile Group Army launched into the sky, trailing flames. These weapons, equipped with electromagnetic pulses, armor-piercing warheads, and cluster munitions, passed precisely through the shield gap at the precalculated wormhole exit set by Jiang Chong, piercing the core power chamber of the light energy cross ship like vengeful steel arrows. Even more astonishing was the successful completion of the evacuation by the 3rd and 6th Group Armies at this time, taking only 27 minutes, 2.5 minutes less than the original plan. Seeing the city emptied, Jiang Chong felt a sense of relief. 17th Missile Group Army, your mission is complete. Now quickly retreat to the rear of the main forces. Captain Jiang, we've all left, so who will contain these alien bastards? Asked Zhang Chunqing, the commander of the Missile Group Army, in confusion. Jiang Chong sighed, his laughter tinged with helplessness. Ha ha. If there were still civilians in the city, this would be a battlefield, but with no one left, it's a hell for the gluttons. With that, his laughter echoed through the empty command room. The sun in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the light over Huabei City transformed into visible streams of energy, converging onto Jiang Chong. As he grasped the hilt of the flying sword beside him, Zhang Chunqing, the Missile Legion commander, felt the entire sky tremble. Raise the sword. With this command, the remaining 23 dark alloy long swords formed a high-frequency output point centered on Jiang Chong. In an instant, a giant sword of energy appeared out of thin air in the night, so exaggerated in size that it made the massive light energy cross sword look like a toy in comparison. Inside, the beast Taodai felt a frenzy. It had been holding an absolute advantage until now, and the appearance of this super soldier named Jianxin seemed like a mere addition of flair. Yet, within less than a minute, Tao Ye's overwhelming advantage turned into an irrecoverable defeat. This question would remain unanswered, for before anyone could comprehend it, the energy giant sword had already sliced through the light energy cross battleship. A blinding flash of light erupted, illuminating the night sky that had fallen into darkness. Unexpectedly, the destruction of the light energy cross battleship did not come with a violent explosion. Instead, it quietly cracked open and gently landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Divine body upgrade loading progress at 99.99. Remaining time. Countdown 10 seconds. Jiang Chong withdrew his divine power, and the phantom of the giant sword vanished. As 8 minutes and 20 seconds passed, the sun's rays once again bathed the earth. 6. At this moment, Jiang Chong came to his senses and looked at the light energy cross battleship, broken into two, standing in the city center. Sunlight pierced through the dust, creating the Tyndall effect, and Jiang Chong appeared godlike. Warning, during the gene matching calibration, there will be a localized energy surge. Electronic devices within a 5-kilometer radius will experience a 3-minute magnetic storm interference. The AI's voice was calm and mechanical. The atmospheric ionosphere is experiencing abnormal fluctuations, possibly accompanied by purple lightning and infrasound resonance phenomena. Non-combat personnel are advised to immediately shut down all precision instruments. Attention! A weak dark matter energy overflow has been detected. There is a risk of resonance fragility in surface building glass and metal components, lasting approximately 2 minutes. Jiang Chong heard the AI's warning and was momentarily stunned, his mouth twitching involuntarily as he thought to himself, I only joked about being a cyber cultivator. You didn't have to create a heavenly tribulation. Dobao, it was not intentional. This divine body upgrade involves quantum state gene reconstruction. Due to the coupling effect between dark matter energy and the bioelectric field, reaching a critical energy level will cause atmospheric ionosphere disorder. The AI continued to explain. Currently, there is an abnormal increase in stratospheric electron cloud density. expected to produce a 5-kilometer radius of ball lightning clusters. The accompanying infrasound shock may cause glass resonance shattering. It is recommended to immediately implement electromagnetic shielding measures to prevent city power grid overload. Jang Chong was speechless, inexplicably feeling a sense of destiny, as if ascending to immortality would inevitably attract lightning strikes. Thus, the evacuating crowd and several army groups witnessed an incredible scene. The small black dot in the sky flickered with intense red energy light, causing the sky's thunder to flash. Wow, look! The cultivator is gaining infinite merit after battling aliens, with auspicious clouds filling the sky. He's becoming immortal, exclaimed an excited young man recording with his phone. Many nearby onlookers, equally excited, knelt down immediately. Immortal above, I, Chen Zihan, sincerely wish to be your disciple. Please check if I have the supreme Tao body, a young girl earnestly pleaded. I'm not ordinary either. A fortune teller said when I was young that I'd grow up to be exceptional. Another young person confidently claimed. Great immortal, look at me. I have double pupils, a young man shouted excitedly. Stop bragging. That's just a retinal disorder causing adhesion and mutation, a young medical professional calmly analyzed. Everyone thought he was just showing off his professional knowledge, but to their surprise, he also knelt down the next moment. Master, please accept my bow. My name is Wang Zihan. I've always been healthy and strong since childhood. I definitely have a spiritual root. If not, let me be a firewood boy under your guidance. In the highest command room for emergency operations in Huaxia, everyone was momentarily stunned by the sight of Jiang Chong slaying the Tao Dai with his sword. Then, the room erupted into thunderous cheers. Well done. That was brilliant. It's exhilarating to witness such an exciting moment at my age. It makes you want to shout out loud, someone exclaimed. Hey, Staff Officer Wang, it's great to be excited, but mind your manners. Even if you don't care about that, at least watch your saliva. Sitting across from you, it's like getting a facial, he joked, and laughter filled the room. Who cares? I'm just thrilled. Several senior generals, who initially held a pessimistic view of the war, were taken by surprise. To their astonishment, just half an hour into the defense battle, the battlefield in North China achieved an unexpected and overwhelming victory. Du Cao also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Elder Huang. If we can withstand the first wave of attacks today and end the battle in this manner, even if the Tao Tai intend to continue their invasion, they'll have to reconsider our strength. Oh, so, is there a way for us to counterattack? Perhaps extending our strategic depth beyond Earth. Elder Huang, despite not being versed in science, had a sharp strategic insight. Seeing the power of Jiang Cheng's strike, he immediately wondered if such a tactic could be replicated to deter enemies from afar. However, Du Cao shook his head. It's challenging. The leap of a civilization isn't just about individual combat prowess. It's about comprehensive capability. Currently, our forces aren't equipped for space combat, and all this takes time. Cases like Jiang Cheng's, while intimidating, can't yet turn the tide of battle. Even in the Denon arms race, the participation rate of main gods in warfare was less than 0.001, let alone that he hasn't become a god yet. For those hidden god-level civilizations, devising a strategy against a super soldier like Jiang Chong isn't difficult, not to mention wormhole sniping tactics, which we currently can't defend against. Therefore, the situation remains unfavorable for us. Elder Huang understood, but it pained him. So, if we had a native main god on Earth, the enemy might hesitate before acting, right? Du Cao nodded. Exactly, especially with a catastrophic main god like Raina. If the enemy dared to launch a retaliatory strike on our planet, we could reciprocate. But gods aren't easy to cultivate. It requires resources, time, and crucial knowledge. Moreover, even now, we can't scan Jiang Cheng's genetic profile. As he spoke, the two figures in the jubilant command room seemed out of place, their silence contrasting sharply with the surrounding celebration. Suddenly, the scene over North China, where Jiang Chong was located, underwent a dramatic change. In an instant, energy surged from his body like a tidal wave, with light and darkness intermingling, creating visible changes that triggered thunderous roars in the clouds above. The Denua No. 3 system also began emitting frequent alerts. Standing at the instrument panel, Yuqin was dumbfounded, staring at the screen in disbelief. Something was wrong with Jiang Cheng's body. The Denua No. 3 had detected that his energy fluctuations were completely out of control, with his bioelectric field intensity soaring to 47 times the safety threshold. The oscillation of light and dark energy outside his body far exceeded normal ranges, and the current displayed energy level was almost approaching the baseline data of Raina's divine body. She suddenly realized that, no, this wasn't a normal energy transition at all. His body was undergoing a transformation, or rather, an upgrade. Bang! Du Cao, filled with excitement, knocked over a cup of water on the table, his eyes fixed on the information from Denua No. 3. Old Huang, beside him, was also affected by the tense atmosphere. Could it be that the gluttons used some unknown method against Xiaojiang? Du Cao shook his head, dismissing the notion. No, Although I haven't witnessed it firsthand, I'm certain that he's ascending to a divine body. Jang Chong is becoming a god. Boom. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the holographic projection over Huabei City twisted violently. With a thunderous roar, the sky seemed to tear open with countless cracks, and vibrant lightning, like frenzied silver serpents, densely covered a 5-kilometer radius around Jiang Chong. The city, just recovering from battle, was struck again. Glass facades shattered into fragments under high-voltage currents, twisted steel beams sparked when hit by lightning, and precarious buildings collapsed one after another amidst the booming sounds. In the command room, the alarms blared sharply as everyone held their breath, fixated on the projection, not daring to make a sound. In the image, Jiang Cheng's figure flickered amidst the electric light, with every lightning strike seeming to celebrate his transformation or serve as a final test. This scene led those in the operations room to question, could this Chinese fantasy-style ascension be real? Were those ancient, unverifiable legends describing some sort of super-divine civilization? However, almost as soon as this thought arose, they quickly dismissed it, believing it to be mere coincidence. After all, Jiang Cheng's unknown supergene sequence couldn't possibly be linked to mythology, could it? As the last thunderbolt vanished into the smoke-filled sky, the rampaging energy field within the 5-kilometer radius finally calmed. Jiang Cheng's dark alloy armor had long lost its original cold sheen, turning into an eerie silver white under the relentless lightning strikes. Don't be mistaken, this wasn't the armor becoming stronger, but rather, it had been rendered useless. After all, under such intense pulsing currents, it was nearly impossible for mere dark alloy to remain intact. Jiang Chong tentatively flexed his fingers, eager to experience his newly ascended divine body. But as soon as his joints made a slight sound, the entire suit of armor instantly cracked like a spider web. With a sharp snap, the shoulder armor shattered into fragments first, followed by the chest plate and arm guards, which crumbled into a shower of silver dust. Oh no, is this an armor explosion? Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Outside the city, the survivors looked up to the sky, while everyone in the command room held their breath, eyes fixed on the holographic display. Even the demons, angels, and the civilization of blazing suns watching from the shadows were focused on this moment. In such a scenario, any misstep would mean all his previous prestige would go to waste. Forget being known as the cyber sword immortal, his entire reputation would be ruined. He quickly scanned the nearby coordinates, hoping to find a clothing store to avoid impending embarrassment. However, the area within a 5-kilometer radius had been reduced to ruins, with many buildings engulfed in flames due to the earlier electrical pulse. Finding a complete set of clothes seemed impossible. Just as anxiety gripped his heart, he spotted a glimmer of hope. 8.7 kilometers away, there was a clothing store that hadn't suffered too much damage. Though it was a traditional Hanfu shop, he had no time to be picky. In a flash, he darted through space, creating ripples in his wake. It was a race against time to preserve his dignity. If he moved quickly, he remained the sword immortal. If not, public embarrassment awaited him. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. When he reappeared, he was clad in a wide-sleeved silver robe, standing in midair. His sword unsheathed with a sharp ring, and the hem of his robe fluttered dramatically in the wind, like an immortal stepping out of a painting. Among the crowd outside the city, a few young enthusiasts who had called out to be his disciples during the battle went wild at the sight. They waved their hands and shouted loudly, "The immortal has appeared. Please teach me your unparalleled swordsmanship. Once I master it, I'll devote myself to the world's people." Cool immortal master. I don't have as many requests as they do. I'm fine with just being a mount. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, sorry, no disciples, no mounts. The impact of Jiang Cheng's ascension to godhood far exceeded the expectations of the highest command of the temporary operations in Huaxia, affecting a wide range, and not just locally. The news spread rapidly, like an unstoppable storm. At this moment, Morgana was engaging in a lively conversation with old Obama in the White House, when they were suddenly interrupted by an urgent report. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, her expression turning unusually severe. "Queen, according to your instructions, during our recent surveillance of the Huaxia battlefield, we detected intense, abnormal fluctuations above Huabei City. Initial analysis shows that Jiang Chong, who just sliced through the Taotai, might have already broken through and become a god." A flicker of astonishment crossed Morgana's eyes, and she turned to old Obama beside her, emitting such a strong energy fluctuation that he almost turned pale. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turmoil within her, but her voice was still filled with disbelief. "How is that possible?" she murmured. "Although I've long sensed that his power was nearing god level, with Earth's resources and that so-called super god academy, how could he ascend to godhood in such a short time? Could someone have secretly aided him?" A Jiao and a Tai, two core members within the Devil's Castle, were also staring at the screen, exchanging uncertain glances. Reporting to the Queen, logically, this scenario seems unlikely. The Liang faction has a certain layout on Earth and has no reason to expend resources on nurturing an unknown variable at this critical moment. While the Angel faction might have the capability, according to Death God Carl's feedback, Kisha just left the sticks, and Yin and the others would find it difficult to mobilize resources easily. The two reviewed recent intelligence and ultimately reached a common conclusion. This was not the situation they had anticipated. Meanwhile, at the Great Insect Bridge, Kisha had just stepped onto the highway, focusing on adjusting her thermal pants in preparation for the upcoming new challenges. Suddenly, her communication device received a coded message, and the abnormal fluctuations displayed on the screen caused her to frown slightly. Even as the Queen of the Gods, she couldn't immediately discern the source of these fluctuations. Never seen before god body technology? Such a bizarre ascension method. Kisha whispered to herself, a hint of doubt in her eyes. How vast must this little one's genetic data be to trigger such widespread energy resonance? Sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, she quickly decided to forward this information to someone she considered a trustworthy expert. Hey, Hushi, can you figure out what kind of god body technology this is? Hushi was sipping her afternoon tea, and upon seeing the transmitted image, she immediately spat out her tea, her eyes widening. What on earth are you showing me? This doesn't look like purely post-synthesis technology, does it? Unmoved, Kisha responded directly. The footage is real and was transmitted from Earth. The genetic lock on Jang Chong is extremely tight. Even we angels can't detect any flaws. I want you to analyze it from a technical perspective. If the footage is authentic, to what extent should his super gene have evolved? Particularly, he didn't consume any resources to upgrade his god body. It's likely that during gene synthesis, he compressed the resources within. Without any hesitation, Hushi vanished into thin air, reappearing in her laboratory. The Celestial Computation Group operated at full capacity and almost instantly provided a shocking conclusion. If you're not joking with me, the complexity of these genes absolutely surpasses all our expectations. With the current technological level of known cosmic forces, only our angel civilization has a complete system for cultivating divine bodies. Other forces simply cannot create such a high-level super gene in just a few thousand years, Kisha remarked, watching Hishi expectantly for her to continue. Hishi took a deep breath, her expression serious. So, if this little guy isn't some boy toy you're keeping on the side, there's only one possibility: he's inherited the legacy of a top-tier civilization long lost to the universe. When he and that dead monkey caused trouble the other day, I sensed something unusual. Kisha frowned slightly. But I didn't expect him to become a god so quickly. This super gene codenamed Sword Heart seems to hold many secrets. Meanwhile, in the garden of Liang Star, Pan Jun was leisurely walking his bird. However, almost simultaneously, he and two other god-level civilizations received the news. Unlike the clear images the angels and demons received, the images sent back by the war correspondent Mao Shun were blurred due to Jiang Cheng's intimidating presence. Pan Jun waved his hand to disperse the clouds bearing the images, his brow furrowed. A turbulent time. The emergence of a native god on Earth at this point is not a good omen. He set down the birdcage and said in a grave tone, "Notify Xian Tianji to cancel the plan and avoid engaging Sun Wukong for now." General, Mao Shun's voice was tinged with embarrassment. I'm afraid it's too late. Xian Tianji has already engaged Sun Wukong in the Jiangnan City area. This statement instantly ignited Pan Jun's anger, and the bird beside him was instantly roasted to a crisp by a burst of heat. What happened? Wasn't he instructed to wait until the battle was over to act? Mao Shun quickly explained. Because the gluttons launched simultaneous attacks in 3 regions, the male soldiers were relatively dispersed. Raina wasn't in Sun Wukong's war zone, so Xian Tianji acted on the opportunity. At that moment, even more troubling news arrived. The newly ascended god Jang Chong had reached the skies above Jiangnan City, sealing off all communications in the area, including quantum-level ones, making Xian Tianji's location a complete information vacuum. Facing Mao Shun's tentative call, Pan Jun surprisingly calmed down, even starting to leisurely nibble on the freshly roasted bird. All right, don't worry about it. Xian Tianji is done for. He chewed as he said, by the way, Mao Shun, you've had a tough time on this trip to Earth. Find a chance to come back. Let Wu Zhao replace you. I've been feeling uneasy without you around lately. Mao Shun was taken aback by these words, secretly thinking, is he taking out all his anger on me? Sun Wukong, you cannot defy fate. If you had been sensible, you might have been allowed to live, albeit as a subordinate. However, you choose to resist the heavenly order, and thus, today becomes your final resting place in Jiangnan City of China. Let's rewind to the time before Pan Jun and Mao Shun's conversation, when Jiang Chong had yet to become a deity. At this moment, Sun Wukong was single-handedly controlling 81 clones, surrounding and intercepting the invaders in Jiangnan City. His true form was on the battlefield, wielding his golden cudgel, launching fierce attacks on the enemy. Through relentless strikes, each infused with indescribable power, he pushed Itaoya's photon cruiser to its energy threshold. Just as a few more waves of attacks would have taken down the photon cruiser, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the shadows, a flash of lightning revealed Xian Tianji, wielding a trident-like weapon. Seizing a moment when Sun Wukong was attacking, Xian Tianji thrust his weapon into Sun Wukong's abdomen. The newly forged dark alloy armor offered no resistance against this strike. Sun Wukong looked up to see a familiar facete with Xian Tianji. The weapon in his hand glowed red, and Sun Wukong immediately recognized it as a god-slaying weapon. The two momentarily put aside the Taotai to engage in a fierce battle amidst the steel jungle of the city's skyscrapers. Sun Wukong continued to manage his 81 clones, aiding local forces in evacuating civilians, while struggling to hold on due to his severe abdominal injury. The god-slaying power was severely disrupting his genetic programming. In this confrontation with Xian Tianji, he found himself evenly matched, if not at a slight disadvantage. Oomph. So much for the inevitability of fate, Sun Wukong sneered. Why didn't you say that 1,000 years ago? Where was this talk when you invaded China and bombed the 7 cities of the East Sea? He felt disdain, as the enemy before him was nothing more than a once easily defeated foe. Xian Tianji frowned, veins bulging on his forehead, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, I admit that 1,000 years ago, we suffered at your hands. But we had our reservations back then. Do you really think you could have withstood our divine might alone? Times have changed. Our celestial arts have evolved over the millennium. Behold, the weapon I wield is called the God-slaying weapon, designed specifically to deal with rebellious creatures like you. His words carried a tone of smugness, as if he were showing off a new toy. Moreover, the rules of this universe are not something that can be controlled by brute force alone. Earth has no gods, which is why it suffers such unwarranted disasters. But we of the Scorching Sun have gods, and can even create them. Sun Wukong, stop resisting and just die. Hand over the earth to us, and it will surely be better off than under your care. Hurrah! Amidst his maniacal laughter, Xian Tianji seemed to envision the entire planet within his grasp. The scorching heat of their realm starkly contrasted with the mild climate here, and the countless citizens outside Yinshao City would surely prefer this place, where they could become the elite. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's anger surged uncontrollably, as if a mysterious genetic code within him had been triggered by some force, causing a slight tremor. Even the power to slay gods could no longer interfere with him. The immense energy within him erupted like a storm sweeping across the heavens and earth. In a burst of golden light, his 3-headed, 6-armed form manifested. It's not difficult to kill you for your outrageous words. I just didn't want to be too serious, he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant, his already rapid attacks now pouring down like a torrential rain. Don't forget, even with 1 head and 2 arms, he had struck fear into his enemies, and now, with 3 heads and 6 arms, Xian Tianji stood no chance. Just when one thought they had misjudged the situation, an unimaginable error, a rumbling noise came from the north. Though unseen, the sound stirred a subtle sense of crisis. After the thunder dissipated, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, tearing through the energy shield of a Taotai with a single strike. The person then waved their hand, unleashing a cyber sword array, which swiftly pursued and slaughtered the Taotai, prowling the alleys of Jiangnan City, leaving a trail of blood and bones. Doubao, initiate the void calculation program, block all electronic and dark communications, and create an information vacuum field, Jang Chong commanded, while keeping his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Damn, today is unlike any other. I was fine being watched like a monkey by those covert sapiens before, but now that I've become a god, they still want to watch me. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a snort, he continued to give orders. Add money. Command received. Initiating full domain information barrier protocol, Doubao's mechanical voice responded urgently, proceeding with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Intending to hide a heavenly secret, not wanting others to notice his epic-making void abilities, he unexpectedly found himself saving a lot of effort this time. With his hands freed, Jiang Chong glanced at the battlefield, focusing on the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Xian Tianji. Xian Tianji. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, instantly disappearing and reappearing at the center of the battlefield. Monkey brother, are you at a disadvantage? Sun Wukong looked slightly embarrassed, his 3-headed, 6-armed form particularly awkward. He coughed a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I was planning to solo the light energy cross battleship. Who knew a fool would jump in halfway? Kid, be careful. With Jiang Cheng's arrival, Sun Wukong felt at ease, retracting his powers and sitting cross-legged to deal with the god-slaying force within. This wound on my abdomen. TSK, you really hit hard, kid. Jiang Chong glanced at him, then turned towards Xian Tianji. The latter was now almost suffocated by the mountain-like aura emanating from Jiang Chong. When did you upgrade to a divine body? Xian Tianji asked in shock. That's none of your concern, Jiang Chong replied indifferently. I didn't use your family's resources. With that, he raised his hand slightly, activating the void calculation program, instantly trapping Xian Tianji in a reflective dark energy space. Doubao quickly scanned, and seconds later, specific genetic data was transmitted. Jiang Cheng's void engine was unique. He could easily decide life and death by scanning the enemy's genetic data. Xian Tianji initially thought of resisting, but under Jiang Cheng's glare, his entire super gene chain collapsed, his cultivation shattered like paper. Simply put, with one look from Jang Chong, he completely lost his ability to fight. What? What have you done to me? Xuan Tianji felt as if his entire body was weighed down with lead, utterly drained of strength. The trident in his hand had long lost its support, falling to the ground. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with fear. Once a super warrior of the god-making era, he now found himself devoid of all his genetic powers, without even the strength to stand. This feeling was 100 times more painful than death. Jiang Chong shrugged, casually dispelling the spatial lock as he walked over to pick up the trident that had slipped from Xuan Tianji's grasp. This is quite a weapon for slaying gods, he murmured to himself. The metal is stronger than ordinary dark alloy. As expected, Liang's technology is impressive, but your support with dark alloy is lacking. What are you doing? That's my weapon. Xuan Tianji growled, his eyes filled with rage, trembling as he tried to reach out for his weapon. Jiang Chong just smiled easily, tucking the trident away as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For a moment, Xuan Tianji was frantic, like a hen that had lost its chick. He stepped forward, gripping the long handle tightly, refusing to let go. It's mine. Slap. A crisp slap echoed in the air as Jiang Chong backhanded him across the face, casually tidying his hair. Stop shouting. Life and death are at my whim. Mine, you say? Everything here is mine now, he said, his gaze falling on Xuan Tianji's armor. This armor looks good. I'll take it back for research and see if it can improve our dark alloy armor. This helmet is pretty cool too. Hand it over, don't pretend. My mom's calling me home for dinner. You actually. Soon after, Xuan Tianji, whose head had once held so much power, was left without a trace of divine strength, his body utterly powerless. Jiang Chong stripped him down to his underwear without hesitation, unconcerned with dignity, focusing instead on the technological gains he could achieve. Even with god-level civilization artifacts, Jiang Chong needed these to propel technological advancement. Otherwise, how could Huaxia's technology make a leap forward? After gathering Xuan Tianji's gear, Jiang Chong glanced at the warriors slumped in the ruins. At that moment, Xuan Tianji's eyes were vacant, unable to stand, his face a void of expression. Jiang Chong wasn't in a rush to end his life, leaving him alive perhaps as a favor to Raina. Moreover, if this kid held some weight with Panjun, he might be used to exchange for resources and technology Huaxia urgently needed. Simply put, I've got your man. Pay up, or I'll kill him. Not far away, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, his gaze complex as he observed Xuan Tianji's state. Hey, what exactly did you do to him? He couldn't help but ask. Earlier, he had clearly sensed Xuan Tianji's mind was no longer clear. Why do I feel like he's a fool now, with an IQ of -250? Jiang Chong waved his hand, his tone light, as if it were no big deal. It's just basic operation. He suffered a massive mental blow, his thoughts are a bit sluggish. Now he's plagued by inner demons, possibly unable to distinguish reality. Give him some time, he'll recover. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, but a complex expression flickered in his eyes. As he looked at Jiang Chong, he noticed a change. The once silent and low-key Jiang Chong was gone, replaced by a radiant confidence and flamboyance. Your genetic potential is really strong. The thunder in the north earlier, was that you? With your current strength, have you become a god? Jiang Chong chuckled softly, his tone indifferent. Just lucky, that's all. Let's not talk about it, it's not important. But you, with your injuries, I have some new methods. Let's see if I can help you heal. Jiang Cheng's thoughts moved swiftly. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Jiang Cheng's palm was already covering the wound on Sun Wukong's abdomen. Having nearly replicated Sun Wukong's genes, Jiang Cheng mused that perhaps, with the help of the void computation program, he could become something of a healer. Doubao, analyze Sun Wukong's injuries, activate the void computation program, and redefine the wound, he commanded. The battlefield data was quickly scanned, revealing a 17 damage rate in the target's gene chain. The god-slaying energy was obstructing the self-repair mechanism of the third-generation divine body. Although the mysterious internal coding had initiated a compensatory repair program, the lack of energy supply meant the repair efficiency was below the critical threshold of 12. Jiang Cheng's palm pressed firmly against the bloodied wound in Sun Wukong's abdomen, his pupils flickering with a stream of blue data. He drove the void computation program with his mind, dark golden energy patterns spreading from his palm to form a translucent energy membrane over the wound. As the energy field trembled, the scarlet traces of god-slaying energy began to disintegrate under the redefined molecular structure. with damaged cells visibly regenerating. However, when Jiang Chong attempted to delve deeper into repairing the gene chain, the entire void computation matrix trembled violently, signaling a warning. Gene chain definition failed. An unknown energy sequence conflict was detected, and the mysterious coding had activated a defense mechanism, with interference intensity breaching the safety threshold. Jiang Chong withdrew his hand, feeling slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the mysterious coding within Sun Wukong, which hadn't been fully scanned, to possess such a defense against the void. Indeed, as long as one dares to imagine, anyone can be the protagonist, especially someone named Sun Wukong. That tiny 0.001 of mysterious coding turned out to be a powerful cheat. Jiang Chong thought to himself, "You're really something. What kind of trick is this?" Sun Wukong, observing his now healed wounds, moved around a bit and exclaimed in surprise, "Though there are still some internal injuries, they're no big deal. A good night's sleep should fix them." This," Jiang Chong stammered. "Honestly, I don't fully understand it myself. It's just a small recovery skill embedded in my genes. I thought it was useless, but it seems quite handy now." Sun Wukong squinted his eyes slightly, then laughed heartily. "Ha! I thought I was the only one with tricks among these super soldiers, but it turns out you're quite something too. All right, I owe you one. Let's go. The situation here is almost settled. We should head to support Tinna City. I heard the battle over there isn't going well, and little Raina has been targeted with a god-slaying decapitation strike and is now missing. The Xiongbing Company kids have been scattered. Yes, it sounds like the situation is indeed dire. But before that, I need to take my spoils of war." Jiang Chong turned around, dug out a burlap sack from the rubble, and found some ropes to tie up Zantianji, whose cultivation had been destroyed. Then, he picked him up like a chicken and headed toward the Tinna battlefield. Sun Wukong shook his head without saying much and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, on the Tinna City battlefield, without Jiang Cheng's intervention and the critical combat strength of Sun Wukong, the story's development mirrored the original. The difference was that, although the Xiongbing Company was scattered, this iteration was frighteningly strong and showed no hesitation. Among the city's burning skyscrapers, Qilin, with her long-range targeting, precision strikes, and new wormhole transportation algorithm, single-handedly faced all the snipers in Tinna City without losing ground. With Ruerue assisting her, no one could get close to Qilin. She moved swiftly, and before long, the entire sniper unit was wiped out. "Hey, can anyone hear me? Most of the snipers at the high vantage points have been taken out. Stop playing dead and get to work," Qilin called out again on the communication channel. Fortunately, this time communication was restored, and she received a response. "Don't worry, Sister Qilin. I, Xian Yi, may not guarantee victory, but I won't slack off." Zhao Xian was the first to respond, followed by the sound of gunfire in her earpiece. "The gun is like a dragon in the hands of thousands. Life is like the yellow springs with no return. Sixth shot White Dragon. If one cultivates Buddhism, one must first cultivate the mind. One shot of snow, one shot of ice. Seventh shot Forget River." Zhao Xian moved with the speed of lightning, his blinding thunderbolts darting across the battlefield in Tinna City. Armed with his deadly 13-shot attack, the gluttonous foes with their small guns seemed like mere foot soldiers to him. In the blink of an eye, he cleared an entire street, leaving behind only a trail of lifeless bodies and severed limbs. Pressing his earpiece, he exclaimed with excitement, "Ming Ming, Qilin, give me a location. Where else are the enemies? I'm on fire right now, feeling unstoppable." Qilin chuckled and replied, "All right then, let's see you in action. At your 12 o'clock, 3 streets away, there are 2 enemy flying squads. At the 7 o'clock junction, there's a pair of mechanized exoskeleton soldiers. At 3 o'clock, standing at a vantage point, Qilin quickly identified Zhao Xian's position and activated a tactical view for him. Wasting no time, Zhao Xian transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to the first battlefield. "Hey, can anyone hear me? Qilin, could you give me a location too? I got buried under a collapsed building when I landed, just managed to dig myself out," he said urgently. "And me, don't forget me. This is Cheng Yao 1, reconnected. I landed in the East Third Ring, currently engaged with a flying squad. Requesting long-range support." Cheng Yao 1's voice crackled over the comms. With Zhao Xian's surge, the comms channel erupted with the shouts of his comrades, amping up the atmosphere. Qilin's fingers trembled slightly on the communicator, her silver eyes shining with fervor, a smile playing on her lips. "Raina is temporarily out of contact. Meng Meng and I have a good vantage point, and will take over command." She swiftly assessed the situation, using strategic sniper vision to take in the entire city of Tinna. Lu Chuang. Coordinates: North Third Ring, Emperor Source Building. Raina's drop point has mech warriors. Go turn them into scrap. Shaoluan. Pedestrian street on Central Ring Road. Rose's signal is unstable. Go support immediately. Zhao Xian. Rush to aid Yao 1 and tear those flying squads apart. Qilin's instructions were like battle drums, motivating every soldier. "Roger that. Understood. Hang on, Rose." The booming responses exploded in the comms channel, mingling with the distant sounds of energy blasts, creating an exhilarating battle anthem. At that moment, the gloom among the ruins was completely shattered, with the Chinese warriors' eyes burning with the determination to win and the iron will to defend their homeland. Zhao Xian, being the fastest, soon arrived at Cheng Yaowen's location. Yaowen had been struggling due to the dense enemy fire and the agility of their aircraft, unable to gain aerial advantage. Suddenly, thunderbolts flashed between the skyscrapers as Zhao Xian arrived just in time, unleashing his deadly 13-shot attack. The enemies, known for their agility, were rendered vulnerable under Zhao Xian's sheer speed. Soon, a rain of debris fell from the sky as Zhao Xian demolished the once proud enemy aircraft. Sensing an opportunity, Cheng Yaowen clenched his hand, causing the ground to tremble violently. Before the enemies could react, they were crushed into pulp by the animated rocks and earth. Although Lu Chuang was slightly slower, he was closer to Raina. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a massive mech ruthlessly trampling on Raina. "Emma, is this a transformer? Or an Autobot?" Lu Chuang blurted out. "What the heck? Aren't they the same thing?" Raina retorted weakly, clutching her abdomen wound. "Stop talking nonsense and get this hunk of junk off me." Lu Chuang was momentarily stunned, then his eyes turned fierce. He leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick that toppled the giant mech. Before it could regain its balance, Lu Chuang's axe, glowing red, came crashing down. Bang! Sparks flew as the mech, known as Stag, was cut down before it could even announce itself. This scene showcased Lu Chuang's newfound power, making it clear he was no longer someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Gu Xiaoluan was in a dire situation. Holding an unconscious Jiangwei, he took the full brunt of the mech Fenglei's attack. Without activating his wings, he was overpowered and crashed through a skyscraper. "Jiangwei, wake up, are you alive?" Gu Xiaoluan frantically checked her breathing amidst the rubble. Realizing she had stopped breathing, he began performing CPR without hesitation. With his efforts, Jiangwei immediately regained consciousness. Realizing where Gu Xiaoluan's hands were, she became furious and slapped him. You pervert. "No, you misunderstood. Let me explain." Gu Xiaoluan tried to say, but the high-tech mech Fenglei was already charging at them with a glowing blue sword. In a split second, Gu Xiaoluan pushed Jiangwei away, taking the blow himself as the sword pierced his abdomen. "Run, this guy is strong," Gu Xiaoluan shouted through gritted teeth. As Jiangwei hesitated, Raina's voice came through. "Jiangwei, find a way to cross the river, get close to the light energy cross ship, and open a wormhole. Use the firepower of the South Sea Fleet to take this thing down." "No, Xiaoluan," Jiangwei started, but saw Gu Xiaoluan, despite the pain, pull out the sword from his abdomen and kick the mech away. In a life-or-death moment, perhaps triggered by the angelic gene's love factor, Gu Xiaoluan summoned the Void Sword, unleashing dark energy and unlocking its certification. "I'm going to class at 8, he roared, bringing down a mighty blow infused with anti-void power. Fenglei didn't even have time to react as its mechanical arm was neatly severed. Screech. Before he realized what was happening, his energy core had already been pierced by the Void Sword, and blood was slowly dripping down the blade. The stag stared in horror at the human warrior before him, trembling as he spoke. What kind of monster are you?" The wound was eerily similar to the one previously suffered by Gu Xiaoluan. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoluan smirked coldly, spitting out some blood-stained saliva. "You, an alien, call me a monster? Have you any sense of shame?" Before the words finished leaving his mouth, he sharply lifted the Void Sword in his hand. The blade flashed, and the stag's body split into two halves. As the crisis subsided, the adrenaline left his system. Gu Xiaoluan's legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, barely managing to support himself with his long sword. This impressive stance lasted only a few seconds before he fell face first to the ground. Rose stood not far away, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. She had intended to continue with the battle plan, but after hesitating, she turned back to drag Gu Xiaoluan to a secluded corner. Once she confirmed that his vital signs were stable, she felt slightly relieved. Looking at Gu Xiaoluan's unconscious face, Rose couldn't help but recall the moment he saved her earlier could have simply pushed her aside. So why kick her? She shook her head. "With your kind of stubbornness, even if you become a super warrior, you're destined to be alone forever." Not long after Rose left, a golden glow suddenly ignited behind Gu Xiaoluan, and a pair of jet-black wings unfolded with a roar. His closed eyes bore heavy dark circles, and the corners of his mouth still had traces of a uniquely scented liquid. In this deep unconsciousness, his consciousness had entered the genetic dark plane. Facing his dark computing machine, Gu Xiaoluan showed deep disappointment. "Rose doesn't care about me, and I just can't get it together. No one supports my lofty ambitions, and the funny thing is I can't achieve them myself. Everyone laughs at me for being a loser, and the sad truth is, I'm really the biggest joke. Zhang Ge gave me the complete plan, but rescuing a damsel in distress is something only a hero can do. If I had any talent, I wouldn't be so useless. So, you didn't win? Asked the galactic power dark computing machine. Gu Xiaoluan shook his head bitterly. I won, but I didn't manage to look cool doing it. Oh, you ran into a fool, didn't you? The dark computing machine chuckled. This one is a high-level game. The elite special super combat unit of the Xiongbing Company finally sounded the horn of counterattack. On the battlefield of Tinna City, the once fierce offensive of the Taotai army came to an abrupt halt. Inside the operations command center, the Taotai commanders wore grave expressions. As soon as the data link between Fenglei and Xionglu was severed, they sensed that something was amiss. One commander slammed the table, shouting angrily, "This is unacceptable. We are the main force, with the strongest firepower configuration. We can't delay any longer. If we don't capture Tianhe City, the entire Huaxiao war zone will spiral out of control." Exactly. Another commander chimed in, his eyes sharp. The king of gluttony has high expectations for us, and we must achieve results on the Huaxiao battlefield. We've just received news that the North China and Jiang battlefields have already fallen, and the entire Light Cross fleet has been annihilated. His eyes glinted coldly. Rather than continuing with the god-slaying operation, we should just unleash full firepower. These pre-nuclear civilization ants have tactics that, while primitive, are undeniably effective. Everyone's attention was focused on him as he continued. Earthlings are conservative and overly reliant on their land. I suggest we immediately activate the main ship's energy cannon and level Tianhe City. Once it becomes a no man's land, we can establish a foothold and expand outward, turning the tide in the Huaxiao war zone. I agree. Another commander concurred. These super soldiers are far tougher than we anticipated. We thought there were only a few on Earth, and that they wouldn't be a threat. But now it seems that these products of a civilization crossing into an interstellar era are beyond our capabilities. Even with the god-slaying operation plans and god-slaying bullets, our flesh and blood are unable to wield their power effectively. The proposal quickly gained unanimous approval. The charging cannons of several Light Cross main ships began to glow with a piercing brightness, growing more intense under Reina's watchful eyes. This is bad, Raina exclaimed as she saw the imminent Taotai attack. Ignoring her injuries, she leaped onto a tall building. She swiftly deployed the Shield of Dawn, preparing to withstand the main cannon with her own body. Boom. The energy beam exploded with blinding brilliance, and as it collided with Raina, ripples of energy spread in all directions. The sheer force of the energy expansion created a hurricane that demolished the surrounding skyscrapers. Jiangwei, hurry, we're running out of time, Raina shouted. Find a way to break through the Taotai energy shield. I can't hold on much longer. Xiangwei replied with difficulty. I can't. They seem to have anticipated our plan. A swarm of Taotai soldiers is recklessly blocking our way. At this moment, she was already surrounded by the advancing Taotai army. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. I'll help you. A figure with dark wings appeared, swooping down at lightning speed. Gu Xiaoluan, wielding a massive sword, ignored the blood flowing from his abdominal wound and carved a path through for Qiangwei. Go! The heart-wrenching scream of Gu Xiaoluan echoed, causing Qiangwei's heart to skip a beat. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged toward the gluttonous mothership through the path Xiaoluan had cleared for her amidst the heavy artillery fire. However, the gluttonous, having learned from past defeats, were fully prepared. As Qiangwei reached the photon barrier, she found herself ambushed by a swarm of gluttonous flying soldiers. Two gluttonous leaders watched from above, sneering with disdain. These super warriors may be powerful, but they seem to lack intelligence. Qiangwei looked up at the charging cannons surrounding her, and a sense of despair washed over her. The humming noise grew louder as the charging neared completion. She glanced at her teammates still fighting and the civilians hastily evacuating, feeling a wave of helplessness. How she wished she could once again sacrifice herself with a nuclear bomb to take down the enemy, but that was no longer an option. In this critical moment, a sword light streaked across the sky, approaching rapidly with a mysterious energy teleportation technique. Before the figure arrived, a commanding voice resonated across the battlefield. Think you can cause trouble in my territory? Damn it, you're asking for death. Is that Jang Chong? Raina, struggling in the distance, recognized the voice. She was about to mock his bravado when she suddenly felt the pressure on her ease. She dropped her heated shield and saw that the Photon Cross mothership had ceased its assault. The space around the mothership began to distort, followed by Doubao's voice. Interference field activated, executing spatial anchor protocol. Using gravitational fields and antimatter reactor phase locking, releasing oscillating electromagnetic pulses to disrupt its core energy matrix. Jang Chong, gripping his long sword, had a piercing gaze. The cyber sword formation unfolded once again, but this time it was even more magnificent. Upgraded to a divine form, a sword aura avatar appeared behind him, a true mountain of 10,000 swords. Countless sword shadows enveloped the entire Tinna city, instantly locking onto all gluttonous soldiers. Zhao Exine, and Cheng Yaowen were about to form up when the gluttonous were already shredded into fragments by the sword light. Qilin was astonished to realize that this was the true application of Bayan visual range targeting. But that wasn't all. Jiang Chong unleashed a dragon formed from sword energy, engulfing all the enemies within the gluttonous ships, yet leaving the vessels intact, providing the Chinese military with complete spoils of war. Finally, he soared into the sky, absorbing all the light energy from Earth within 10 minutes, and with one sword stroke, obliterated the gluttonous fleet near the Earth's orbit above China. The shattered debris turned into meteors, creating a brilliant glow as they burned up in the atmosphere. Standing tall with his sword sheathed, Jiang Chong solemnly declared in the eternal night, "China is under my protection. Any intruder will face my sword, and if anyone dares to challenge, they're welcome to try." The first tentative attack launched by the extraterrestrial civilization Taotai against China was met with fierce resistance in the key battlefields of Huabei City, Jiangnan City, and Tinna City, resulting in their defeat. Our forces, through coordinated multi-branch operations, successfully defended strategic locations and captured a large amount of advanced alien technology. After careful consideration, the Joint Military Command decided to award first-class honors to the 3rd Group Army, the 6th Group Army, the 17th Strategic Missile Group Army of the Huabei region, the Elite Land Combat Cluster of the Southwest Army, and the Deep Space Combat Group of the South Sea Fleet for their heroic performance on various fronts. In this campaign, the Xiangbing Company's Super Soldier Unit played a pivotal role, becoming the key to breaking the deadlock with their extraordinary individual combat abilities. Deputy Captain Jang Chong was particularly outstanding, single-handedly turning the tide in the 3 major war zones and securing the final victory. He was awarded the Dawn War God Medal and received a special first-class personal honor. Meanwhile, the battle hero Sun Wukong led his team to destroy the enemy's command center in the Jiangnan City battlefield and was awarded the Interstellar Bastion Medal. The entire Xiangbing Company was honored with the Earth Defender Combat Hero title and received a collective first-class honor, with additional personal first-class honors awarded to those with outstanding contributions. For more exciting battle content and heroic stories, stay tuned for our upcoming special report on the Xiangbing Company, Battle of Dawn. In the conference room of the giant hero, the large screen was broadcasting the evening news in real time. Du Cao was grinning ear to ear with excitement as he said, "This time, the Xiangbing Company has really made a name for itself. Everyone across the country knows about us now. I believe that as time goes on, we're not far from being recognized by the whole world." His eyes shone with admiration for Jiang Chong. "Especially you, kid. You've got a huge fan base out there, all eager to learn from you. Some rather eccentric fan groups have even established sects with you as their founder." Zhao Xian slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement as he added, "I saw it too. It's quite over the top. That poem you wrote when you left the literary world, what was it called? With the clear wind, I wield my sword across 3,000 states, writing the chronicles of the cyber age. I shall vanquish all enemies and be ennobled above the gods." It's gone viral now, and many young, beautiful girls are clamoring to have your children. Stop. Jiang Chong quickly raised his hand to interrupt, changing the subject. "Don't just focus on me. Who can be more famous than Brother Monkey? The name Sun Wukong alone has fans all over China." The room erupted in laughter, while Sun Wukong looked a bit bewildered, thinking to himself, "Sigh. It's a lot of pressure. Having too many fans isn't always a good thing." "Indeed, it is a lot of pressure." Du Cao nodded in agreement, his tone turning serious. "The more we are in situations like this, the less we can afford to be complacent. Globally, only China is holding up relatively well. Most other countries have essentially fallen. Even a superpower like the US has suffered varying degrees of damage. Moreover, a significant number of ordinary people have been affected in this crisis." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously cheerful atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone was acutely aware that once war breaks out, the loss of life is irreversible. Whenever they thought of those who perished tragically in battle, whether ordinary civilians or soldiers, a sense of regret and heartache filled their hearts. Although the gluttonous army had been defeated in their war with China, they would not give up easily. Our super telescope detected that near the Plutonian wormhole bridge, the enemy was still amassing forces. Therefore, it's time for the Xiangbing Company to expand. Here are some profiles of Squad 2 members, as the more experienced veterans, who will take charge of recruitment. As soon as the words were out, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to take on this onerous task. After all, most of them had gone through this process and knew how challenging it could be to persuade an ordinary person to join the ranks of super soldiers. Seeing no one respond, Takeo was about to call someone out when Jiang Cheng's lips curled up with a sudden idea, suggesting, "Why not have a Jai, the head of admissions, do it? After all, it's part of his basic job routine, and when it comes to recruitment, no one is more skilled than him." "Exactly. Who could be better than him?" Gu Xiaoluan chimed in, recalling how he was also initially coaxed into joining, feeling a sense of nostalgia. However, Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his toe, looking down to see the pointed heel of a high-heeled shoe pressing on his foot. Xiangwei glared at him with her beautiful eyes, as if saying, although initially it was indeed a coax, didn't you benefit in the end? Gu Xiaoluan shrugged, remaining silent. Since the last battle, the relationship between the two had become subtle and ambiguous. Whether it was during meals, after training, or evening walks, Gu Xiaoluan always found himself coincidentally running into her, secretly delighted. Some might call him a simp, but when you truly like someone, a sense of inferiority often lingers, as if you're not worthy of them. It's like during school days. Even a chance encounter at a hallway corner could make you happy all day. If you could exchange a few words, you'd feel like flying. And when they respond, you can't help but want to share your story with the world. In short, sincere feelings are not to be mocked. Anyway, Gu Xiaoluan had a good start with his first love this time, finally having a satisfying outcome instead of regrets. Meanwhile, in the demon castle, Morgana sat at the head, with Otto and Adieo standing by her side, and a timid and anxious glutton sitting below. The glutton respectfully said, "Under the crown of the demon queen, you know our situation against Earth's warriors has been a complete mess. Apart from those backward small countries, we haven't gained any advantage. Old America was about to win, but who knew a guy covered in red paint, carrying a nuclear bomb, would come through the wormhole, causing us significant damage. As for China, we gained nothing, purely feeding them experience. So we really had no choice but to come to you. After all, to counter such super soldiers, only top-tier god-level forces like yours can be effective," the glutton humbly stated. "Stop it. No need to flatter me. I know the situation in China better than you," Morgana interrupted, then continued. "You've all heard of the rules my good junior brother established. Any foreign forces entering China without permission would face him in a duel. My team has just been formed. How could I dare to confront him heathen? Come on, that might intimidate us, but not you. After all, he's just a newbie god. The demon's assassination techniques are the best in the universe. I'm sure it's not a problem for you." The glutton maintained a humble stance. Morgana took a sip of red wine and said calmly, "He's a junior brother from my alma mater, and now you want me to kill him? That's impossible." The glutton was a bit confused and hastily asked, "More pay?" Morgana was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "All right, straightforward. How did you know I need divine body resources?" "Just right. Otto has been with me for a long time. Go talk to Carl and get 100 or so sets of materials over. I'll handle the issues on Earth for him." Morgana's demands were simply unbelievable. Not even the gluttonous legion, let alone Carl, could possibly agree to them. Although it seemed like there were only 100 or so divine body resources, there was more to it than met the eye. In the vast expanse of the universe, true deities are exceedingly rare, which underscores the value of divine body resources. Even a third-generation divine body, or an older, outdated one, is extremely valuable. Looking back, the methods of the king of gods, Kisha, in managing resources were akin to how Earth's superpowers control nuclear weapons. When powerful nations hold nuclear weapons, they immediately impose a research ban, which is not only a rule to protect their own dominance, but also a necessary evil to maintain world peace. Imagine if all countries possessed the power to destroy the world. Even the smallest conflict could ignite the fuse of doom. The same principle applies to the laws of the universe. Recklessly nurturing godlike warriors is akin to dancing on a powder keg, ultimately tearing the fabric of order. This is contrary to the path of justice upheld by the angelic civilization, forcing them to bear a bad reputation and become guardians of the universe's rules, maintaining a fragile balance amidst contradictions and disputes. It is for this reason that the angels' sacrifices over the years to maintain peace have prevented the recurrence of the tragic arms race of the Duel era. Carl was not incapable of meeting Morgana's demands. In fact, even with divine resources under strict control, he had other methods. For instance, equipping some super warriors with void weapons. In the original story, a single person could modify a gigantic mech, and equipping it with even a low-frequency void weapon would make it powerful enough to surpass most third-generation warriors. Using this method of taking a shortcut, Morgana's demands could certainly be met. However, with Kisha still alive, no one dared to take such risks. Even if the Liang possessed resources, they wouldn't dare openly nurture a second deity under the angel's watchful eyes. Therefore, in the end, Morgana agreed. Her compensation was a divine body resource, the ability to teleport demonic wings, and a third-generation beast warrior called Han Baoyu. The first two would take time, while the latter was quickly acquired. Morgana followed the gluttonous to Mars, and with her intelligence, she effortlessly recruited Han Baoyu as her subordinate. After receiving the initial payment, it wasn't long before Western countries, represented by America, faced successive cross-dimensional attacks. In battles against the gluttonous, they could hold their own with powerful thermal weapons and firepower, but they were completely powerless against demons. Imagine leisurely enjoying hot pot and singing at home when suddenly a wormhole opens in front of you, and with a swoosh, you're left in a bloody mess. The terror of such a scenario is unimaginable. They didn't even understand how these assassination tactics were executed when they died. Within a week, most of the Western leadership was eliminated by this wormhole sniping strategy, plunging their countries into chaos. When this news reached China, the members of the Xiongbing company were shocked, although Jiang Chong had anticipated it. Damn, that's terrifying. I heard those old Western leaders didn't even know how they died. The topic of the greatest nation in the universe sparked a lively discussion in the Xiongbing company's lounge. Zhao Xian animatedly shared some inside scoop he'd heard. Within a week, the leadership of Bangzi Nation had changed hands 3 times, and bizarrely, all 3 leaders died in a similar way, suddenly passing away during moments of enjoyment with girl group members. Lu Chuang was puzzled, his face showing confusion. Wait, isn't the greatest nation in the universe supposed to be the white elephant? How did it become Bangzi? Gu Xiaoluan immediately chimed in with a serious expression, explaining, "You've never seen Bangzi Nation's world map. It's ridiculously exaggerated. In comparison, the white elephant's ambitions seem modest. They only claim to be a major power in the East." "I see," Lu Chuang said, scratching his head in embarrassment, then shifted the topic with a frown. "Speaking of serious matters, aren't Qilin and Rose capable of using wormhole sniping tactics too? Since we can use them, is there any way to defend against it?" Rose shook her head, her tone grave. "The issue isn't theoretical feasibility, but hardware limitations. Not to mention, our individual genetic development and computational abilities are far from adequate. Even the most advanced Dino 3 computer is several generations behind the demon's technology. We simply can't compete with them in wormhole calculations." These words cast a shadow of concern over the Xiongbing company. However, Jiang Chong quickly proposed a new approach. "We don't need to focus solely on computational power. We could implement a wormhole calculation interference strategy, embedding micro-wormhole interference programs in everyone's armor. They remain inactive until an unauthorized micro-wormhole is detected, at which point they deploy interference algorithms. This would not only significantly reduce the risk of being sniped through wormholes, but also disrupt the enemy's initial advantage. If our hidden sensors can detect impending wormhole fluctuations, the roles of sniper and target could be reversed." Hearing this, Zhao Xian was thrilled. "That's why you're the man, Jiang. There's nothing you can't solve." His confidence was boosted, and he began to imagine scenarios of retaliating after dodging an enemy's first shot. However, as a wormhole expert, Rose immediately pointed out the technical challenges of this plan. In theory, it's possible, but wormhole fluctuations involve at least 3,600 uncertain variables. Reverse engineering the enemy's transition patterns and implementing interference from a vast array of algorithms requires astronomical computational power. More challenging is the fact that such an interference program has no engineering precedent, and developing it without a theoretical model is extremely risky, with project timelines potentially far exceeding expectations. Given our current time constraints, we can't afford such trial-and-error costs. Faced with this professional analysis, Jiang Chong smiled confidently. "What's the big deal? Leave it to me." He picked up a pen, secretly seeking help from an AI in his mind. "Hajibeo, give me a reasonable calculation formula, ideally one that integrates the Dino supercomputer to establish a defense network that can protect the Juxia and provide remote computational support for personal defense interference programs. By integrating the conventional power system of the giant gorge with its onboard generators, a defense matrix with a 30-kilometer radius was established under overload conditions. When interference algorithms are embedded into personal dark alloy armor, they enable real-time monitoring and interference of wormhole fluctuations within a 5-kilometer range. AI remained as reliable as ever, providing answers swiftly despite occasional quirks. With the aid of AI, Jiang Chong showcased an advanced, streamlined intervention algorithm that left the experts around him in awe. From that point on, Jiang Chong didn't need to be involved in every detail. The solution was clear, and if the professionals couldn't grasp it, they might as well give up. Fortunately, the formula was simple, and the method of embedding it into the dark alloy armor was straightforward. With Rose's assistance, Gu Xiaoluan became the test subject. Within just 3 days, the experiment achieved initial success. Without authorization, Rose and Qilin couldn't hit their target immediately. Even with the aid of Dino number 3's auxiliary calculations, forcibly tearing open a wormhole required at least 30 seconds of reaction time. During this period, the interference program embedded in Gu Xiaoluan's dark alloy armor continuously sent alerts. This significant breakthrough in the experiment was a morale booster for everyone involved. At the very least, China's leadership no longer feared decapitation strikes from wormhole sniping tactics, and the giant gorge didn't have to worry about being breached by wormhole algorithms. However, there are always trade-offs. The outdated energy equipment couldn't sustain prolonged use. Consequently, they had to activate a nuclear reactor that China had long prepared but not disclosed. These points aside, the members of the second team of the Xiongbing company finally gathered. Li Feifei, Su Xiaoli, Wei Lan, and Sword Saint Yi, whose real name is Wang Shui, formed the second team. Li Feifei, a company executive, made a striking impression with her short hair, professional attire, and high heels as a corporate powerhouse. Su Xiaoli was equally captivating, with her sweet looks, alluring figure, and enchanting voice. Wei Lan's charm was self-evident. As for Sword Saint Yi, he was previously just a teacher at a kendo and martial arts school, practicing not traditional Chinese swordsmanship, but Japanese bushido. Jiang Chong always wondered how a Japanese katana could be considered a sword. Cutting straw mats and wooden stakes seemed devoid of technique. The most crucial point was that upon joining, Wang Shui insisted on seeing Jiang Cheng's swordsmanship, only to be unsurprisingly defeated. Jiang Chong stood firm, effortlessly overpowering Wang Shui with his cyber swordsmanship. I'm not convinced. Your method of controlling flying swords isn't true swordsmanship. It's just some kind of witchcraft. Wang Shui protested indignantly. I want to challenge you with real swordsmanship. After all, the guy with glasses who hired me said I could learn more powerful sword skills here. Your swordsmanship doesn't earn my respect. Wang Shui declared confidently, making Gu Xiaoluan's blood pressure rise on the spot. You rookie, you want to learn swordplay, huh? Come on. Come on. No need for Brother Jiang to step in. I'll show you what it means to have a heavy sword that lacks a blade. Great skill that looks clumsy. Gu Xiaoluan's voice dripped with disdain, his door-sized greatsword glinting coldly in the sunlight. Wang Shui glanced at the sword, swallowing hard. That's just brute force. Swordsmanship is about using skill to break technique, and your sword doesn't earn my respect either. Wang Shui replied coldly, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Hey, I swear. Gu Xiaoluan's temper flared. He had never met someone so stubborn, arrogant, and shameless. So, he decided to give this rookie a hard time in his capacity as an instructor. After all, he too had weathered many storms and didn't want to let anyone pass easily now. Jiang Chong, watching from the side, found it amusing. His mischievous streak kicked in, and he stopped Gu Xiaoluan, deciding to take on Wang Shui himself. He casually broke off a willow branch from who knows where, ready to fight. Seeing Jiang Cheng's dismissive attitude, Wang Shui's anger boiled over. He resolved not to hold back, determined to teach Jiang Chong a lesson. Activating his genetic enhancements, he became a blur, appearing beside Jiang Chong in an instant. Is this a variant of the Star Spear gene? Jiang Chong wondered silently, but he knew that speed without power was lacking. Jiang Chong muttered to himself, using AI algorithms as if he had awakened a sixth sense, anticipating Wang Shui's attacks and their targets. As Wang Shui struck, Jiang Chong was a step ahead, the willow branch snapping against Wang Shui's sword-wielding hands. His speed was sufficient, but his vision was lacking, and his attacks were too straightforward. On the battlefield, someone like you would be pure folly. Even those much weaker could easily handle you. Wang Shui gasped, a thin scratch appearing on the back of his hand, but the pain almost made him drop his sword. Jiang Chong sensed his confusion and answered before he could ask. This is the use of dark energy, an attack independent of your so-called swordsmanship. Damn it, that was just a fluke. Again, Wang Shui's eyes shone with determination as he launched another attack on Jiang Chong. However, the outcome was predictable. The skill gap was too wide, and he couldn't land a single hit. Each move was anticipated, and Jiang Chong effortlessly struck the same spot every time. After several exchanges, Wang Shui could no longer hold his sword, collapsing to his knees in pain, eyes full of despair. He looked at his hands, his spirit shattered. Jiang Chong stood by, speaking calmly. I don't care if you're practicing with swords or sabers. What you practice focuses too much on form and not enough on intent. Your swordsmanship is dead, and you're sorely lacking in knowledge about super soldier combat. Even without using dark energy, no matter how many times we do this, you still wouldn't touch my clothes. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Shui argued stubbornly. No, I don't understand it. But your ability to anticipate my moves must have nothing to do with swordsmanship. So, while I lost, it wasn't in swordsmanship. Jiang Chong shook his head in disappointment. Never wait for victory to come to you. Act before brute force. Doubt is the greatest enemy, and anger will lead you to impulsiveness. Remember, don't let pride blind you. A true master always carries the heart of a student. With that, Jiang Chong turned and walked away without a backward glance, leaving Wang Shui in shock, filled with confusion and incomprehension. But what does that matter? After all, saying those words to him felt incredibly satisfying. The training of the second squad was in full swing. The space was small, and there were only 4 members, 3 women and 1 man. Compared to the large-scale first squad of the Xiaobin Company, this smaller group seemed quite rudimentary. Any member of the first squad could easily handle these rookies, as the initial genetic development training involved no complex techniques, only pure physical endurance and direct challenges to their limits. Every morning, the team members began with a 10,000 meter long-distance run for warm-up, followed by combat training. The afternoon sessions included a 100,000 meter freestyle swim, and after that, they attended an advanced theoretical class. Jiang Chong occasionally took on the role of instructor, guiding Wang Shui and Li Feifei in swordsmanship. During this process, two individuals' genes caught his attention and warranted further investigation. One of them was Li Feifei. Once her genes were activated, her eyes would execute a unique calculation program, enabling her to quickly identify vulnerabilities in her opponent's genes and inflict deadly true damage. Jang Chong found this ability highly useful and decided to replicate this gene. The other was Su Xiaoli's gene, which was more complex. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a super gene artificially engineered by humans, but an innate inherited gene known as a primitive super gene. Simply put, all current super warriors are actually derivatives of this primitive gene. Its potential is extremely variable, much like individuals on Earth who are born with extraordinary mental energy, displaying abilities beyond normal comprehension. Additionally, some folk legends mention mysterious creatures that can speak human language and have enormous sizes, which can also be traced back to the primitive super gene. Su Xiaoli's gene was a blend of human and animal traits, even referred to as a demon existence. Her gene seemed to be a precursor to beast-bodied warriors like Sun Wukong. These characteristics led Jiang Chong to speculate about a possible past-life connection between Sun Wukong and Su Xiaoli. Although Jiang Chong wasn't interested in such gossip, he was passionate about researching this gene. Through AI analysis, Jiang Chong discovered that Su Xiaoli carried a mysterious dark information gene encoding within her. This encoding was evidently not her own creation, but inherited through some sort of bloodline. This phenomenon triggered a distant memory for Sun Wukong upon meeting Su Xiaoli. Initially, Sun Wukong didn't pay much attention, only occasionally stealing glances before quickly looking away. However, as this situation became more frequent, Sun Wukong felt somewhat embarrassed and decided to retreat to his villa. It's worth mentioning that although Sun Wukong was a member of the Xiongbing Company, his status was evidently much higher than that of the average person. Often, DKO and the authorities could only request his assistance rather than directly order him to take action. Jiang Chong had anticipated all of this, so when these events unfolded, he wasn't surprised. After the Tinna battle, the situation temporarily stabilized, and there had been no large-scale unrest within China for over a month. That was until news from the southwest broke the calm. A military base had been attacked by unknown super creatures, resulting in significant casualties and the theft of a substantial amount of munitions. As soon as this news spread, speculation about the mastermind began, but Jiang Chong already had the answer in his mind. He couldn't understand one thing. Why would Morgana, whose technology far surpasses Earth's, need to steal ammunition? Even without nuclear reserves, nuclear-level deterrence means nothing to them. Morgana herself is almost immune to external attacks. Her fourth-generation divine body has incredible regenerative abilities, and as long as her energy isn't depleted, she is virtually immortal. The soldiers aren't worried about such threats either, as they can detect missiles before they land and easily use wormholes to relocate. There's simply no need to steal these things. After a thorough analysis, eliminating all impossible options, the remaining one, no matter how outrageous, must be the truth. Moreover, it's not that outrageous. Their real aim is to provoke the Xiongbing Company, Jiang Chong stated in the silent meeting room. The attackers are demons, and their goal is to challenge the Xiongbing Company by targeting military bases, hoping to engage in a strategic confrontation. What? You mean the demons are going to make a move too? Du Cao looked at Jiang Chong incredulously. Although it was somewhat expected, in their war simulations, the demons weren't supposed to enter the scene so soon. Once they exposed their target, the arrival of angels wouldn't be far behind. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Jiang Chong shook his head. If it's just the Xiongbing Company, the demons wouldn't be that interested. I suspect it's the gluttons, or their master, who offered Morgana some benefits to help them. After all, her bottom line is quite flexible, as I realized during the Huang village incident. Jiang Chong didn't want everyone to speculate endlessly, so he decisively set the tone for the matter. His words, both in motive and reasoning, were convincing, leaving the meeting room without any points of contention. If that's the case, then we're in trouble, Gu Xiaoluan said with a frown. Demons are a god-level civilization. We just managed to deal with the gluttons, and now we have another opponent. Gu Xiaoluan has grown significantly during this time. Hearing such bad news, he no longer rushes into action, but considers the reasons from a higher perspective. Jiang Chong was pleased with this, but still felt it was insufficient. Your concern is valid, but your way of thinking is still confined to the chessboard, Jiang Chong said. I'm not saying it's wrong, but you're not thinking enough, nor are you aware of our capabilities. Since war is inevitable and conflicts are bound to occur, we shouldn't just sit and wait anxiously. Oh, Jiang Chong, do you have a plan? Du Cao sensed something brewing in Jiang Cheng's tone, and Jiang Chong nodded. It said that the first move is the strongest, and those who hesitate lose. If they're coming to stir things up in our home, why can't we retaliate? But we can't locate where the demons are, so how can we retaliate? Raina asked, puzzled. Jiang Chong spread his hands with a slight smile. Why look for them? Aren't we demons ourselves? This cryptic remark left many stunned, but soon someone caught on. Qilan's eyes sparkled with surprise. You mean we should impersonate demons? But what effect would that have on them? Smart, Jiang Chong affirmed. Imagine, right now, only the US has suspected demon activity. But if demons start causing trouble openly in various countries, do you think the angels, who uphold justice, would stand by? When things escalate, others will step in to deal with the demons for us. So this move is about escalating the conflict, using deception to provoke others into taking action. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the atmosphere in the demon castle grew increasingly tense. Queen Morgana's expression was grim, clearly displeased with the situation regarding the Xiongbing Company. The Xiongbing Company isn't taking the bait, she exclaimed angrily. Recently, defenses at major military bases had noticeably strengthened, and the location of ammunition depots had become unknown. Worse still, they were all equipped with special wormhole disruptors, which posed a significant challenge to our operations. The assassination tactics that relied on wormholes suddenly lost their effectiveness. Atai, over 5,800 years old, stood by like a lackey, feeling uneasy. He looked at Morgana helplessly, knowing that her anger was about to erupt. There's nothing I can do. I'm feeling anxious, he thought to himself. Morgana's expression grew darker as she furiously questioned, what are you all doing? I can understand the Xiongbing Company not taking the bait, and it's reasonable for military bases to be on guard. But you're demons. Can't you overcome a mere wormhole disruption? Didn't we face enough interference when we fought angels back in the day? Report, Queen, we can't break through. Atai stammered out the answer, his voice trembling. Morgana slammed the table in anger, her fury blazing. Explain to me. Damn it. What do you mean by can't break through? Queen, we can't break through because the interference algorithm is too rogue. It doesn't interfere with us directly, but disrupts the wormholes themselves. Once it detects any fluctuation in nearby wormholes, it starts random algorithmic interference indiscriminately. Atai explained in a smaller voice, as if trying to defend his incompetence. Originally, it wouldn't be too difficult to solve. We could still forcefully open the wormholes with a bit of adaptation. But you told us to keep a low profile for now, so? Morgana's forehead veins throbbed as she interrupted him angrily. So you're saying it's my fault? She turned her gaze to Adieo, her eyes sharp as knives. And you? What's your excuse? Adieo was so intimidated that he hesitated, knowing that delivering bad news would not end well. But if he didn't speak up, the problem was too big to ignore. He struggled internally and finally bit the bullet, saying, Queen, in recent days, a lot of imposter demons have suddenly appeared in places like Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, North America, Turkey, Iceland, and Greenland. They're committing crimes everywhere, stealing natural gas, oil, and even from pirates, taking whatever they can and flaunting your banner, acting outrageously. They've even gone to large cathedrals with simple information transmission devices, hoping angels would hear their provocations, flipping them off, and even challenging angels to come at them. Adieo's voice grew smaller, as if ashamed of these misdeeds. What? Morgana's exclamation rose an octave, her eyes incredulous as she stared at Adieo. Who the hell is so insane as to tarnish my reputation like this? Even though I'm the poorest god in the universe, I'm not desperate enough to steal natural gas and oil. And stealing from pirates? That's something I would never do. Queen, that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing is that these sudden demons are actually robbing the rich to give to the poor and helping old ladies cross the street. Adieo added helplessly, thinking to himself that this was truly a mess. Those places where fake demons appear have become popular spots for earthlings to visit, Adiao said with a hint of helplessness. There's even an online challenge to encounter demons, and people are scrambling to take photos with the fake demon statues. Our plan to act discreetly is completely ruined. These words were like a heavy blow, shattering Morgana's last shred of dignity. She abruptly stood up, her eyes blazing with anger. Jang Chong, this must be my mischievous junior brother's doing. I can't think of anyone else who would be so bored. She turned to Adiao and Atai, her tone icy. Go, and immediately draft a detailed battle plan. Tonight, I will take action against Huaxia. We can't delay any longer. If we don't show the Xiongbing Company some strength, the benevolent Morgana might become famous throughout the universe. If Kisha finds out, how can I still be a demon? Yes, Queen. The two subordinates almost fled the hall. It was rare to see Morgana so furious. The last time was when she lost an argument with Kisha. After the two messengers of doom left, Morgana rubbed her temples and called out, Otto. The space twisted, and Otto appeared instantly. I'm here, Queen. What does Carl say? When will our demon wings and the promised resources be ready? Morgana asked with a frown. Otto replied cautiously. Death God Carl says. Although Kisha has left the Styx domain, she has left an eye there. He suggests we keep a low profile until the final plan begins. Nonsense. Morgana burst out again. Can we still keep a low profile with the current situation? Tell him to stop making excuses and send the stuff quickly. Otherwise, his newly paired teammate might lose connection. Yes, Queen. Otto hesitated for a moment. But why don't you speak to him directly? Morgana gave him a cold look. Otto, Do you have some peculiar interest? Carl, that pervert, has always coveted me. I closed my private channel specifically to avoid his harassment. You wouldn't want to see me being swayed by him, would you? You misunderstand, Queen. I wouldn't dare. Otto turned pale with fear. All right, just joking. Morgana waved her hand. Go prepare for tonight's operation against the Xiongbing Company. You'll join the fight, but remember not to engage Sun Wukong and Jiang Cheng. Inform everyone that encountering those two, they can retreat without any consequences. Once the hall was empty, Morgana relaxed. She waved away her demonic makeup, revealing her true face. Standing in front of the mirror, she examined herself closely and playfully weighed her chest. Angels are indeed the most beautiful creatures in the world, she murmured. Unfortunately, the arrow of justice must end. Forgive me, foolish sister, this is the last time. On the other side, at the super seminary, Jang Chong hadn't returned for quite some time. In fact, ever since the Battle of Tinna ended, he had been constantly busy, spending almost all his time on the Juxia. Moreover, since the second team joined, they directly became part of the unit without going through the super seminary, giving Jiang Chong even less reason to return. But today, he had to come back because he needed to deal with something he had left here for a month. A sports car sped into the super seminary. Inside, Raina was in the driver's seat, with Jiang Chong beside her. As the car door opened, Lena's long legs and black stockings were the first to catch the eye, followed by her face with sunglasses and delicate features, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Jiang Chong glanced at her and couldn't help but nod, murmuring, "Yes, I like it too." Lena removed her sunglasses and stretched. Suddenly, she turned to look at Jiang Chong, intuitively sensing a gaze on her. Hey, 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 I caught you, didn't I? Were you sneaking a peek at your sister? Jiang Chong, unfazed, replied casually. I was looking, but not sneaking. I was openly admiring without any guilt. He spread his hands, openly expressing his appreciation. Oh, what thick skin. Lena clicked her tongue, a hint of disdain in her voice. As Jiang Chong got out of the car, closing the door behind him, he continued. Shallow, just shallow. Don't mistake every man's appreciation for beauty as lust. Then what is it? Lena retorted, her gaze inadvertently lingering on him again. Jiang Chong lowered his eyes, letting his gaze slide down to her long legs. For example, if I say I'm looking at your legs, am I really just looking at your legs? No, I'm appreciating the journey you've walked, the hardships behind you, the solitude and confusion you once faced, the insights gained with every step, the marks left by time. Lena was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Her tone carried uncertainty, as if Jiang Cheng's words had touched something within her. Jiang Cheng nodded, his coat gently swaying as he continued. What you see is just the bright skin, the bold form, the surface beauty. You don't understand that true beauty is hidden in the wrinkles of time, in the moonlight shattered by solitary nights, in the persistence and hope in adversity, in the stubbornness that turns scars into badges. Like plum blossoms under snow, the harsher the cold, the more they stand out. The past filled with blood and tears is the light that never fades. Jiang Cheng leaned closer to Lena, and in her stunned expression, he whispered in her ear, Woman, in my eyes, what truly captivates isn't your outer beauty, but the edge in your bones, the madness to brave thorns, the audacity to shatter the galaxy. I remember when you first appeared before me, you said you were my goddess, but none of that compares to the stubbornness in your heart. It's a light unique to you, the stories accumulated over the years. Lena's pupils suddenly trembled, especially upon hearing the little girl in the palace. Her mind instantly flooded with images of her childhood. Wasn't that her? For over 20 years, since she could remember, no one had understood her so profoundly. When she was young, Panjin told her that as the future main deity, she shouldn't waste her potential on trivial pursuits, but should learn to grow. In her youth, he said she was too immature to take on significant responsibilities. Now, even as an adult, she is still dismissed as too young and not what Lai Yang envisions. Throughout her life, everyone focused only on how high she could soar, never considering her exhaustion. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's words touched the softest part of her heart. Raina shook her head, feeling a strange flutter, her mind filled with his image. But when she came to her senses, Jiang Chong was already far away. It must be an illusion, Raina mocked herself. He's just a novelist, skilled at saying things that hit where it hurts. If I weren't sharp enough, I might have been fooled. Hey, wait for me. You have no gentlemanly manners at all. Raina jogged to catch up with Jiang Chong. By the way, why did you suddenly come to the Super God Academy today? Seeing that the previous awkwardness had faded, Jiang Chong remembered his true purpose for the day. Oh, there was something I forgot to tell you. During the Glutton invasion, someone from Lai Yang tried to take the opportunity to eliminate Sun Wukong in Jiangnan's battlefield. Someone from Lai Yang? Impossible, I didn't receive any news, Raina said, shocked. Jiang Chong smiled slightly. Initially, this could indeed be kept from you, but I didn't expect Panjun to hold back for so long. Come on, I'll take you to see an old acquaintance. Let's see how he's been this past month. Jiang Chong led Raina through layers of security, finally arriving at a laboratory. Although Earth's resources were limited, there was no stinting on the construction of the Super God Academy. The academy was generous, not only training super soldiers like Gu but also imparting advanced technology beyond nuclear civilizations, allowing China to learn as much as possible. After all, they didn't want these treasures to be lost. After multiple identity verifications, the two finally entered the laboratory. Through a glass case, Raina immediately recognized the god-slaying weapon of Xian Tianji. How's the research going? Jiang Chong turned to ask Zhang Baosheng, who was standing nearby. This middle-aged man was one of China's youngest top talents, having worked under Lian Feng before Jiang Chong put in considerable effort to recruit him. Zhang Baosheng pulled up a string of data. Dark alloy has indeed improved in quality after multiple forgings, but it's still far from reaching the level of a god-slaying weapon. This trident at least requires 100 times refined dark alloy. As expected. What about the second plan? Is it feasible to use new energy to charge the god-slaying weapon? Zhang Baosheng enthusiastically explained in detail how to use the algorithm provided by Jiang Chong to create a core. Although it could only be used once, if it could be mass-produced, it would significantly enhance military strength. Moreover, this method could simplify the production of god-slaying bullets and might even break through the limitations of dark alloy, allowing synthesis with ordinary alloy. Raina, listening in astonishment, couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chong, you didn't bring me here just to show off your military strength, did you? How is that possible? Jiang Chong slightly smirked, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Such a minor achievement. What's there to boast about? Raina squinted, her eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng's expression. Having spent so much time together, she was all too familiar with that look, clearly boasting, yet pretending to be humble. Especially considering those research materials, all confiscated from Liang. As the main deity of Liang, she felt a bit embarrassed. All right, Jiang Cheng noticed her thoughts and quickly explained, I'm really not showing off. You're the main deity of Liang, and also our teammate. This shouldn't be kept from you. Spare me the act. Raina scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Don't act like we're close. By the way, where's Xiantianji? Don't tell me you've dissected him for research. Jiang Cheng chuckled at her words. Oh, you're underestimating us. To research him, we don't need to dissect. Just one look at him, and I can see right through him. Though it was true, it sounded far-fetched to outsiders. After understanding the research progress, Jiang Cheng took Raina to the west gate of the Super God Academy. The layout was simple, a river, a security booth, and a unique dog. This dog was no ordinary canine. Ever since Su Xiaoli joined, Jiang Cheng had conducted extensive screening and research on special genes. By chance, they discovered an extremely small amount of special genes in this dog. Although the amount was negligible, it became the first experimental subject in Jiang Cheng's Gene Warrior project. Jiang Cheng had grand ambitions. He knew that the leap of civilization couldn't rely solely on individuals. It required the transformation of the whole. Whether it was spacefaring civilizations or god-making civilizations, he aimed for comprehensive development. Inside the security booth, Xiantianji was stunned. For a month, he had been hoping for Panjin to come and take him back, but instead, it was Raina the deity he never really respected. Well, it seems they haven't mistreated you, Raina said calmly. Tell me, why did you do it? Xiantianji gave a bitter smile. Why else? For General Panjin's will, for the future of Liang's people, and for you, the main deity. Huh, Raina sneered. It seems you still haven't figured it out. You all used to say I was young, immature, and unfit to be the main deity. But I have to ask, are your beliefs necessarily right? Is Panjin's perspective always right? Raina silently watched him, feeling a surge of indescribable emotions. Whenever they argued over such matters, she couldn't help but feel the need to prove something. At that moment, Jiang Cheng quietly left the reunion. He took the leash of the big yellow guard dog by the door and headed outside. Wang Kai, you've been living well lately, haven't you? Jiang Cheng remarked, eyeing the well-fed dog with a hint of amusement. You didn't happen to steal Xian Tianji's food, did you? How come you're getting rounder while he's getting thinner? The big yellow dog barked happily, its tail wagging like a metronome. Jiang Cheng smiled at the comical scene. Even though he couldn't understand the dog's language, he was determined to give this mutt a complete makeover. Dobao, initiate the information vacuum zone. With the command given, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the area, blocking all signal interference and dark information detection. As a time traveler, Jiang Cheng knew the importance of staying under the radar. In this chaotic period on Earth, revealing one's cards too soon was akin to courting disaster. This was why someone like Carl could laugh until the end. As data streams flowed into Wang Kai, the ordinary mutt suddenly stood upright, making unusual sounds from its throat. Master, finally, an upgrade. Jiang Cheng checked the data panel appearing before him with satisfaction. Neural transmission speed, bone density, dark information perception, all the metrics reached astounding levels. This dog had evolved into a being comparable to a second-generation beast-shaped biological weapon. So, How has Tianji been behaving lately? Wang Kai tilted its head, pondering for a moment, and then organized its thoughts with the intelligence of an 80-year-old child. That guy's no good. You've been so kind to him, yet he constantly thinks about escaping. It's a good thing my nose is sharp. I catch him every time. I even tried to reform him by sharing my favorite food, but that ungrateful creature just cursed at me. Hearing this, Jiang Chong couldn't help but shiver. The dog's reformation methods were probably more torturous than any punishment. Jiang Chong thought he could be quite unreasonable at times, but as he stood in the security booth looking at the real dog in front of him, he suddenly felt like a genuinely kind person. The dog, Wang Kai, was earnestly discussing some unspeakable ingredients, which made Jiang Chong recall the weathered face of Tianji he had seen earlier. Anyone forced to endure such days would struggle to keep going, yet Tianji only appeared slightly haggard. His resilience made Jiang Chong have a newfound respect for him. All right, Jiang Chong sighed, his tone softening. You might be feeling homesick in a foreign land, right? If he doesn't like that, then don't give it to him anymore. The dog nodded seriously but then said something even more shocking. Master is right. Such ungrateful people indeed don't deserve to eat that. I was just trying to share my favorite things with him out of the principle, do not impose on others what you do not desire yourself. But it seems it was all for nothing. Hey. Jiang Chong almost lost his temper on the spot. That's not how you use, do not impose on others what you do not desire yourself. You can't impose your peculiar tastes on others. For the first time, he deeply realized how absurd an animal's thought process could be. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chong decided to change the subject. Since no one's coming to redeem that kid, leaving him here to guard the place is a waste. I'm planning to go to the sea for a bit. Are you interested in joining me? Considering Wang Kai had the intelligence of an 80-year-old child, and its previous genetic modifications were made without its consent, this time Jiang Chong decided to ask the dog's opinion first. The dog thought seriously for a while, and then asked a question that made Jiang Chong nearly collapse. Is there any of that at sea? Do Bao. Jiang Chong couldn't hold it in any longer. Immediately run a diagnostic to find out why the dog likes that thing, and replace the key information for me. Do Bao promptly initiated a diagnostic program, analyzing the causes of the dog's peculiar eating habits, from compensatory foraging due to trace element deficiencies to behavioral patterns left over from its puppyhood. It then launched a series of high-tech modification plans, including reconstructing gut microbiota, reshaping the brain's reward mechanisms, and adjusting olfactory reception frequencies. Watching the system begin its countdown, Jiang Chong felt secretly relieved. It would be a joke if outsiders knew his dog had such peculiar tastes. They'd think Jiang Chong couldn't even afford to raise a dog. As the 10-second countdown ended, Guzzi still didn't notice anything unusual. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion as if something he once yearned for had lost its allure forever. Although he felt a slight sense of loss, he didn't pay much attention to it. Meanwhile, the argument at the super seminary finally came to an end. Raina shot a cold glance at Tianji and said with a hint of impatience, "Fine, just stay here. Stay on Earth and see with your own eyes if your so-called rightness is really as right as you think." With that, she walked straight towards Jiang Chong with her long strides. Tianji looked dejected, seemingly indifferent. Over the past month, after continuous torment, he had become somewhat desensitized. The damage to his super gene, Panjin's betrayal, Aoli's temptation, these blows had left him numb to everything. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person, mentally and physically exhausted. Raina's mood wasn't much better, especially when Wang Kai, beside her, continued to chatter playfully, slightly lifting her spirits. Jiang Chong, controlling the steering wheel of the sports car with one hand, appeared casual but spoke with a steady tone. Stubborn beliefs are the greatest prejudice in people's hearts. What you always believe to be right is just your obsession, isn't it? Others are no different. And with the current turmoil in the universe and the power struggles among major forces, mere ideology can't sway anything. So stop dwelling on it and wait patiently. As we say in China, the time has not yet come. The time has not yet come. Raina repeated softly, suddenly showing a childlike innocence with a gentle smile, continuing to play with Guzzi. Seeing this, Jiang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, what he referred to as the Great Contention was a deeper crisis: the decline of angels, the fall of justice, the advent of the Void Era. After all, Carl's research was still theoretical, and true practical research had made little progress. Yet, with Kesha's death, Morgana's fall, Hua's return, the explosion of stars, black holes, and the extraction of void particles, everything was accelerating the arrival of disaster. Jiang Chong waited silently, anticipating the opportunity amidst the chaos to gain an advantage. Suddenly, just as Jiang Chong was lost in thought, an unexpected message broke his reverie. "Hey, Jiang Chong, where are you guys? Get back quickly, the demons have made their move." Exchanging a glance with Raina, they turned the car towards a secluded path. Once out of sight, a wormhole opened, and they sped towards the giant hero. Entering the operations room, Jiang Chong spoke first. So, have the prey fallen into the trap? Dikeo waved his hand, and a virtual screen displayed a map with several key areas marked in red. As we anticipated, the demons couldn't hold back and are preparing to confront us directly. Now, places like the Yunshan base, Nanshan military district, and the Highland border are experiencing large-scale demon invasions. Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, and others have already split into teams and are lying in wait. This is the real-time battlefield footage. As he spoke, the virtual screen switched to show the scenes from the three battlefronts. In the Highland area, Lu Chuang and Qilin led the second team, commanding newcomers like Li Feifei, with the battle heavily in their favor. The demons, having lost the tactical advantage of wormhole sniping, were only slightly stronger than the gluttons, but not significantly. In the Nanshan area, Sun Wukong, with his formidable personal strength, collaborated with local armed forces, single-handedly holding off the demon attack. However, the Yunshan base had become the most tense battlefield. The enemy's main attack was clearly concentrated there, with the situation seeming slightly advantageous, but still full of uncertainties. As for the demon's stronghold, Dino number 3, it remained untraceable, posing a major challenge. Dikeo sighed, his brow furrowed, his expression complex. Jiang Chong saw through his act, knowing the old man was pretending to be genuinely concerned. I understand. My task is to find their coordinates, right? Jiang Cheng's tone was calm and confident. A glint of expectation flashed in Dikeo's eyes. In the military, words are not to be taken lightly. Do you mean it? Jiang Chong chuckled, casually replying. Why bother with coordinates? Can't you just open a wormhole and find them directly? The sound of the voice was like a hammer hitting the conference table. Raina suddenly gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, while Du Cao's fingers scratched a grating noise across the tactical tablet. The entire operations room fell silent, the red and blue light points from the holographic projection flickering across the tense faces of everyone present. Jiang Chong lowered his gaze and twirled a tactical pen, the metal barrel reflecting a cold light between his fingers. The rogue algorithm for wormhole interference doesn't just disrupt the opening of wormholes. He suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with a predator-like excitement. It can also interfere with their closing. This statement was like a detonator, exploding in everyone's minds. Lena's rapid breathing was clearly audible through the communicator, and Du Cao slammed the tactical tablet on the table. You mean? Exactly. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. I intend to use the wormholes they've opened to strike at their home. He flicked the laser pointer from the tactical pen, sketching a distorted wormhole model in the air. Who said wormhole sniping is a no-responsibility skill? This tactic has always carried a fatal bug since its inception. The holographic star map on the ceiling of the operations room trembled violently. Jiang Chong quickly tapped into the communication channels of 3 battlefields. A mechanical voice accompanied by static crackled. All units, prepare for counterattack. Repeat. All units prepare for counterattack. Each battle zone responded immediately. Qilin on the Highland border gripped her sniper rifle. Roger that. Sun Wukong in the Nanshan military district swept a horde of demons with his staff. I've been waiting for this. At the Yunshan base, Gu Xiaoluan asked confusedly, what am I supposed to do? Rose sighed and patted her forehead. Stay out of this, it's not your concern. Gu Xiaoluan scratched his head and obediently stepped aside with an "oh." The battlefield projection suddenly showed visible ripples, the wormholes opened by the demons jammed by the interference algorithm, unable to close. Demon technicians Atai and Adio were the first to notice the anomaly. Not good, my queen. The wormhole closing system is being disrupted by the interference algorithm. Spare me the obvious. Morgana gritted her teeth but remained calm. Activate the advanced spacetime algorithm to eliminate the disruption. The surrounding demons immediately began to operate, but the instruments suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. My queen, this rogue interference algorithm has upgraded to the level of advanced spacetime algorithms. The computation load has skyrocketed. Before the words were finished, a bullet came tearing through the air from a wormhole outside the castle that couldn't be closed. Qilin's long-range lock-on ensured this bullet passed accurately through overlapping spatial seams, hitting Morgana directly. Bang! The queen is under attack. Atai exclaimed. Initiate intercept defense mode. Block all possible sniping and targeting. With the demons' urgent cooperation, an energy shield quickly rose over the castle. Morgana stood up and shook her head. The hole in her temple quickly healed, ejecting a bullet. She bent down, picked up the bullet from the ground, and examined it closely. Godslayer number 1. Taoya's standard equipment. She chuckled lightly, a hint of irony in her eyes. What goes around comes around, and now it's all on me. She laughed to herself, her emotions mixed. It was akin to a max-level player getting beaten by low-level players in a newbie village. That sniper from the Divine River was quite something, managing to make even a long-range lock-on so elaborate. As she felt a tinge of helplessness about her situation, the barrier of the distant demon castle flickered again, and the external firepower lock-on suddenly intensified. This fierce barrage came from the Southern Mountain Military District guarded by Sun Wukong. It wasn't because the area was so critical, but rather because its firepower setup was the strongest. Now, the opportunity arose, and a saturation strike was executed without hesitation. Wow, that's ruthless, going straight for nukes? A flash of white light appeared in Morgana's eyes. She spun around sharply, her figure flickering as she instantly teleported outside the castle. With a casual wave of her hand, she opened a wormhole vortex, blocking the incoming nuclear warhead. As the nuke was swallowed, a bright flash occurred. In a blink, it vanished and reappeared at the Pentagon, causing a mushroom cloud to rise, illuminating the surroundings. The intense heat wave instantly destroyed everything within its vicinity. The temperature at the explosion center was so high that even steel and concrete structures melted. As for the people, they felt no pain, turning to dust in an instant. By the time the Alliance of the Hateful arrived, the radiation levels were still soaring. The ironclad man in the metal box immediately activated JRVS for analysis, gathering crucial information. Oh my god, it's that damn wormhole again. Weren't we just sniping? How did it turn into nuclear strikes? Captain America was bewildered, completely confused. That demon. Other countries have seen her helping old ladies cross the street, but now she's so ruthless? Iron Man shrugged, spreading his hands. Who knows? Maybe we've provoked some supreme being. Sorry to interrupt your chat. Black Widow suddenly looked up at the sky, her tone calm. But if you keep talking, it might not be pleasant. At that moment, above the nuke-bathed Pentagon, a wormhole opened again. Countless missiles poured down like torrential rain, targeting their position. Holy crap, mother! Iron Man couldn't help but curse. Are these aliens insane? Just bombing the Pentagon. But they cover it with such intense firepower. The same disaster was unfolding globally. Places Morgana had visited, like the White Elephant, Little Days, and Stick Nation, were all experiencing varying degrees of missile attacks. Why couldn't the anti-air missiles intercept them? Well, the wormholes opened so abruptly that even with normal flight, who could stop them? Each target had almost no time to react. And on the day Huaxia clashed with the Xiongbing Company, disaster quietly descended upon unsuspecting nations. Even if Jiang Chong learned the truth, he wouldn't feel a shred of guilt. To him, countries outside Huaxia were no different from the demon Tao Tai, and the only thing that might tug at his heartstrings were the unfortunate foreign women who perished, which was truly pitiable. A reign of war descended, and the mistakes made by the demon were shouldered by people from all nations. Morgana hovered high in the sky, her hands moving swiftly to form seals. An invisible energy barrier instantly unfolded, blocking the concentrated firepower pouring in from the Nanshan military district. With years of experience in spacetime research, she stabilized and closed the wormholes in the border battlefield and the Nanshan military district within 3 seconds. Damn it, Morgana cursed under her breath, her brow furrowed. This interference algorithm was infuriating, yet she was helpless against it. It was like a meticulously made bed being suddenly messed up. Although it could be restored by reordering, the process was unavoidable. Similarly, regaining control over the disrupted wormholes required a stabilization phase, and these 2 or 3 seconds were the largest vulnerability. Morgana let out a cold laugh. In high-level warfare with angels, wormhole interference lasting half an hour was common. But now, someone had seized this tiny flaw to launch a retaliatory strike, which indeed caught her off guard. Queen, the issue is mostly resolved. Should we proceed with the plan? Atai's voice came through the dark channel. Morgana hovered in midair, lost in brief contemplation. She wanted to rush to Huaxia to confront Jang Chong, but without supercomputer support, even with the hardware advantage of a 4th-generation divine body, facing 2 3rd-generation divine bodies teamed up with that unpredictable monkey, the odds were not favorable. At her level, fighting without supercomputer and team support was child's play. No, Morgana struggled to calm her inner rage, only to find it impossible to suppress. This is clearly a trap. The closure of the other 2 battlefields is no coincidence. Following their lead might result in a greater loss. She turned to the tall demon commander beside her. Otto, take a team to the Yunshan base and show them what we're made of. The Xiongbing Company is already short-handed, and now they're spread across 3 battlefields, making it a prime opportunity for us. Yes, my queen. Otto accepted the order and was about to lead his team through the wormhole. Morgana then looked at the newly recruited fathead fish, Suduan. Take him along too. It's time for this dumb fish to be of some use. Suduan, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, looked bewildered. Huh? It's only been a few days since I joined. Shut up. Just go when you're told. Why does a crocodile need to worry so much? Morgana impatiently kicked him. Oh. Suduan reluctantly grabbed his axe and followed the team. In his view, just eating without working is the best. Eating and working is barely acceptable. But if he gets used to a comfortable life and suddenly has to work, he always feels a bit wronged. Morgana keenly noticed this kid's thoughts and, squinting her eyes with a smile as they parted, said, Nice job. Come back tonight for some extra drumsticks. Eat as many as you want. until you're full. Sotan's eyes immediately lit up like 2 stars. Oh, sis, you say that again. I, Sotan, am a man of taste. Drumsticks are just worldly possessions. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes rolled. Well, if I could get some Orleans fried chicken butts, that would be even better. Okay, totally okay. Morgana agreed decisively. As long as you perform well, not just Orleans, I'll even get you beggar's chicken. Excited by the promise, the simple-minded Sotan danced with joy and rushed into the wormhole faster than Otto. However, when the demons emerged from the base, expecting to arrive at the Cloud Mountain base, they were met with a completely different scene. Sotan froze, looking around several times, staring blankly at the black-armored warriors armed with sniper rifles and axes in front of him. Huh? Wasn't I supposed to go to the woods? Where did all the trees go? He innocently waved at the black-armored people in the distance. Hey, you guys over there, do you know where there's a little forest? Lu Chuang and Qilin exchanged glances, initially expecting to face a hell-level boss, only to find a high-stat, but low-intelligence guy. Lu Chuang waved him over. Come on, I know, there's a small forest over there. Sotan's eyes sparkled as if he saw Orland's chicken butts and beggar's chicken waving at him. Thanks, you're really nice. Meanwhile, Otto, who entered the wormhole a step later than Sotan, found himself at the Southern Mountain Military District. There was indeed a small forest, but waiting for him was not the Galaxy Force squad, but a monkey armed with a golden staff, ready for battle. With the rousing prelude of a heroic tune, the monkey shouted, Hey, what kind of demon are you? Daring to disturb China, taste my staff first. Before the words were finished, the staff, raised high in the air, suddenly expanded, its mass increasing sharply with its size. With a loud bang, the impact of this earth-shattering strike was immediately displayed in the demon castle through a projection. Queen, Otto is severely injured. Jiao reported urgently. His hand bones are crushed, right leg fractured, spine dislocated. The sudden force of hundreds of tons, his recently recovered third-generation warrior body couldn't withstand it. Soon after, Atai brought more good news. Queen, Sotan is about to be shot into a sieve by the Divine River female sniper. The Nuashing war god is blocking him in front. He can't even get close. Damn, what's going on? Morgana paced back and forth. Weren't the wormholes supposed to lead to the Cloud Mountain base? How did one end up at the border plateau and the other at the Southern Mountain Military District? It's the spacetime rose, Atai explained. She added 2 algorithms at our wormhole entrance, sending them to different battlefields. Only a bunch of second-generation riffraff are left at the Cloud Mountain base. Darn it, playing with wormholes in front of us is a provocation. Jiao fumed. If it weren't for the Queen's demonic wings being absent, how could we lose to her? By the way, isn't the spacetime gene your research result, Queen? Morgana's forehead veins bulged. All right, Jiao, you're doing great. From now on, the task of clearing the septic tank in the demon castle is yours. Septic tank. Jiao was stunned. But we don't have that thing in the castle. After transforming into demons, we survive on energy, we don't need to. Bang! Morgana smashed the table with a punch. But Sotan eats and drinks all day, he has to, right? When unexpected events occur, anger is often the most foolish choice. Morgana stood in the command center of the demon castle, her slender fingers lightly tapping the console. She knew well that anger was futile, yet human nature made it difficult to completely suppress the fury within her. However, amidst this failure, she unexpectedly discovered something intriguing. Time rose. She murmured with a slight smile. Truly my finest creation. Though the time rose had only flashed briefly during the battle, its innate affinity with time and space was astonishing. Even with the demon's computational abilities, without the aid of a supercomputer, it was challenging to counteract the advantages brought by this genetic trait. The demons in the control room cautiously watched their queen's expression. With Adieo's previous mistake as a lesson, no one dared to disturb her thoughts lightly. However, as the situation grew increasingly dire, Atai stepped forward with trepidation. My queen, he spoke carefully. The research on time-space genes can wait. The situation with Sotan and Otto is already quite critical. No sooner had he spoken than the monitoring instruments flashed a glaring red light. On the data panel, Sotan and Otto's life signs were marked in red. Otto's condition was especially dire, with his life value plummeting from full to 37. He had multiple fractures all over his body, and even one of his wings had been broken. Even the third-generation beast form son Wukong far exceeded expectations in strength. In the world of the Super God Academy, the boundaries of power were inherently blurred, unlike the clear level distinctions in fantasy novels. With the right calculations, even an ordinary person wielding a god-slaying weapon could harm a deity. Not to mention the formidable son Wukong, who even post-transformation Hua Yi struggled to handle. Sotan's situation was equally precarious, with his life value dropping to 48. His body was damaged in multiple areas, and god-slaying energy was eroding his system. Without timely treatment, his fate might be even worse than Otto's. Damn it! Morgana was jolted by the alarm. Quick, recalculate the worm gate parameters and bring them back. Were they joking, and the Shonbing company took it seriously? If I lose those two generals, my team will suffer greatly. The demons immediately began recalculating the worm gate data. With previous experience, the activation speed was noticeably faster this time. Following the instructions on the dark communication channel, Sotan executed a perfect forward roll and finally returned to the safety of the demon castle. Sniffle. The massive demon general now resembled a wronged child, tears actually welling up in his eyes. If you hadn't brought me back, I would have died there. Those black-armored buns are too hateful, one hitting me with red light effects, another shooting me with little guns boo. Watching this scene, Morgana helplessly patted her forehead. Damn it. I was wondering why Carl was so generous in giving me a third-generation super soldier, Morgana muttered, frowning as she stared at the data screen in front of her. Turns out this thing is just a brainless cutie. Just then, a demon rushed in, visibly flustered. Queen, there's trouble at the Nanshan military district. The retreat plan was expected to proceed smoothly, but bad news arrived at this moment. Monitoring showed an unexpected fluctuation in the algorithm interference over there, with disturbance patterns skyrocketing to 3,600 types and changing at an astonishing speed. Even with the full computational power of the demon castle, they couldn't keep up with the bizarre rhythm. Morgana stepped forward quickly, eyes fixed on the flickering numbers. Is this supercomputing interference? Impossible. Even with the help of Dino 3, that antique is something I could outdo with mental math. It's not Dino 3, Queen. The demon's voice trembled as he pointed to the screen filled with flickering question marks, unable to speak further. Morgana turned sharply, her gaze landing on the jumping question marks. In that instant, her thoughts flashed back to her first encounter with Jang Chong in Huang Village. A terrifying idea surged into her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chong was using his dark dimension computer to remotely provide computational power, single-handedly countering the entire Demon Castle's computing team? Even with her fully equipped fourth-generation divine body, her computational ability was only at this level. Jiang Chong wasn't a fourth-generation divine body, so how was he achieving this with just one dark dimension computer? There was no time to delve into this question. Morgana pushed past the surrounding demons and immediately contacted Addo. Hey, are you alright? In the image, Addo was kneeling on one knee, with one wing and an arm already severed, yet he still spoke with difficulty. I can still fight for the queen. Morgana paused, then smiled. After all this time, you're still the same as that child back then. The queen once gave me hope for rebirth in a life that seemed endless and bleak. So no matter how much time passes, Addo will always be that child before you. Alright, hang in there a bit longer. Your queen is coming to take you home. Morgana cut off the communication, opened a wormhole, and instantly transferred to the South China Sea region. Though Dino 3 hadn't detected any anomalies yet, Jiang Chong in the giant gorgeous conference room had already sensed it. He flashed away, transforming into a sword light, and appeared before Morgana in an instant. Senior, long time no see. Jiang Chong greeted first, his tone relaxed. Morgana wasn't in the mood for small talk. I won't beat around the bush. Let Addo go, this whole thing was my fault. Oh, Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow. Senior, what if I refuse? Refuse. Morgana's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a demon claw materialized out of thin air, rushing towards Jiang Chong with incredible speed and power. If you refuse, I'll fight until you give in. Faced with the sudden attack of the demon's claw, Jiang Chong was well prepared. 24 dark alloy swords appeared instantly, forming a cyber sword array centered around him. Light and shadow flickered, casting mysterious effects that shimmered around Jiang Chong. Bang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the cyber sword array collided with the demon's claw, sparking a dazzling display. Morgana never expected to find herself in such a bizarre standoff in that moment. Junior, you do have some skills, but it seems these aren't taught at the Super God Academy, are they? Jiang Chong pointed his sword towards the sky, activating a stellar drive algorithm that gathered immense and terrifying sword energy above him. His master's teachings introduced him to the path, but the cultivation was his own. Clearly, the techniques of his senior sister weren't learned at the academy either. Before his words had fully left his lips, the formidable sword energy slashed down, engulfing Morgana's form instantly. The sword energy cut through like a hot knife through butter, even parting the seawater beneath them to form a channel. The mist rose from the compressed energy, and when the strong winds blew it away, Morgana's figure reappeared, though a few fine lines remained on her forehead. Seeing this, Jiang Chong sighed inwardly, realizing the dominance of the fourth-generation divine body. Ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against her. Morgana smiled slightly and clenched her hands, causing spatial ripples to emanate from the demon's claw fighting against the sword array. Although I'm not at my peak right now, I've lived for thousands of years. Do you really think you can stop me? Jiang Chong hesitated for a moment, feeling the strange spatial fluctuations as his sword array was being consumed. The original 24 dark alloy swords were now half gone. An advanced spatial algorithm, surpassing even wormholes? He chuckled to himself, realizing he had some knowledge in that area too. Quick, initiate spatial algorithm suppression and apply multiple locks. Jiang Chong quickly communicated with Doubao. In the blink of an eye, Doubao received the command, rapidly analyzing a feasible solution. Soon, the 12 swords that had disappeared reappeared in the same manner, leaving Morgana astounded. What kind of monster are you? How can you even do that? She asked in disbelief. Oh, I wasn't able to at first, but didn't my senior sister personally teach me? I'm just learning on the fly. Jiang Chong replied truthfully, though he didn't reveal the whole story. This technology was indeed scanned from Morgana, as her demon genes contained a wealth of advanced spatial algorithms. While he might not grasp it all, anything Morgana could use in battle, Jiang Chong could essentially master, or rather, any super AI could. Is that so? Then try this. I doubt you have it. Morgana sneered, waving her hand to summon a chain from her arsenal. The chain moved with incredible speed, and, despite lacking any sharp edges, exuded a sharp chill. The cold gleam of silver made Jiang Chong instinctively feel a sense of fear. Damn, I almost forgot she has dark silver. He cursed to himself, quickly maneuvering several flying swords to block in front, while his body transformed into a beam of sword light, retreating swiftly. In an instant, a wormhole opened, and Jiang Cheng's body was unexpectedly transported, suddenly appearing high above the ground, 10,000 meters in the air. As he had anticipated, dark alloy stood no chance against dark silver. What's more, when the weapon was activated, the kinetic energy it unleashed almost overturned everything. The swords that tried to block it were predictably shattered to pieces in an instant. Jiang Chong felt a headache and realized he had still underestimated everything. Although dark silver couldn't be used to forge a god-slaying weapon or transformed into a destructive light cannon, its almost invincible hardness and sharpness could easily crush any defense. It was no wonder that the angels monopolized its control. Any oversight could lead to a devastating encounter with other weapons. Unlike Kisha, Jiang Chong didn't have an invincible physique capable of tearing through dark silver with sheer strength. Therefore, when faced with such extraordinary power, if he didn't use void techniques, he could only temporarily avoid its edge. However, Jiang Chong was not one to retreat. He let out a cold laugh and began absorbing light energy from the high altitude, preparing to unleash a powerful move. Morgana, who had been feeling pleased with her advantage, suddenly sensed a dimming of the surrounding light, which made her instinctively wary. She looked up and was immediately astonished, her lips twitching in disbelief. Hey, who taught you how to fight? Don't you have any basic moves like normal attacks in your skill set? Why is it all about ultimate moves? Morgana was momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of powerlessness, unable to ignore the unfolding situation. She watched in amazement as a phantom behind Jiang Chong began to take shape, forming a divine figure. The silver robe fluttered in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura, with icy eyes and sword energy swirling, like a peerless sword immortal descending from the heavens. In that instant, it seemed as if a mighty gale had arisen, and the aura of the divine phantom behind Jiang Chong was so formidable it inspired awe. Who can withstand such a presence? In this atmosphere, Morgana felt a chill rise up her spine, her palms growing cold. She could even feel the oppressive force of the sword energy, as if the very air was trembling. This was not just any technique, but a modified version of a skill based on Sun Wukong's ability to expand and contract his form. Strictly speaking, this move wasn't perfect yet, as the current silver-robed sword immortal image and momentum hadn't reached the ideal state, and there were still many shortcomings. However, Jiang Cheng's goal was to use Morgana's power for a field test to see if his modified swordsmanship had any flaws or could further evolve. Senior, since you're here, why not take a move from me before leaving? Jiang Cheng spoke with a relaxed tone, but his eyes flashed with seriousness. This is a clumsy work of mine, with no one to critique it. I'd like to borrow your help. Screw you. Who's crazy enough to help you test something like that? Morgana rolled her eyes, unwilling to entertain Jiang Cheng's provocation. She knew that in her current state, she would suffer if she faced this move, so leaving was her only option. However, Jiang Chong had already set his plan, making it impossible for her to leave. Even though he couldn't use void techniques, Jiang Chong wasn't constrained by that. He immediately infused anti-void power, using the power of the galaxy as an external support, pressing it into the phantom. The eyes of the divine phantom burst with divine light, and the surging aura filled the sky with brightness like fire, fully activating the divine power's presence. Hey, you brat, don't be so crazy. It's not going to work. Your body will break down. You're going to lose control. Morgana's eyes widened in shock and panic. She realized that even the most advanced spacetime algorithms were rendered useless under this overwhelming anti-void power. The local laws collapsed instantly, and the world seemed devoid of any order. Yet Jiang Chong had resolved not to retreat. He moved, a flash of silver in his hand, and the long-prepared sword energy finally slashed down fiercely. Morgana had no time to react as a sharp sword energy followed, tearing through the air like a blade. The surrounding seawater turned into mist under the intense pressure, falling like torrential rain and sweeping everything around. Even the unfathomable seabed trembled under this strike, as if a massive earthquake had occurred. Waves surged, disasters spread, and Jiang Cheng's move inadvertently triggered a man-made catastrophe. After the dissipating of the formidable sword technique, the aftermath was far from settled. Jiang Cheng's sword unleashed a deluge of waves, rapidly spreading a catastrophe towards the Chinese coast. Without timely intervention, the disaster would not only threaten the South China Sea, but also imperil the naval fleet stationed there. Although the exact magnitude of the disaster was unclear, the tsunami seemed to have reached its peak. Jiang Chong felt a twinge of regret for his earlier recklessness. Had he anticipated such consequences, he would have acted with more restraint. However, since the calamity was already set in motion, he knew it was his responsibility to resolve it. Confident in his abilities, his immediate task was to locate either Morgana or senior sister Liangbing. Dobao, scan and give me an explanation. The analysis indicates a 99.99999 probability of Morgana's survival. The fourth-generation divine body possesses energy buffering and regeneration mechanisms. Although the energy from the attack was enough to destroy her body, she used advanced spatial algorithms to distort local spacetime at the moment of energy release, redirecting the damage to an alternate space. Simultaneously, her dark silver chains induced a spatial fluctuation, creating a temporary wormhole for a successful leap to a distant location. Based on residual traces, she is currently heading to the North American plains, undergoing body reassembly and repair. Jiang Chong smiled slightly, unsurprised. Morgana, a deity with mastery over time and space, would not fall unless she chose to. Even a black hole engine would struggle to consume her. Against such spatial beings, any containment measures seemed futile. Activate the anti-void computation program, create an information vacuum field, and redirect the tsunami towards Little Sun, Jiang Chong commanded, his fingers swiftly gliding over the virtual interface. Though energy consumption was not a concern, thanks to Debao's wireless energy support, Jiang Chong understood the importance of optimizing computational load and scope, preferring not to waste effort. Tsunamis, while formidable, were not uncommon, and the frequent occurrence of similar disasters near Little Sun meant the locals were likely accustomed to them. As long as no significant damage was inflicted, expending effort on such details seemed unnecessarily perfectionist. However, by the time the Meteorological Bureau detected the anomaly, the disaster had already escalated beyond their capacity to respond, leaving them with virtually no time to react. Jiang Chong initially intended to witness the destructive power of the tsunami firsthand, having never seen such a natural disaster in either of his lifetimes. But just then, a covert communication brought unexpected news. Ado, though severely injured, had managed to escape from Sun Wukong's grasp. It turns out that Morgana was well prepared for this mission. She accurately anticipated that Jiang Chong would attempt to block the wormholes on Otto's side, which was exactly what she wanted. That's why she engaged Jiang Chong without hesitation. Winning would be ideal, but losing didn't matter much because the battle itself was a crucial part of her plan. As the fight between Jiang Chong and Morgana reached its peak, the technical demons at the Demon Castle began their actions. Even Sun Wukong's keen eyes couldn't monitor so many spatial rifts at once. However, the battle wasn't entirely without gains. It showcased the might of the Huaxia forces and taught the demons a profound lesson. Jiang Chong believed that for a considerable time, Morgana wouldn't dare provoke Huaxia unless she was absolutely confident. This effectively reinforced the harsh words he had previously spoken. More importantly, through this battle, he finally acquired the complete data on Morgana's fourth-generation divine body. The next step was to formulate a specific plan and proceed with upgrading his divine body. As a time traveler, survival was instinctively ingrained in him. Advancing to a fourth-generation divine body would significantly enhance his survival chances. Unless Carl himself intervened, the only current threat to a fourth-generation divine body would be the angels. But as long as he didn't reveal his void abilities, there was no conflict with the angels. Besides, with Kisha's impending fall, once that great obstacle was removed, it would usher in a new era where void forces would dominate, and third and fourth generations would be insignificant. Wow, that was a satisfying battle, Lu Chuang exclaimed excitedly upon returning. These demons are even easier to handle than the gluttons. At least the gluttons could cause some trouble. Are these demons a bit foolish? They're so weak. Zhao Xian, unusually, didn't argue but agreed instead. Exactly. Xiao Luan and I were at the Yunshan base, expecting a fierce battle. And guess what? It was just like fighting AUVs, just clearing minions. Although I'm not yet at the third generation, my 13 deadly spears are unmatched at my level. Chuang, you should have seen how majestic I was, just like a hero cutting through armies at Changban Slope, untouched. Oh, tell me more. Lu Chuang, though not fully understanding, eagerly encouraged him to continue. It was just a show-off. Zhao Xian laughed proudly. Everyone was amused by these two jokers, bursting into laughter. This victory, with almost no casualties, effectively resolved the recent demon harassment that had been troubling them. As per usual, after completing the mission, it was time for rest and recuperation, with training temporarily suspended. This has been the customary practice since ancient times. Report achievements and reassure the people. However, laughter often comes at the expense of others. While the Xiongbing company was enjoying themselves, the atmosphere on the demon side was extremely tense. Report to the Queen, a demon reported. This mission suffered heavy losses. 37 second-generation demons were lost at the Yunshan base, 26 at the Highland border, and 109 at the Nanshan military district, totaling 172 casualties. The demon castle's energy defense system and communication hub were severely damaged and have initiated emergency repairs. Otto and Sutton are critically injured with significant genetic damage, requiring over 72 hours of recovery time. Additionally, the consumption of dark matter energy, genetic repair materials, and other resources was enormous, needing 3 times the usual combat supplies to recover. Hearing such a grim report, Morgana, unexpectedly, burst into laughter. Confused, Atai, who was reporting, asked, "Queen, may I ask why you are laughing?" "Ha, it's just a few losses, no need to look so glum, right? Although we didn't gain much this time, at least we got a sense of the strength of the Xiongbing company, didn't we?" Morgana chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with a hint of excitement. Atai still couldn't figure it out, and was somewhat worried that his queen might have hit her head. "Queen, you may not have heard clearly, but our losses this time, while insignificant in the past, are quite substantial now. Our resources are running low, and we can't afford to keep taking hits like this." Morgana snorted disdainfully. "TCH. On Earth, they say to gain something, you must lose something, meaning you have to be willing to lose to gain more." She paused, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Exaggerate our losses by 10 times and tell Taotai and Carl. Say their faulty intelligence caused us heavy losses. Compensation is a must. Carl has to make it up to us." Atai finally caught on, his eyes lighting up. "Queen, are you planning to make them pay for their own mistakes? Isn't that just common sense?" Morgana replied nonchalantly. "But, Queen, although we are working for Taotai, with such huge losses, will Carl really compensate us? The Nether River seems poorer than us in Kunsa, and the resources we need are at God creation civilization levels. Can they really provide that?" Morgana waved her hand dismissively, laughing scornfully. "You underestimate them. The Nether River may look poor, but that doesn't mean Carl is. Just like me, people say I'm the poorest god, but is that really true? What a joke. I just keep a low profile." Atai hesitated to speak further, his mouth twitching as he barely resisted the urge to sneeze. Based on past experiences, he was ready to take a beating or even face a slap from the queen. But today, she seemed unusually lenient, merely rolling her eyes before making a dismissive gesture. Atai breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a scolding. Once again, Morgana was left alone in the hall. The smile she had been forcing finally collapsed, and her face turned pale. "Damn, what kind of monster is my junior?" she cursed under her breath, her eyes growing sharper. "That kind of nuclear-level stellar-driven sword energy, yet without radiation? It's beyond my comprehension. Even Liang, as a professional, probably hasn't researched to this extent." Morgana paced back and forth in frustration, unable to shake the doubts in her mind. However, she was utterly exhausted, her 4th-generation divine body's energy nearly depleted. Her earlier nonchalance in front of Atai was merely to maintain morale. The depths of Earth's mysteries overwhelmed her, and for a moment, she regretted coming here. But just as she was about to drift into sleep, a voice crackled through the communication channel, irritating her immensely. "Liangbing, you scoundrel." Morgana frowned, fully alert. In her state of exhaustion, this was the last call she wanted to receive. If anger could be converted into energy reserves, she would be at full capacity. "Carl, you've decoded my private channel without permission. I hope you have a good reason." Her voice was devoid of emotion. Of course. In the Death Song Academy of the Nether River Starfield, Carl was bent over his desk, deeply absorbed in his work. On the surface, he appeared focused on his task, but there was more than met the eye. He was secretly communicating with Morgana, completely unnoticed by Angel Jixin, who was monitoring outside. "Liangbing, 2 things." Carl's voice was calm and steady. "First, the divine body resources and demon wings are ready for transport at any time. Second, Kisha has left the Nether River. According to calculations, she will arrive on Earth in about 20 days. Hearing 20 days, Liangbing's expression changed abruptly, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "No way, the demon army's current configuration is too weak to handle that bitch." Her voice was tinged with undeniable anxiety. Although she had suffered setbacks in her battle with Jang Chong, that was due to insufficient intelligence. If given another chance, even under the same circumstances, She was confident she could retreat unscathed. But Kisha was different. The queen of the gods, who had ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years, surpassed her in technology, knowledge, and power. This was something she had come to understand deeply over the long years of war. Don't worry. Carl's voice remained unruffled. This batch of resources includes not only divine body resources, but also a large amount of second and third generation resources, enough to upgrade the entire demon army. Moreover, when the time is right, I will assist. Morgana let out a cold laugh. Assist? Huh. Anyone can make empty promises like that. We're talking about the queen of the gods, Kisha, my sister, who would love nothing more than to tear me apart. It's easy for you to stay in the shadows, but if we fail, I'll be the first in the line of fire. At least give me a detailed plan to evaluate. Sorry, that's not possible. Carl refused decisively. You're aware that Kisha's insight is unparalleled in the universe, and even your fourth-generation divine body is ineffective against her. The more you know, the more likely you are to be exposed during battle. This reminder prompted Morgana to ask, all right, but haven't you been researching the void? Is there any weapon ready for use? That's not possible either. Carl continued to dismiss. The Angel's prohibition has caused a shortage of materials, and current research remains theoretical. Even the modest achievements we've made can't influence a battle of this magnitude. Damn it, Morgana cursed, her chest heaving with anger. Her face, already pale from lack of energy, showed her deep frustration. If nothing works, what's the point of our cooperation? Our chances of winning are practically zero. After a long silence, Carl finally spoke calmly. It's not just the two of us. Others will join this time. Besides, the hardest part from 0 to 100 isn't reaching 99, it's going from 0 to 1. As long as the chance of success isn't 0, it's the best outcome for us. The conversation between the two wasn't exactly pleasant, as Morgana failed to get any clear answers. However, what happened next left her completely stunned. Just after the communication ended, a vast array of flickering demon wings suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the demon castle, accompanied by neatly arranged massive supply crates. The speed at which Carl delivered these supplies far exceeded Morgana's expectations. The other demons, overjoyed by this timely assistance, rushed to gather around. Yet, Morgana stood still, a chill running through her heart. This wasn't just a simple wormhole transport. Even with the help of the big clock, any spatial jump requires precise coordinate positioning and spatial analysis. What unfolded before her seemed as if someone had simply transferred the entire space where the supplies were located, along with everything around it, directly here. Meanwhile, the Xiongbing Company had just concluded their post-battle debriefing. Apart from a half-day rest on the day they returned from battle, everyone was back to intense training the next day. In this elite unit, the saying, sailing against the current, not advancing is retreating, is a shared understanding. Even a day's laxity could result in dire consequences on the ever-changing battlefield. This is not only the creed of the Xiongbing Company, but also a fundamental aspect of China's military philosophy. However, amidst this fervent training atmosphere, Jiang Cheng's behavior stood out. While the second team engaged in physical training and the first team, led by Gu Xiaoluan, participated in combat drills, Jiang Chong locked himself in his room, contemplating deeper issues. Although he had acquired Morgana's complete fourth-generation divine body data, and could easily complete the upgrade using AI and void computing programs, those who knew him understood that he was never satisfied with superficial enhancements. The core advantages of the fourth-generation divine body were clear: faster computation speed, larger genetic data capacity, and an energy system entirely independent of traditional life forms. If combined with the king-level war mode after supercomputer connectivity, this system would achieve terrifying levels of damage output, computational ability, and self-repair. But Jiang Chong looked further ahead. He was well aware that when facing void powers capable of casually overturning physical laws, manipulating spatial magnetic fields, and altering gravity concepts, any form of supergene system, once fully mastered by the opponent, could be subjected to devastating genetic-level attacks. The Angels on the Tianren battleship were so easily defeated by the mech warrior Sure Hao because of a strike imbued with the concept of angelic genes. With just a wave of his hand, the opponent neutralized your genes, leaving you with nothing to counterattack. Even though his own body is aided by AI, making it hard for his genes to be easily scanned, who can guarantee that the universe's most powerful great clock won't see through certain things? Jiang Chong doesn't like taking risks. He wants to ensure foolproof success. Moreover, he never believed that mere bravery and passion could change anything in the face of the Void Era's arrival. Usually, it's the rise of a new era that can halt another, and he intends to be the leader and reformer of this era. Therefore, Jiang Chong hopes to make some improvements to the fourth-generation divine body to counter the Void. Do Bao, how's the research going? He asked. Do Bao replied. The anti-Void divine body you proposed is still in the concept stage, lacking technical guidance, metric parameters, and a specific direction. I might need some time to provide a response. Jiang Chong wasn't disappointed by this. He had anticipated it. AI, by nature, is a form of computation. Compared to true life, it can only operate and innovate based on the data you provide. Expecting them to develop new ideas is unimaginably difficult. Never think that not developing it makes it useless. What's truly terrifying is when AI gains autonomous thinking. Thus, Jiang Chong continuously ponders the possibility of an anti-void divine body. Due to his limited knowledge of the void, the only countermeasures he can currently think of are those suggested by the void program. In his view, if the anti-void divine body he's researching can perfectly defeat the void computation program, then at least in the early stages, he can survive steadily. No matter how strong the opponent, as long as they can't instantly kill him, they become his nourishment for growth. However, aside from this issue, he also faces the challenge of weapon upgrades. The dark alloy flying sword clearly no longer meets his needs, especially after the battle with Morgana. Jiang Chong realized that no matter how strong the dark alloy or god-slaying weapons are, they become as fragile as paper against the absolute sharpness of dark matter silver. But such dangerous materials have long been controlled by angels, and even Morgana, who has lived for thousands of years, only has a tiny amount. If only I had some dark matter silver, even just a fingernail-sized piece. Once I analyze its composition, I could create something from the void. Jiang Chong sighed, expressing his longing for dark matter silver. At that moment, a thought struck him like a thunderbolt, as if he had overlooked something. The fleeting inspiration was hard to grasp, but also unsettling. Wait, who said there wasn't any? Isn't there dark matter silver on Earth during this period? Jiang Chong suddenly remembered a hidden character. It seems that during this time, there's an ancient male angel named Somali on Earth, who happens to have a dark matter silver dagger. Whoosh! In the next moment, he was no longer in his room. With a flash, he appeared on the deck of the giant gorge. Xiongбing Company, assemble. Jiang Chong called out to the second squad of the Xiongбing Company, who were training physically, as well as Ge Xiaoluan and the first squad. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly ended their training and gathered in front of him. Lu Chuang and Zhao Xian were even a bit excited. Brother Jiang, is there another mission? We were just doing combat training here. Fighting amongst ourselves feels pointless, Lu Chuang asked, rubbing his hands. Zhao Xian also swung his spear dramatically. The art of spear fighting has always been about killing. If I don't earn my fame on horseback, what's the use of practicing, Brother Jiang? Where are we going to stir things up this time? Looking at these two simpletons, Jiang Chong shook his head. Don't just think about fighting all the time. Fighting for the sake of fighting is just child's play, isn't it? Besides, we both have a reputation now. So if we're going on a mission, we must aim to gain some benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, those in the know smiled knowingly, while the others looked puzzled. In northern France, the capital city of Paris, during the all-out assault on Earth by the vanguard forces of the alien civilization known as the Tao Tai, France was not spared. Despite its renowned reputation and the international fame of Paris, France's military strength is relatively weak compared to leading military powers. Faced with the invasion by the Tao Tai, France's resistance appeared increasingly futile. The streets were in ruins, littered with debris, collapsed buildings, and chaos, all bearing witness to the sinister aftermath of disaster. Even the iconic Eiffel Tower had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Jiang Chong, Zhao Xian, Qi Lin, and Su Xiaoli walked down the street, standing out starkly. In contrast to the struggling refugees around them, they were well-dressed and composed, as if untouched by the disaster. This sight aroused suspicion among some unscrupulous individuals, who wondered if these foreign-looking Asians were hoarding supplies. Faced with the threat of dozens of tattooed men wielding glinting weapons, even the weakest among them, Su Xiaoli, felt a twinge of unease. Captain Jiang, it seems like the security here isn't great either. Why did people always think the grass was greener on the other side? She remarked half-jokingly. Haha, you can't judge past actions with today's perspective. In the past, countries were in a state of dormancy and had to make concessions in international affairs for the greater good and national interest. Jiang Chong replied with a hint of resignation in his voice. Since the aliens arrived, have you heard anything good about foreign countries? Qi Lin chimed in with a light laugh. Exactly. I heard that during the recent evacuation efforts, many of those who long disavowed their Chinese identity and couldn't even speak a full sentence in Mandarin were suddenly declaring their hearts to be red and longing for home in fluent English. Honestly, with my way of handling things, those people shouldn't be our concern, Zhao Xian interjected with a hint of disdain. Their conversation left the tattooed men standing awkwardly to the side. Moreover, their use of Chinese made the locals wonder if these mysterious Easterners were plotting some strategy. The tattooed men were chattering in heavily accented French, which even Qi Lin, the most educated among them, found incomprehensible. Can any of you understand what they're saying? Su Xiaoli asked, frowning slightly. Zhao Xian clenched his fists and nonchalantly said, Who cares what they're saying? They've got guns pointed at us. If you ask me, let's just take action. Consider the international implications. We're on a secret mission, and we don't want to make headlines in the international news tomorrow. Jiang Chong admonished Zhao Xian, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. With a snap of his fingers directed at the leader of the group, Jiang Chong activated the translation program. Instantly, it seemed as if invisible waves spread through the air. Hey, guys, are you looking to meet your maker? I'm in the middle of a robbery here. Could you show me some respect? As soon as the man finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock, and he covered his mouth with his hands, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He frantically glanced around at his companions, his voice trembling. No way. Did you hear what I just said? What language is this? His companions exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes full of confusion. One of them, who had a couple of years of schooling, feigned calmness and gave a thumbs up with a smile. All right, I admit it, boss, you've got something going on. You've been secretly improving without us knowing. But before he could finish, his expression froze as he realized he was also speaking in a foreign language. Jiang Chong impatiently waved his hand. All right, don't get hung up on this. Explaining it to you would be complicated, and you probably wouldn't understand anyway. Just know that we're on the same frequency now and can communicate normally. A flash of realization crossed the bald man's eyes. Oh, damn. This is magic, the legendary magic. I've heard tales of a mysterious force from the east, and it seems you must be wizards from there. Jiang Cheng's eyebrow twitched. The rumor had apparently morphed into Chinese people practice magic in Paris, which was even more absurd than the no kung fu internet meme. He couldn't be bothered to explain, especially since these locals had decent combat skills, which he could use to his advantage. Oh, wizard, the bald man raised his gun. I admit your magic is impressive, but in a world where even aliens have invaded, it doesn't scare me. Do you see what I'm holding? It's the truth. Can your magic dodge a bullet? Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. In a flash, he snatched the gun from the man's hand, performed a stylish gun twirl, and then aimed it at his own temple before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet, spinning at high speed, was effortlessly caught between Jiang Cheng's fingers, as if it were just a peanut. Immediately, an invisible dark energy pressed everyone present to the ground. Looking down at them, Jiang Cheng spoke with a hint of mockery in his voice. Small-time hustling won't even keep you fed. Rather than being street thugs, wouldn't you be interested in working for a god? The bald man stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. Holy crap, God boss is hiring? My great-grandmother's gravestone must be smoking. After Jiang Cheng displayed an extraordinary power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, the entire Victor gang, one of the largest criminal organizations on the streets of Paris, submitted to him. Surprisingly, it wasn't Jiang Cheng's miraculous translation ability or the invisible pressure that forced them to their knees that won them over. What truly convinced these hardened criminals was the sight of Jiang Cheng standing in midair. As Jiang Cheng rose into the air and looked down upon them, these men, accustomed to handling guns, instantly understood they were in the presence of a true deity. At that moment, even if it were the Emperor of Heaven or Jesus Christ himself, they would be seen as equals to Jiang Cheng in their eyes. Who would have thought that being a lackey of a god would be so appealing to these foreigners? Zhao Xian said incredulously. Qilin chuckled and explained. What's so strange about it? Throughout history, haven't all major religions controlled their followers in the name of a god? Even ordinary priests can inspire unwavering belief. So with Jiang Cheng's display just now, there's no need for us to say anything more. Thierry already convinced. She paused, turning to Jiang Cheng. But weren't we here to deal with suspected alien forces? How can these ordinary people help? They can't really help, Jiang Cheng replied unexpectedly. Don't look at me like that. You have to understand, even though they're foreigners, they're still earthlings. Whether angels or demons, their beliefs have been rooted here for too long. It's time for a complete reform of the faith in these countries. Besides, the future is unpredictable. While we can ensure stability on our side, we also need to prepare for unifying the entire planet's civilization. Before he finished speaking, the roar of engines approached from afar. A procession of Harley-Davidsons led the way, followed by a line of luxurious black cars heading toward them. I take back what I said earlier, Zhao Xian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. These foreigners sure know how to put on a show. Who would have thought that people struggling to make ends meet could pull off something like this? Su Xiaoli said excitedly. All right, let's get in the cars, Jiang Cheng interrupted. In these chaotic times, compared to food, such displays are insignificant. The group then boarded the convoy meticulously prepared by Victor's gang. After a winding journey, they finally stopped at a high-end estate on the outskirts of the city. This place was once the estate of a renowned French tycoon, but after the invasion of the gluttonous creatures, it became a no man's land. Victor's gang, armed with weapons of truth, quickly took over the mansion. However, they soon discovered that beneath its glamorous exterior, the estate was barren, with barely any essentials left, making it less practical than a typical farm. At the moment, a few meager plates of spaghetti were laid out in front of Jiang Cheng and his group, scarcely more than a pack of instant noodles. The tattooed, bald Victor bowed respectfully and said, I apologize, my lord. The alien invasion has thrown our country into chaos, and resources are extremely scarce, forcing us to resort to armed robbery for food. This is how an apocalyptic world tends to be, Jiang Chong said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Instantly, Victor was astonished to see a pile of supplies appear before him: bread, sausages, grains, and cooking oil, in such abundance that it left him speechless. Creation from thin air? This is a miracle. Victor stammered in gratitude, his mind racing with possibilities. In reality, these supplies were not conjured from nothing. Jiang Chong had simply transported goods from warehouses buried in the ruins of Paris, which he had scanned earlier. He said calmly, "Don't be surprised, Victor. If you need, I can fill the entire estate with supplies. But what matters is completing the task I assigned. You'll then have the chance for endless life and mechanical ascension. At your command, my lord." Victor, feeling he had found his life's purpose, promptly withdrew. Once Victor left, Lin curiously asked, "What task did you assign him? Does it involve the alien forces?" Jiang Chong blushed slightly and evaded the question. In truth, he had merely tasked the gang members with posing as beautiful women for online dating. Although the AI was powerful, it lacked basic monitoring capabilities. With only a powerful core at his disposal, his ability to locate people was even less than that of the Denon 3 on the Giant Gorge. Especially after the gluttonous creatures destroyed Earth's satellites, finding Somali had become even more challenging. AI calculations could only confirm that the target was somewhere in France. This second-generation warrior had somehow managed to evade both the gluttonous creatures and demons during the fall of Kisha. However, the ancient male angel's lustful nature eventually became a flaw. Jiang Cheng's online dating plans soon bore fruit, as Doubao used chat data from a dating site to accurately pinpoint the target. Meanwhile, in a castle in Cannes, Somali was living a carefree life. He had perfectly hidden there during the gluttonous invasion, killing the castle's owner to claim it for himself. Now that the situation had calmed slightly, his restless heart was once again stirring. As he casually browsed a dating site, he found countless, beautiful women available for just a bit of food and couldn't help but exclaim, "Disaster is truly a paradise of pleasure." "What are you up to, darling?" Are you there? Asleep yet? What are you doing, darling? Want to show some leg? What are you doing, darling?" The phone screen flashed continuously, with notification sounds ringing one after another. Somali had just stepped out of the bathroom, his upper body bare and a white towel casually wrapped around his lower half. He picked up the phone, bombarded with messages from beautiful women he had casually flirted with before. His narrow eyes curved slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. His long fingers swiftly glided across the screen, sending a location along with a message. "To all ladies, there's a joy here beyond your imagination. Come quickly." Tossing the phone onto the leather sofa, Somali picked up a wine glass from the table, the crystal-clear liquid swirling gently within. He sipped it lightly, his gaze appearing somewhat profound. The millennia of exile felt neither too long nor too short, yet undeniably torturous. In the early days on Earth, before human civilization emerged, he lived like a savage, alone and in the company of wild beasts, enduring endless solitude day after day. As human civilization gradually developed, he took on various roles throughout history. Sometimes as a king's personal guard, indulging recklessly in the harem. Sometimes as a ruler on Western battlefields, leaving destruction in his wake, abducting the wives and daughters of enemy monarchs. He even assumed the role of a pope, using his extraordinary abilities to spread the belief in God, bringing countless saints to their knees before him. It was due to his existence that the concept of a god surpassing angels appeared in Western mythology. Even though the angelic civilization led by Kisha became the dominant force in the known universe, the concept of God remained deeply rooted, a mere whim of his creation. By the 17th and 18th centuries, Somali grew impatient with the slow pace of human development and secretly spurred on the advancement of Western technology. This is why the West experienced a sudden technological boom during this period, with numerous truths and inventions emerging. Of course, this was merely a casual act in pursuit of a more comfortable life. However, throughout these long years, not all places were under his control, particularly the mysterious land of China, which he had never set foot upon. In the early days of wandering, he felt that everywhere was about the same. But by several thousand years ago during the slave societies, he could sense powerful beings on that land, which always kept him on guard. As time went on, the emergence of feudal dynasties made him watch from afar, like a monkey that seemed incredibly powerful. As for the arrival of the Denon survivors, he had even less interest in getting involved, feeling it was unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, Somali was lying in bed, pondering his next move, when his phone suddenly chimed with an urgent alert. Upon checking, he discovered that the women he had been chatting with online were now all sharing their real-time locations with him. What's this? Somali instinctively felt something was off because the responses from these individuals were eerily similar to the uniform replies he had seen before. He frowned slightly, realizing things were not as simple as they seemed. The real-time locations shared by several people quickly formed a perfect 3D map before him. He was marked as a green dot, while the others were red, making it clear to him that he was surrounded on all sides. Something's not right. Damn it. There's a problem? Somali had survived on Earth for so long, not by mere chance. Ever since the battle between the male and female angels in the Sea of Fury, his vigilance had been at its peak. Now, with all sorts of strange beings converging on Earth, his caution was greater than ever. However, even though he realized the danger, it was too late. Buzz. Bang. A wormhole opened, and a precisely aimed bullet emerged. Although Somali sensed something was amiss, a bullet still pierced his temple, leaving a bloody hole. Before he could react further, Su Xiaoli had somehow appeared behind him. The glow of dark energy gathered around her in a pink hue, and with a gentle breath, the air seemed to fill with an ambiguous aura. Somali's once alert gaze was momentarily distracted by this allure. But this was only the beginning. In the next instant, a long-prepared gunshot flashed brilliantly. Amidst the chaos, a murderous intent swept through like a storm. The eighth shotgumping. A cry resounded through the skies. Zhao Xian, wielding a long spear, had a faint silhouette of Kunpeng behind him as he launched a strike from outside the ancient fortress window, so fast that even the afterimages couldn't be captured. When the scene froze, Somali was pinned to the wall by a single spear. The immense pain cleared his mind slightly, and despite the blood at his mouth and nose, he managed a narrow glance at the people around him. Several of them? From the Chinese hero squad? Oh, so these aliens truly harbored ill intentions, recognizing us at a glance, which is no small feat. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow, internally noting that this person indeed had a deep mind. They had every advantage, executing a team combo move, yet the opponent remained unfazed and composed. Clearly, this one could not be allowed to remain. Zhao Xian tightened his grip on the spear, preparing to unleash the next strike. Su Xiaoli retreated to the back. She was just a fragile mage, and controlling the situation was enough. Being too brave would only hinder them. In the distance, Qi Lin, who was manning a sniper rifle, switched to a red glowing, armor-piercing bullet, one of their self-developed godkiller bullets. Somali looked at everything before him, his mind buzzing with confusion. What had just happened? He had only said a word, and now he was about to die? Speaking of which, does the hero squad always act so unpredictably? According to protocol, now that he was at a disadvantage, with his life in their hands, shouldn't they ask some questions or throw a few taunts? Jumping straight to fighting and killing, didn't they understand basic social etiquette? Somali hastily abandoned his previous composure, his calm shattered in the face of these opponents who defied all conventional logic. Oh, you creature neither man nor woman. Do you have any last words before you die? Zhao Xian sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Deeply insulted, Somali's expression turned extremely grim. During the invasion of the Taotai, the Xiongbing Company of Huaxia gained worldwide fame. Even if I can guess your identities, I shouldn't be accused of harboring ill intentions. Though I am an alien, I have lived honestly on Earth. What crime have I committed? Why must I be executed? Zhao Xian and Su Xiaoli exchanged a puzzled glance. They suddenly realized that their mission instructions were simple: eliminate the alien, without any additional details. Zhao Xian quickly found a retort. So what? In Huaxia, we have an ancient saying. Those who are not of our kin are sure to have different hearts. You are not aligned with us, hence you are an enemy. And if you are an enemy, what use is there in keeping you alive? Somali, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was momentarily speechless. The vast and profound culture of Huaxia could always find a reason to bring about one's downfall. However, with the situation critical, Somali would not sit idly by. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a silver dagger silently appeared behind Zhao Xian and Su Xiaoli. His mastery of dark energy was so advanced that the two were completely unaware of the faint disturbance. The dagger sliced through the air, its blade aimed straight at their hearts. At the last possible moment, Qilin, who was monitoring from afar, shouted a warning. Watch out. Both reacted to the warning just in time, narrowly avoiding the fatal attack. As they regained their composure, a chill ran down their spines. Damn, we shouldn't have wasted time talking. Zhao Xian lamented. Su Xiaoli grimaced. I'm more worried about our operational mistake. With Captain Zhang's temper, we'll be writing a lengthy report when we get back. Bang. Without hesitation, Qilin pulled the trigger from a distance. The god-slaying bullet whistled towards Somali's forehead. However, the silver dagger moved even faster, intercepting the bullet with precision. With a flash of cold light, the god-slaying bullet, glowing red, was sliced in half, grazing past Somali's temples and embedding into the wall. A sniper is indeed troublesome, Somali thought to himself, eyes narrowing. He retrieved the silver blade, sliced through his own spear effortlessly, leaving the tip embedded in the wall. Despite a new wound on his abdomen, he was unfazed. The Xiongbing Company does have some skills, but that's all. Your biggest mistake was provoking me. Since I've been exposed, none of you will survive, Somali declared, a chilling expression crossing his face, reminiscent of his ancient self thousands of years ago. Though forced into exile and living in seclusion, his pride as an ancient male angel never faded. Now, with enemies at his throat, It would be absurd to endure any longer. Zhao Xian's sense of danger skyrocketed. He immediately activated the extreme speed of his Dashing spear, grabbing Su Xiaoli and retreating several miles in an instant. This was one of their basic daily training tactics: if you can't win, run. Engaging in a hopeless battle is merely foolish. Qilin didn't hesitate for a moment, her fingers swiftly pulling the trigger. Bullets glowing red whizzed out, her brain working at high speed to calculate all of Su Mali's possible escape routes. However, to her surprise, the seemingly ordinary silver dagger accelerated, tracing an incredible path through the air to form an impenetrable defensive net. Su Mali stood firmly in place, effortlessly deflecting all the bullets. Qilin felt a pang of regret. If only she could use wormhole calculations as skillfully as Jiang Wei, such a defense would be of no concern. In that fleeting moment, Su Mali's cold gaze locked onto her. With a casual wave, the silver dagger sped towards Qilin at a velocity surpassing a bullet. Seeing this from afar, Zhao Xian was too distant to help. Yet Qilin demonstrated her true combat genius. Even with the seemingly ordinary Shinhe sniper gene, she could unleash extraordinary power. Facing the rapidly approaching dagger, she remained calm, precisely shooting a bullet that caused a slight deviation in its path. She then leaped off the high building, quickly calculating the wormhole transport technique taught by Jang Chong in her mind. With a faint hum, her figure flickered in midair, instantly appearing elsewhere. In the ancient castle, Su Mali felt a twinge of regret. A specimen of such a beautiful girl would be perfect. Really? I believe the beauty of life lies in the journey, not the outcome. A strange voice suddenly spoke in Su Mali's ear. Startled, he looked up to find a man standing beside him, gazing in the same direction. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Chong, and I'm here to collect you. Without hesitation, Su Mali spread his wings and flew out of the shattered window, his speed increasing. The pressure Jiang Chong exerted was immense, with an aura of confidence and mystery that marked a true powerhouse. Su Mali had only caused trouble for a few women on Earth. Why would such a formidable figure be alerted? Suddenly, as he soared through the air, Su Mali felt the space around him freeze entirely. It was as if time and space had been locked, leaving him suspended midair, even the surrounding winds frozen. What shocked him more was that Jiang Chong still stood beside him, as if he had never left the castle. Jiang Chong gently stroked his pristine wings, speaking with deep meaning. Avoiding a Chinese-style horror won't solve your problems. Su Mali, I have a significant research project that requires your participation. Would you be willing to join? The genetic scan of Su Mali's angel gene has been completed. Jiang Chong gazed at the holographic projection of the test report, which detailed the results from comprehensive genetic sequencing analysis. The dark energy regulation module, the biosteel structure, and the temporal spatial folding wing organ coding sequence were clearly visible. Doubao's analysis was brutally sharp. Besides the temporal spatial wings having some value, the rest is pure junk, with no replicable worth. This harsh assessment caused Jiang Cheng's lips to twitch slightly. They had already returned to Paris from Cannes and were now in the manner Victor had prepared for them. Recalling the process of capturing Su Mali, it honestly wasn't much of a challenge. However, Zhao Xian and the others found the journey too dull and insisted on volunteering, refusing to let Jiang Chong intervene. If not for their insistence, the operation might have concluded even faster without any complications. Nonetheless, this mission was not without its gains. At least it validated an important theory. The strength of genes determines only the upper limit of an individual, not the lower. Take Qilin, for instance. Although her sniper gene from Shinhe isn't outstanding, her exceptional combat talent has still led to astonishing achievements. The same principle applies to Su Mali. Even though the angel gene within her is an ancient version from thousands of years ago, had Jiang Cheng not been present today, she could have likely defeated the entire Xiongbing Company squad with just a dark cosmic silver dagger. Among the current Xiongbing Company, apart from him and Sun Wukong, few could match this second-generation angel. Even Raina might struggle to deal with her without using her ultimate move. Dark cosmic silver is indeed overpowered, Jiang Cheng mused. No wonder Kisha strictly controls it. Once such a weapon becomes widespread, who besides a fourth-generation divine body could withstand it? In a fantasy novel, this would be a standard artifact for surpassing one's level. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng became excited. He had recorded all the data of the dark cosmic silver, and now just needed a feasible conceptual design. For him, many powerful moves rely on stellar energy. If this metal only possesses sharpness, it might be less practical than dark alloy in some respects. How should it be improved? Jiang Cheng pondered. It is well known that dark cosmic silver, due to its extreme sharpness, cannot internally store and release god-slaying power, making it unsuitable for crafting god-slaying weapons. Doubao, do you have any suggestions? These suggestions left Jiang Cheng stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Jiang Cheng looked at the results before him, speechless for a long time, and finally could only utter a single word to describe it: impressive. This simple word captured the shock in his heart at that moment. As he was basking in his success, the small, tormented white mouse, Somali, suddenly spoke up in a threatening tone. I warn you, you'd better let me go. Even the most outdated angelic genes must not be stolen. Release me now, and I might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of justice. Oh, Jiang Chong turned to face him with a faint smile. Are you trying to bluff your way out? Do you think I don't know your true identity? He sneered, revealing the truth about Somali. Male angel Somali, a beneficiary of the Heavenly Palace era, a close confidant of Hua Yi, once the 2nd Legion commander of Hua Yi's angel army, known as the Ancient Godslayer. But now, he paused meaningfully. After the Battle of the Furious Sea, you all have a new title, Heaven's Trash. Do you really think Kisha's justice would stand up for such as you? Any little angel who knows you're here would want to tear you apart. For the first time, Somali showed genuine fear. Who are you? How do you know all this? Me? Jiang Chong suddenly gave a mysterious smile. I am the ender of the theocratic age. This seemingly dramatic declaration plunged Somali into deep confusion. He recalled an ancient tale about the rise and fall of civilizations. Every civilization, upon reaching its peak, inevitably declines for various reasons, much like the downfall of the Shinha civilization due to the Dino arms race. This phenomenon was known as the ultimate fear. But could this man who called himself the ender of the theocratic age really be connected to that level? Jiang Chong ignored Somali's contemplation and turned his focus back to his own plans. Anti-void divine bodies, dark silver void weapons, Earth's independent supergene development. Though the 3 major god creation projects were already powerful, he knew that true breakthrough required forging his own path. I have it, let's start with this. A determined glint shone in his eyes. Although Somali's angel genes are not advanced enough to be replicated, Jiang Cheng's focus was locked on her unique wings of time and space. This ability to allow organisms to survive and fight freely in space, free from the constraints of oxygen, was far more valuable than simple flight. As Jiang Chong manipulated the holographic projection in front of him, he sneered at the so-called interstellar warriors. Even a renowned figure like Nuoxing war god still needed a helmet to survive in space combat, which seemed incredibly primitive. His opponents were even more foolish. They could easily win by destroying the helmet, yet they chose to engage Hedon. With the help of the AI system, Jiang Chong began to work on his genetic code scheme. He was well aware that directly copying angel genes posed many limitations and would leave him vulnerable to repercussions. After days of tireless research, a new genetic code was displayed on his screen. At that moment, Qilin pushed open the laboratory door. She glanced around the cramped space and frowned, saying, Jiang Chong, Raina has urged you several times. Decao is also waiting for you to return for the war simulation meeting. Ignore them, Jiang Chong replied without looking up, his fingers tapping rapidly on the holographic keyboard. Raina is just jealous of our freedom. As for Decao, he chuckled disdainfully. They're still struggling with how to deal with demons and gluttons, while I'm already planning for cosmic dominance. Qilin's gaze fell on Somali in the corner. The angel warrior looked vacant, drool at the corner of her mouth, as if her soul had left her body. What did you do to her? How did she end up like this? Qilin asked in shock. Jiang Chong finally looked up, answering nonchalantly. She was too noisy, so I gave her a sterilization procedure. See how quiet it is now. Qilin gasped, involuntarily taking a step back. Just then, Jiang Chong turned his gaze to her. By the way, I've just developed a new super gene, much stronger than your current God River sniper gene. Want to try it? No thanks. Qilin waved her hands frantically, quickly retreating towards the door. I think the Divine River sniper suits me well, and I don't want any upgrades. Qilin declared firmly. Although she acknowledged Jiang Cheng's impressive skills and daring nature, his age made her hesitant to take risks, no matter how outstanding he was. Jiang Cheng wasn't surprised by her refusal. Calmly, he listed the benefits of the upgrade. Are you sure you don't want to try? Upgrading would elevate your genes to the peak of the 3rd generation. You'd retain the Divine River Sniper's super genes and gain abilities like an iron body, space combat capability, supercomputer assistance from a dark plane, flight, and even a star-driven map cannon. Most importantly, the enhancement of your life level could bring you close to theoretical immortality, a state only attainable by a divine body. What? Immortality? Qilin's mouth dropped open in surprise. As someone from an ordinary Chinese background, the allure of immortality was overwhelming for her. Even the first emperor of Qin, who unified China, couldn't achieve it. Who could resist such a temptation? She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, How confident are you? Are there any side effects? Jiang Chong stroked his chin and replied honestly, Apart from needing to take off your clothes, there shouldn't be any side effects. But you don't need to worry too much, because, honestly, whether you're clothed or not doesn't make much difference to me. Pervert. Qilin instinctively covered her chest, eyeing him warily. But she soon realized that this reaction was unnecessary. Jiang Chong quickly explained, Don't get me wrong. We're comrades, buddies. I wouldn't do anything indecent. Besides, seeing everything takes away the allure. It's the mystery that's more enticing. He regretted his words as soon as he said them, realizing he was making things worse. Qilin's face turned crimson, right down to her neck. However, after a moment of internal struggle, she nodded in agreement. The temptation of eternal youth and beauty was too great, and she had always been troubled by her genetic limitations. In a secluded place, just as Jang Chong was about to begin, Qilin hesitantly said, Could you cover your eyes? I know it doesn't really help, but I'd feel better. Oh, sorry. Jiang Chong immediately produced a cloth strip to cover his eyes. Seeing this, Qilin finally removed the last of her clothing, softly saying, I'm ready. Okay. Jiang Chong nodded, then secretly contacted Doubao. Create an information vacuum field to block any possible surveillance. Initiate the void computation program and execute the super gene upgrade for Qilin. Understood. Command received. Please name Qilin's dark, plane supercomputer. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chong replied, Let's call it Xiannu. Jiang Chong didn't have much talent for naming things. He couldn't conjure up gene codes like Power of the Galaxy or Star God of Nor. As someone with the blood of ancient China running through his veins, he always believed that the charm of Chinese mythology surpassed everything. Just like those pioneering space projects, the Shenzhou rockets, the U-2 lunar rover, and the grand project filled with sci-fi flair, yet named South Heavenly Gate. During the continuous process of disassembly and reassembly, Qilin's smooth skin began to glow red, waves of heat radiating outward. At that moment, it was as if the warrior goddess who aided the Yellow Emperor in ancient myths had perfectly merged with modern technology. The totem of the mythical bird reborn from fire shone in Qilin's dark plane, marking the birth of China's first independently developed dark plane supercomputer. Jiang Cheng's 100 mastery of the divine river sniper gene, combined with a meticulously crafted plan, made the entire upgrade process exceptionally smooth, as if this gene was tailor-made for Qilin. Even with the assistance of AI and void programs, the upgrade process still required considerable time, especially in monitoring gene compatibility, where Jiang Chong dared not be careless. While they were focused on this task, Kisha, who had long left the river Styx, was finally nearing her destination. The mechanical broadcast voice rang out on all the Angel's communication channels. Detected wormhole exit ahead, destination, Chiwu star system. All units, prepare yourselves. Angel Lung was the first to pass through the wormhole, shouting, Queen Kisha is arriving. All irrelevant personnel, clear the way. This shout startled the gluttonous troops guarding the Pluto wormhole, causing even Shirho, who was adjusting a new helmet, to fumble. The metallic helmet rolled on the ground with a crisp sound. Even though Shirho had a mechanical body, its operations still faltered under the reputation of the king of the gods. The other gluttonous soldiers were even more at a loss. Their attempt to scan the wormhole exit with their warships was immediately thwarted. All data was abruptly cut off, and these technologically advanced warships were simultaneously invaded with no ability to resist. Seated elegantly on her throne, Kisha yawned and said calmly, So these are Karl's troops. What are they called again? Gluttons, right? Yes, Your Majesty, that's correct. Angel Lung confirmed with a nod, then gave a questioning look. Do you need us to eliminate them? Kisha shook her head slightly, her gaze calm. Not for now. Our target is Morgana. The gluttonous are merely an interstellar space-faring civilization, and their technological gap with Earth isn't that large. As long as it doesn't involve a god-level civilization, this level of warfare doesn't breach the boundaries of justice and order. She continued, Justice and order maintain the balance of the entire universe. We prohibit the absolute crushing and slaughtering of lower civilizations by higher ones, like using nuclear weapons on a Stone Age tribe or electrofishing in a river. This would severely disrupt the balance of the cosmic ecological civilization. Kisha looked over the Earth in front of her, seeing this blue planet as just a small fish in the universe. Since humans strive to maintain ecology, as the Queen of Gods, she should do the same. As for the war between the gluttonous and Earth, she didn't plan to intervene. Let's go. These kids look terrified. Kisha withdrew her gaze as the chaotic system of the gluttonous warship instantly returned to normal. Notify Yin. Prepare to descend. The angels turned and left, their demeanor composed. The gluttonous cautiously raised their heads, watching them leave through mechanical visors, and someone murmured, The Queen of Gods is indeed terrifying, but still not as much as our god. Meanwhile, on Earth, Morgana suddenly looked up at the sky, as if sensing the approaching threat through the blue atmosphere. Damn it, weren't they supposed to take 20 days? It's only been half a month. She paced anxiously, trying to contact Karl, but found that he was unresponsive. Damn it, I should have known Karl was unreliable, especially at a time like this. Atai reported from the display screen. Queen, the angels are breaking through the atmosphere. Even with demon wings, we can't escape Kisha's detection. The knowledge treasure trove is too powerful. Morgana stopped pacing and ordered, Calculate space transmission immediately. Move the demon castle over a densely populated city. It has to be close to the ground. We can't escape now. If that old woman locks onto us for judgment, all we've accumulated will be wiped out. Where should the destination be? Atai asked. Washington, Morgana answered decisively. Adieo was puzzled. Queen, if we're going to hold humans hostage, why not choose the strongest, Huaxia? Morgana rolled her eyes. Of course I thought of that. But Huaxia is Jiang Cheng's territory. That guy has tricky methods, and if he detects you during calculations and interferes, what then? In the depths of space, Kisha's arrival was like a blazing white lightning bolt slicing through the universe, causing the star paths to tremble. Inside the core matrix of the supercomputer Dino No. 3, alarms blared like a tidal wave, and in the command room of the Great Warrior, the holographic screen was instantly filled with numerous heat signals. General Dutsao's brow was furrowed as he intensely stared at the golden-haired goddess seated on the throne at the center of the screen, surrounded by a holy aura none other than Kisha, the supreme ruler of the mythical angelic civilization, the queen of the gods. Dutsao's Adam's apple moved as his calloused fingers unconsciously tapped on the command table. He wondered silently why they appeared at such a critical moment. As a seasoned veteran who had witnessed countless interstellar conflicts, he was more aware than anyone of the terrifying power of the angelic civilization. Though the gluttonous legion and demonic forces were troublesome, Earth was nothing more than an ant in the face of angels who wielded stellar-level strike capabilities. Calculation complete. Yuan's voice trembled as the blue light from the console surged like waves. The highest probability landing zone for the Angel fleet was determined to be Paris, France. The command room fell into a dead silence as everyone exchanged glances. At this moment, there were no signs of large-scale demonic activity in Paris, and according to Jiang Cheng's intelligence, the main demon forces were clearly entrenched in the North American plains. Suddenly, Dutsao shuddered, his aged face turning pale as he realized with a chill it's Jiang Chong. Their target is Jiang Chong. His withered hand slammed heavily on the tactical panel, and a red alert echoed throughout the bridge. Immediately initiate dark communications. Contact Jiang Chong at all costs. Report. Dark communications are completely down. The technician's voice was filled with despair. Not only Jiang Chong, but even Zhao Xin, Su Xiaoli, and Qilan's signals were completely blocked, and conventional communications had failed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Dutsao's fist struck the alloy table with a dull thud, causing the tactical terminal to shake violently and the data streams on the interface to distort chaotically. He stared at the flashing signals of the Angel fleet on the holographic star map, and for the first time, fear was visible on his weathered face. Unbeknownst to him, the Angels had landed in Paris, but they were bewildered. The Queen, according to Jiang Cheng's last known location, was in Paris. It was unclear what methods he used to deliberately block all external detection. Angel Yin felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since she was stationed outside Earth, watching as he slipped away. Such an oversight was unacceptable for a warrior with 7,000 years of combat experience. At this moment, her rival Angel Lung seized the opportunity to mock her. Yan, a mistake is a mistake. It won't change just because you make excuses. He's just a little boy from Earth, and you couldn't even keep track of him? You're really trying to justify that. Lung, I advise you not to be so presumptuous. He is a god, the only god of Earth's indigenous civilization at present. Some secrets are to be expected, Angel Yin retorted, her eyes glaring. Lung, seeing the situation, was about to argue further when Kisha intervened. Yin is right. After all, he is the god of a civilization. As first-time visitors, we should show some respect. If one relies solely on strength to act arrogantly, how is that different from being a demon? Yes, your majesty. Lung lowered her proud head, for she would only bow to one person in her life, the queen before her. On the surface, Kisha appeared calm and composed, but inside, she was in turmoil. Unable to detect it, completely unable. Even third-generation divine bodies, let alone fourth-generation ones, couldn't escape her scrutiny. However, the strange situation before her had only one explanation. The other party was in an information-shielded vacuum field. Otherwise, there was no reason for such a disappearance. At this moment, the little angels around eagerly awaited their leader to dispel the opponent's illusion. Alas, Kisha was exhausted. Although she had long known Jiang Chong was a monster, facing him made her realize monster was merely a placeholder for lack of a better term. Just as she felt awkward and didn't know how to speak, the information vacuum field around Jiang Chong was finally lifted, and the positioning became accurate. However, the surrounding little angels remained unaware, thinking their queen had merely become a bit more serious. Then, the hidden earth deity, Jiang Chong, was revealed. Wow. Look, Yin, next time don't make excuses for your failures. It's embarrassing, Lung exclaimed in admiration, flicking her ponytail and casting a provocative glance at Angel Yin. Yin felt helpless. This old rival would stop at nothing to undermine her. Who was she to compare with the queen? All right, stop fooling around. Don't keep people waiting, Kisha urged, finally ending the argument. The angels then escorted the throne straight to the manor on the outskirts of Paris. When they reappeared, they were hovering above the manor. Below, Victor led a group of gangsters dressed in matching black suits and sunglasses, resembling professional bodyguards. They stood by the roadside, their faces unchanged, but inside, they were close to exploding. Their boss truly lived up to being a god. Just look at the company he keeps angels, and one seated on thrones, no less. It was extraordinary. Ahead of them, Jang Chong, accompanied by Su Xiaoli and Zhao Exine, sat calmly at the end of the road. In front of him was a tea table, and Jiang Chong leisurely sipped tea while Su Xiaoli and Zhao Exine stood beside him like attendants. This scene contrasted sharply with Kisha, who sat on her throne in the sky. Although their heights and auras were different, Jiang Cheng's calm and understated demeanor was incredibly striking. Kisha couldn't help but feel that, in terms of presentation, she was somehow lacking. What was the reason for this? Kisha naturally didn't understand the Chinese philosophy of overcoming strength with gentleness. Jiang Cheng's actions at this moment exemplified this. To illustrate, consider Sima Yi leading a massive army to the city Gatisa grand spectacle. Yet Zhuge Liang sat atop the city wall, leisurely playing the zither, with a young attendant serving tea beside him and a few old men sweeping below. This stark visual contrast immediately made Zhuge Liang in the empty city stratagem seem unbelievably powerful. While one side was serious with a massive army, the other was merely enjoying leisure, leaving no room for comparison. You've come from afar, and I haven't greeted you properly. Please forgive me. Flying up there must be quite dull. We have a saying here, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. How about it? Interested in trying? Jiang Chong spoke with a gentle smile, gesturing to the cup of tea already prepared in front of him. Upon hearing this, Kisha raised an eyebrow, then smiled and waved for everyone to lower their altitude. She put down her crossed leg, and in a flash, she was sitting opposite Jiang Chong. The last person to remain so composed in the face of the Angel Queen was the Grim Reaper Carl. Jiang Chong, you are quite remarkable. Kisha's assessment hit the mark, every word precise. On the surface, she praised Jiang Chong for his seasoned handling of affairs, but subtly she equated him with Carl, almost openly indicating that he too was a dangerous figure. Jiang Chong was momentarily stunned by her words, then managed a wry smile. Thank you, Queen Kisha, for the compliment. However, I believe that a person so indifferent to life doesn't deserve to be compared to a god. Comparing me to him is quite an overstatement. How dare you? Angel Long, the high-ranking angel guardian, turned visibly angry. Do you dare to speak to Queen Kisha this way? Are you tired of living? Jiang Cheng merely glanced at her lightly, then snapped his fingers. Su Xiaoli, standing by, immediately caught on, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she said, Miss, respect is mutual. Although you are honored guests from afar, that doesn't mean you are superior. Even in ancient China, people dared to shout, are kings and nobles born superior? Today, we, the descendants, still uphold this spirit, and it cannot be changed. Angel Lung was momentarily at a loss for words, her usual arrogance dissipated by this retort. Yen, standing nearby, covered her mouth to suppress a laugh, silently admiring Jiang Cheng's diplomatic skills, unchanged even in the presence of Queen Kisha. That's enough, Long, Kisha intervened. The years had given her not only age, but also wisdom. She had long seen that this girl with the original super gene was a carefully arranged piece by Jiang Chong. Moreover, she didn't have a favorable view of Carl either, and hearing someone belittle him pleased her. Why do you say the Grim Reaper is unworthy of being a god? Kisha inquired, sipping her tea. Jiang Chong smiled and replied. In Chinese mythology, we also have deities of death, but their duties are quite the opposite of what the title suggests. They walk the underworld, accompany death, yet their purpose is to guide souls to reincarnation. As for Carl, he sends massive interstellar fleets to attack Earth, only to study death and create it. Such extremists, rather than gods, are more like madmen. If such a figure can be called a god, then I, Jiang Chong, would rather be immortal, one who wields a sword to cut down all injustices in the world. His words were powerful and resonant. Though he still sat calmly opposite Kisha, his upright posture seemed to stand tall between heaven and earth. Kisha was slightly taken aback. It had been a long time since she, seated high on her divine throne, had encountered such a distinctive young person. Regardless of his strength, his values alone were impressive. Well said. I have a few more questions I'd like to ask if you don't mind. You're too kind. I wouldn't dare call it teaching. If Her Majesty has any questions, Jiang Chong will answer them all. As he spoke, he poured another cup of tea for the other person, the steam gently rising. Kisha examined the teacup in front of her and asked, Morgana, the evil deity spreading extremely depraved ideas. What do you make of her fallacies? Morgana. Jiang Chong nodded slightly, his gaze steady. I have some understanding of it. In my view, rather than seeking depravity, they are yearning for freedom beyond rules. What demons pursue is nothing more than unrestrained indulgence, a distant place free from control, and the ideal of doing as they please. He paused briefly, his tone turning serious. These ideas are extremely dangerous. Once human greed breaks free of its limits, it will inevitably lead to disaster. Absolute freedom doesn't exist in this world, only relative freedom does. The strong should not bully the weak. That is not bravery, but sheer brutality. True strength should be measured by the boundaries of the weak. Otherwise, it is mere villainy. Jiang Cheng's voice became more resolute. The blade of the strong should not be pointed at the weak, but should confront the injustices of the universe, the darkness of the unknown, threats to life, and push the boundaries of exploration. If one cannot achieve this, then power in one's hands is nothing more than a butcher's knife. At these words, the angels around them widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Jang Chong. Even Angel Long, who had previously harbored prejudice against him, had to change her view. In her eyes, Jiang Chong had transformed from an arrogant person to a scholar of high moral standing. Kisha was even more impressed. Well said. Many of your views align with my ideals of justice. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Jiang Chong replied humbly, bowing. Talking about strategies on paper is shallow, compared to these principles that every son of China understands. The angels who can unify knowledge and action are even more commendable. Anyone can speak eloquently, but to consistently practice those words, in this universe, only female angels can be called heroes. Hearing this, Kisha couldn't help but smile. Indeed, indeed. She quickly regained her composure, lightly coughing to maintain her regal demeanor. But let's not be so absolute. The efforts angels make for the stability of the universe are trivial. On the road to pursuing ideals, everyone is equal. We angels are just a bit more earnest about it. The two continued their conversation, using tea instead of wine, discussing everything from angelic ideology to Earth's situation and the future of the universe. Kisha believed the universe's significance lies in life itself, as only where life exists does beauty flourish. Jiang Chong agreed, adding that life is the spark against the universe's chaos, and the key to advancing civilization is restraint in the face of power and rationality in dealing with the unknown. The young angels listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration. Since Queen Kisha, they had not encountered anyone so adept at articulating ideals and justice. Only Angel Yin was not surprised, having long been aware of Jiang Cheng's eloquence. Meanwhile, Morgana lingered over Washington for quite some time, perplexed. Damn it, what's wrong with Kisha today? She should have locked onto my position by now. Could she be tired from the journey? Her subordinate demons awkwardly reminded her. Queen, we've been here too long. The media below have changed several times, and now the special operations team led by Captain America and Iron Man has requested negotiations multiple times. Perhaps we should move. We look like monkeys in a zoo. Morgana stood alone in the shadows, her brow furrowed and her heart heavy with frustration. She never imagined that while she was painstakingly setting up precautions and defenses, on the other side of the earth, Kisha was leisurely chatting and laughing with Jiang Chong, as if they were old friends reuniting after years apart. If Morgana knew of this scene, she would likely explode with rage. Meanwhile, General Takeo was pacing back and forth in the command center. As an experienced military strategist, he knew little about the angelic civilization and had only heard of the God King Kisha from ancient records. Kisha's unabashed arrival on Earth, heading straight for Jiang Chong, was a move with such clear intent that it forced him to be on high alert. Sir, I believe we must take action now. Xiaoluan stood straight, his voice firm. We can't let any foreign power think they can come and go from Earth as they please. Raina's golden hair shimmered under the lights as she stepped forward quickly, adding, although I don't know much about angels, even Panjun is quite wary when mentioning Kisha. Since the landing point isn't within Huaxia's borders, I suggest letting me go first. As the only divine body present, I can at least buy some reaction time in case of emergency. However, Raina's suggestion seemed somewhat naive. She might not realize that in front of a true God King, the power of a third-generation god is but a drop in the ocean. But with limited information, they didn't have many options. This was not just about rescuing Jiang Chong. It concerned the entire direction of the battle. All right, Takeo decided swiftly. With Wukong guarding Huaxia, Dino number 3 is ready to assist Rose, using the data left by Jiang Chong to locate Zhao Xian and Su Xiaoli. Escort Raina there as a priority. Sir, what about us? Lu Chuang asked eagerly, his fingers unconsciously clenching. In his view, Raina alone might not be enough to handle the current situation. Everyone was worried about Jiang Chong, who was both their deputy leader and mentor, but few could maintain rational thinking at this moment. Among the few, Ajay, whose sunglasses seemed permanently fixed to his face, suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. With a loud and firm voice, he declared, I think we shouldn't be so hasty. I once met Angel Yin, the left-wing guard of Queen Kisha, during a meeting with Jiang Chong. Although I was just a bystander at that time, I could tell that angels aren't exactly what we imagined. In fact, the discussion went quite well, not to the point of immediate confrontation. Plus, everyone knows Jiang Cheng's combat prowess is nothing to scoff at. Even the demon queen Morgana didn't gain the upper hand against him. so I doubt Queen Kisha could suppress him without making a move. Takeo listened intently, curious if Ajay had any other insights. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Ajay felt a surge of responsibility. Diplomacy is something I'm quite familiar with. Here's the plan. I'll make a list, and you all can help me gather some supplies. Then, send me over to assess the situation. If there's no response from me in 60 seconds, you can join me. The group found this reasoning sound. Although Jang Chong and the other's strange situation was unprecedented, it didn't necessarily mean something was wrong. Soon, Rose and a few others opened a wormhole and quickly shopped in nearby cities according to Ajay's request. The scene shifted, and Ajay looked more like a delivery person. Are you sure this will work? Takeo asked, eyeing the milk tea, desserts, and snacks in Ajay's hands with amusement. This might work for kindergarten kids, but for the renowned Queen of Angels, you think this will test her officers? Ajay shrugged nonchalantly. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Chong used to do it this way. Whether it was Morgana or Angel Yen, they all fell for it. All right then. Takeo was at a loss for words. After all, he had never been involved in such matters before. He could handle military strategies, but diplomacy was another story. The Denon 3 supercomputer operated rapidly, a machine considered an ancient relic but still a top-tier device in the universe. Such treasures couldn't be built by simple spacefaring civilizations. Only those who reached the level of a god-making civilization could attempt it. Found it. With the help of the supercomputer, Rose quickly pinpointed the exact location of the spatial portal using the signal sources from Zhao Xin and Su Xiaoli. Spatial transmission and wormhole transport are essentially the same, but spatial transmission is an advanced version of micro-wormhole transport. At this level, it's difficult for an individual to accomplish alone, requiring immense computational power and energy. Previously, without the advanced spacetime algorithms gifted by Jiang Chong, Rose would have found the computational process cumbersome, even if she knew how to achieve the result. However, after mastering part of the spacetime algorithms, spatial transmission no longer seemed so mysterious. With Ajay's relatively simple physical data, being just a second-generation warrior, the difficulty dropped significantly compared to transporting Raina. In just a moment, a forcibly torn open wormhole appeared. Ajay stood at the entrance, waving without looking back. With foreign forces descending once more, Ajay couldn't survive alone among the trio. As he left, uncertain of the risks ahead, he felt honored to have known his companions. Farewell, everyone. With those words, he departed with the milk tea, reminiscent of a warrior heading bravely into the unknown after a final toast. Takeo watched Ajay's departing figure, filled with emotion. As Ajay's longtime subordinate, tears welled in his eyes as he turned away, thinking to himself, damn you, Hakiji. The universe is vast and boundless, so immense that even deities find it impossible to traverse every inch of it in a lifetime. At the same time, it feels incredibly small, fragile to the point that life cannot withstand much turmoil. Kisha has come to deeply understand all of this. Yet, standing before Jiang Chong, she finds him far more complex than she had anticipated. Initially, Kisha thought Jiang Chong was just a young man with immense potential and power, similar to Xiaoluan, both needing a long journey of growth to truly reach a divine state. However, upon meeting him, she realized she was gravely mistaken. Jiang Cheng's enigmatic aura and his profound thoughts on knowledge and philosophy far exceeded Kisha's expectations. His eloquence and versatile rhetoric, along with his remarkable understanding of righteousness, were astonishing. Many might dismiss this as mere flattery, but Kisha, who had seen much of the world, could not hide her awe. Let's look at it from a certain perspective. If you are a native of Huaxia, you would be more keenly aware of political shifts than citizens of any other nation. For instance, when an adversary proposes reconciliation, seemingly extending a friendly hand, a Huaxia person would instantly sense a crisis, recalling the historical banquet at Hongmen. You understand that things aren't about surface-level peace, but rather complex political maneuvering. This is the experience accumulated over Huaxia's 5,000 years of history. Consider this. When you are in a position of strength, you know to shoot the horse before the man, capture the king before the thief. When at a disadvantage, you instinctively think of strategies like retreat when the enemy advances, harass when they halt, attack when they are weary, pursue when they retreat, and when in a stalemate, you remind yourself to seize the moment with unstoppable momentum, lest repeated efforts lead to exhaustion. Even in defeat, you understand the wisdom of retreat as the best option, knowing that as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of wood to burn. These instincts are deeply ingrained in the people of Huaxia. In Kisha's world, the history of the Angels' Wars is relatively sparse. Even after the establishment of the Celestial Era, the oppression of female angels, Kisha's rise, the overthrow of tyranny, and the establishment of order, things seem relatively straightforward. In contrast, Huaxia's history, with its centuries of dynasties, is replete with dramatic upheavals and complex political struggles. What Kisha saw in Jiang Cheng's perspective and depth left her deeply impressed. Thus, against this backdrop of profound cultural heritage and unique wisdom, Kisha could not help but be captivated by Jiang Cheng's extraordinary performance. His understanding and perception of the universe have surpassed what most people can comprehend. Jiang Cheng's words brought a glimmer of admiration to Kisha's eyes. Indeed, the historical anecdotes and strategies he mentioned could make any ruler feel inadequate. In response to Kisha's praise, Jiang Chong sat composedly, his expression calm and his gaze gentle. "Your Majesty flatters me. My humble opinions are hardly worth mentioning," he replied softly, exuding the elegance of a noble gentleman with every gesture. Kisha observed the remarkable young man before her. Compared to him, Huayi, who once wielded great power in the history of the angelic civilization, seemed like nothing more than a brute obsessed with pleasure and indulgence. She picked up her teacup, hesitated briefly, and then spoke. "I have one last question that has troubled me for a long time. Would you enlighten me?" Jiang Cheng did not respond immediately, but poured her a third cup of tea. Kisha looked at the clear tea in her cup, first puzzled, then understanding. "Well, I have a friend," Kisha began, noticing a slight twitch at the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth. "Hold on," Jiang Cheng interrupted. "Queen Kisha, why don't we assume that this friend is actually you?" Kisha coughed lightly, pretending to be choked by the tea. She raised her hand to create an information barrier, completely isolating them from the outside world. "To be honest," Kisha said seriously, "I am talking about an old aunt named He. She set certain rules due to the constraints of the era, but now she foresees the terrible consequences these rules will bring. She wants to change them, to completely overthrow this order while there is still time, allowing new rules to emerge from the ruins. What is your opinion?" Jiang Cheng fell into deep thought. He understood that the rules Kisha mentioned referred to the order of justice, and she likely foresaw her own fate, yet chose to die for her beliefs. "Your Majesty," he began slowly, "this reminds me of the dynastic changes in our history. Every founding ruler wishes for their reign to last forever, but as times change, even the most perfect system will decay. Suppressing it for a time might be feasible, but expecting it to remain unchanged forever is a fool's dream. Then, in your opinion, is there a solution?" Kaisha's eyes brightened. Jiang Cheng raised his teacup and drank with her. "The wheels of time have already started turning. Stopping halfway is impossible. Instead of trying to patch things up, it's better to start anew. To end this fate, a completely new order must replace the old system. It's not just about a rebirth from the ashes, but rather reducing everything to ashes and rebuilding a new order from the ruins. How should justice be replaced?" Kaisha pressed on. Jiang Cheng put down his teacup, his gaze penetrating. "Your Majesty, the justice you established years ago was not thorough enough. To end chaos and unify the universe, the first thing to end is theocracy. The only way to achieve all this is through universal harmony." Jiang Cheng gently placed his teacup down, the soft clink on the table barely audible. Yet, to Kisha, this simple action sparked an entirely different vision. Every word Jiang Cheng had spoken seemed to transform into interwoven vertical lines before her eyes, as if endless threads were spreading outward and instantly expanding into a vast, boundless structure. Each line appeared to contain infinite cosmic mysteries, as though the entire known universe was being reconstructed before her. Ultimately, the teacup, named Harmony of Heaven and Earth, landed precisely at the center of this intricate web, as if destined by fate. At that very moment, the progress bar for Qilin's genetic upgrade finally reached its end. With a crisp notification sound, the system announced, "Gene upgrade installation complete. Xiannu's hidden computer initializing for the first time. All operations normal." "Hello, Qilin. Pleased to meet you." The cold artificial intelligence voice spoke. Despite its mechanical tone, it somehow added a touch of vibrancy to the silent, dark dimension. The dormant genetic shadow of Qilin slowly opened its eyes in the dark dimension. Simultaneously, Qilin in the real world awoke. The activation of her new genes required immense energy, rapidly drawing and converting her internal energy into a continuous power source. Jiang Cheng had incorporated a stellar-driven computational formula into her genes, along with an additional genetic implant, making her awakening unique. Consequently, the sky over the entire manor suddenly darkened, followed by a brilliant red light spreading like flames throughout the estate. The light, though intense, bore no heat to harm. Soon after, the concentration of light energy reached its peak, and a deep, resonant cry echoed through the air. A mystical bird spread its wings, and a Qilin descended. The scene was breathtaking, seemingly heralding the arrival of the new genes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kisha's eyes as she watched the radiance. After a moment, she spoke softly. "Is this the birth of a new gene?" Jiang Cheng nodded, his eyes shining with confidence. "Developed independently, aside from a certain big yellow. This could be considered my debut creation. It's called Xiannu. It has immense potential, a strong foundation, and even the potential to become divine." Kisha nodded deeply, her approval evident, but then a smile appeared in her eyes. "I'm curious, though. It's just a genetic awakening. So why did you set up a mystical bird totem and the descent of a Qilin? Jiang Chong looked slightly embarrassed. It's actually just a startup animation. Since new genes absorb energy sources, they often come with some anomalies, so I thought I'd just create an opening animation to keep it from getting too chaotic. Kisha didn't press further, instead waving her hand to dispel the information vacuum she had previously set. She had asked all her questions, and regarding Jiang Cheng's mention of harmony of heaven and earth, she had already made her own conjectures. Especially when Jiang Chong spoke of ending the era of divine rule and ushering in a new epoch. She felt that this young man before her seemed to embody the very essence of ultimate fear. Zhao Xian, upon the lifting of the information vacuum, finally saw Jiang Chong again. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, brother Jiang, look! A phoenix spreading its wings, a Qilin descending. This is truly a sign of auspiciousness." For a moment, the manor was filled with a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Before Jiang Chong could say anything, Su Xiaoli rolled her eyes with a hint of exasperation. "Instructor Zhao, that's a Xian Niao, not a phoenix. And these are just light projections. They have nothing to do with auspicious omens. Didn't Instructor Qiangwei cover this in theory class?" Zhao Xian scratched his head awkwardly. During theory classes, he and Gu Xiaoluan barely paid attention. Except for the wormhole transportation class taught by Jiang Chong, they only had a vague understanding of stellar drive and dark energy utilization. "All right, you two, stop dwelling on this." Jiang Chong interrupted their conversation and turned to Su Xiaoli. "Qilin just had her gene upgraded. Could you check if she needs any help?" "Sure." Su Xiaoli responded cheerfully and skipped away. Zhao Xian was about to follow when Jiang Chong pulled him back. "Where do you think you're going? She just had her upgrade. There might be some inconveniences. Don't you know how to give a girl some privacy?" "Hey, wait, Jiang. How did you handle Qilin's gene upgrade before?" Zhao Xian wondered aloud. Jiang Chong replied matter-of-factly, "I blindfolded myself." "Wow, impressive," Zhao Xian exclaimed. Qilin's new gene activation phenomenon quickly subsided. Kisha was still marveling at the grandeur and duration of the boot animation when she suddenly sensed a space wormhole locking and opening. "Interesting, Jiang Chong. Even your own people have a hard time finding you?" Kisha asked with a smile. Jiang Chong smacked his forehead. "Shoot, I forgot about that." He had realized that the information vacuum field he set up during Qilin's upgrade was still blocking signals. Even though he had lifted the block after sensing Kisha's arrival, he hadn't explained the situation to those on the giant gorge. He wasn't too concerned personally since the Dino 3 could never track him. However, Qilin's upgraded gene also lacked a backup, making it undetectable by the Dino 3. Now, neither of them could be contacted. Only Zhao Xian and Su Xiaoli could be found, and with Kisha present, Jiang Chong worried that the next person to come through the portal might start a fight. Just as he was about to prevent any misunderstandings, he witnessed an even more amusing scene. Ajay appeared, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, pushing a cart full of snacks and drinks like a lost train vendor. Ajay was bewildered. Although he trusted Jiang Cheng's diplomatic skills to handle any situation, he hadn't expected such formality this time. Black suits, red carpets, a luxurious manner. His entrance was completely out of place. Anyone want some sunflower seeds, drinks, or beer?" he finally managed to say. But the real awkwardness came next. A massive projection suddenly appeared over the manor. It was Morgana. With her heavily made-up, non-mainstream demon look, she started hurling insults. "Kisha, you're and the biggest scammer in the known universe. Jiang Chong, I'm telling you, don't trust that crap about justice. It's the most hypocritical thing." The arrival of Morgana created an awkward atmosphere, affecting both Jiang Chong and even Kisha. The crude words fully exposed the vile nature of the demon. At that moment, Angel Yin moved swiftly, her pure white wings tracing a graceful arc in the sky. She broke through the atmosphere in an instant, hovering where the sunlight was strongest. Radiant energy gathered around her, and the flaming sword she held aloft blazed with intense fire. "Queen, Morgana's position is locked. Shall we execute the judgment?" As the left-wing battle general, Angel Yin had accessed the knowledge vault the moment Morgana appeared, using immense computational power for precise targeting. Kisha calmly replied, "Morgana is already a fourth-generation god body. Not even the Flame Judgment or the Heavenly Blade Judgment can completely eliminate her. Yin, how do you suggest we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, Angel Yin responded, "Justice and evil cannot coexist, just as angels and demons cannot. Although judgment cannot completely destroy Morgana, calculations indicate it can eliminate at least 90 of her demon forces. However," she paused, "the cost might be borne by the people of Earth. If we unleash the full Heavenly Blade Judgment, the civilians of Washington could suffer." Suddenly, Morgana burst into a fit of laughter, as if she had anticipated everything. "Kisha, you hypocrite, hiding your evil behind a mask of justice. You call me a demon, but what about you? While I dwell in darkness, I yearn for light. Today, I shall perish with Washington. Come, Let your little angel swing her sword of judgment, and let me see how Earth's people judge your justice." She broadcast her message in over 7,000 languages to ensure it was understood worldwide. It was blatant moral coercion. Most angels were unfazed, firmly believing in Kisha's justice. The real dilemma lay with Kisha herself. From a divine perspective, sacrificing a part for the greater good seemed reasonable, but even at the cost of Washington, Morgana could not be truly destroyed. In the end, Kisha made a wise choice, leaving the decision to the people of Earth. Jang Chong, as Earth's only native god, you have the right to make this choice for your planet. You understand Morgana's threat, and this time, the angels will respect your decision. Silence fell over the scene, with all eyes on Jiang Chong, whether the angels, Ajia, Zhao Exine, or Qi Lin, who had just adjusted her attire, awaited his response. Compared to the original story, the tribunal's target this time isn't China, so the pressure on the people of China isn't as intense. However, the enormous accusation still causes some unease. Rather than worrying about the reaction of the American public, they're more concerned about Jiang Chong, who is inexplicably burdened with such a hefty charge. With chaos brought by the gluttonous and demons wanting a piece of the action, it's time to make a bold move. Unsurprisingly, given Jiang Cheng's personality, someone who frequently says, "Those who aren't of our kind must have different hearts," his primary concern is always China and the people around him. The Western representatives, in both past and present lives, have never left a good impression on him. So, faced with this situation, his decision is almost instinctive. In fact, if he were to stand on the so-called height of human civilization and pretend to be compassionate, he would feel uncomfortable. "Hurry up, stop staring at me," he urged with a frown, his tone urgent. "Is your so-called heavenly blade judgment powerful enough? If not, I'll add a strike myself." Seeing Jiang Cheng's straightforwardness, those around him were left speechless, unsure of what to say. Jiang Cheng inwardly chuckled at their reactions, worried that Morgana might suddenly flee, and hurried them along. In the past, when there was no deep enmity between China and the demons, Jiang Cheng might have hesitated. But ever since the demons became mercenaries for the gluttonous and repeatedly attacked their military bases, Jiang Cheng has had no reservations. As stated in the Xian Tian Bao Lu, once the enemy's identity is confirmed, if there's a way to defeat them, one must not show mercy, or it will only lead to trouble. Wow, such boldness. Kisha praised Jiang Cheng's actions. She couldn't comprehend why Jiang Cheng only saw China as his home, believing that China had gods and that Earth's civilizations should be under its rule. However, witnessing such decisive action for justice, Kisha almost felt she saw a hint of an angel in him. At this point, Morgana couldn't hold back any longer. Although she knew Jiang Cheng didn't have a close relationship with her and might make extreme decisions at critical moments, she didn't expect him to play his cards so boldly. Instead of any extreme actions, there was an eager expression on his face. In that moment, Morgana recalled some of Jiang Cheng's clever tactics when he first arrived on Earth. He seemed to never regard people from countries other than China. "Damn it," she cursed, trembling with anger. "Jiang Cheng, if you're going to do this, I'll move the demon castle to the North Star right away." "Heh, I expected you to do that." Jiang Cheng smirked, as if he had anticipated it. However, he was aware that Morgana had interference tactics. With such conceptual interference and rogue algorithms, she might easily cause angels to destroy him in 3 seconds. But Jiang Cheng had already prepared for this. He planned to interfere if Morgana headed towards China. If interference failed, he would take action himself. After all, his strength was already enough to breach the entire demon castle in a short time. Moreover, the king of gods beside him, Lai Zhen, was not to be underestimated. The chances of losing this battle were slim. Yet, for some reason, Morgana chose the Americans? This relieved Jiang Cheng. If she didn't choose the Japanese, the angels might not act, but Jiang Cheng's chances of taking action increased. He didn't mind paying the price to eliminate demons, especially those that endangered humanity. "Go ahead, Yin. Since Earth supports our decision, aim carefully," Jiang Cheng commanded firmly. "Yes, my queen." Angel Yin nodded, and a streak of light shot towards the ground like a meteor. Inside the demon castle, Atai watched the flashing red warnings on the screen, and the entire demon camp grew tense. "My queen, although we accepted Death Carl's assistance, our strength hasn't fully developed yet. At this rate, we can't withstand the judgment," Atai said anxiously. Morgana's chest heaved with anger, and she shouted, "Quick! Open the corridor above the demon castle immediately." She then reached out to Carl via dark communication. "Hey, stop playing dead and help me now. Otherwise, the losses will be too great, and the plan will completely fail." In the Nether River Starfield, at the Requiem Academy, Carl was deeply engrossed in writing the formula for planetary collapse and explosion. His amber eyes shimmered with a star-like brilliance. Suddenly, he paused, letting out a soft sigh. "So be it. The King of Gods will eventually notice. The big clock will open a dedicated computational channel for you, but it will only last for 3 minutes at most." A ripple of dark purple appeared in the secure communication channel, and Morgana's projection emerged, her voice cold. Enough. Over Washington, the sky twisted abruptly, forming a bizarre vortex. The obsidian spire of the demon castle erupted with a blinding blue light, and dark matter energy surged like boiling tar, causing the entire structure to emit a deafening sound of grinding gears. Space shattered like a mirror, gravity tides went haywire, and cars, streetlights, and asphalt were lifted into the air by an invisible force, transforming into streams of flickering particles at the edge of the wormhole. Angel Yin stood beyond the atmosphere, her raised flaming sword bursting with golden light. A pillar of judgment energy, carrying the force to destroy worlds, plunged downward, the air cracking like glass in its wake. Below, the expanding wormhole consumed stardust from the galaxy. Even before these two terrifying forces collided, they tore deep fissures in the ground. Finally, the descending golden line clashed with the wormhole above the demon castle. Surprisingly, the impact was less intense than the residual waves they created while forming. The Blade of Judgment was an immeasurable output, but the deep wormhole corridor was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Morgana stood in the violently shaking demon castle, her eyes shining with divine light. The sound of ticking echoed around her, and what seemed like an earth-shattering battle between angels and demons appeared to her as merely a miniature event in the palm of her hand. The big clock is indeed powerful. I might exhaust all my computational power and still not make it, but Carl can solve it perfectly with just a bit of remote support. Queen, that's not all, Atai said excitedly, looking at the data. The computational power supported by the big clock is only occupying 43 for this wormhole corridor. Morgana's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. So, there's 57 left, huh? In that case, let's send a big gift to that bitch Kisha and that darky Jang Chong. Queen, do you mean? Atai asked cautiously. Exactly. Lock onto those two and return all the judgment energy we absorbed to them, Morgana commanded confidently, hands on her hips. With the computational support from the big clock, even Kisha's knowledge treasury couldn't touch her, let alone Jiang Cheng's interference. However, her triumph was short-lived. Queen, Jiang Chong cannot be locked onto. Even with the computational support of the big clock, we can't capture his trace. What? Morgana's face was full of disbelief, unable to comprehend why. Even with the help of advanced computation, she couldn't track him down. She was now using the universe's most powerful supercomputer. The Queen's time was running out, with only 30 seconds left before her dedicated computing channel would close. At this critical moment, Adieo appeared once again, bringing concern instead of good news. Morgana gritted her teeth inwardly, determined to target Kisha. After all, it didn't matter whom she attacked, as long as they were together. As soon as the words were spoken, Kisha and Jiang Chong, who were at a manor in Paris, simultaneously looked up, their eyes fixed on the disturbance above them. Evil and death always attract one another. Why was Morgana so confident in her provocation? It turned out she had something to rely on in secret. Kisha's eyes remained calm, as if she had anticipated all of this. Faced with the impending crisis, she even had the leisure to turn to Jiang Chong. As one of the only two people in the universe she couldn't fully understand, Jiang Chong, how do you think we should solve the problem Morgana has thrown at us? Jiang Cheng's heart sank, realizing the situation was far from simple. He thought they were having a good conversation, but Kisha's attention was drawn elsewhere. It seemed that, after all, she was still trying to test him. Jiang Chong sighed deeply. Morgana's expertise in spacetime theory was extraordinary. After all, it was her specialty. Achieving such feats wasn't surprising. Otherwise, even with a relaxed approach, after thousands of years of confrontation, Jiang Chong wouldn't have been able to handle her. Jiang Chong addressed some deeply hidden issues in his speech, then slowly stood, his gaze fixed on the open wormhole, standing with his hands behind his back. Since the Queen wanted to know, he had no reason to hide anything. With those words, he stepped into the void, ascending towards the heavy door above. He then formed a sword gesture at his brow, summoning a flying sword out of thin air and instantly setting up a sword formation. Dobao, initiate defense mode. Reverse compute the stellar energy drive formula, he commanded. The system promptly responded, initiating a multidimensional defense matrix. The dark energy diversion and energy counter simulation were underway, synchronously executing a reverse analysis program of the stellar drive energy formula, deconstructing and reorganizing the judgment energy at the string level. It was estimated that a 3-layer energy buffer barrier would be generated, with the basic framework completed in a countdown of 10 seconds. 10. As the computation program began counting down, residual energy from the heavy door corridor spilled out. Jiang Chong stood in the void, his expression unchanged, as steady as a mountain. The slight waves merely ruffled his hair, causing no further impact. Kisha observed this, further convinced that Jiang Chong was not one to bluff. Though she couldn't fully understand him, he undeniably possessed real strength. 7. Meanwhile, those on the giant gorge observed the situation in Washington and Paris. What exactly was Jiang Chong planning? This level of judgment strike was formidable even for demons, yet did he intend to withstand it? Du Cao expressed his confusion. Hearing this, everyone clenched their fists, embodying the saying, "The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is." Jiang Chong, however, remained utterly composed, while his friends and family watching from afar worried for him. Even Raina, who specialized in stellar drive computations, couldn't help but exclaim, "He's practically dancing on the edge of a knife." She immediately understood Jiang Cheng's intention. Although this method of reversing intense energy light output was achievable, it was extreme and unnecessary. Normally, when a blade approaches, the instinct is to avoid it. Who would think to catch it barehanded? 4. In contrast to everyone's concerns, Morgana in the demon castle was full of confusion. What exactly was he trying to do? Was he attempting to show off? 1. Regardless of the observer's expressions, Jiang Chong was unaware. At that moment, seeing the countdown end and the reverse stellar drive decomposition formula initiate, he simply murmured softly, "Umph. Such trivial tricks dare to show off." With that, the intense judgment force surged from the wormhole, and Jiang Chong lightly extended a finger, as if touching nothing, effortlessly countering it. All the violent energy that poured out was dramatically deconstructed. Witnessing this scene, even Carl, who was spying from the Styx domain, couldn't help but stand up in shock. How could this person be so fearless? The heavens trembled as an angel wielded a sword, and the threat of demons loomed, supported by the power of the clock. In this dilemma, Kisha deliberately tested Jiang Chong, who rose to the challenge, using his divine skill to solve the problem. Those observing were astounded, some watching in secret, while Carl exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Cheng's actions remained bold yet meticulous, further proving the might of Doubao. In truth, Jiang Cheng knew he was still too eager to conceal his abilities. Faced with the full power of a celestial judgment, he could easily resolve it with a void computation program. Others might lack computational power or timely energy supply, but the void computation program had no such concerns. With Doubao's infinite energy at his back, operating at a maximum load of 208 frequencies, there was virtually no void engine that could compete with it, whether early or late in its operation. However, the timing was not right to reveal excessive power prematurely, as it would only serve as a warning to the enemy without any real benefit. Despite his youthful arrogance, Jiang Chong was also shrewd and calculated. He understood well that ultimate victory often belonged not to those who showed off the most, but to those who knew how to hide their strength. Now, the fall of Kisha, as depicted in the original story, had already begun. It seemed as if it was all predestined by fate. Minor events could be influenced, but the great tide of destiny was irreversible. Jiang Cheng's reverse decomposition operation formula was in full swing, and in just a moment, what was once an explosive celestial judgment transformed into a gentle breeze, brushing lightly across faces and lifting a few strands of hair. Witnessing this, the crew aboard the giant gorge breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly acknowledging Jiang Cheng's consistent brilliance. Reactions varied among those at the Paris estate. The angels thought that the native god of Earth was indeed unfathomable, worthy of conversing with their queen. Zhao Xian and AGF from the Xiongbing company shrugged, rating the display as average in terms of showmanship. Victor and the other men in black were dumbfounded, exclaiming in awe at Jiang Cheng's prowess. On the demon side, they were terrified. These minor demons, trembling and stammering, had lost count of how many times they had perished under this very move in the past. Once targeted by an angel and subjected to such a powerful celestial judgment, they could only await reincarnation and their queen's revival. But this time, they witnessed an epic figure stopping such a terrifying attack with just a finger. Once she regained her composure, Morgana clenched her teeth in frustration, wondering how much computational power Jiang Chong must have to achieve such a level of reverse decomposition. Morgana was puzzled, as the operation was theoretically understandable to any observant person, yet they couldn't execute it due to computational limitations. In the universe, those capable of such a feat were few, possibly only the strongest clock and Kisha. Yet now, an obscure native god from Earth had emerged, capable of achieving the same? Regardless of Jiang Cheng's divine power or combat strength, this alone was enough to earn the respect of most forces in the known universe. Morgana's eyes narrowed as she immediately grasped the urgency of the situation with her seasoned experience. Quick, stop dawdling and retreat. If the angels react, they'll launch another judgment. She swiftly issued the order to retreat, showcasing her unique ability as the universe's most resourceful and evasive deity. Even Han Li, present at the scene, had to commend her for her adaptability in battle. The demons moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, the massive spacecraft hovering over Washington vanished without a trace. Just as Yin was about to start searching, Kisha's voice resonated in her mind. No need to search, they're still on Earth. There will be another opportunity. Morgana wouldn't be so bold without a backup plan. Even if we launch another judgment, they'll likely have a way to counter it. Yes, my queen. Yin placed her hand on her chest in a respectful salute, then dove back down to join Kisha. With a wave of her hand, Kisha caused a pile of resources to appear in front of Jang Chong. Here are the materials I promised you, including Star Track materials, genetic resources, and flame-grade iron ore. Compared to the meager dark metal provided by Lai Yong, this batch of resources was worlds apart. Jiang Chong surveyed the resources, but noticed some key items were missing. Your Majesty, I'm very grateful for the Angel's support to Earth. However, the divine body resources and dark silver materials that I discussed with Miss Yin seem to be absent. Kisha was amused by his forthrightness. You certainly have a thick skin. Divine body resources are controlled items, and dark silver even more so. While the angels are wealthy, that doesn't mean we distribute them freely. After all, maintaining justice requires controlling the sources of war and disaster. However, before she could finish, Ajia eagerly dove into the pile of resources. Wow, I've never seen so many resources in my life. How rich must the angel nebula be? He asked excitedly. Queen Kisha, what were you about to say however about? Kisha gave Jiang Chong a meaningful look. However, these can also be considered a dowry from the angels, should there be any interest from Earth. Jiang Chong was about to politely decline when Zhao Xian interjected. Indeed, our nation has a long tradition of forging alliances through marriage. Though I am but a humble representative, I am willing to travel to the Angel Nebula on behalf of Huaxia to establish an everlasting friendship between our peoples. This unexpected declaration suddenly made the atmosphere quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Kisha glanced at Zhao Xian and nodded slightly, a somewhat satisfied look in her eyes, akin to a mother-in-law approving of her son-in-law. She said in a deep voice, the spear of Daristar is indeed impressive. Though young, he shows great promise. Zhao Xian had mentioned it casually and was taken aback by the genuine approval, feeling a bit at a loss, with a blush he couldn't quite hide. The angel's collective gaze on him only made his face redden further, as if his teenage heart skipped a beat. Just then, Jiang Chong, looking exasperated, playfully smacked Zhao Xian on the head. Qiuyue is already married, and here you are still bouncing around. Be careful, or Lao Du will have you writing 100,000-word reflection. Rubbing his head, Zhao Xian retorted defiantly. What does Lao Du have to do with this? It's free love now, not like you think. Even if we're talking about arrangements, it should be parental consent and matchmaker's words. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched, clearly underestimating Zhao Xian's fervent heart. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, yes, it's free love, but you're an active duty soldier. Marriage involves a series of procedures. As you know, as a soldier, you need to submit a written application to your workplace, following the party branch's step-by-step approval. Moreover, do you really think the higher-ups will support such a high-level alliance? Support? Why not? Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, a determined smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, the military's top brass will fully support me. Soldiers have the right to pursue happiness too. This statement left Jiang Chong momentarily stunned, and just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice came through the communication channel. Hey, this kid's not bad, he's got guts. Du Cao's voice rang out, carrying an undeniable tone. Zhao Xian, I approve of this. This unexpected support left Jiang Chong speechless, and Zhao Xian a bit bewildered. Kisha displayed a puzzled expression, her lips twitching slightly as she considered speaking, but ultimately held back. You, young man, are promising, but the matters of divine body resources and controlling the dark silver metal aren't that simple. Kisha paused, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Just as she was about to continue, Du Cao's voice interjected once more. No worries, we've got great potential here. Honestly, besides Zhao Xian, there's also Lu Chuang, the war god of Nuashing, and Gu Xiaoluan, the power of the galaxy, who are still single. If the queen is willing, she can always choose a suitable one. Kisha's expression changed, her mind racing. She nearly dropped her glass in exasperation. Did they really think of her like that? However, rationality prevailed, and she realized that Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan did have their own appeal. Glancing back, she noticed that among the high-ranking guardian angels, Yin and Lung were also single. She had her own plans, but if she could provide a way out for these young ones, why not? Taking a deep breath, she smiled slightly. All right, take these first, and we'll discuss the details later. With that, she waved her hand decisively, handing over the prepared divine body materials and a high-purity dark silver ore to Zhao Xian. Jiang Chong was taken aback as he accepted the divine material Kisha handed him. Holding the 3 complete sets of precious resources, he was so surprised and delighted that he was momentarily speechless. Such divine materials were incredibly rare, often requiring searches across multiple star systems to gather just one set. Yet Kisha casually presented 3 sets of superb quality materials. How generous, Jiang Chong thought to himself, even starting to calculate whether selling himself could earn him access to the highest level of the knowledge repository. Since meeting Kisha, his attention had been entirely captivated by her knowledge repository. Although Dobao had been diligently scanning and copying, the protective aura of Kisha's divine body was incredibly secure, and so far, only a small amount of data had been replicated. This knowledge repository seemed different from traditional supercomputers, more like a cloud computing network, making it even harder to copy without alerting the other party. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jiang Chong said cheerfully, grabbing the teapot and finishing it in one gulp before quickly storing away the resources before Kisha could speak. Kisha simply smiled lightly at this. I enjoyed our conversation today, Kisha said gracefully as she stood up. We might collaborate in the future due to Morgana's affairs, but for now, we'll leave it here. Farewell. Before her words had fully settled, she had already turned and returned to her floating throne. The high-ranking guardian angels spread their wings to follow her, but Yin glanced back with a puzzled expression. How could a god of a civilization be so outwardly expressive, yet inwardly reserved? Was the charming demeanor just an act? After leaving Paris, Kisha chose a secluded spot to pause. With a gentle wave of her hand, she altered the gravitational field, causing numerous hills to float, creating a temporary camp for the angels. Her gaze lingered on Angel Long, and she suddenly spoke. Yin, what do you think of Jiang Chong? Yin was taken aback. Your Majesty, did you call the wrong person? Shouldn't you be asking Long? The surrounding angels burst into laughter. Lung seized the opportunity to say, I've followed Her Majesty for many years. She can't bear to marry me off. But Yin, I've heard you were once forbidden from romance for 100 years for being lovesick. You're the perfect candidate to be married off. Don't interrupt. Kisha gently tapped Lung's forehead. Do you think only Yin has reached a suitable age for marriage? You should also find a virtuous male god as your partner. Lung was momentarily speechless, then seriously asked, Yin, what do you think of Jiang Chong? If you like him, I can arrange for you to marry him. Yin set aside her shyness and analyzed rationally. Your Majesty, he is indeed powerful and mysterious, but he is a god, and I don't think it's appropriate. Kisha, far from being upset, smiled warmly. They say you only feel unworthy when you truly like someone. Her gaze shifted, regaining her regal demeanor, but gods are just gods. In this known universe, there's no one an angel can't match. Yin, you know I can make you a god at any time. But Your Majesty, Yin exclaimed in panic, having you preside over the angel civilization is enough. Recklessly creating deities goes against the order of justice. Justice? Kisha murmured to herself, her gaze drifting to the distant horizon, as if she saw an impending erroneous turning point. After Kisha left, the atmosphere at the Paris estate became relaxed and pleasant once again. Jiang Chong, the Pimpajai, and the somewhat foolish Zhao Xian all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had pretended not to care earlier, it was actually a deliberate act to mask their true feelings. If not for Jiang Chong taking the lead, they might have remained on high alert like Dekeo and the others on the Juxia. At this moment, Qilin, who had undergone a genetic upgrade and change of attire, emerged from the house, followed closely by Su Xiaoli. As soon as they met, they couldn't help but gossip about Zhao Xian's insistence on marriage. Once they calmed down, Zhao Xian shrugged and explained that the situation was driven by circumstances beyond his control and not his true intention. He considered himself not easily swayed by beauty, even that of an angel. However, everyone was skeptical of his claim, especially Jiang Chong. He knew that in the original story, Zhao Xian was quickly captivated by Ji Xian, almost unbelievably so. Initially aloof and distrustful, once he let his guard down, he was quickly swept up in sweet talk and affection. After joking around, Qilin's gaze finally settled on Jiang Chong. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and sincerely said, Thank you. I can feel how strong I am now. To show my gratitude for your efforts, let's forget about what happened before. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself that this was not a fair trade. Upon reflection, helping her with the genetic upgrade wasn't even a transaction. More than seeing Qilin's super gene as a hindrance, he viewed her as a guinea pig. What's being forgotten? A curious Su Xiaoli suddenly appeared, having overheard Qilin's words. The two quickly denied any wrongdoing, diverting the conversation without giving a clear answer. Although both were children of the new era and not bound by convention. If they really pursued the matter, wouldn't male gynecologists end up with countless beauties? After resolving matters there, Ajay, Zhao Xian, Qilin, and the others returned to China first. They had come on a mission, and not only had they completed it, but they had exceeded expectations by dealing with the angels and punishing the demons. Staying any longer in Paris would seem like a taxpayer-funded vacation, even though they weren't spending much money there. Jiang Chong, however, was not in such a hurry, as he still had an unresolved issue. He pushed open the door and entered the information vacuum chamber. Su Marie, who had undergone sterilization, still had vacant eyes and drool at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chong calmly stood opposite her, gazing at her suspended form isolated by the gravity field, and spoke softly. Where is Huayi? Don't bother pretending. Though your dark information has erased the relevant details, I know you must know where he is. Su Marie's eyes shifted, and she slowly lifted her gaze. Do whatever you want to me. As for anything related to my king, even if I knew something, I wouldn't tell you, Somali said with a cold smile on his lips. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned icy as he slowly clenched his hand in the air. In an instant, an invisible force tightly bound Somali. Though he bore no visible wounds, blood began to pour from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, flowing like an open faucet. I've already mastered all your genetic codes. Killing you would be easy, and I could even turn you into a dog if I wanted, Jiang Chong said coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about Huayi, and perhaps you can save your life. I don't know. Somali gritted his teeth, each word spoken with the effort of his entire being. Even faced with such torture, his loyalty remained unwavering. Not even Carl from the original story could sway him with temptation, ultimately resorting to sowing discord. Compared to that, Jiang Cheng's torture seemed ineffective. In the dim light, Jiang Cheng looked every bit the villain, but he didn't care. He was never lenient with enemies who couldn't be used to his advantage. Fine. In that case, there's no need to keep you around. Jiang Cheng shrugged, his expression turning cold. The next moment, Somali's super gene chain snapped instantly. His body, freed from the gravitational field, fell to the ground with a thud, twisting and contorting into a pool of blood and flesh. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, collecting the broken super gene chains. While these might seem useless to others, they were valuable resources to him. However, completely erasing Somali's dark information traces was beyond current technology. Even the king of gods, Kisha, couldn't achieve that. Victor, Jiang Cheng called to his subordinate, who had been waiting outside the dark lab. I'm here, my lord. Remember, serving a god is about more than just bread and milk, Jiang Cheng said, producing a smooth, jade-like pill. This is Somali's super gene compression package. Swallow it, and you will inherit all his powers. I want you to establish a secret organization in the West. On the surface, it will be a gang, but in reality, it will control the leadership of France. Victor took the pill with trembling hands, too overwhelmed to speak. The seemingly ordinary pill reminded him of the legendary elixirs from myths. Perhaps those mythical pills were, in essence, some form of special super gene compression package. After all, in the super god world, aren't those rare treasures the most valuable resources? Time is running out, Jiang Cheng continued. The gluttons are about to launch a massive attack, and Earth is on the brink of a divine war. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. We must prepare in advance. Thank you for your divine grace. Victor pledges his unwavering loyalty. Jiang Cheng's return was quicker than expected, but as soon as he got back, his mood grew heavier, making him wish he hadn't come back at all. Whatever secrets lay hidden in his genes, no matter how significant a treasure they might be, Jiang Cheng didn't care, and certainly, no one else had the right to pry. The only thing that made him frown was the backup genetic data key. Qi Lin's new genetic data needed to be safeguarded by the state. Otherwise, if something were to happen one day, they wouldn't even have a treatment plan to rely on. Lian Feng's tone remained calm, carrying a touch of official formality. Jiang Cheng, this isn't a personal issue. It's about the country's future combat capabilities. Keeping genetic secrets confidential is fundamental. Jiang Cheng didn't directly refute her, but instead turned his gaze to Du Cao. His look carried a hint of inquiry, as if asking, Old Du, is this your idea, or the state's decision? Seeing this, Du Cao waved his hand awkwardly, trying to avoid any misunderstanding. Don't get the wrong idea. Neither I nor the state intends to force you. In fact, the extraordinary genes you and Qi Lin possess are beyond our monitoring capabilities, and even the Super Divine Academy hasn't fully grasped them. Strictly speaking, you both belong to this super genes category outside of our control. He paused, his expression growing more complex. Precisely because of this, no one dares to intervene. It's just, he trailed off, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Your recent performance has been too remarkable. Some people are starting to think about replicating more Jiang Cheng's. Jiang Cheng chuckled coldly, tapping the table lightly, seemingly accelerating the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Oh, really? Do they understand that constructing super genes isn't something that can be done overnight? It's not a simple replication task. The industrial foundation required is far more challenging. A complex emotion flashed in Du Cao's eyes, and he sighed deeply. In this democratic society, while the central authority holds power, there are many voices to be heard. To be honest, I don't like those who pretend to understand and give orders. To avoid misunderstanding, we've always used the excuse of being unable to decipher your genes to sidestep this issue. However, he glanced out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Since Qi Lin returned, some scientists at the Super Divine Academy involved in related research have started to have different opinions. They believe that if someone like you, without formal training, can create super genes, others might be able to do it too. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of sarcasm playing at his lips. Oh, is that so? How much do they know about the complexity of the genetic data under the Xian Nu codename? Without the help of the AI cheat, they wouldn't be able to handle it. What makes these half-baked individuals think they can succeed? Lian Feng didn't back down, responding directly. You don't need to guess. This isn't the upper echelon stance, it's entirely my personal position. As the genetic engineer of the Xiongbing Company, I am responsible for every super soldier. Backing up genetic data is crucial. If one day, the soldiers fall on the battlefield, and all we can do is helplessly watch from the screens, that's something I cannot accept. At last, Jiang Chong smiled, his cold expression seemingly melting in an instant. He lightly patted the table, and the crisp applause echoed in the empty conference room. This applause broke the silence, leaving Du Cao and Lian Feng momentarily stunned, unsure of what Jiang Chang's smile signified. Well, Miss Lian Feng, your earnest attitude has earned my respect. Jiang Chong smiled faintly, his words carrying an undeniable authority. With a wave of his hand, an invisible data stream seemed to flow swiftly through the air, beginning to infiltrate the Dino number 3 system. There were no requests, no permission checks. The process was swift and decisive. Most astonishingly, this bandit-like intrusion even managed to bypass the alert system entirely. Lian Feng's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief evident in her gaze. How did you do that? She stared at Jiang Chong in astonishment. Although Dino number 3 wasn't a top-tier supercomputer, even someone of Morgana's caliber would need to be present in person to breach its defenses. How could Jiang Chong invade so effortlessly? Could it be that he had already obtained all the permissions for the Dino system? Faced with Lian Feng's skepticism, Jiang Chong offered no explanation. That move, allowing Dou Bao to deliberately crack the system, was merely to give them a chance to be intimidated. In his heart, he knew that the identity of the Du Cao, earlier, whether a high-ranking official or not, no longer mattered. In today's Huaxia, he was invincible. Who would dare oppose him? In the face of supreme power, any conspiracy seemed trivial. At this moment, he simply didn't want his beloved country to fall into a pit of despair. However, the irony was that some high-ranking officials had already exposed their intentions, trying to seize control under the guise of for the country and the people. Although Qilin's gene data backup had been handed over to them, the gene key remained elusive. This was Jiang Cheng's bottom line, and he had no intention of budging. He coldly refused. I understand your concerns, but I have my plans. As old Du said, genes are personal property, not something to be traded. He paused, his eyes carrying a hint of chill. This token, even the high-ranking officials cannot obtain it. With that, Jiang Chong left the meeting room without another word, not even bothering to put on a show of anger for their sake. As he had stated, the intentions of Huaxia's high-ranking officials were not entirely wrong, but their methods were too cunning, and he had no desire to be manipulated as a pawn. He was always the one in control of the situation. As he stepped out of the meeting room, Raina stood at the door with her arms crossed, waiting for him. She glanced at Jiang Chong with some concern in her eyes. Are you all right? Jiang Chong smiled and waved his hand dismissively, a hint of indifference in his demeanor. Oh, you're overthinking it. What could possibly happen to me? Just some political maneuvering. Remember, I was once a web novel writer, wrote so many stories. Do you think I'd easily give up my Achilles heel? Seeing him like this, Raina sighed in relief, and her smile returned. She leaned in closer to Jiang Chong, a faint fragrance surrounding her, her voice soft and gentle as water. If you're not happy in Huaxia, Liang always welcomes you. If you want to leave, alliances aren't only for angels. Liang can do it too. Jiang Chong was startled by her sudden closeness, instinctively stepping back, thinking to himself, what's going on now? From a nobody, he had become someone everyone was vying for? Really? Again? Jiang Chong exclaimed in surprise. Raina seemed unfazed by Jiang Cheng's reaction, her gaze turning serious. I'm telling you sincerely, if you're worried about Earth, Liang can stay with you, and when the war here is over, we can leave together. You know, our high-ranking officials never let anyone without ability hold power. It's laughable that some people on Earth are still playing these little tricks. A faint, almost imperceptible blush appeared on her face, but her eyes remained steadfast. Jiang Chong chuckled, feeling a sense of reflection. He had once been just an ordinary person. Having weathered so many storms, he finally reached this point, realizing that behind power lies not only respect, but often envy. And this envy sometimes involves not just power, but more complex things. Raina noticed that Jiang Cheng's cheeks were flushed, possibly because they had opened up to each other. This made her feel even more relaxed. Gazing into Jiang Cheng's eyes, she spoke softly yet firmly. If you're willing, I can promise that you will be the only one in my divine harem for this lifetime. Seeing a flicker of emotion on Jiang Cheng's face, she quickly added, this is entirely my personal decision. It has nothing to do with Panjun, Liang's people, or any other political schemes. This is purely about matters of the heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Raina felt her heart race. She looked at Jiang Chong, who stood there in a daze, her heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety, fearing a disappointing response. Eventually, she chose to turn away, leaving him with, don't rush to answer. This is important. so take your time to think it over. Just as Jiang Chong snapped back to reality, Du Cao and Lianfeng had somehow appeared beside him. Du Cao stroked his chin, speaking with a meaningful tone. Raina is a good girl. Setting Liang aside, she's definitely an excellent match. Lianfeng immediately chimed in. Even without setting Liang aside, she's a good girl. Young, beautiful, and full of passion. She sighed. If only I had been as brave as her back in the day, I wouldn't be single now, at the ripe old age of 18. Jiang Chong rolled his eyes. Come on, you two. I consider you friends, so don't be too casual. And Miss Lianfeng, maybe ease up on emphasizing your young age of 18. Oomph, you rascal. I feel like there's more to your words. Lianfeng pouted, eyeing him suspiciously. The conversation soon returned to its usual lighthearted banter. Jiang Chong suddenly realized that, once you set aside allegiances, true enemies were few and far between. At least, his friendship with Du Cao was genuine, and even Lianfeng, who usually talked only about technology, was showing a rare feminine side. In that moment, Jiang Chong seemed to understand why Sun Wukong didn't want to stay with the Xiongbing company. Initially, he thought it was just because of Su Xiaoli, but now he saw it differently. Sun Wukong, with his fiery eyes, might not see directly into people's hearts, but through worldly experiences, he had gained such insight. Perhaps he had foreseen this situation long ago. Back in his room, Jiang Chong finally found some distance from the outside world's chaos. Reflecting on the earlier unpleasantness, he dealt with the angel resources decisively, only providing genetic resources while withholding divine body materials and construction materials. Du Cao was powerless, and the higher-ups had nothing to say. Jiang Cheng's stance was clear. These were part of his deal with Angel King Kisha. If the higher-ups had objections, he wouldn't hesitate to have Kisha clarify in person. This left everyone speechless because it was indeed the truth. Ultimately, resources were just a trivial matter to Jiang Chong, something he could easily acquire with a little time. But after this debacle, he simply refused to give in. The reason was simple. He would not tolerate any form of threat. After he crossed over, he enjoyed the peace this country offered him. As a result, when it came to fighting for Earth, he selflessly dedicated himself without distraction. From an international perspective, he always considered China's interests, firmly believing that only a minority held certain opinions, not everyone. But what was the reality? When the issue was brought to light, it already meant that even those few had succumbed. The directive is locked, quantum isolation barrier activated. Doubao's voice carried a hint of calmness. Jiang Chong was taken aback, instantly realizing the shocking consequences of this plan. Despite his arsenal being stocked with 24 dark alloy flying swords, he hadn't anticipated that using void creation techniques would deplete the water molecules of the South China Sea. Jiang Chong chuckled wryly, thinking, this is a joke. If I do this, the disturbance can't possibly go unnoticed. If the South China Sea disappears, who wouldn't see it? He recalled Gu Xiaoluan from the original story, who possessed void creation abilities but never directly provided advanced weapons to China. Jiang Chong shook his head slightly, sighing at the extraordinary nature of dark silver. Otherwise, why would Gu Xiaoluan rely on angelic support when he himself had such powerful weapons? All right, with the materials here, it shouldn't be too much trouble, he finally decided, taking out the dark silver or gifted to him by Kisha. After scanning, Doubao quickly reported, the purity is quite high, 99%, extremely rare. Jiang Chong was slightly surprised, but then realized he had indeed come to the right place. As the dark silver ore began to initiate void computation, his room was instantly filled with a familiar sense of fluctuation. Although everything was confined within the room by the void program, the surrounding tables and chairs began to float and scatter in the absence of gravity. Gradually, the dark silver ore started to transform. Without smelting, it stretched and shaped rapidly like dough into a silver longsword. The gleaming blade, even without sunlight, emitted a dazzling glow in the dark. As the sword's shape took form, the void computation program continued, quickly embedding algorithm interfaces to construct a void computation receiver. Please enter the execution command. Execution command named. Note: since the Flying Sword computation program is an external plugin, Taisu requires external energy supply, Doubao reminded again. Seriously? Doubao, you're too stingy, giving me such a requirement. Jiang Chong couldn't help but complain. Can't you handle this energy yourself? Why not just hang the void computation program on an AI accessory? Wouldn't that work? Doubao promptly responded. I'm sorry, I couldn't assist you. I don't quite understand your meaning. Could you please elaborate? Jiang Chong was stunned. He truly didn't know how to respond. All right, stop playing dumb. I get it. I'll handle it myself. Jiang Chong sighed helplessly, preparing to solve the issue on his own. Jiang Chong received a new toy, an obsidian silver sword, which he admired and played with endlessly. He swung it gently, and the blade sliced through the air as if even the air itself was silently cut. To test its sharpness, he took out his prized dark alloy flying sword from the armorium masterpiece he had refined repeatedly after the battle with Morgana. Yet, The moment the two swords met, the dark alloy sword broke with a crisp snap, confirming the astounding power of the obsidian silver. Just then, a strange sense of danger gripped Jiang Cheng's nerves. His eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light, and the world before him was cast in a grayish hue. In this altered vision, countless wormholes and data streams, invisible to the naked eye, became clear. This sudden phenomenon puzzled Jiang Chong. After a preliminary analysis, he realized these were not ordinary signals, but dark data unique to advanced civilizations. Confronted with the complex data stream, he had no choice but to seek help from Doubao. Doubao quickly provided an answer. It was a typical hacker attack, attempting to infiltrate via the dark dimension and implant information at the neural synapse level. The data stream employed multiple encryption protocols and included anti-snooping and traceback defense mechanisms. To fully decrypt, it was estimated to take 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Should I initiate the forced decryption program? Doubao's prompt echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Jiang Cheng's wild ideas hadn't even been voiced before the notion of wanting to be someone else's father was directly dismissed by Doubao. On further reflection, the idea of subconscious implantation to disrupt algorithms indeed seemed unreasonable. Even for an angel, to achieve such implantation, they would need to thoroughly understand the genetic baseline of the other party to make any modifications at the genetic level. A typical example of this is the case with Duel. This kind of mild harassment is akin to playing pranks in your dreams. Without prolonged stimulation, it has no real effect. Furthermore, the super soldiers of the Xiongbing company, like Zhao Xian and others, at a minimum can grow to the level of third-generation super soldiers. Each individual's genetic key encryption is extremely stringent, far beyond the reach of such interference algorithms. Unless, Jiang Cheng's thoughts raced, and as he reached this point, he suddenly realized which part of the story this was. Wasn't this the scene where Morgana used the power of nightmares to remotely monitor and analyze Raina and Cheng Yaoen's subconscious? He remembered that in the original story, Raina was so disturbed by this interference that she lost control of her emotions, becoming as irritable as if she were on her period. The honest Yaoen, on the other hand, suffered even more, being long-term affected and even developing an alternate personality. Wait, something's not right. Cheng Yaoen's Earth Heart gene is a closely guarded secret of the Dannonian survivors. Old Du and the others would surely preserve it well. Even if harassed, it wouldn't be easily breached, as seen in the later parts of the original story. However, Raina's issue is critically important. As the main deity of the Sunlight civilization, how were her locked genes and underlying code permissions breached? Even if Doubao forcibly cracked it, it would surely be detected. Jiang Chong suddenly realized a crucial problem, breaking out in a cold sweat. Based on these assumptions, the only reasonable conclusion is that there's a traitor within the Sunlight civilization. Someone betrayed Raina, leaking her genetic permissions, which led to her being controlled and ultimately causing Kesha's death. And among the Sunlight civilization, only one person knows this genetic permission, secret no one else. Well. Originally, I thought the plan for Kesha's demise only involved Carl and Morgana, but it turns out the Sunlight civilization quietly intervened as well. Panjun, oh Panjun, you seem steady as an old dog on the surface, but in reality, your audacity is astonishing. Jiang Cheng's expression grew serious after uncovering the truth. The fall of justice might benefit him, but his encounter with Kisha made him realize that the Angel Queen was not as arbitrary as she appeared. The key now was to delay her downfall, which would in turn postpone the arrival of the Void. The situation was in his favor, and a glint of determination flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Since he had encountered the nightmare, he decided to showcase the power of the first sword of Taishu. A sly smile played on his lips as he swiftly activated the Void computation program. A barely perceptible ripple surrounded the dark silver flying sword, distorting the space around it. In a flash, Jiang Chong appeared in front of Raina. His gaze was sharp, focusing on the drifting data streams, which he began to forcibly analyze. The nightmare sensed the danger almost simultaneously, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake off Jiang Cheng's lock. Darkness engulfed the nightmare's vision. The figures of his demon comrades and the supreme Queen Morgana vanished, leaving only a long sword emitting a cold, eerie glow, suspended high in the darkness. New version, 1 strike, 999 critical hit. If you're my brother, come and slash me. The nightmare shouted excitedly to his companions, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Nightmare had become completely mindless, drooling with a vacant grin directed at nothing. The surrounding demons were thrown into chaos by this bizarre spectacle. At that moment, a flood of brainwashing advertisements surged in, their potent allure and hypnotic tone forcefully embedding into the mind of every demon. The phrase, 1/999 damage, was like an invisible weapon, shamelessly infiltrating the depths of their minds. This oral-style advertisement contained a mysterious code, perfectly tailored for second-generation and lower-level demons, especially with the controversial phrase, "If you're my brother, come slash me." The ad's strange allure compelled every demon to be unconsciously absorbed in it. Atai, busy reporting, suddenly felt something invade his mind, pop-ups incessantly appearing, and he found himself unwittingly repeating the ad's content. Morgana's mouth twitched, sensing something amiss. She glanced at Adieo and Matsushita Okamoto Taro beside her, frowning slightly. What about the newly absorbed demons on Earth? She asked quietly. Matsushita Okamoto Taro seemed unperturbed, turning to say, for a smooth gaming experience, it's not just about skill. Beginner resources are essential. Click the link below to claim your welcome pack now. He smiled slightly, as if pressing a button, suddenly caught in self-promotion. Adieo's eyes widened. Hey, did you get a new phone? Where's the old one? This one's ad-free. I ditched the old one. Matsushita Okamoto Taro replied nonchalantly. Such occurrences became increasingly frequent, with nearly every second-generation warrior, and even more of the lower-level demons, having their minds automatically playing these ads, completely beyond their control. These ads spread like a plague, rapidly expanding throughout the demon castle. Second-generation warriors, as a dividing line, were less affected, while those below were mostly victims of this virus. Even the stronger second-generation and above demons were almost immune, but those below found it hard to escape this viral assault. In an instant, the entire castle descended into chaos. Second-generation warriors turned into walking ad machines, hallways echoing with the addictive 1/999 damage. Morgana couldn't resist opening her dark eye, almost blinded by the barrage of pop-up ads. The source was Nightmare, floating in the air, drooling and surrounded by a holographic barrage of ads/monsters for divine gear, and muttering enticing phrases like, get a luxury car for free, with QR codes for register now for VIP, emerging from the seams of his armor. Who the hell did this? Morgana fumed, gripping her throne's armrests in anger as if she might crush them. She had never seen such a despicable, low-grade tactic. It wasn't just brainwashing, it was like forcibly installing an autoplay ad virus in the entire castle. Although she knew this virus wasn't lethal and could be solved easily, the method disgusted her. Even among god-level civilizations, such low-level tricks were rare. They might be powerful, but their moral standards were astoundingly low. How's it going over there? Jang Chong, though unaware, instinctively felt this round would be very interesting. He put away his Tai Su divine power, calculating in his mind that the earlier trick was just basic operation. If he wished to expend some energy, he could construct a completely isolated space targeting any chosen individual. With unmatched prowess, Jiang Chong contemplated the idea of crossing the dimensions of reality to vanquish his enemies from the void. As the most gifted sword cultivator known in the universe, his swordsmanship and intent indeed spanned the cosmos, unrivaled by any. Just as he indulged in this rare moment of self-praise, a loud bang snapped him back to reality. Looking up, he saw Raina standing at the doorway, clad in a light, thin nightgown. The cup of milk tea she was holding had fallen, leaving a spreading stain on the floor. Jiang Chong. Raina instinctively tugged at the hem of her nightgown. What are you doing at my door this late? Is it about the answer to the previous question? She paused. Caught off guard by Raina's question, Jiang Chong found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't reveal that he was there to protect her, nor could he mention that someone within their ranks had betrayed her. Since his arrival in this world, an ever-present sense of danger lurked in his mind. Even though he was surrounded by beautiful women, he had never considered romantic entanglements. Especially after seeing the trailer for the new season, the scene haunted him. Carl releasing the power of the void, the battlefield turning into a hellscape, everyone instantly torn apart by the rule's force, leaving only Gu Xiaoluan, with his tattered wings, charging alone towards the giant eye in the sky. As Jiang Cheng's thoughts wandered, Raina suddenly moved forward, pinning him against the door with her hand on the wall. Her gaze was intense, locking onto Jiang Cheng's eyes. Speak plainly, no beating around the bush. I just want an answer. Jiang Chong. Her voice was firm and clear. To a god, love might be unnecessary. But for a 20-year-old like me, you're the finest person I've ever met. As a ruler, I need an heir, and you're the best choice. Faced with such a straightforward confession, Jiang Chong hesitated no more. He wrapped his arms around Rina's slender waist, and, with a swift turn, pinned her against the wall. Rina's round eyes flickered with uncertainty as Jiang Chong leaned in for a kiss. I can't guarantee what the future holds, Jiang Chong whispered softly in her ear, but to let a beauty like you slip away would be a waste, wouldn't it? So what do you really mean? Rina's small hand clutched the fabric of her dress, her voice trembling. Jiang Chong leaned closer to her ear, teasingly saying, Little captain of the male soldier squad, you're mine now. At the break of dawn, just as the sunlight pierced through the darkness, morning quietly arrived. Jiang Chong lay in bed, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar ceiling, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth, only to be quickly replaced by a sigh. The events of last night seemed to replay vividly in his mind. Rina's bright eyes, the unexpected kiss, and the blush on her cheeks that was as delicate as spring blossoms. Yet, when he suggested enhancing the stability of their camaraderie, Raina delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying, stammering about how things were moving too fast and the steps weren't in order. Jiang Chong lay there, unable to suppress a bitter smile. This straightforward beauty who had practically delivered herself to him had ultimately gotten her way not in a physical sense, but their relationship had indeed taken a significant step forward. But at the crucial moment, she chose to back off. As a result, what should have been a sleepless night turned into a surprisingly restful one, his snores loud enough to seem like all his worries had been cast away. After a simple wash-up, Jiang Chong opened the door. Outside, on the training ground, the Xiongbing company members were already assembled, except for their captain, Raina. But this was expected. With Raina's genetic level of solar power, such basic training was practically unnecessary for her. Jiang, you seem to be in a good mood today. Zhao Xian eyed the upward curve of Jiang Cheng's mouth, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That smile that's harder to suppress than an AK recoil. Did something good happen? Huh? Did it? Jiang Chong feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. It must be your imagination. Saying this, he directed his gaze toward the endless coastline and raised his voice to announce. 100,000 meters freestyle, let's go. As soon as he spoke, a chorus of groans erupted from the training ground. Yet everyone knew this was merely the beginning of their morning exercise. At this stage, most of the foundational physical training for the Xiongbing company, including the newly joined second team, was complete. But for Jiang Chong, who was well aware of the future storyline, this was far from enough. In the face of the impending Great Terror, no amount of preparation could be considered excessive. In matters of great importance, he would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. What's this? You all seem a bit unhappy. Is it because you don't like this training course? Jiang Chong looked at everyone, a dangerous smile in his eyes. Ryuming just realized and wanted to say it was fine, but she was still too slow. Jiang Chong turned his gaze to Qilin. Since everyone finds it boring, Qilin, you can give them some intensity, he said, casually waving his hand to bring out several boxes of various sizes. Qilin was bewildered. What's this? She asked. The Xian News exclusive armory. Jiang Chong replied with a smile. Now that you're at the strength level of a third-generation warrior, those old sniper rifles are outdated and need to be retired. With a snap, the black boxes opened in unison. The futuristic weapons inside gleamed with a cold luster, leaving everyone in awe. This sniper rifle uses optical special materials for the lens and has a built-in spatial positioning matrix. Theoretically, it can extend your original lock-on range by 10 times. Its maximum effective range is 1,000,000 meters, and it has a built-in divine slaying power storage compartment, meaning even non-divine bullets can be enchanted. The only downside is that Lu Chuang will need to periodically recharge it for you, Jiang Chong explained. He picked up a pair of pistols, their bodies glowing with mysterious runes. This pair of twin pistols, Ganjiang and Moe, are equipped with a resonance synchronization core. Ganjiang can fire high-energy particle beams with great penetration, instantly piercing basic demon shields. Moe emits interference waves that disrupt enemy electronic systems and energy perception. Using both guns together increases their power, and when the core reaches critical resonance, it can release a composite energy wave causing area damage. Qilin, rely on them for close combat in the future. And look at this one. It's even more impressive, he continued. This large sniper doesn't require bullets. It has an internal one-click stellar energy drive computation. Theoretically, with supercomputer support, once you lock onto a target, you could even hit the moon. It's a true cross-era map cannon, towering at least 3 or 4 stories high in terms of technological content. As Jiang Chong introduced each weapon, the group was astounded. It was truly frustrating to compare themselves to others. Besides their standard dark alloy armor, each of them could only have one exclusive weapon at most. But looking at Qilin, she had an entire armory. Jianggu, last time I went on a mission with you, my weapon broke. Can you set up an armory for me too? If not a full armory, then at least half. Zhao Xian, his eyes red with envy, pleaded. Jiang Chong shrugged. These armory items aren't something anyone can just have. Qilin needs them due to her combat style, and her genes have already configured an armory in the dark plane. It's not that I'm stingy. Even if I gave them to you, they wouldn't be of use. These are custom-made. Don't worry, I've already talked to Lao Du about your broken gun. It should be fixed in a few days. With that, everyone understood and gave up on the idea. It was clear favoritism, but what could they do? They were in the same unit, yet their genetic origins were vastly different. Jiang Chong and Qilin were born with much more autonomy. Their genetic permissions didn't belong to any faction, allowing them to operate freely. If they wanted similar setups, it would require Super God Academy to fully disclose Jiang Cheng's capabilities, which seemed unlikely. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chong had already stolen and backed up the genetic data, even if the Academy retained the intellectual property rights. After acquiring her new weapon, Qilin's combat abilities advanced rapidly. At this stage, with Jiang Chong not participating in battles and Raina not showcasing her skills, Qilin is undoubtedly the strongest in solo combat within the Xiongbing company. With her exceptional reaction time and flight capabilities, very few can pose a threat to her. Although Xiao Luan possesses anti-void abilities and can fly, his attack range is still limited. As a top lane hero facing a fully equipped ADC with extreme speed, damage, and attack speed, he lacks any real advantage. If there's anyone who could theoretically threaten her, it might be Qiangwei. The complexity of her space-time genes means that if Qilin misjudges the distance, she could potentially be ambushed, but that would require a lapse on her part. And let's not forget, Qilin has always been a prodigy in combat, standing out with her extraordinary talent from the beginning. While there are limits to the Shinjo sniper, Qilin is capable of surpassing them. Moreover, she is no longer the rookie she once was. Her growth has left potential challengers far behind. After a morning run, Qilin had the Xiongbing company members exhausted, at least cutting their 100,000 meter freestyle swim time by more than half. In the following days, life returned to normal, everything seemingly as it should be. However, as the first rays of the morning sun touched the earth, unsettling signs reappeared. With changes in the international situation, news of an alien invasion had spread worldwide, and almost everyone knew about it. Although the situation in China remained relatively stable, there were still individuals stirring trouble in society. Some people, whether in times of peace or impending disaster, always enjoy spreading panic. In response, the government took measures to arrest these individuals. However, suppressing such sentiments proved limited. Ultimately, they came up with a crazy idea to have the super warriors of the Xiongbing company frequently appear on television to use science education as a means to reassure the public. Jiang Chong received multiple invitations. When the gluttonous vanguard invaded, he stood out as the most prominent figure with his solo efforts. However, he preferred to stay low-key, opting to remain behind the scenes rather than appear in the limelight. Like Sun Wukong, he would rather have the power to listen to orders without being commanded than voluntarily step into the spotlight. Just as he considered this, an angel arrived. This time, it was a high-ranking angel named Yun Shang, a character not named in the original story. Her purpose was clear: the queen had important matters to discuss, and the invitee was, of course, Jiang Chong. This was understandable. As Raina mentioned, leaders of any force in the universe must be strong enough to suppress all dissenting voices. For the angels, the only person in the entire Chiwu star system who could represent humanity was Jiang Chong. Without him, it might have been Gu Shaoluan or Lu Chuang, but it would never be a human politician. Thus, Jiang Chong accepted the invitation. The national leadership did not oppose it. In fact, since Jiang Cheng's assertive power grab last time, no one dared to challenge him. Instead, they adopted a more conciliatory approach. Queen Kisha, did she mention why she's looking for me? Jiang Chong slowed his flight to match the angel's pace, asking casually. Yun Shang blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it probably has something to do with the cooperation we discussed earlier. She suddenly glanced at him with a teasing look. Speaking of which, you've already taken quite a few resources from us. You're not planning to just take the money and do nothing, are you? Just kidding. Jiang Chong smirked. I'm a man of my word. Once the money's given, the promise will be kept. If things don't get done, it's probably because it's raining cats and dogs. This earthly joke clearly went over Yun Shang's head. She pondered seriously. With Jiang Cheng's level of power, a little rain shouldn't be an issue. This mystery was destined to remain unsolved until the angels truly understood Earth's culture. The two left the grand ship and flew over the vast ocean. Upon reaching an uncharted strait, Yun Shang led the way skyward. Breaking through the clouds, a breathtaking sight unfolded. Mountain ranges floating above the clouds, like celestial islands. Though Jiang Chong was amazed, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to conduct a detailed scan. The design of this temporary angel camp was ingenious. Not only was it positioned above the clouds to avoid detection, but the floating mountains were also arranged to form a special information-blocking array with optical stealth features. Without special methods, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to discover or investigate this place. Under Yun Shang's guidance, they flew directly to the main peak. The lawn was empty, except for Queen Kisha sitting on her throne as before. Jiang Chong mused to himself. Does she really need to sit on a throne for presents? Wouldn't a comfy recliner be better? Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to pitch furniture, or he would definitely recommend it to Kisha. Queen Kisha, we meet again. Jiang Chong smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, a gesture more to his liking than Western customs. Kisha habitually sized him up, still unable to see through this mysterious human, so she didn't bother trying. She summoned a similar throne with a wave and got straight to the point. Sorry to disturb you. I invited you today for an important discussion. Normally, I wouldn't discuss angel secrets with an outsider, but given Earth's current situation, you might be the only one who can help. Jiang Chong sat down, pensive. Please, go ahead, Your Majesty. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'm willing to lend a hand. Kisha's lips twitched slightly. His words were artfully evasivino promises, yet leaving himself an out. What principles? Only he knows what they are, and he could just make them up. Still the same slippery character. Hee. Well, what if this favor could save you from disaster? As Jiang Chong maintained a calm exterior, his mind was in turmoil. He pondered to himself, what kind of disaster could befall me? Given the current situation, whether it's Morgana, the gluttonous, or the ever-scheming Liang, who would dare act recklessly? If not for the complex situation on Earth and his deliberate restraint, he could have dominated the entire Chiyu star system by now. Overpowering the gluttonous and trampling demons would be child's play. Suddenly, the phrase Kisha's fall flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind, sending a shock through him. Isn't the greatest event about to happen on Earth the explosion of Kisha into sacred atoms scattered across the universe? Could this shielding him from disaster mention be referring to this? Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance, but could you please clarify? Jiang Cheng asked, feigning innocence. Kisha snapped her fingers, and the surrounding light dimmed instantly. The previous scene vanished, and the angels disappeared, leaving only two thrones standing in the void. A giant angelic shadow appeared behind Kisha, while a massive question mark loomed behind Jiang Cheng. This bizarre sight made Kisha frown, but Jiang Cheng instantly understood they were in the dark dimension. Your Majesty is truly cautious. Such a sudden shift could easily startle someone. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have thought you were about to attack me, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Kisha glanced at him, clearly uncomfortable with her majestic angelic shadow, facing a gigantic question mark. She got straight to the point. Jiang Cheng, after our last conversation, you must have sensed something. The chaos on Earth is just a facade. Whether it's the gluttonous invasion, demon descent, or Liang's schemes, they're all meant to lure me in. And you, because of your overwhelming strength, might become their primary target. Go to Fraser. My right wing is already at the Death Song Academy, and the left wing will soon be dispatched to Fraser. Staying on Earth is not a wise choice for you. After all, I can't guarantee that before they make a move against me, they won't target you first. These words plunged Jiang Cheng into deep thought. He initially suspected Kisha wanted him to assist in Fraser, but he didn't expect it to be an effort to help him avoid trouble. Recalling the original storyline where Gu Xiaoluan was sent to Fraser, it seemed it wasn't just a support mission. Given Gu Xiaoluan's strength at the time, sending Lu Chuang would have been more appropriate. Is Kisha trying to secure the future power of the galaxy for the angels? And now, has the focus shifted to me? Does Kisha believe that the angels' future has changed hands, perhaps even the future of the universe? Jiang Cheng wondered, not out of vanity, but because angels often think in a straightforward manner that can catch people off guard. He couldn't help but ask, if I leave, will the person orchestrating everything from behind the scenes target the Xiongbing company? And if they do, what will happen? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Kisha's face, as if everything was under her control. Justice is just an excuse, not a reason, she said calmly, yet with unshakable determination. I not only want to prevent the collapse of the program, but also, like space, seek out answers in advance. Jiang Chong, to be honest, I am reluctant to bet the angels' future on someone else. But as their queen, I have no choice. Jiang Chong frowned, his words filled with confusion and frustration. Honestly, if it weren't for your appearance, this person would have been the power of the galaxy. Now, it's me, and I can only accept my bad luck. After all, when I took resources, you all did it so confidently, leading me to where I am today. He paused, recalling how he once foolishly thought angels were simply lacking a man, which is why they sent women everywhere. Looking back, he realized there was a deep calculation behind it all. You said that in the original story, Gu Xiaoluan wasn't chosen by the angels for the future. They saw his potential and forcibly tied him to the battleship. Jiang Cheng's tone gradually calmed, tinged with helplessness. He slowly added, the angels guard Earth at all costs, even sacrificing their lives, merely executing the final justice after Kisha's downfall. Jiang Cheng looked at Kisha with a sense of unwillingness. Why is the Xiongbing company's storyline not updating? Why isn't the rest of the content being released? If I knew the entire plot instead of being half-informed, maybe I wouldn't have been tricked. Kisha sighed softly at these words, a hint of a helpless smile on her face. She paused, seemingly thinking of something, and began to urge. All right, you know everything you need to know. It's time for you to make your decision. Jiang Cheng gave a wry smile, as if he had given up the struggle. Queen, honestly, I really hate the feeling of being manipulated by others, especially when it's the first time in my life I've been calculated against. It's truly unpleasant. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, before I give you my answer, I have one last question. Are you aware of my current strength? Or do you really think that Morgana and Carl together can take me down? Kisha nodded, a hint of straightforwardness in her eyes. That's not certain, given how mysterious you are. Who knows what cards you have up your sleeve? She smiled slightly. But I can tell you this. Carl can no longer kill you, at least not with the means I'm aware of. Her voice grew even more composed. Even if Carl were killed, it wouldn't stop certain events from happening. Do you know? If it weren't for the deliberate arrangements over the years, the academy established by the super seminary and the angels could have led to the void's arrival tens of thousands of years ago. I discovered the absurdity of the ultimate fear theory, which is why I decisively stopped everything. Jiang Chong felt a chill at these words. Kisha's words carried a profound and unfathomable power. Sisters turning against each other, the angelic hierarchy undergoing another revolution. Without Carl, there could be Neil, Thor, even Dahl. And your so-called better to unclog than to block is merely a matter of weighing options. Understood. Jiang Chong finally grasped Kisha's determination. In short, you've decided to take this path, and I happen to become your pawn, unfortunately caught in it. Kisha chuckled softly, a hint of guilt on her face. So, in the end, I can promise you one condition, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Anything else is negotiable. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched, his brow furrowing. Well, fate's bullet has hit me right between the eyes in the end. He let go of his final struggle, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and prepared to face the challenge ahead. The conversation between Jiang Chong and Kisha began directly and sincerely, almost like laying all cards on the table. Kisha looked at him calmly, her tone flat, yet carrying a subtle power. Jiang Chong, usually meticulous and cautious, surprisingly dropped his guard and straightforwardly made his most desired request to Kisha. Your Majesty, may I access the sacred knowledge vault, or perhaps study the specific data of the divine body? Jiang Chong understood that this was not just a request, but a tantalizing proposition. The sacred knowledge vault, an unparalleled treasure trove amassed by the angels over millennia, held countless wisdom and power, transcending all known limits. Kisha, this enigmatic being, reigned supreme in the universe not only through her power, but also through the incomparable wealth of knowledge she possessed. Kisha smiled faintly, her gaze deep and slightly provocative. Oh, is that what you want? Her tone shifted from its previous calmness to one with a hint of cunning. Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew this expression all too well, having used such tactics himself. Clearly, he had exposed his intentions, and Kisha was ready to raise the stakes. It's not impossible to give it to you, Kisha said nonchalantly, though her eyes gleamed with an ambiguous light. But you know what it entails, right? Jiang Chong instantly tensed, pressing his lips together as he calmly responded. Your Majesty, let's leave it at that. I always felt that your angel's compatibility mechanisms are too contrived. I'm just an earthling, a descendant of Yin and Huang. How can fate and love be so easily arranged by you? Even if I agreed, who can predict the future? So, I value free love more than such arranged marriages, which are simply outdated customs. Kisha's previously indifferent expression turned complex for a moment, but she quickly resumed her composed smile. Instead of getting angry as Jiang Chong had anticipated, she intriguingly said, Who said I was asking about that? What I meant was, would you be willing to assist Angel Yin in ascending to the throne? Jiang Chong was taken aback, completely unprepared for Kisha's suggestion. He frowned, puzzled. Isn't her successor supposed to be in freezer? Why do you need me to assist? TSK, what a clever little thing. Kisha shook her head, seemingly disappointed by Jiang Cheng's confusion. Do you really think freezer is the successor? How could the true successor be made public? Or rather, are those so-called successors really genuine? Her words were filled with disdain, her gaze deep as if everything was under her control, making Jiang Cheng's heart race. Behind this seemingly casual conversation, there seemed to be a larger secret. He suddenly realized that everything Kisha said had been part of a deeper scheme, and he was merely a pawn in it. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's mind buzzed as if he had been struck on the head. He suddenly recalled the conversation between He and Yin in the original story. The calculations of the knowledge treasury are not absolutely accurate, and Inishi might not be the only rightful heir. When Kisha chose Yin, didn't she also offer an alternative possibility? Fine, fine, every day a new trick, nothing is the same. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Are you just playing me for a fool? Queen Kisha, I'm exhausted. Suddenly, I just want some peace. All that knowledge treasury and divine body stuff, I don't want it anymore. Is that okay? Kisha's voice was calm and without any force. Of course, this isn't mandatory. You have complete freedom to choose. But before you decide, I must remind you that the answers you seek are with Yin. How you choose is entirely up to you. Unexpectedly, Kisha's response was straightforward, without a hint of coercion. But this only made Jiang Chong more agitated. It was like being told where the treasure was, and the way to get the key was to help Angel Yin ascend the throne. In the end, their conversation ended without resolution. Kisha had said all she needed to, and Jiang Chong left with a dark expression, his face full of reluctance, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Upon returning to the Shongbing Company, Jiang Chong didn't say a word and dumped all the cooperative projects with the angels onto Dekao, handling them as if they were a hot potato. He silently vowed never to be troubled by such trivial matters again. Of course, the details of his conversation with Kisha in the dark dimension were kept tightly sealed. Those matters were never meant to see the light of day. However, the relentless march of history continued, and the world's corrective forces came into play once more. The high-ranking officials in China deemed Jiang Chong too important, believing that if he left Earth abruptly, there would be no deity to oversee their side. Hence, they suggested Geshaluan replace Jiang Chong to go to freeze. To this, Jiang Chong merely let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Did these people think he hadn't considered this? But the reality was, he had no other choice. On one hand, Geshaluan leaving Earth wouldn't change the overall situation. On the other hand, if Jiang Chong stayed on Earth, the risk factor would skyrocket exponentially. This interstellar journey was one he had to undertake. Yet Jiang Chong was not one to surrender easily. Since he had the ability, he would not stand idly by. He mysteriously pulled 2 pills resembling Lu Wei Di Huang Wan from his pocket and handed them to Geshaluan and Lu Chuang, with a stern warning. Later, I will erase the dark information related to this from your memories. Remember, this is just between us, not a word to a fourth person, or else when trouble arises, don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Chuang scratched his buzz cut, looking puzzled. Huh? I don't think I have kidney deficiency or anything. Why are you giving me a Lu Wei Di Huang Wan out of nowhere? Gu Xiaoluan was equally bewildered, blinking his eyes. Yeah bro, I'm a super soldier now, strong and healthy, and I've always been quite restrained. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my body. Jiang Chong frowned, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Special formula, guaranteed to work. It's a case of if it applies, use it. If not, no harm done. If you think you don't have a deficiency, give the pills back to me. At this, the two didn't hesitate and swallowed the pills immediately, moving as if afraid Jiang Chong would change his mind. Lu Chuang patted his chest, full of loyalty. Hey, you know me. I trust Jiang Laoda completely. Gu Xiaoluan quickly echoed, his face filled with a flattering smile. Exactly. Chinese medicine says the kidney is the root of yang, storing primordial yang, warming the organs, and transforming everything. If Jiang Ji shares this good stuff with me, I trust you completely. Huh. Jiang Chong let out a cold chuckle, speechless at their reaction. He shook his head, saying, what does this compare to? Imagine if your good friend went to the hospital, and the doctor said he had kidney deficiency. Your good friend insisted the doctor was a quack. Then the doctor just said, I can cure it, and your buddy was on his knees in no time. And he insisted on saying, such benevolence. I must give them a banner of appreciation. After talking to Geshaluan and Lu Chuang, Jiang Chong went straight to Qilin, who was on the deck. The sea breeze gently blew her hair away from her ears as she looked at the blue expanse of the ocean, lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Miss Qilin? Jiang Chong asked as he leaned against the railing beside her. Qilin shook her head slightly. Nothing much, just thinking how strange the world has become since the invasion of the gluttons. Feel free to share. It's break time, and I can be a good listener, Jiang Chong said with a smile. Qilin snapped back to reality and said, a bit embarrassed, don't laugh at me. I've always been an ordinary person, just going with the flow. I used to dream of being a police officer like my father, protecting the peace. Now, even though I've changed units, changed identities, and gained strength, it feels like nothing has really changed. She paused. I'm just confused now, not knowing when this war will end or what will happen afterward. Jiang Chong took a piece of candy out of his pocket. Why worry so much? Who can see their entire life at a glance? When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. When the mountain is reached, there will be a road. If you can't figure it out, don't force it. Just take things one step at a time. Deputy Jiang, your way of hitting on someone is pretty low level. I'm not a kid anymore, and you're giving me candy. Qilin couldn't help but laugh. Stop it. With our relationship, if I were hitting on you, I'd say it directly. Jiang Chong quickly clarified. Besides, who says adults can't eat candy? Qilin accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. The sweetness instantly lifted her spirits. Just then, Rui Mengmeng approached with 2 badminton rackets. Qilin, want to join? Oh, Deputy Jiang is here too. Want to play? No thanks, I'm not very athletic. If I have to rewrite my genes for this, it would be too much trouble. Jiang Chong politely declined. After thanking Jiang Chong, Qilin joined Rui Mengmeng, Li Feifei, and Ali to play. In the distance, Wang Shuyi and Weilan acted as the audience. Enjoying the view? Qilin's got a great figure and a gentle personality. Raina suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chong. Whoa, when did you get here? Jiang Chong was startled. Just in time to hear you say, who says adults can't eat candy? Raina mimicked in a teasing tone. Jiang Chong was momentarily speechless. He wanted to explain that the candy was actually a compressed package of divine body resources, similar to the pills he gave Geshaluan and Lu Chuang earlier. But the more people know the truth, the easier it is to leak, so he decided to stay silent. Jiang Chong watched Raina, his mind filled with concerns. Although he trusted that Raina wouldn't betray him, the risk of hidden manipulation couldn't be ignored. You know, dealing with just you is already a handful. If there were a few more, I'd be in trouble. Jiang Chong said with a wry smile, shaking his head. I'm a complete novice when it comes to sweet-talking women. Raina had a playful smile on her lips, still thinking about the candy. Seeing this, Jiang Chong pulled a beautifully wrapped white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. There's one more left, would you like it? This seemingly ordinary candy was actually a special postnatal key, inspired by a certain antivirus software. With this layer of protection, even if someone else gained access, controlling Raina would be difficult. Jiang Chong pondered. Without the sunlight, how could Carl take Kisha offline? If Pan Zhen acted personally, he might be struck down by Kisha on the spot. Although the final outcome was hard to change, perhaps he could take someone down with him. Unexpectedly, Raina wasn't interested in the candy. I want bubble tea, she declared firmly. But drinking bubble tea will make you gain weight. Jiang Chong said helplessly. It doesn't matter, it's just a bit of fat. I can burn it off internally, Raina said dismissively. So, are you going to buy it or not? Jiang Chong flashed a sly smile. You can have bubble tea, but there needs to be an equal exchange. What are you offering? Want to see my legs? In a garter and stockings. Raina's suggestion left Jiang Chong momentarily stunned. How could an alien be so bold? Trading stockings for bubble tea was a temptation few could resist. Jiang Chong immediately tore open a wormhole and returned with a cup of grass jelly bubble tea, dissolving the special candy into it. I think I can handle buying bubble tea from now on. But when will you fulfill your promise about the garter and stockings? Just kidding, Raina said, taking the bubble tea and winking. I was just joking, didn't think you'd take it seriously. Jiang Chong felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, more shocked than when Kisha forcibly took him on board. But Raina was unfazed. I'm a woman, haven't you heard that only petty people and women are hard to deal with? Not keeping my word is understandable, right? With that, she blew him a kiss. Later that night, Raina really did put on a garter and stockings, purposely parading in front of Jiang Chong, and even asked him to open a wormhole to take her shopping. Jiang Chong intended to refuse, but when Raina mentioned black shoes with red soles, he gave in. As they parted, Raina blew another kiss. Forgive me, my foolish Jiang Chong, this is the last time. Yet, as it turned out, he fell for her tricks twice in one day. Under the night sky, Jiang Chong let out a long howl. What the heck? A passing dog named Huang scoffed. Hey, master, your dog's speak pronunciation is off. 3 days passed, and Jiang Chong completed his secret arrangements with Sun Wukong. He was finally ready to embark on his journey with De Huang. Before leaving, the members of the Xiongbing company gathered to see him off, even the usually stern Lao Du. An alien planet is just another Earth, Lao Du advised seriously, as if it were an ordinary trip. Zhao Xian and the others gathered around, jokingly insisting. Remember to bring back some souvenirs. If you have signal, post on social media so we can see the alien landscapes. Jiang Chong nodded in agreement, but felt a thrill of excitement. After all, the idea of interstellar travel was exhilarating. He had researched famous habitable planets from his previous life, various Kepler systems, and super-Earthsonly, to find they didn't exist in this world. Among the crowd, Raina was noticeably absent. Rui Mengmeng noticed his hesitation and explained, Sister Not doesn't like farewells. She asked me to tell you to come back soon. Angels aren't a big deal. Jiang Chong coughed lightly, letting go of his concerns. He and De Huang soared into the sky, and soon the great gorge ship was far below them. Suddenly, he felt a sense and turned to look back. Using his long-distance vision, he saw Raina leaning against her dorm window, wearing black high heels with red soles, flipping him off with a smirk. This sight made Jiang Cheng's heart skip a beat. He admired Raina's regal approach, appearing only when least expected, providing a surprising encounter. Her elusive attitude had him completely captivated. Master, what are you looking at? You're drooling on my head. De Huang, shivering from the wind, complained. Nonsense, that's tears of farewell. Jiang Chong wiped his mouth defensively. After passing through the atmosphere, they encountered Angel Yin, who had been waiting. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, there was no warp ship prepared. Yin, are we just going like this? Don't we need a ship? You're a divine body now. Why would you need that? It's slow and inconvenient. Angel Yin replied, puzzled. Jiang Chong saw her point, but felt something was missing. Then he noticed De Huang, stiff from the space environment, tugging at his pant leg. Wait. He hurriedly picked up the dog and flew back. I need to get the dog food first. In reality, it was just an excuse. Jiang Chong simply wanted to find a secluded spot to add a patch to Da Huang's genetic code. Angel Yin stood nearby, watching Jiang Cheng's focused back with a furrowed brow, puzzled by his behavior. Why are Earthlings so obsessed with small animals like cats and dogs? She pondered to herself, accepting this strange hobby with a sense of helplessness. The journey seemed smooth on the surface, with no unexpected incidents, but the progress was noticeably slower than expected. Every time they traveled a distance on the Great Worm Bridge Highway, Jiang Chong would suddenly point ahead and find various reasons to stop at a service area for a break. There are special snacks at the next service area. I need to stretch my legs. Da Huang might need some fresh air. Angel Yin was exasperated by these excuses and wanted to intervene several times. However, She remembered the queen's advice before their departure. On this journey, do not restrict Jang Chong with angelic rules. If disagreements arise, let him take the lead. She could only grit her teeth and suppress her dissatisfaction, thinking to herself, if she wasn't sure she couldn't defeat this 20-something god, she would have loved to teach him the rules of the universe. Jiang Chong wasn't intentionally causing trouble. Each time they left a service area, a portion of the interstellar meteorite clusters would mysteriously disappear, and it was always the high-quality ones. His gaze swept over the vast starry sky outside the window, his eyes gleaming with calculation. If not for the fear of drawing too much attention, he would have considered refining those asteroids as well. The armory needs to be filled with dark ether silver, and there's quite a bit of material required. Jiang Chong calculated with a slight smile. This interstellar trip is a perfect opportunity. While Jiang Chong was enjoying himself, Morgana was not faring as well. The demon queen paced back and forth in her castle, her black gown dragging across the stone floor with a dull sound. Listening to Addo's latest report, her frown deepened, and she felt an increasing sense of conspiracy in the air. Queen, Addo's voice came through the communicator. It's not about whether I can grow anymore. I can ascend to a god body at any time. But if this continues, Fraser might be overrun with demons, and humans could be wiped out. The northern Tisnov tribe is either fleeing or dead, with barely any survivors left. Are you sure? Kisha will send the guardian angel wings over. Addo had been excessively slaughtering to upgrade his god body by refining demonic nature. Regardless of the results, he was indeed worn out. According to the original plot, he had killed about that many people, wiping out an entire nation. But by the original timeline, the angels should have descended by now. In reality, he had developed an attachment to Fraser, but the angels had yet to appear. This led to an increasingly severe demon infestation, with nearly 10,000 junior demons gathered under his command. Morgana rubbed her temples, feeling similarly troubled. Normally, she could have directly attacked the kingdom of Aelin, as it was the chosen location for Kisha's successor, making it impossible for the Angel Queen to stand idly by. But after suffering consecutive losses at Jiang Cheng's hands, she began to reconsider this seemingly straightforward plan. Could such a well-known successor location be a trap? Morgana paused, her eyes sharp. Is it possible that Kisha is luring us away, and the left-wing angel is actually by her side all along? These questions remained unanswered, but Jiang Cheng's leisurely antics had indeed taught Morgana caution. Addo, train the troops there for a while, set some ground rules for the demons, and keep them under control. Don't let them run wild. I'll observe the situation here and contact you later on what to do. After ending the call, Morgana immediately contacted Carl. Hey, do you think there's something wrong with our previous plan? She asked urgently. I have a feeling something went wrong. Do you think it's possible Kisha is playing a big game? We want to take her down, but she might want to eliminate both of us in one go. Carl was baffled and then asked Snow, who had also set an ambush in Fraser. The response he received was almost identical. To remain hidden, Snow had been conducting business in the kingdom of Aelin. Now, he felt that if this dragged on any longer, he would soon become the chairman of the Aelin Kingdom United Chamber of Commerce. During this time, he had made a fortune and acquired numerous properties. Given the pleasant climate, he even felt an urge to settle down there. In the relatively unknown and chaotic Raka Bengbula D. Soinal, Phillips Matthew Tunstar region, a rare life-sustaining planet emerged. The civilization on this planet was extremely underdeveloped, divided among three factions. One practiced brutal slavery, another remained in a primitive matriarchal tribal stage, and the most advanced had only just mastered cold weapon technology, barely entering the early feudal era. Jiang Chong walked briskly, exploring the famous mountains and rivers of this planet, but found nothing. His face was full of disappointment as he prepared to move on to the next area. Mr. Jiang Chong, Angel Yan, who was following him, finally couldn't hold back her displeasure. Although the queen said this mission centers around you, if you're going to take your time, maybe I'll just go ahead? Jiang Chong abruptly turned around, raising his eyebrows high. Are you saying you're going to ditch me? Let me be clear, if you leave, I'll head back right now. He took a step closer. Can't you have a bit of a sense of urgency? Yan's composure shattered instantly, the 7,000-year-old warrior's poise completely broken. The planet Freya is being ravaged by demons, she practically growled through gritted teeth. Morgana's minions are pillaging there, and I can constantly hear the cries of mortals. They're praying for divine intervention to erase these disasters that don't belong in their world. Come on. Jiang Chong shrugged, interrupting her without hesitation. Isn't it the Aelin Kingdom you care about? After all, your crown prince is there. Besides, aren't the demons only causing trouble with the northern barbarians now? The barbarians don't worship angels. The weak should be protected. Yan argued, her eyes shining with determination. Jiang Chong let out a cold laugh. It's not like the demons just started causing trouble yesterday. What? Is the north about to fall, threatening the southern crown prince, and now you're worried? Yan was speechless. Indeed, there had been signs of Addo's actions on Freya for some time. Her mission was to protect Anishida. Jiang Chong kicked a big yellow dog sniffing around on the ground and suddenly posed a sharp question. Why attack the south first? If they're targeting the crown prince, why not just ravage the alien kingdom if it's a trap? Could it be that they calculated the angels would walk into the trap? So they did it deliberately, giving you time to react. Justice never fears conspiracy. Yin straightened her back, her gaze as firm as steel. As the king's left wing, I am equally fearless. Hold on. Jiang Chong rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Isn't it a bit puzzling to knowingly walk into a trap? The main and supporting roles aren't all here yet. Do you think the director would call cut? Yan's pupils contracted sharply. You mean, as long as I don't intervene, Freya might actually be safe? Smart. Jiang Chong snapped his fingers, a slight smile on his lips. The demons are trying to isolate your queen with divide and conquer tactics. Now that they're cautious, we can turn the tables on them. Yin frowned. But what if the demons get desperate and act once their patience runs out? Remove if it's inevitable. Jiang Chong answered decisively. They've already crossed the point of no return. Their retreat is cut off. He looked up at the vast universe, a tone of inscrutable excitement in his voice. But because of that, the truly interesting part is about to begin. Yin watched Jiang Chong, who appeared confident and in control. At that moment, she suddenly understood why Queen Kisha had instructed her not to bind him with angelic rules and to defer to him in case of disagreement at critical moments. At least for now, Jiang Chong remains clear-headed, unlike someone caught up in their own situation. All right, as you say. Yin nodded in agreement, then asked, so where should we go next? Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng's expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowed, and his tone turned serious. Still playing around? Enough of this nonsense. It's almost time. We need to head to Fraser immediately. He lowered his voice and added, but once we're there, you must not reveal your true identity. You have to disguise yourself. Follow my lead and wait for my signal. What? Yin was left speechless, spreading her hands in confusion. She couldn't understand how this man could be so unpredictable. Just a while ago, he was the one dragging his feet, and now he's as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. For a brief moment, Yin genuinely regretted her decision. She gritted her teeth, thinking this mission was a complete bug. If she had known it would turn out like this, sending Lung would have been the best choice. Without further delay, the two of them, along with the dog, journeyed without stopping. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached Fraser. Following Jiang Cheng's strict instructions, they concealed their true identities and made some necessary changes to their appearances. To blend in with the local culture, Jiang Cheng swapped his modern attire for a large, dark cloak and carried a book symbolizing a scholar's identity, postpartum care for sows. Since Earth's language was entirely different from this planet's, the book seemed like an indecipherable text to outsiders, making it the perfect disguise. Angel Yin retracted her iconic wings and donned a practical knight's outfit, with an ordinary knight's sword at her waist. She acted as a vigilant guard, always staying half a step behind Jiang Cheng. Instead of heading directly south or north, they chose to settle in the northwest. The climate here was cold, and it was not far from the northern region of Taisnafe. Though there used to be some demonic activity here, it had mysteriously disappeared recently. The northern area had become a forbidden zone that no one dared to venture into. Jipya Town. This was the nearest human settlement to the north, once a bustling commercial town. The residents were mostly merchants, and the trade between the north and south made the place lively. However, with rumors of northern demonic rampages spreading, even the most profit-driven merchants valued their lives over business. Faced with such incomprehensible danger, almost no one dared to stay. Now, the once thriving town was deserted, with only a few elderly or infirm people left who couldn't travel. Jiang Chong and Yin walked through the empty streets, looking conspicuously out of place. It wasn't their attire that was unusual, but rather their presence as outsiders at such a critical time. They entered a place resembling an inn referred to as a tavern here. In its heyday, it offered not just drinks but food and lodging as well. However, the owner had long since fled, leaving the place empty and abandoned. Jiang Chong approached and saw that there wasn't even a drop of alcohol left. The valuable items had long been taken away, leaving thick dust on the shelves and cobwebs in the corners. He rubbed the dust on the table with his fingers, feeling a strange sense of reflection. They say a house needs people to thrive, and a room needs human presence. If left uncleaned for 3 days, dust will cover the stove. If uninhabited for half a month, the beams will be infested with termites. Jiang Chong wasn't sure why, but when people lived there, even without cleaning, it never felt as desolate. But once abandoned, the house seemed to decay faster. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft breeze swept through, instantly clearing the dust from the tables and chairs and the cobwebs from the corners. A wooden sign that had fallen outside rose back up and hung at the entrance. When flipped, the sign read, "Open for business," in translation. Angel Yin stood by, her frown deepening, completely baffled by his actions. "What are you doing?" she couldn't help but ask, her tone full of confusion. You don't intend to open a business here, do you? Jiang Taigong's fishing philosophy is that those who are willing will take the bait. Often, doing things requires more than just courage. True adversaries are often defeated by wisdom. Jiang Chong seemed to instantly get into character as he approached the counter and sat down. With a wave of his hand, several items silently appeared on the once empty counter. Some soda from Earth and an assortment of snacks and fruits. Indeed, these were all prepared in advance by Ajay. Truth be told, Ajay is truly a reliable assistant to the three companions duo. While others leave with just a simple goodbye, he always knows to bring something along. Yen, as the king's left wing, after 7,000 years of battle, have you only learned how to be a warrior? Haven't you learned anything about human nature from the queen? After hearing this, Yen frowned slightly, sensing a deeper meaning in Jiang Cheng's words. Jiang Chong opened the book in his hand, Postpartum Care for Sows, and said thoughtfully, as a competent farmer, if a wild wolf suddenly intrudes into the cattle and sheep herd, a normal person would surely take up a shotgun and confront it. However, no farmer can guard the farm at all times. So, a wise farmer would choose a suitable sheepdog to lead and protect the flock. Give a man a fish, and he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he eats for a lifetime. If you insist on personally fighting demons, can you escape once, twice, a third time, or even countless times? Jiang Cheng's gaze grew more resolute. Do you think the responsibility given to you by the queen is to always do everything yourself, tirelessly? If that's the case, Yen, then you might as well stay and freeze and rule here forever. A large yellow dog sat nearby, eyes wide with confusion. Are you saying we should run all the way to the field and then have me act as the sheepdog? It panted, seeming somewhat reluctant. You see, we noble local dogs are only good at guarding homes. What you're talking about is for foreign dogs. Jiang Chong couldn't be bothered with the dog that had randomly appeared. He shot at a glance without turning his head. Who do you think you are? Go play somewhere else. Yen looked at this sudden interruption and calmly spoke. So, you're suggesting forming a resistance and freeze to solve problems themselves? But, without mentioning Addo, even the lowest level demons on freeze are not easy for us to handle. Their genes have mutated well beyond ordinary humans. So what? Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a smirk, eyes glinting with amusement. If demons can grant evil powers, why can't angels grant humans the light of justice and the faith of protection? Should everything be according to your standards, assuming humans can't resist demons? Yen countered again. Interfering with the evolution of a civilization violates the angelic order of justice. There shouldn't be super warriors in freeze. Jiang Chong rubbed his temples and sighed deeply, finally understanding the mental shackles of those long bound by unchanging order. Even Angel Yen, as a left-wing guardian, had lost the judgment of true justice, blindly adhering to Kisha's ideals. Kisha might not be wrong, but her ideals are based on the assumption that angels will always stand on high. If one day, civilization's evolution surpasses that of angels, this order might no longer hold, even becoming a weapon in the enemy's hands. Jiang Chong quietly looked at Yen and said softly, "You're right. But if one day, the rulers of freeze are no longer you angels, then your so-called justice might face a dead end. Don't think that Kesha won't step down. Such a thing is impossible." Jiang Chong leaned against the bar, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. It's the same old story. The existence of justice indeed protects many, but it also shackles too many. He paused, his gaze sweeping through the dimly lit tavern. People at the bottom want to climb up, while those at the top strive for more. It's just like the martial world. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts of interest, and where there are conflicts, there will naturally be struggles. He turned to Angel Yen, continuing in a more direct and comprehensible manner. You think at this stage, Fraser shouldn't have super warriors capable of challenging demons. So, you intervene, descending in divine glory in the eyes of mortals to purge evil. But the problem is, while this seems impeccable, those mortals are then bound by your faith in the divine and justice. They stop thinking and only worship. He paused, his eyes sharp as he looked at her. In a way, isn't this a form of slowing down civilization's progress? You stand on high, interfering with their development under the guise of protection. You say it's different? You claim it's the angel's duty. He chuckled softly. What a duty. Angel, Yen nodded solemnly. The duty of angels is to protect. That's the purpose of our existence. Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon an interesting idea, and smiled. Good, very good. You say Fraser can't have super warriors, yet your intervention isn't considered interference? You claim not to affect civilization's progress, yet you arrange the outcome. Isn't this a double standard? His gaze was piercing. Answer me. Angel Yen parted her lips, but found herself speechless. Jiang Chong didn't let her off the hook, his pace quickening slightly. If you can't answer that, let me ask another. You've been stopping the sources of disaster, preventing certain technological powers from emerging too early. Is it because you already know where that path leads? Is it because you've calculated the answer to some formula and want to cut it off before it materializes to keep it under control? He took a step closer, his voice low yet resonant. So the real reason is that you're afraid of losing control, right? You don't want Fraser to have super warriors because you're afraid they'll surpass your control. The tavern's atmosphere grew heavy, and Jiang Chong looked at her, asking pointedly. Then if we add a safeguard to these overpowered super warriors, allowing them only to fight demons and unexpected disasters without interfering with other normal developments, would that work? Can you answer me? He suddenly placed his glass on the table, staring into her eyes. Look in my eyes. Tell me why. Why, baby, why? Angelian opened her mouth, her throat feeling blocked. Stop struggling. Jiang Chong said calmly. You can't answer. Because once I propose this solution, you'll realize it's indeed feasible. It just bypasses your justice and order rules. He raised his glass, downed it in one gulp. I can tell you very clearly, if a wrong method can achieve an extremely right result, then the necessary sacrifice is worth it. His gaze swept across the empty tavern, as if looking at a piece of old history. Just like when you sacrificed millions of earthlings to eliminate demons, it's the same logic. He put down the glass, his tone becoming steady and powerful. Times are changing, technology is advancing. This is an unstoppable torrent. Even the greatest individuals can't truly change its course. All we can do is go with the flow and find ways to steer this torrent in the direction we want. Jiang Cheng's voice was low but confident. This is also why in our Chinese culture, we talk about heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. As his words fell, the tavern plunged into a deathly silence. Angel Yin stood there, her eyes slightly trembling, a sense of unprecedented confusion appearing in her eyes. In her 7,000 years as a warrior, she had almost never experienced such complete doubt. The last time she felt such confusion was in her youthful ignorance, which resulted in her being punished by the queen with 100 years of abstinence. So she didn't rush to ask anything. Instead, her eyes glowed with a white light, penetrating the ceiling and gazing towards the distant Chiwu star system. Queen, is it really okay to act like this? Kisha, who had been silently observing, finally showed a relieved smile. Yen, each generation has its own mission, and everyone must undergo their own growth. Justice and order are my pinnacle, but they should not become shackles that bind your progress. Jiang Chong is right. I thought it would take you a long time to learn independent thinking, but it seems this kid has some skills. Kisha's voice echoed in Yan's mind. If you can't find the answer within for now, follow what I previously suggested and rely on his perspective. This time, step back as an observer and see if the final outcome aligns with justice. I understand, Queen. Yan exhaled deeply, finally relaxing her tense shoulders. When she turned to look at Jiang Chong, she found him sitting there as if nothing had happened, engrossed in reading Sao Care, as if everything earlier had nothing to do with him. Miss Yin, if your queen has told you what to do next, perhaps you should make some preparations. Jiang Chong said without looking up. After all, our tavern is about to receive some guests. What? Yin was taken aback and instinctively activated her scanning function to search the surrounding environment. Sure enough, she quickly locked onto the situation outside the town. A group of 5 was fleeing towards them in distress. Yan's gaze pierced through multiple obstacles, directly identifying the leader surrounded at the center of the group. She instantly decoded his identity. Tai Shinafu, king of the barbarians, and also a dethroned ruler who lost his kingdom amidst the demon outbreak. Yin couldn't help but turn her gaze towards Jiang Chong, filled with doubt and suspicion. Was he not acting on a whim, but had already predicted that Tai Shinafu would come here? Outside the town of Jipta, Tai Snafe and his 5-man squad were on the brink of collapse as they fled. They had escaped from the north in a hurry, their swords chipped like saws, and their armor was scarred like spiderwebs. Exhaustion and desperation were etched on each of their faces. The most terrifying sight was a claw mark on Tai Snafe's loyal follower, Olaf Gill, whose chest bore a wound with flesh turned outward. Although it no longer bled, the once healthy blue veins had turned an eerie dark red, as if some evil force was corroding them from within. They had crossed steep ridges and waded through icy streams, and at last, the blurry outline of Jipta town appeared at the edge of their vision. Each person's eyes shone with a longing for food, medicine, and rest. However, fate often chooses to taunt when hope. A pair of demons emerged on the distant horizon, their loud laughter echoing across several mountain peaks. Damn, it's those mutated bastards, shouted a soldier beside Tai Snafe, his bloodshot eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. My lord, I've observed that these demons seem to only rampage in the north for some reason. The soldier pointed anxiously ahead. The town in front is no longer part of the north. If we make it there, we should be safe. You must go first. Upon hearing this, Tai Snafe frowned and resolutely refused. No. After coming this far, how can I abandon you? The soldier gave a bitter smile, sweat mingling with the dirt on his face. My lord, those demons have wings and can fly. If no one stays behind to hold them off, none of us will escape. Our homeland is lost, and the only hope is to seek aid from the kingdom of Aelin to the south. You must survive, even if it's just you. to bear the responsibility as king. Otherwise, the northern tribes will truly be wiped out, and our people will be left homeless, wandering refugees, with no chance of securing aid from Aelin. Olaf Gill also straightened, gripping his battle axe tightly, despite the excruciating pain of his chest wound with every breath. Yes, my lord, go quickly. I've been exhausted from the journey, and I can feel my wound worsening. I might not last much longer. Dying heroically in battle would be the best way to serve our country. Tysnafe was torn, leaving others behind to ensure his own survival went against the spirit of the tribes. Yet he knew that if ordinary soldiers reached Aelin, they would not be heeded. Only he, the former king of the tribes, might have a chance to lay aside his pride and secure a glimmer of hope for assistance. However, reality was harsher than they imagined. The evolved demons, even from several mountain peaks away, could precisely track their movements. The demons kept their distance deliberately, like cats toying with mice, reveling in their prey's desperate struggle. In a flash, the two demons beat their bat-like wings, overshadowing them like storm clouds. Look, this is the once proud king of the tribes and his elite guards. One demon taunted shamelessly, standing with arms crossed, its voice grating like metal scraping. The other demon chimed in, its sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Indeed, the blood scent they exude is tempting. Eating them will surely increase our strength. Then let's stop talking and get to it. With that, the two demons dove down like arrows, their muscles taut and veins bulging, sharp claws glinting with the promise of death. Clang! With a deafening crash, sparks flew in all directions. The soldier's blade snapped under the demon's claw, which mercilessly pierced his chest. The demon clenched the still-beating heart and greedily devoured it, blood dripping from its fangs. Tyshanaf watched the scene unfold, his eyes ablaze with desperate fury. Why do demons roam the earth while the gods remain silent? Our tribe has worshipped the gods for generations, yet we face such a fate now. He slowly drew his sword from his waist, the metallic scrape echoing sharply in the frigid northwest air. If the heavens decree my death, then so be it. Tyshanaf roared, stepping forward, his iron blade slicing through the air like lightning. In his intense rage, the divine power within his barbarian bloodline surged forth, and his crude iron blade cleaved through the demon's impenetrable flesh. How is this possible? The demon, still savoring the heart, recoiled in terror, retreating into the air and staring in disbelief at the wound unrolling on its arm. The nearby demon shared its shock, suddenly recalling the legends of the barbarians. The barbarian king's lineage is said to carry the blood of the gods, possessing immense strength and capable of wrestling bulls. Their power doubles in anger. Speak plainly, the injured demon snapped impatiently. It means they're incredibly fierce when riled up, and this one seems to have inherited that ability. The two demons exchanged glances and simultaneously gathered dark energy into glowing orbs. Olaf recognized the deadly attack and, with a desperate throw, intercepted one of the energy balls with his axe. However, the other orb mercilessly claimed the lives of two comrades. Tyshanaf realized he couldn't win by brute force, and, using the last of his strength, dashed toward the edge of the town. By now, Olaf had lost all reason, driven solely by the instinct to protect the king, while Tyshanaf could no longer sustain his superhuman strength. He crashed heavily to the ground, watching the approaching demons with a profound sense of despair and guilt. But at that moment, the demons suddenly froze, as if caught in the grip of a terrifying force. The door of a nearby tavern slowly opened, revealing a scholar holding a scroll. Jang Chong. His cold gaze swept over the demons, who immediately felt their bones cracking under an unbearable pressure. I had intended to live a life hidden from the world, indifferent to its affairs, but it seems fate has led you to me today. In that case, I cannot let you leave, Jiang Chong stated calmly. The demons tried to protest. We didn't see anything, didn't notice anything. If you hadn't come out, who would know? Merely an excuse to justify your actions, though I doubt anyone would truly believe such a poor one. Jiang Chong replied with a cold smile. In the tavern, Yin glanced at Jiang Chong with a slight frown and a contemptuous look, but said nothing. The street was empty, and the only witness to this scene was the still-dazed Tysnafe. He stood there, unable to process what had happened. Staring at the demon's mangled corpse, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. God, such power must be divine, Tysnafe muttered, convinced that a deity had descended to save him. Gathering his wits, he led the unresponsive Olaf towards the tavern. Soon after, Tysnafe, the 23rd king of the once mighty northern barbarian tribe, suddenly fell to his knees, his head striking the cobblestones heavily. The mighty barbarian king pleaded softly, "Oh God, please save my country." His voice was sincere, seemingly forgetting who the deity was, driven by a desperate hope. But the tavern remained silent. Anxiety gripped Tysnafe's heart, and he questioned his devotion. He knelt again, striking his head thrice against the ground with such force that the stone cracked. Blood trickled from his forehead, dripping onto the stone slabs. Hey, Yin couldn't help but frown, watching the bizarre scene outside. She could hardly believe that the barbarian king would resort to such blind worship. The atmosphere in the tavern was tense, and though she had no intention of intervening, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Jiang Chong closed his book, his gaze sweeping over the still kneeling Taisneef and the bewildered Olaf. Finally, his eyes rested on the book titled Postpartum Care for Sows, and he remarked calmly, "Knowledge is always useful. If you find it useless, perhaps you haven't encountered the right situation yet. Books on farming can help me understand the world better from another perspective. If this book spreads, it might even change the livestock industry on this planet." Yin was left speechless. This time, she wisely refrained from countering with her path of justice. Jiang Cheng's seemingly nonsensical words often left her without a retort. After closing the book, Jiang Chong rose leisurely and walked towards the door. His gaze lingered on the still kneeling Taisneef, suddenly detecting the rise of a primitive super gene, the barbarian's fury. The gene significantly boosts adrenaline secretion when in a state of anger, breaking the physiological limits of carbon-based life forms and greatly enhancing the body's strength and reaction speed. It has been detected that the target carries a primary demon gene, but the current infection has not yet fully formed. Although the target's strength is above that of ordinary people, there is still a gap compared to a first-generation demon. Due to the strong residual conscious directives in the target's brain, there is a confrontation with the demon gene. It is estimated that in 48 hours, the target will fully demonize, losing original consciousness, and may even develop a split personality. Jiang Chong immediately grasped the situation, and surprisingly, the two survivors in the five-person team seemed far from ordinary. The barbarian king, Tai Shinifu, turned out to be a carrier of the original super gene. Although this gene's potential is not as great as Su Xiaoli's, with professional development and resource cultivation, breaking through to a first-generation warrior is not difficult. Becoming a second-generation warrior is also not out of the question. It turns out the divine blood passed down in the barbarian tribe is actually this kind of super gene. Jiang Chong was even more shocked by Olaf's situation. Unlike Tai Shinifu, who relied on ancestral bloodline inheritance, Olaf relied purely on the power of will. Through sheer conviction, he successfully resisted the demon gene's erosion. Jiang Chong remembered a similar case mentioned in the original story Wei Lao Qi after his demonization. It seems this low-level virus-like spreading gene, although a high-tech product, can be resisted by ordinary people if their belief is strong enough. Even a demon cannot drag you into the abyss. Olaf may lack cultural knowledge, but if his conviction were not merely to protect the king, perhaps the situation wouldn't have reached such a stalemate. "Hello, I am not the god you speak of," Jiang Chong said, looking directly at Tai Shinifu. "I'm just a tavern owner. May I ask if the guest wants lodging or a meal? However, all services are based on you having money." Jiang Chong gently helped Tai Shinifu up, seeing his somewhat dazed expression, and smiled. "Do you really take me for some god? The cause of those two demons' deaths was just basic maneuvering. I'm merely a businessman. Businessmen seek profit, but not at the cost of life. So, I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Tai Shinifu was stunned, feeling a mysterious sense of fate's mockery. If heaven truly wanted to destroy him, why not do it decisively? If leaving a glimmer of hope on earth, why tease him so? The person before him, regarded as a god, though possessing supernatural powers, appeared so cold and resolute. Could even gods not combat demons? No, he could not give up. If heading to the southern kingdom of Aelin was the lie they told themselves as a backup plan, then this unknown tavern owner was the real answer they needed. Taisneef knelt heavily on the ground, his forehead nearly touching the floor. "Please, you must come out of seclusion to deal with the demon. Otherwise, it's not just the north that will be doomed, but the entire world." Jiang Chong rubbed his temples, looking at the stubborn barbarian king before him. He had hinted so clearly, yet this simpleton only knew how to use raw sincerity to persuade people. While sincerity can indeed be a trump card, it's clearly not effective on everyone. King of a broken crown and a shattered realm, Jiang Chong leaned forward slightly. "I'll say it again, I'm just a merchant with a few tricks up my sleeve. I believe in fair trade. If you want me to help you eliminate the demon, what can you offer in return? Gold and silver, cattle and cloth, faith and worship, none of these are a problem." Taisneef raised his head eagerly. "If you need, I'm even willing to forsake my throne and have the entire northern people revere you as the supreme god." Jiang Chong shook his head and went back inside the tavern. He took out a bottle of cola, leisurely sitting at the entrance. He twisted off the cap, the bubbles dancing in his throat, prompting a satisfied sigh. "Ah, refreshing." After a light burp, Jiang Chong continued, "I won't say much about other issues. Since you keep thinking I'm a god, do you really believe these worldly treasures can move a deity?" "Woman." Taisneef suddenly raised his voice. "Our northern barbarian tribes can also offer women." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chong choked on his cola, coughing repeatedly. He couldn't help but think, is tact really something only China understands? Why does every civilization outside of China seem so straightforward? This kind of test, few officials could endure. Your suggestion is even more absurd than the last, Jiang Chong said seriously. Beauty is like a red powdered skeleton, and the gods have no need for it for now. Then what do you want? Tysnafe lifted his head, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Jiang Cheng's gaze suddenly turned profound. If I required you to give up everything you have now, including your name, your life, then, Mr. Tysnafe, the dethroned king, would you still be willing? Without hesitation, Tysnafe agreed to Jiang Cheng's request as soon as it was made. Inside the tavern, Yin watched the scene unfold with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend Jiang Cheng's intentions. She even started to doubt whether Jiang Chong was playing some sort of trick on them, as his approach seemed unnecessarily complicated. It would have been much simpler to directly address the demon crisis. Good. That's bold. Jiang Chong is indeed a true hero. Come on in. This was exactly what Jiang Chong had been waiting for. He led Tysnafe and the clear-eyed, vacant Olaf beside him into the tavern. Jiang Chong casually pointed to a plaque inside the tavern, which roughly translated to welcome. With a snap of his fingers, the words twisted and transformed into Savior of Cowards. The change in the plaque seemed to momentarily freeze the air, and Jiang Cheng's voice followed. 7 days. I will protect you for 7 days. After that, you'll emerge renewed, with one last chance to opt out. My earlier demands were not mere tests. They are promises I intend to keep. I can grant you the power to fight the demons, save your companions, and give you a long life. His voice grew colder, as if imbued with an invisible force. However, after that, the name Tysnafe will vanish into the annals of history. You will live in darkness, battling evil on the edge of a knife, unknown to anyone. Like a rootless leaf, you'll drift aimlessly. Jiang Cheng's words struck like thunder, throwing Tysnafe's simple mind into chaos. Before he could react, a couplet mysteriously appeared next to the Savior of Cowards plaque. The first line read, "For wealth and promotion, go elsewhere." The second line read, "Fearful of death, do not enter here." Tysnafe's pupils trembled violently, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Even the shock of the demon's arrival paled in comparison to the fear and confusion he felt now. He stared blankly at the plaque, his mind a blank slate. Meanwhile, Jiang Chong remained unchanged, standing there like a towering giant, seemingly gazing down from the heavens above. All right, you're exhausted. Jiang Chong patted Tysnafe on the shoulder and whispered, "Leave the rest for your dreams." This was the last thing Tysnafe heard before he fell unconscious, sinking into the abyss of darkness like a drowning man. In reality, Jiang Chong had simply used a small trick to put him to sleep. Angel Yan, who had previously been dismissive and confused, now found the situation increasingly intriguing. Despite the complexity, Jiang Cheng's approach had a captivating allure. What next? Angel Yin couldn't help but ask. What do you plan to do now? Jiang Cheng smiled. There's a saying, 7 days in a cave, 1,000 years in the world. We don't have that much time, so we'll let those 1,000 years pass in his subconscious. He paused, a faint worry crossing his eyes. Life is but a dream, and these 7 days are his last piece. After that, who knows how long the chaos will last. With that, Jiang Chong, carrying Tysnafe in one hand and Olaf in the other, mysteriously headed toward the tavern's backyard. Before leaving, he turned to Yen and said, "I'll be counting on you these days. Don't mess up my business." The tavern remained quiet and enigmatic, as if the entire world was waiting for some inevitable change. Angel Yan's lips twitched, and she sighed inwardly. She surveyed the desolate scene before her. This place truly had nothing to offer. Most of the residents were impoverished, struggling even for basic sustenance, let alone capable of making purchases. Although disguising herself as a merchant was part of the mission, it seemed unnecessary to take it so seriously. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement, treating it as if she was buying a ticket to a show. Jiang Chong pushed open the door to the backyard, revealing a scene of chaos. All the valuable items inside had long been looted, and even the bedding on the bed was gone, leaving only some dry grass as a makeshift mattress. He didn't mind since the bed was never meant for him. He casually tossed 2 unconscious men onto the bed and fell into deep thought. The traditional method of training genetic warriors was too cumbersome, time-consuming, and costly, making large-scale implementation impossible. He began pondering more efficient solutions, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Dobao," he murmured to himself. "What if we embed a dark energy reactor at the genetic level to replace the Dantian's energy storage? By absorbing free dark energy from the environment to activate and refine supergenes, could we replace the traditional resource-intensive enhancement model?" This idea was theoretically feasible, but posed significant technical challenges. Besides the dark energy reactor, it required constructing a complex multidimensional absorption algorithm, supplemented by 36 precise universal conversion matrices to form a cyclic system. Each matrix needed to precisely regulate the compression, refinement, and conversion efficiency of dark energy, achieving lossless energy transmission through quantum entanglement. When the 36-fold cycle reached a stable state, It could surpass the limits of first-generation genetic warriors. Expanding the cycle to 72 layers to construct a double helix energy loop could break through the genetic lock of second-generation warriors. But that still wasn't enough. His goal was to achieve 108 cycles perfectly, challenging the threshold of third-generation warriors. However, relying solely on the dark energy reactor was far from sufficient. He envisioned constructing a quantum entanglement lock in the cerebral cortex as a crucible for energy refinement. Breaking through this lock would require high-frequency oscillations with stellar light energy, using the wave-particle duality of photons to reorganize the physical body. If demonic genes could be introduced as a catalyst at this point, resonating energy and genes could theoretically restructure cellular structures, reaching the level of third-generation genetic warriors. Yet, this plan faced two major technical challenges: the phase compatibility of dark energy and stellar light energy, and preventing uncontrolled entropy increase during the gene recombination process. Jiang Chong stroked his chin, his thoughts churning. In the dark energy cultivation system, the 36 layers of Tiangang represented a level of warriors, the 72 layers of Disha another realm, while the ultimate domain of 108 layers remained an unsolved mystery in the academic world. To master both light and dark energy, he needed to delve into the core technology of genetic dark computing. He recalled the painstaking effort in designing the Qilin Xiannu genes, a foundational project that had already consumed a great deal of effort. This mission to Fraser was on behalf of Kisha, and he couldn't afford to invest resources without compensation, nor could he dream of angelic support, as the barbarians didn't worship angelic civilization. As for seeking aid from the time god worshipped by Taisnif, the Super God Academy is currently struggling, even finding it difficult to train its core students like Gu Xiaoluan. Jang Chong is in a predicament, and under the dim laboratory lights, his gaze suddenly fixes on the unconscious Olaf. Through the blue glow of the monitoring equipment, he clearly sees the demonic genes surging in Olaf's chest, fiercely battling with his remaining consciousness. The data indicates that if no intervention is made within 48 hours, a new personality will inevitably emerge. This discovery sends a shiver through Jiang Chong, and he suddenly stands up from the laboratory bench. Isn't this a ready-made variable? His fingers quickly tap on the keyboard, pulling up a series of complex data. The formulas for refining essence into energy, energy into spirit, and spirit into void flash across the screen. Breaking through the bottleneck of the third-generation super soldiers has always required precise genetic computing, but if he could use the split personality to create something akin to a primordial spirit. Jiang Cheng's pupils dilate with excitement, and his voice trembles with emotion. If two personalities could perfectly coexist and reach the state of merging with the void, the limits of third-generation warriors might only be the beginning. He strides to another monitoring device, pulling up data on the triad. Aren't the triads able to tear wormholes and manipulate supernatural powers with just their consciousness due to their highly developed brain domains? The light in the laboratory reflects his pale face. Ordinary people might not withstand the impact of a split personality, but for those whose genes are already in chaos, this becomes an opportunity for a breakthrough. For a long time, the AI Golden Finger has been urging him to replicate existing technologies, but he has always resisted this mundane path. Following in others' footsteps, one can never surpass them. Jiang Cheng's gaze sweeps over the two bodies on the lab table, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. These are the experimental samples fate has delivered. In ancient times, sages pioneered the path of the golden core, establishing teachings and becoming revered. Today, he aims to forge an unprecedented path. Whether it's cyber cultivation or something else, only those who break the rules deserve to be called true immortals. The last few words are almost a roar from his throat, carrying an arrogance that challenges the heavens and earth. If there truly is a heavenly way, Jiang Cheng's revolutionary and anti-human ideas alone might be enough to bring down a catastrophic heavenly tribulation. In the Death Song Academy, Carl was feeling unsettled. He sat alone in the dim study, with only a solitary candle flickering before him. This inexplicable sense of agitation was rare in his millennia-long life, and each occurrence had always heralded unforeseen disruptions to his plans. He set down his pen, his gaze drifting through the flickering candlelight as he recalled unpleasant memories. The sudden disintegration of the Super God Academy and the angelic civilization, the vehement opposition to his ultimate fear and void conjecture from his mentor, the space principal, and the second split caused by the Dino Arms race. This series of events had ultimately driven him to this remote Nether River starfield. Liang Bing. Carl activated the secret communication. We can't wait any longer. Time is not on our side. Any hesitation could lead to unforeseen changes. Unexpectedly, Morgana seemed to share his sentiment. Damn it, my eyelids have been twitching like crazy lately. We really can't delay any longer. I'm worried something big might happen. All right, let's play it safe, Morgana continued. Leave Earth alone for now. Kisha is keeping an eye on it. You get your people ready, and I'll have the demons advance south. What trouble can a mere Fraser cause? Even if the plan fails, it would just mean the diversion tactic didn't work. Carl felt even more uneasy after hearing this, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Morgana scoffed. What do you know about tactics? Remember back at the Super God Academy, how you blushed just because I wore a low-cut top? Trust me, if we lose, I'll let you have your way, okay? Deal. Carl agreed without hesitation. This unusual eagerness made Morgana wary. Hey, don't get any funny ideas. You're just a phantom now. You don't have that function. Don't go throwing the game on purpose for a wager that doesn't count. Carl's phantom actually blushed. Liang Bing, you know I wouldn't harm you. Stop right there. Morgana cut him off decisively. We can talk about conspiracies, but not romance. I'm a wild horse you can't tame. I yearn for poetry in distant places. But if once, Carl's words caught in his throat, unfinished. Finding the conversation dull, Morgana abruptly ended the communication. The study returned to silence, leaving Carl alone, staring at the candlelight on the table. He gently waved his hand to open the window, allowing the cool moonlight to pour in and mingle with the candle's glow. He let out a faint, bitter smile, blew out the candle symbolizing scholarship, and gazed up at the moonlit sky. I know it's not my moon, but Liang Bing, did you know? For a moment, the moonlight really did fall on me. In this era, neither you nor I can control our lives, echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. He firmly believed that answers awaited at the end of time and space, yet he was more convinced that in a parallel world, there existed a Carl who successfully won over the girl he fancied. After all, nothing in the world is absolute, not even this very statement. The story between Carl and Liang Bing was shrouded in mystery, but the connection they shared was undeniably real. Time flew by, and the 7-day deadline Jang Chong had promised was nearing its end. During this period, Angel Yin had made several attempts to investigate the situation in the backyard, only to be thwarted each time. The information vacuum shield Jang Chong had set up was impenetrable with her current powers, leaving the backyard shrouded in mystery for her. On the 7th day, the backyard door finally opened. Jiang Chong emerged, looking exhausted after several sleepless nights. Although his divine body no longer required sleep, the mental fatigue was evident on his face. The air outside is refreshing. Jiang Chong stretched widely. I guess I'm not cut out for research. Noticing Angel Yin peeking from the side, he approached her. What? Are you curious? No, I'm not curious at all, Yin replied, feigning indifference. Liar. Jiang Chong couldn't resist showing off his research achievements. Don't you want to know what I've been up to these past 7 days? But Yin, now stubborn, refused to look after being denied earlier. You're so boring. I'm really not curious. The atmosphere between them became awkward. One eager to share secrets, the other stubbornly pretending not to care, leading to a comical exchange. You must be curious. Not curious. I've done something groundbreaking these past few days. Not curious. I'm telling you, you're curious. As they continued their childish argument, an unexpected change occurred in Frere. The demon army, previously confined to the north, suddenly began moving south. Jiang Chong and Angel Yin immediately noticed this anomaly. Yin instinctively gripped the sword at her waist, ready to fly off and intervene. But Jiang Chong, looking thrilled as if he had anticipated this all along, stopped her. Hold on, Jiang Chong said, restraining her. Remember what I told you before? They're just probing right now. They won't make a move on the kingdom of Aelin at this point. If this kingdom disappears and the angelic heir dies, it means the plan has completely collapsed. They're testing you. If we take it seriously, we lose. But I can't just stand by and let the demons wreak havoc, can I? We didn't make it in time before, but now that we're here, I can't just watch and do nothing. My sense of justice won't allow it. Yin furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Every glance and subtle expression silently conveyed her seriousness. Jiang Chong let out a cold tisk, his lips curling slightly. Fine, today I'll show you a different version of justice. With that, his sharp gaze turned to the serene courtyard behind him. With the authority of the heavenly way, crush the evil spirits. Wield the flames of calamity to cleanse the universe. Jiang Cheng's voice boomed like thunder, each word seemingly imbued with a mysterious power. Taisnif, the candlelight of 7 days and nights will burn the ashes of 1,000 years. If you don't open your eyes now, will you wait until the stars hang upside down and all beings weep blood? As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible tremor rippled through the courtyard, with faint waves spreading in the air. Angel Yin quickly activated her hidden sight, witnessing countless dark energies in the space around them being drawn inside, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole. Is this the birth of a super warrior? Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. No, this isn't a conventional super warrior. Jiang Cheng's voice continued to resonate through the courtyard. With the fury of thunder, cleanse the 9 underworlds. With the essence of the sun and moon, reshape the world's order. If the millennium's ailments aren't cut today, who will defend this shattered land when chaos returns? His voice rose with undeniable authority. Today, I, Jang Chong, command. Taisnif, Olaf. If not now, when will you awaken? The words Jiang Cheng's command seemed to carry some mysterious power, but they were actually a carefully crafted activation code. As the audio recognition passed, the absorption of dark energy suddenly increased, forming a visible energy vortex. Taisnif, who had been in a daze for a long time, and Olaf, who had been unknowingly strengthened, finally awoke from their slumber. Boom! A loud crash shook the entire courtyard. Taisnif, Olaf. The two voices rang out almost simultaneously, strong and resolute. We heed the command of the Grandmaster. In the haze of 7 days, Taisanafu and Olaf underwent profound transformations. The matrix of the dark energy reactor was deeply etched into their bloodlines, and the formula of the cyber-nascent soul technique was perfectly validated. The personality that had overly developed their brain regions was strictly confined by genetic coding, relegated to a mere supporting role. Most importantly, the mark of the mysterious merchant Jiang Chong was now imprinted in the depths of their souls. As the founder of the cyber cultivation method, he was undeniably the pioneer of this path. Angel Yin watched everything unfold with wide eyes. These two individuals had already reached the level of second-generation warriors from the start, and astonishingly, the genes flowing within them were not ordinary super genes, but the most primitive super genes. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but wonder if she was observing the rise of a new power distinct from the mainstream, god-making civilizations. Didn't you just say you weren't curious? Women really are full of contradictions. Jiang Cheng teased, without offering an explanation. Then he turned to Taisanafu, his expression turning serious. 7 days have passed, and I trust you now understand the price I mentioned. Now, I need to confirm once more. Even if it means losing your name and identity, never showing your true face again, are you still willing? You must realize, this not only means your pride will be shattered, but the 300-year dynasty of the northern barbarians of Freya will also come to an end. All you gain in return is the power to protect this world. Taisanafu knelt solemnly. Honored Tao ancestor. These 7 days have taught me that a nation is merely a civilization before a planet fully forms. As long as the barbarian people are healthy and the land remains intact, Taisanafu is willing. Olaf couldn't articulate such sentiments, but he also bowed respectfully. Tao ancestor. Me too. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and handed them their new equipment. Taisanafu received a demon mask, a hat with anti-detection interference algorithms, and a dark straight sword. Olaf's equipment was similar, except the mask had simpler patterns, and his weapon was a pair of axes. The demons have breached the northern borders and are advancing south. Queen Ani side of the Aelan Kingdom is in distress. Your first task is to protect the Aelan Kingdom while collecting the remnants of the northern barbarian tribes as much as possible. The dark eye in your genes can detect humans with primitive super genes, and the cultivation method I taught can be practiced by anyone with super genes. However, those with a stronger super gene bloodline will also progress faster in their cultivation. As Jiang Cheng spoke, he took out an intricate device from his pocket, resembling an ancient compass, but its interior glowed with complex energy matrix lights. This was actually an energy algorithm conversion matrix device, which he handed to the solemn-looking Tai Shinefu in front of him. To begin your cultivation, you must drink demon blood as a catalyst. This artifact can neutralize the viral elements in demon blood. Jiang Cheng said seriously. Remember, you only have 3,000 slots, no more. Please, Daozu, grant us names for these 3,000 people. Tai Shinefu received the compass with both hands and bowed respectfully. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. He hated naming things, but this Suntoba-formed 3,000-person guardian army couldn't go without a name. He furrowed his brow, pondering. What should it be called? West Factory? Can it be managed? Can my West Factory handle it? Jingyue? Reporting directly to the Emperor and investigating officials? Or maybe, at that moment, Jiang Cheng seemed to hear a rousing Swana melody in his ears, the familiar mother-in-law support song echoing in his mind. His eyes lit up with inspiration. From now on, you shall be the commander, named Tian Man Xing. As for the name of your guardians, let's call you the Unrighteous Ones. Jiang Cheng looked up at the sky, closed his eyes slightly, and spoke with a director-like pride in his voice. Remember, act cautiously. If trouble arises, just mention my name. Tai Shinefu was deeply moved, admiration shining in his eyes. The god he revered was so responsible, but he suddenly realized a problem, didn't know the name of the god in front of him, and dared not ask at this moment. Yes, from now on, Tai Shinefu will die, and the Unrighteous One's Tian Man Xing will be reborn, he declared firmly. Very well. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, then asked, if you encounter ordinary people, how will you explain your identity? He was testing him, wanting to see if this person, after 7 days of transformation, was still as straightforward as before. Tai Shinefu pondered for a moment, a glint of cleverness in his eyes. By the command of the barbarian king, We have come to aid the kingdom of Aelin. Wow, nicely done. You're really getting the hang of it. Jiang Chong couldn't help but clap in admiration, his excitement causing his hands to tremble, eager to see what would happen next. But he thought that at this point, giving them a little extra boost wouldn't be too much. Very good. Before you go, I'll teach you one last thing. With that, Jiang Chong placed his right index finger on Tai Shanafa's forehead. In an instant, a massive stream of data flooded into his mind, inscribing mysterious patterns deep in his genes. This was an upgrade to the method of using the dark energy reactor, a way to harness power even more fiercely than relying solely on rage. Rage alone is not enough for you to be arrogant on this journey. The method I pass on to you is called domineering aura. Buzz. A spatial rift slowly opened behind Tai Shinefu and his companion, the edges of the wormhole shimmering with unstable energy waves. Go. Since disaster has kissed you with pain, slap it back. Jiang Chong gestured with a wave of his hand. As you command. Tai Shinefu knelt on one knee. Same here. His companion also bowed respectfully. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chong, the two of them slung their new equipment on their backs and walked with heavy, determined steps into the wormhole. No one knew what kind of storm they would stir, because, after all, you'll have to wait for the next chapter to find out. Angel Yin watched in disbelief, feeling both absurd and incredibly excited. She thought, Earthlings really know how to play. These two second-generation warriors could handle small demons, but they couldn't even take on Otto. Yet, with Jiang Cheng's packaging, the whole plot suddenly became interesting. Are you really just going to let them go like that? Yin couldn't help but ask. Maybe you should send your dog along with them? If something goes wrong, your 7 days of effort, that groundbreaking research, could all go to waste. Jiang Chong confidently turned back, his demeanor as suave as a man who never looks back at explosions. I've given them the chance to change their fate, and the power-ups to grow stronger. If they still fail, it's not my research that's flawed, but Tai Shinefa's luck that's too poor, he said with conviction. One must have great fortune to bear the destiny of a protagonist, or they'll meet an early end. With that, he glanced meaningfully at Angel Yin. I made you the strategist behind the scenes, not a babysitter. Just watch, they won't die so easily. Because, Jiang Chong lowered his voice, revealing a startling secret. This gene code has a very buggy element, similar to demons. The more demons they kill, the more thrilling it becomes, and their secondary personality will develop their brains even more dramatically. They're currently just second-generation warriors, but if enough demons fall, upgrading to a third generation is only a matter of time. On the continent of Faroe, the Isar River originates from the glaciers of the northwest Coldwind Mountains, serving as a natural boundary between the north and south. In its upper reaches, the river rushes through fjords, where waterfalls create a dazzling rainbow in the sunlight. As it flows into the plains, the river widens, revealing clear waters and visible pebbles. On the southern bank, vibrant trade villages the lush forests, while the northern bank remains a cold land of perpetual snow, home to nomadic tribes. However, after the northern lands fell, the sky across the river became ominously dark. Queen Ainashide of the Aelin Kingdom had learned of the northern devastation through the influx of refugees. As a commander skilled in military strategy, she quickly discerned the demon's plan. A southward invasion was inevitable, with the northern bloodshed merely the prelude to the catastrophe. The fertile southern lands were their true objective. Acting decisively, Ainashide established a triple line of defense along the southern border. The first line, named Frostfang, featured a series of arrow towers equipped with specially designed crossbows, firing arrows forged from ice rock to penetrate the demon's iron bodies. The second line was a hidden death trap of interlocking chevaux de frise and poison stakes, with underground mechanisms ready to unleash chaos upon activation. At the Thunder main camp, 30,000 cavalry stood ready, like arrows on a drawn bow. She cleverly used the Isar River as a natural barrier, deploying light cavalry on both flanks for potential encirclement, while the central heavy infantry formed an impregnable defense. The kingdom's workshops worked tirelessly, forging icy arrows and enhancing crossbows to fire 10 arrows in quick succession. With strategic foresight, she secretly constructed 3 upstream dams, camouflaged with vines, to release torrents of water and debris as a natural barrier when the enemy approached. This strategy showcased the extraordinary intellect of Kaisa's chosen heir. Yet, just as humans found it hard to believe in talking parrots before seeing them, or in fish migrations before witnessing them, Ainashide couldn't fully comprehend the demons beyond human powers. The flying, fireball-throwing creatures were merely simple annotations on her strategic map. When these extraordinary foes descended, the meticulously crafted defenses crumbled shockingly fast. The 3 defensive lines were swiftly breached, and although the river dam ambush had some effect, it was largely ineffective against the flying demons. Retreat, quickly escort the queen to safety, cried Sarah Yin in terror. Ainashide spurred her horse, glancing back at the overwhelming demon horde with a resolute expression. Amidst the pounding hooves, she swiftly analyzed the battle. The demons are not invincible. It's just that the current exchange rate is too dire, 10 to 1, even 20 to 1. We need more arrows, stronger crossbows. The queen had identified the key to defeating the flying demons. The defeated army retreated southward, passing through several small towns and into a vast thicket, only to be blocked by dozens of flying demons, each around 2 meters tall. I sense a repulsive aura from this woman. The leading demon sniffed the air, frowning in confusion. Is she the queen of the holy kingdom of Aelin in the south? The other demons gathered around, nodding in agreement, their nostrils flaring and eyes gleaming with disdain. Anissa's presence evoked a similar instinctive repulsion in all of them due to her latent angelic bloodline that suppressed the demons' primitive genes. Not good. It's those damned creatures. The captain of the Guardian Knights exclaimed in alarm at the sight. Yet, the duty of protection seemed to fortify his resolve, and he straightened his back, gripping his weapon firmly. Your Majesty, leave these beasts to us. Find a way to break through. With that, the captain charged forward, leading the knights into battle against the demons, their hooves thundering like a storm. A blood-soaked scene played out once more. The forces were unevenly matched, and many knights fell during the charge, their blood staining the forest floor. Watching her knights fall one by one, Anise felt a pang of anguish but knew she couldn't afford hesitation. Seizing a moment during the clash, she decisively led her guards to break through the side, stepping over the slick, bloody mud to escape deeper into the woods. The knight's sacrifice paved the way for a retreat. The demons, entangled in the fight, could only watch as the queen fled. Enraged, they roared furiously, their claws tearing through the air, determined to crush the frail humans before them. From a distance, Otto observed the scene, his brow furrowed. He found the situation peculiar, as angels were not typically so slow to react. Go, surround the queen, Otto ordered coldly. You may harm her, but do not kill her. One demon hesitated to speak. But her scent is so offensive, we can't help wanting to tear her apart when we get close. It's a nearly irresistible urge. Otto cast a cold glance at him, then gently touched the demon's head, fingers threading through the dark hair. With a slight motion, he ripped the demon's head off. Intestines spilled out, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Otto turned to the remaining demons, his voice icy. Suppress your foolish bloodlust. Only lowly demons lose control. True evil lies in the heart, not the form. Here, my orders are as the queen's. Disobey, and you will meet the same fate as him. Yes, we understand. The towering demons trembled like frightened children, wings pressed tightly against their backs. It wasn't just Otto's brutality, but his noble demon lineage that exerted a natural dominance over these lesser demons. The demons moved on, following Otto's command to intercept Anise along her escape route. Unchallenged, this was destined to be a one-sided game from the start. Despite her brilliance among humans, Anise couldn't withstand such overwhelming power. Each step she took was watched by Otto, who felt as if he were toying with her in the palm of his hand. However, after much anticipation, the unexpected finally arrived, though it was not an angel. When Anise was again cornered by demons, with death looming and razor-sharp claws just inches away, a wormhole opened above, and a mysterious man, wearing a conical hat and with a sword at his waist, appeared between them. With a single step, he crushed the charging demon beneath him. The ground shook violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the point of impact. A first-generation demon faced a newly minted second-generation warrior, especially one crafted by Jiang Cheng's hand. This was a fight easily won. Yet, the surprises didn't end there. On the knight's side, a masked figure wielding double axes emerged. He roared, his body glowing with intense energy, forming a resilient shield around him. The golden light shone like the sun, making him appear impervious to any control or harm, allowing him to charge through like a force of nature. Anise's pupils trembled as she watched the figure who saved her and instinctively asked, "Who are you?" The man who crushed the demon, Taznif, turned slightly, revealing eyes glowing red beneath the hat, his voice deep and resolute. "I am Tian Manxing, of the Outcast, here by the barbarian king's command to aid Queen Aelin and vanquish demons." As the last words fell, the masked Taznif turned sharply, and in a blur, he was gone. The sword at his waist had been drawn at some point, and as the scene froze, all the demons blocking the path were severed at the waist, their blood tracing perfect arcs through the air. Yes, that's exactly the flavor. In the distant town of Jipu, Jang Chong waved his hand with satisfaction, and an image was projected in the air. In the scene, Tai Shinifu's every move seemed meticulously choreographed, perfectly aligning with Jiang Cheng's expectations as the director. The flawless execution of this ensemble narrative made Jiang Chong quietly proud. Standing beside Jiang Chong, Angel Yan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Having spent a long time with Jiang Chong, she found herself infected by his inexplicable enthusiasm. The sight of a second-generation warrior overwhelming a first-generation one shouldn't have stirred her angelic heart, but she couldn't suppress her excitement. Don't get too excited. Yin shook her head, trying to calm herself down. These demons are just foot soldiers. Not to mention the second-generation demons approaching rapidly. There's still Otto waiting in the distance. Jiang Chong nodded at her words, his eyes full of certainty. Don't worry, at this stage, Otto won't step in. It might seem foolish, but that's the reality. As long as you and I don't reveal ourselves, just Tai Shinifu alone isn't enough to make him act. At least not until Tai Shinifu gains enough experience to become a real challenge. Yin understood Jiang Cheng's reasoning, but she still frowned in confusion. In her view, taking out Otto directly and capturing the leader first was the best strategy. That way, the remaining demons would be nothing more than small fry, unable to cause much trouble even without her intervention. Why waste time hiding in the shadows? Jiang Chong seemed to read her mind, his lips curling slightly. Don't worry, you'll have your fight, but now isn't the right time to act. His gaze deepened, and his voice lowered. Though they hide well, I can sense that the Holy Alien Kingdom has its own issues. Otto is just a facade. Without absolute certainty of victory, whoever makes the first move loses. What? You mean there's another expert? Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chong didn't answer, continuing to focus intently on the live feed. All along, his presence had already altered the original foresight beyond recognition. Jiang Chong was well aware of the butterfly effect, so ever since settling in Freezer, he had been conducting thorough investigations. He personally visited the north, south, east, and west regions, and with Doubao's computational assistance, discovered that the likelihood of the Alien Kingdom hiding a trump card was over 70. This meant that, in addition to the demons setting a trap here, Carl had undoubtedly made a move as well. The angelic support was expected, and his departure would inevitably be detected. From this alone, Jiang Chong deduced that to deal with an angel Yin and himself, at least 2 god-level forces would be required. Otto's identity couldn't remain hidden. According to the original storyline, after slaughtering a kingdom, this guy would have upgraded to a divine body. Although Yin was only a 3rd-generation angel, due to her unique combat system, she could apply to connect to the knowledge treasury. Even if she wasn't a divine body, her combat power was equivalent to god level. Thus, the two of them counterbalanced each other, creating a delicate equilibrium. However, Morgana, having crossed paths with him, should know that relying solely on Otto would barely suffice against Yin, let alone with him, a game-changer, in the picture. So, under these circumstances, there must be other hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Jiang Chong made a rough estimate, and it was clear that Carl helping Morgana create another divine body warrior in a short time was unrealistic. Faced with Carl's deployment, Jiang Chong had to select an equally formidable opponent from the pieces at his disposal. After careful analysis, it became clear that the hidden adversary was somehow connected to the underworld. Hua Yi, the leader of the Sky Scum, was unlikely to appear at this time, and the mercenary route to Wuding was also not an option. This meant that the only one Carl could mobilize was Snore, who had been pretending to be weak while hiding his true strength. Jiang Chong remembered Snore vividly. From his first appearance, Snore's exceptional stealth abilities had deceived everyone, concealing his true prowess. Such extreme data hiding skills could easily catch most opponents off guard. However, Jiang Chong didn't need to confirm it with his own eyes. By inputting these clues into an AI for simulation, he could arrive at a fairly accurate assessment. Even with only a 1 probability, as the Cyber Dao ancestor, he would prepare thoroughly. In the live broadcast, events unfolded just as Jiang Chong had anticipated. After Otto realized the newcomers were not angels, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he sent a few second-generation demons to probe the 2 figures in black. While battle data indicated that they were both second-generation fighters, Jiang Chong had prepared special bamboo hats and masks for Tai Shinifu and his team, which blocked dark eye detection. This left Otto with no choice but to resort to primitive methods to gather intelligence. After the northern lands were ravaged, the demon numbers had reached over 10,000, yet most were low-level demons not even reaching the 1st generation. Even the most basic 1st-generation demons required resources far beyond what a typical spacefaring civilization could bear. This scarcity explained why the gluttonous Shurhao chose the path of mechanical ascension. Limited resources were a crucial factor alongside the faith in death. The battle erupted in an instant. A demon, its arms adorned with blades and covered in scales, lunged at Tai Shinifu with lightning speed. In a single exchange, Tai Shinifu was pushed back 17 steps, unharmed except for a tingling in his hand. Meanwhile, the demon retreated 3 steps, its chest slashed open, oozing blood. Surprising, a backwater planet producing a warrior like you, the demon remarked, licking the blood from its hand. Before you die, I'll give you a chance. Submit to the demons, and you can have anything you desire. Tai Shinifu lowered the brim of his hat, as the dark energy reactor within him operated at high speed through a dual 36-layer energy conversion matrix, releasing an overwhelming fury. What I want you can't provide, because I intend to annihilate every last demon. Before he finished speaking, his straight sword thrust backward, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced. A chameleon gene stealth demon revealed itself as it fell. How did you find me? The demon's eyes were filled with disbelief in its final moments. A cold smile appeared beneath Taishinafu's mask. Because the creator who revived me opened my heavenly eye. With such a large mass of dark data moving behind me, it's hard not to notice. The first kill between the second-generation fighters came unexpectedly fast. After a brief but intense exchange, Tai-Sniff from the Tian Man star suddenly erupted with fury, thrusting his blade forward with overwhelming anger. The blade moved as swiftly as lightning, precisely penetrating the demon hidden in the shadows, accompanied by the crisp clash of metal clang. He deftly withdrew the straight sword, wiping it clean against his elbow to remove the blood, leaving it pristine. Despite being a mere mortal, Ainishida had sharp eyes and precise judgment. She could tell that the masked man before her had strength far beyond that of the demon. However, what puzzled her was that since this man's appearance, the demon's assault had subtly shifted, with the killing intent that was initially directed at her now almost entirely focused on the masked man. A chill ran through her. Could it be that she was merely bait? Was the true target of the demons not her, but this mysterious masked man? Although her guess wasn't entirely accurate, it was close to the truth. Her analytical skills were indeed commendable. The demon, covered in scales and with blades on its arms, was staring intently at Tai-Sniff, eyes filled with fear. It trembled slightly, seemingly overwhelmed. Indeed, having undergone transformation for only a short time, it couldn't truly be considered a full-fledged demon. If it were one of the elite warriors from the demon castle, even in the face of certain death, they would charge forward without hesitation, shouting for the queen. But this half-baked one from the countryside, even though promoted to a second-generation demon, still hadn't completely shed its inherent laziness and fear. Observing quietly, Atto remained calm, his eyes reflecting streams of data as he discreetly recorded and uploaded every frame of the unfolding battle. He slightly curled his lips, his deep voice carrying a mesmerizing quality that pierced the air, exploding in the ears of the trembling demon. To become a warrior of the queen, you must show your courage and worth. Go, kill that human before you. If you are brave enough, the queen will summon you and bestow her favor upon you. Remember, being second generation is just the beginning. His enticing words, deep yet poisonous, instantly ignited a dormant genetic command within the demon. Its blood-red eyes suddenly widened, facial muscles tensing dramatically, rage erupting like a volcano. Tell the queen, Phalai Star Sonyadefu is no coward. A roar shook the surroundings, with dark energy within its body surging violently, muscles swelling wildly, and its already exaggerated figure growing even taller. Twisted blood vessels writhed like snakes, emitting a crimson glow, as if ready to explode at any moment. Tai-Sniff's eyes narrowed, pupils contracting. He could clearly see the genetic structure within the demon rapidly disintegrating, replaced by an exponentially growing terrifying power. A power gained at the cost of certain death, he murmured, his gaze remaining icy, as expected of a demon, willing to sacrifice even its own life so easily. With that, he turned to look at Ainishida behind him. Your Majesty, Queen of the Holy Aelan Kingdom, I must remind you, the current situation is not suitable for spectating. If you wish to survive, it would be best to retreat immediately. His voice was as cold as iron, devoid of emotional fluctuation. After saying this, he ignored her reaction and refocused on the demon about to erupt. Ainishida hesitated internally, eager to witness this extraordinary clash of powers firsthand. One demon, one human, which one would emerge victorious in the end? However, she was well aware that with her insignificant strength, she had no right to witness such a high-level battle. Without hesitation, she turned her horse around, leaving behind a calm and resolute remark. Take care. I owe you for today, and I will repay this debt in the future. Hiya. Before her words could fully settle, the sound of hooves had already vanished into the distance, like a gust of wind. The name Guat Digang echoed in her ears not as a literal sound, but as a special vocal mimicry, as if mocking the impending duel. All right, the bystanders have left, Taishanave sneered, his straight sword slicing through the air, radiating anger. The fiery glow distorted the surrounding air into swirling vortices. He didn't wait for his enemy to react, shouting, Today, you and I will settle this once and for all. The second-generation demon was full of confidence, exuding immense power. Despite his massive size, his primal tribal genes gave him a significant advantage in combat. Who exactly are you? His voice carried a mix of wariness and challenge towards the unknown opponent. A hint of mockery flashed in Taishanave's eyes. A warrior of the night, a hunter of demons. You can call me Buyang. As soon as he finished speaking, the two clashed like arrows released from a taut bowstring. The steel blade collided with the demon's massive arm, sparking and igniting the surrounding air. The heat wave in the air even distorted the scenery around them. Despite the vast difference in size, Taishaneve's speed and skill made the demon appear slightly inferior. The powerful demon's muscles vibrated with each attack, yet his opponent seemed more formidable than anticipated. Yeah, quite the act. But you're just putting on a show, the demon sneered during a brief respite, his tone dripping with disdain. Still, I'm a bit surprised you can barely hold your own against me. Is that so? Taishaneve chuckled coldly, his sword suddenly shifting into a sharp arc. You really think your measly skills can overpower me? Before he finished speaking, he let out a low roar. Open. The energy algorithm designed by Jang Chong activated instantly, tightening the atmosphere around them, as if the world's energy focused on Taishaneve. Dark energy reacted violently within him, producing an immense shockwave. A storm-like force erupted from his body, sweeping the surroundings. Trees and bushes were uprooted by the energy wave, shaking the entire ground. Everything within a 2-kilometer radius vanished without a trace. What kind of monster is this? The Knight Commander muttered in awe, his eyes wide with shock. I thought that big guy was invincible, but that one over there is even more powerful. Sarah Yang's face was pale as she murmured, I always thought the axe-wielding brute was the strongest. I never expected someone to be this absurdly strong. Meanwhile, Olaf watched from afar, filled with questions. This is infuriating. He defeated the enemy in one move, and I didn't even get to show off. It's so unfair. But then again, my swordsmanship is pretty amazing. I couldn't see the speed earlier, and now it's so impressive that I can't even grasp the level. The commotion was soon reported to the demon castle, where Morgana watched the video, cursing under her breath. What kind of monster is this? He obliterated my second-generation demon warrior in one move. Does this mean my combat prowess is just a joke? Queen, the upheaval has erupted, but the angelic reinforcements have yet to appear. I can't shake the feeling that the enemy has somehow caught wind of our plans, as if an invisible shadow looms over me, leaving me uneasy. Addo, who witnessed the entire battle in Faris, furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he spoke with a headache. However, after watching the transmitted video, Morgana's expression was even more grave than Addo's. She did not respond immediately, instead remaining silent for a moment. It was certain that Kisha had already grasped the current situation, and even if she wanted to feign ignorance, it would be difficult. Yet, the real concern was, what are they plotting? Dressed in a light nightgown, Morgana sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, her feet propped up on the sill, her toes playfully dangling a high heel as she gazed into the distant night, as if this action could soothe her inner anxiety. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and a thought emerged in her mind: a game within a game, a battlefield beyond the battlefield. My dear sister, you are becoming more and more inscrutable to me. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she looked into the distance, plans forming in her mind. Addo, how many minions do you have now? She suddenly spoke, her voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. In faraway Faris, Addo glanced at his subordinates, who could hardly be called an army, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Apart from himself, all the mutated demons could only be considered minions. He bowed his head and replied, Queen, we have over 10,000 demons. However, they only possess primitive strength and lack any tactical skills. They might not even be able to handle ordinary Earth civilizations, and even elite warriors from the cold weapon era would struggle against such crude combat methods. He sighed and continued, even the common folk of the Holy Alien Kingdom have suffered casualties against these minions. Morgana waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in dwelling on such trivial matters. It doesn't matter. We don't have time to train them. Continue sending the demon army southward, and be as ruthless as possible. After all, the people of the Alien Kingdom are angel followers, their minds thoroughly twisted, and dying 10 times over wouldn't be too much. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. I want to see how long those two suddenly appearing super warriors can hold out. Yes, my queen. Addo, though lacking confidence, agreed nonetheless. However, he hesitated before finally voicing his concern. Queen, those two super warriors who appeared today, I can't see through them. Do you have any new information? Morgana was about to lift her wine glass, but was caught off guard by the question, causing her to choke and cough, a slight embarrassed smile on her face. She suppressed the cough and scoffed. You noticed? Of course, I noticed. Those are just minor tricks, hardly a challenge for me. She slowly set down her glass, her expression growing more confident. Pay them no mind. Those little bugs can't make waves. They're just some rogue super warriors, too few in number and limited in power, no match for our vast army. In the end, they're just two people, and with that level of strength, even piling up numbers won't save them from being overwhelmed by us. She waved dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. With over 10,000, even pigs could kill for days. She looked at Addo. Just go ahead, nothing will go wrong. Addo heard the confidence in the queen's words, but still felt a vague unease. He knew that while Morgana appeared relaxed, she had already seen through everything. Her analysis was undoubtedly accurate. These super warriors were not simple adversaries, but whether they could withstand such a massive demon army remained uncertain. Morgana inwardly smirked. The situation wasn't as straightforward as she made it seem. She knew those two super warriors harbored hidden technologies, particularly their genetic engineering, which showed no signs of human intervention and seemed almost natural. She had a nagging feeling that there was something deeply hidden behind this. Though she couldn't pinpoint the details yet, the unease had taken root in her heart. Continue, Addo. Don't ask further, Morgana said sternly, turning to gaze out the window. These insignificant things can't possibly threaten us. Addo nodded and left, while Morgana continued to stare out the window, her emotions a mix of feelings. She knew the future battle had already shifted quietly. The angelic support was still absent, and her enemies seemed to be quietly setting up a grand chess game. Carl looked at the message Snow had sent back, a slight smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "What a brilliant idea." A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Indeed, Carl could see that the concept of these super soldiers cleverly circumvented the limitations of resources, significantly reducing the time to ascend to godhood. But unfortunately, if this experimental result had emerged thousands of years ago, perhaps the angel's sense of justice would have been completely overturned. However, now, facing the impending void, god-level civilizations have become too outdated. Carl's fingers continued to glide across the paper, his pen moving incessantly as he reverse-engineered the technology using the big clock. No reliance needed. One must understand it to know how to respond, he muttered, his mind racing. This research for Carl was no longer merely a hobby, but a necessary skill. As he said, this experiment was like a massive gear being set in motion, with even more astonishing power lurking behind the unknown. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Snow was carrying out a mission within the Alien Guild, hearing Carl's voice in his ear. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As expected of my god, the strongest being in the universe. Even such crude methods cannot shake any situation. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he spoke. My god, do you need to intervene in this matter? Jang Chong, that third-generation god, doesn't seem to be much of a threat. Carl heard this and smiled faintly, his tone remaining calm. No need. Continue with the plan. He's just an eccentric person, and the messages you've sent back are likely his doing. Queen Kisha wouldn't act this way, so his target is still him. Once he appears, and if the opportunity is right, use the means I've prepared for you. Snow, feeling a bit overconfident, raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chong is just a third-generation god. Is it really necessary to use that plan? I think I can handle him on my own without wasting so many resources. Carl sighed lightly, putting down his pen, his gaze deep. Snow, you've had it too easy and have forgotten caution. This is a dangerous signal. The dangers in the universe are not just angels. Continue following my instructions, and if the time is right, probe him a bit. He's interesting and might have an unexpected role in the coming void. Yes, my god. Snow bowed respectfully, though his heart was still filled with doubt. Carl's tone wasn't heavy, but it made his heart race, increasing his vigilance. At the same time, the angelic side also received intelligence from Planet Fraser. Kisha watched the battle footage sent back by Angel Yin and couldn't help but marvel. What a remarkable person, using such a procedural way to enhance combat strength. It's almost the ultimate goal in the development of god-level civilizations. Angel Yin hesitated, saying, Your Majesty, although these warriors are surprising, calling them the ultimate goal seems rather. What do you mean? Kisha, hearing the question, did not get angry but instead smiled slightly. You're seeing the surface, but what you can understand now goes far beyond that. You used to be so firm in your belief in justice, but now you begin to question, even dare to question me. This is a very good sign, meaning you're growing and becoming more capable of independent thought. Angel Yin was taken aback, stunned. Kisha's smile carried an enigmatic meaning as she continued. These second-generation warriors do not rely solely on physical strength. Their growth potential is the greatest threat. They replace the impact of brain domain development with split personalities, substituting for the role of dark matter computers. This approach might be epoch-making and represents the cutting edge of modern god-level civilization development. Kisha paused, her tone gradually lowering. Do you remember Mottled Blue? The enemies we waged corporeal wars against thousands of years ago. Their evolutionary method was extreme brain domain development, allowing biological entities to rationally control their power. Back then, I always thought their evolution was too cold, ultimately turning them into soulless machines. But now, I find that the path these second-generation warriors take perfectly aligns with that past failure. Perhaps this is the true answer to the creation of god civilizations. Angel Yin gazed at Kisha, new doubts arising in her heart. But in front of the queen, she said nothing, silently accepting this lesson. Upon hearing Queen Kesha's analysis, Angel Yin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. She realized that this was just the beginning. If this new technology were applied to divine bodies, the side using Jiang Cheng's new technology would undoubtedly have the upper hand in a battle between two divine bodies of the same level. After all, traditional technology still relies on the assistance of hidden computers, whereas the new technology depends entirely on the instinct of split personalities, with all combat methods assisted by a hidden superpersonality. This reminded her of the Ultra Instinct technique from Dragon Ball, a combat style that relies solely on instinct, abandoning the thought process to always stay a step ahead. The same principle applies to king-level battles connected to supercomputers. Of course, this is just a basic concept. The outcome of real battles often depends on multiple factors. Just like how a fully equipped Zhao Xian could never defeat a fully equipped Ge Xiaoluan, because in the end, it's the difference in stats that determines the outcome. Thinking of this, Angel Yan's gaze involuntarily drifted to Jang Chong, who was sitting nearby. He was leisurely munching on spicy snacks and sipping on Sprite while intently watching a live stream. He seemed unremarkable, yet there was something chilling about him. All right, Yin, you don't need to report Fraser's updates to me in real time anymore, Kesha finally said. You've grown into a mature young woman and need to learn to think independently. I expect you to deliver a perfect report from your trip to Fraser. With that, she cut off the communication. Angel Yin solemnly placed her hand over her chest and silently paid her respects. Just as she completed this gesture, Jiang Chong spoke up from a distance. Finished your little report? Were you spying on me? Yin turned around in surprise and suspicion. Jiang Chong scoffed. I'm not that bored. Even though you seem to be daydreaming out the window, such unusual behavior makes it easy to guess you were on a long-distance call. Given Miss Yan's status, your caller was most likely your queen, right? Well, Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry, Jiang Chong said with a calm smile. I don't look down on that. Angels have a strict hierarchy, and reporting to superiors is only normal, just like soldiers in Earth's military. After all, soldiers only need to follow orders. It's the general's job to consider the consequences. Yin nodded in agreement, recalling the queen's final instructions. Was she being groomed to be a leader? Or was a successor being chosen? The thought startled her, and she quickly stopped herself from entertaining such wild ideas. Not to mention the issue of the queen's abdication. The heir to the angels had long been established. She was merely a guardian angel. How could she entertain such presumptuous thoughts? If Jiang Chong knew what she was thinking, he might lecture her on the idea that anyone can rise to power, or discuss the impact of the Xuanwu Gate incident on succession systems. In the Game of Thrones, power and survival are the true rules of succession. Yan, look, Jiang Chong suddenly interrupted her thoughts. This guy, Tai Shinifu, really has some skills. No wonder he was once a king. 3 days after the last battle, Tai Shinifu's team had already expanded to a size of 50, including some individuals with the potential for second-generation evolution. This development surprised Jiang Chong, the live broadcast director. Angel Yin watched the Tai Shinifu troops on screen. Despite their rudimentary equipment, they were quite inventive, turning demon hides into armor and crafting weapons from demon claws and bone spurs. These natural materials were sharper than the iron tools of modern civilization. What was supposed to be a defensive counterattack had been cleverly turned into a war of attrition by Tai Shinifu. The ferocious demons became not only experienced monsters for leveling up, but also suppliers of materials for equipment. If not for the presence of a major demon like Otto, these lower-level demons would simply be stepping stones for Tai Shinifu's rise to power. Impressive indeed, Angel Yin mused. It reminds me of how Queen Kisha and her allies gradually amassed strength in secret, eventually establishing today's order. She paused. But at this rate, the demons won't sit idly by. When do you plan to take action? The key issue isn't that. Jiang Cheng shook his head. While we have the initiative to end the war, starting the final battle isn't our decision. Although the two battlefields are light years apart, they're intricately linked. Once we make a move here, Earth will inevitably be affected. It's a matter of who loses patience first. But don't worry, within a week, the other side will surely make a move. As his words faded, the tavern fell silent, leaving only the sounds from the screen. Time passed as Jiang Cheng predicted. Over the next 3 days, demons began a massive southward invasion, attacking the civilians of the Holy Alien Kingdom. Fortunately, any side had anticipated this and organized a large-scale evacuation, while also rushing to produce crossbows day and night. Facing demons, it was unwise for the weaker humans to engage in direct combat. Maintaining distance and utilizing ranged attacks was the right strategy. On the 4th and 5th days, a full-scale war erupted between humans and demons. As any side anticipated, despite the low-level demons' ability to fly and their superior physical abilities, they couldn't withstand the power of the crossbows. The demons suffered heavy losses at the start of the war. Although humans had the upper hand in ranged combat, they struggled to fend off demons that broke through. However, any side had prepared extensively, setting traps along the retreat routes and collaborating with the mysterious figure, the masked man from Tianmengxing, to eliminate many demons. On the 6th day, under Morgana's orders, Otto finally appeared. The presence of this sword demon completely shifted the battle's dynamics, causing the human side to suffer tens of thousands of casualties as their strategies crumbled against his overwhelming power. The sword demon is too powerful, Ainyside said, looking at the battle report and turning to the silent, masked man beside her. We've used every tactic but can't deal with an enemy of this caliber. Do you have confidence? His strength indeed surpasses mine, Taishanefu replied gravely. But in this world, he can only bully ordinary people. There are far more powerful beings out there. That's great, Ainyside exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her queenly demeanor. Can we ask that expert to deal with the sword demon? Once he's gone, the remaining demons won't be a threat to us. Taishanefu shook his head and said, in this game, whether it's you, me, or the sword demon, we're all just pieces. It's too early for the players to step in. Let's continue with the retreat for now. There was no trace of disappointment in Ainyshida's expression. When Taishanefu revealed the truth, the suspicions that had long lingered in her mind were finally confirmed. The cataclysm unfolding on the continent of Phalais was indeed the aftermath of a struggle among powerful beings from ancient myths. As a ruler, she had long transcended the perspective of ordinary people. She understood that in this land, the fires of war had never truly ceased, and countless lives had perished in the ongoing conflicts. At this moment, she had only one thought: to quell this absurd disaster as quickly as possible and restore peace to the land. Following Taishanefu's advice, Ainishida immediately ordered a strategic withdrawal and organized the orderly evacuation of her people. Meanwhile, Taishanefu led a team of super warriors, transformed by a compass, moving like phantoms in the night across the battlefield. This special unit employed blitz tactics to relentlessly strike down the trailing bone demons. In just a few days, Taishanefu's blade claimed the lives of over 1,000 demons, including nearly 100 high-level first and second-generation demons. Amidst the bloodshed, he discovered a startling secret. With each demon he slew, his strength noticeably increased. When his kill count surpassed 1,000, he could clearly feel that his power had reached an entirely new level. However, after inquiring, he found that apart from Olaf, no other demon hunter possessed this ability. This made him realize that the unique talent of gaining power through killing seemed to exist only in the two of them who were originally transformed. On the 7th day, thick clouds obscured the sky, making the day as dark as night. A suffocating sense of oppression enveloped the entire holy kingdom of Aelin. Under the relentless demon invasion, the kingdom's territory had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. The surviving citizens and refugees were forced to crowd around the capital like trapped beasts. Ainishida stood before the grand hall of the palace, gazing up at the dark sky, a strong premonition surging in her heart. The decisive battle for survival was about to begin. On the city gates, Taishanefu felt this even more keenly, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword, his fingers rhythmically tapping the metal guard. Suddenly, a foul wind carrying the stench of decay swept through. Taishanefu's eyes snapped open, and he declared in a deep, resolute voice, "They're here." In an instant, the ground shook violently, as if trampled by some colossal beast. An endless horde of towering demons surged forward like a black tide, trampling the earth with agonized groans. In the sky, countless winged demons swooped down from the clouds like shadows from the depths of hell. Following the Queen's orders and drawing on past battle experiences, General Sarayen of the City Guard decisively commanded, "Release the arrows. Prioritize the airborne targets." The soldiers defending the city swiftly aimed the hastily crafted crossbows at the sky. These flying demons are extremely troublesome. Not only are they swift in their movements, but they can also unleash mysterious energy spheres. In previous battles, they have repeatedly breached the defenses, causing significant trouble for the regular human army. On the city walls, archers stand ready, gripping specially crafted heavy crossbows. At the commander's signal, arrows as thick as an arm whistle through the air. These arrows are not ordinary weapons. The shafts may be made of regular wood, but the arrowheads are meticulously forged from the hardest black iron. To combat the demon's iron-like skin, the kingdom has melted down all its precious sacred weapons to forge tools capable of truly harming these creatures. In an instant, a rain of arrows pours down like a swarm of locusts upon the approaching demons near the city walls. Under this deadly barrage, the flying demons are struck repeatedly, plummeting like black crows with broken wings. The sight is spectacular, yet against the endless sea of demons, this resistance is but a drop in the ocean. The real battle is just beginning. Stand aside. Let me through. Olaf roars, his muscular arms gripping a massive axe that has been charged with power for some time. After a few strides, he hurls the axe with force. The spinning blade traces an arc in the air, emitting a blood-red glow. Without even needing to strike directly, the surrounding force cuts many flying demons in half, leaving a trail of blood and gore. Within the dense swarm of demons, he carves out a path straight to the heavens. "Reapers!" Tysonaf shouts from atop the wall, his voice piercing through the battlefield's chaos. "Here!" Immediately, a large number of elite soldiers clad in demon skins and wielding demon bone blades surge forward, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. each one a battle-hardened warrior. Clang. Tysonaf draws his sword, pointing its tip towards the demon army ahead, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Follow me, into battle. With these words, Tysonaf leaps into the demon horde, making a formidable entrance. The powerful shockwave kicks up a cloud of dust, and using a move he hadn't used for 7 days, its power has grown significantly since its initial use. The diameter now spans an impressive 5 kilometers. In an instant, the charging demons, like raging bulls, fall in droves, their limbs and bodies scattered everywhere. Boom! The massive horns on the city wall blare, and the deafening sound of drums rolls like the might of heaven. The gates of Elon Kingdom slowly open, and the defending general, Sarayen, leads heavy-armored elite cavalry into the fray, refusing to be outdone. Although they can't handle the lesser demons as easily as the Reapers, their heavy armor ensures they can hold their own in unknown combat. Thus, the battle that will decide the fate of the Fraser humans begins in earnest. On the battlefield, Tysonaf swings his sword relentlessly, each stroke claiming the lives of several demons. He senses that beside the dark energy reactor, the next 36-layer energy conversion matrix is about to activate, nearing the final 108-layer conversion matrix. Yet, for some reason, there's a feeling that something is still missing. Unable to find the answer, he seeks it amidst the slaughter. Initially, the war between demons and humans remains at a stalemate. Although the demons are generally stronger, the Fraser humans have the advantage of numbers. With the Reaper's assistance, the battle swings back and forth, and the defenses are not as easily breached as in previous encounters. The newcomer is none other than the idle sword demon, Addo. He raises his sword to charge, the blade glowing ominously, then strikes down with a wave of energy. A beam of sword light crashes towards the last bastion of the holy Elon Kingdom with earth-shattering force. Nothing can stand in its way, leaving a deep chasm in the ground. Addo thought he could break the city with one strike and shatter the last dreams of these pitiful ants. However, to his surprise, as the sword energy approaches the wall, it is suddenly intercepted by a blade's aura filled with dominion. The two forces clash in the air, exploding with a deafening roar. Tysonaf stands beneath the wall, slightly raising his hat, his crimson eyes glaring murderously from beneath his mask. Addo, feeling puzzled, squints to scrutinize this opponent who can withstand his attack. Are you the leader of these super warriors that have emerged recently? Why do you seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, even though Addo cannot decipher the dark information of his opponent, he still senses something familiar in the silhouette. A flicker of surprise crosses his eyes, and his voice tinged with disbelief. He says, "You are the Barbarian King?" "I am not a Barbarian King. I am Tianmengxing of the Unyielding Ones, fulfilling the last wishes of the Barbarian King to vanquish all demons and restore peace to the world." Tai Shinefu did not acknowledge his identity, as he had an agreement with Jang Chong. What difference would it make to reveal his identity now? No matter who you are, if you're wise, bring out the person behind you. Otherwise, I can easily crush you myself. Otto didn't care about the identity of the person in front of him. It was meaningless to him. Who would bother with the details of an insect? Arrogant. Previously, I saw you as mighty as the 5 sacred mountains, but now, I see nothing of the legendary strength. Come, let me test you and see if you have the right to speak such bold words. Whoosh. Tai Shinefu slightly bent his knees and suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow from a bow. His speed was so fast that it almost caused a sonic boom, and the blade in his hand gleamed menacingly. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as sparks flew. Tai Shinefu brushed past Otto and calmly looked back. A faint white line appeared on Otto's neck. What a sharp weapon. Otto touched the small wound, thinking to himself. In fact, only he knew that the white line was more than just a scratch. A cut had quietly opened on his neck. However, his body was not an ordinary 3rd-generation divine body. It had some of the recovery speed of a 4th-generation divine body. Even so, to be injured by a 2nd-generation warrior, either he was holding back, or that black straight sword was a formidable technological creation. Of course, it's strong. Jiang Chong chuckled as he watched everything unfold in a corner of Jip Town. It was equipment he had custom-made to fit the character's personality. Yin furrowed her brow. Understanding the situation, just having a special weapon was not enough to defeat Otto. After all, Otto had successfully evolved into a divine body, which meant his tolerance for battle mistakes was very high. If Tai Shinefu made even a slight mistake, he could be cut into pieces by sword energy. Indeed, but it's not absolute. Jiang Chong agreed with Yan's assessment, but didn't completely concur. What do you mean? Yan asked, puzzled. Jiang Chong pointed at Tai Shinefu in the scene and said, if you can tell that Otto has upgraded to a divine body, you can probably also see that Tai Shinefu's current state is very unstable, right? Yan nodded, seeming to understand Jiang Cheng's point. Yes, the energy threshold in his body is nearing its critical point. In that sense, he's reached the level of a 3rd-generation warrior. Exactly. Jiang Chong snapped his fingers. This is the opportunity. There's a fundamental difference between primal super genes and artificial genes. Artificial genes come fully equipped from the start, with resources in place and rapid growth. But innate genes have an irreplaceable advantage, which is growth potential. You mean? Yin was slightly surprised. Tai Shinefu can make another breakthrough in a short time? Jiang Cheng's eyes were deep as he smiled slightly. Exactly. Even so, a third-generation warrior fighting a god, even with me on his side, wouldn't stand a chance without the support of the sacred knowledge repository. How can he possibly win? Jiang Cheng mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. It's hard to say, but if my guess is correct, there might actually be a chance for victory. Their discussion abruptly halted as the live broadcast showed a sudden shift in the situation. The Demon Auto had probed several times and had already recorded all of Tasnif's data, uploading it to the Demon Castle. The analysis revealed that only some of the data met the third-generation criteria, making pseudo-third-generation warrior a more fitting description. Is this all you've got? Otto lost patience, knocking Tasnif away with a sword strike, then taunted from above. Do you have any stronger tricks? If not, prepare to face death. Tasnif knelt on one knee, using his long sword to support his trembling body. As he looked at the wound on his chest, memories flooded back, memories of that night when his country fell, the land shattered, and corpses lay everywhere. It was this very demon who had brought disaster to his world. If not for a chance encounter with the Tao ancestors' assistance, he wouldn't even have the right to face his adversary today. Humans often fear the unknown, but when you clearly understand the gap between yourself and your fear, it becomes less daunting. Tasnif found himself in this state, even wondering, are these ancient sword demons, despite their hideous appearances, immense size, and boundless strength, really that different in thought from humans? Do they also fear death like humans? Cough, cough. Tasnif stood up straight. I do have one more move left. Let's see if you have the courage to face it. This clumsy provocation shouldn't have warranted a response, but inside the demon castle, Morgana was eager to uncover his trump card and use the opportunity to locate the angels. Otto, against his nature, replied as if reading a script. Since you're so confident, I'll give you the chance to show it. Fine. Then let me show you. Tasnif gritted his teeth as he spoke. In an instant, the dark energy within him, already boiling, broke through the 36-layer energy conversion matrix under the dual catalysts of rage and memory, forming 108 internal cycles. Simultaneously, his second persona achieved a technological breakthrough in controlling his highly developed brain region. His blood burned like magma, and his body was enveloped in fiery red anger flames. A large hole tore through the clouds above, and light energy poured down, illuminating his body as it underwent a dramatic transformation. In front of the live broadcast, Yin turned around in surprise. What scientific principle is this? How does thinking about a shattered nation and fallen comrades lead to a breakthrough? Jang Chong shrugged and explained, memories can influence emotions, and strong emotions often unleash human potential. Simply put, when energy, experience, and brain neuron development all meet the criteria, combined with the 108-layer energy conversion matrix and dark energy reactor, his barbarian bloodline can be refined to the original level of 100. This move is called the power of bonds. So, he got all emotional and upgraded himself without using any resources. And suddenly he's at level 3? Morgana stared at the holographic projection sent back by Otto, her brows furrowed, feeling like she was in a surreal dream. The image showed a masked super warrior who had managed to upgrade himself without any external resources, completely overturning her understanding of combat systems. Queen, the voice of the technician, Atai, interrupted her thoughts. Upon analysis, we found an extremely active program running inside this masked super warrior. The fluctuations in dark energy data are unusually intense, and there seems to be a device within them storing dark energy. It looks like they're about to unleash a major attack. Morgana quickly turned her attention to the data stream in front of her. All monitoring indicators confirmed Atai's assessment. The opponent was indeed preparing a powerful attack. Can we detect what kind of attack it is? She asked nervously. Is there any god-killing force or other anomalous energy involved? Could it pose a lethal threat to Otto? Queen, spoke up Adiao, the technician known for delivering bad news, with a grave expression. Ordinary physical attacks are unlikely to effectively harm Otto. However, the opponent is about to use a rare dark energy attack. We can't rule out the possibility that this strike could damage the dark dimension itself. What? Morgana stood up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you telling me this strike can attack the dark dimension? Yes, Queen, Ajiao replied, his gaze fixed on the floating holographic projection as he swiped through the data stream to display 2 sets of comparative charts. The rage of the barbarian bloodline is essentially the manifestation of adrenaline. When this special ability is combined with an attack and hits a vital point, its corrosive effect is akin to the god-killing force. Pointing to the comparative data, he continued to explain. The difference is that the god-killing force targets the underlying data of super genes, directly destroying the biological gene chain encoding, whereas the dark energy driven by barbarian rage specifically attacks the informational structure of the dark dimension, fundamentally dismantling the existence of energy forms. Damn, Morgana gasped. Doesn't that mean Otto's divine body is completely useless? The opponent just bypassed physical attacks altogether. She immediately sent a neural link message to Otto. Otto, dodge now. You can't take this attack, Hedon. Morgana's mind was in turmoil. Conventional attacks targeted the body, whereas methods for attacking dark information had always been weak, generally limited to information reading and implanting false information, similar to nightmare abilities. But who would have thought that someone had created such a monstrous super warrior capable of bypassing physical defenses and targeting the soul directly? If the target were Morgana herself, it wouldn't matter much. Her dark information was tightly sealed, fortified by supercomputing assistance, with defense capabilities as solid as a rock. But Otto's newly upgraded divine body had inadequate firewall protection in this area, with algorithms insufficient to support such defenses. Clang! Morgana's warning proved to be a step too late. By the time Otto realized it, Tishanefa's blade was already closing in on his chest. Driven by 100 pure barbarian rage, the blade, which originally had only a 20 armor-piercing critical rate, had its critical rate magically increased by 30 in full rage mode, reaching a 50 critical rate. Coincidentally, in the probability of 2 strikes exploding into one, this strike actually hit critically. Swish! The tip of the straight sword pierced through the chest, striking right at the heart. The demon Otto stared at the masked man before him, and the thought, "Why did the queen betray me?" flashed through his mind. This idea was quickly shattered by a wave of excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul, and his memories began to blur. In the tavern of ELD Town, Jiang Chong witnessed the entire scene and, overwhelmed with excitement, grabbed the big yellow dog and ruffled its head furiously. The dog barked in protest. "Master, if you keep doing this, I'm going to go bald." Jiang Chong sheepishly withdrew his hands and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have any weird habits. I'm just too excited." This excitement stemmed from a hypothesis he had formed during his early research on primitive genes. Is there a way to bypass armor and magic resistance to directly attack the health bar? Although the power to slay gods could achieve this, its efficiency in damaging divine supergenes was too low. It wasn't until he recalled the scene of the first Sword of the Void slaying a nightmare that his inspiration began to take shape, using a strong pulse of dark energy in combination with a furious attack driven by rage, directly targeting the dark information structure. Tasnef's strike confirmed the feasibility of the theory, but also led to unforeseen consequences. He indeed severely wounded Otto, but only succeeded in destroying his sanity, turning him into a mindless killer. Roar! Otto, in a frenzy, kicked Tasnef into the city wall, creating a chasm-like gap. He pulled out the straight sword from his chest and casually threw it, the blade slicing through the air straight at Tasnef, returning the favor with a chest-piercing wound of his own. "Hear me, extinction. Perish." The aura around the sword demon grew increasingly violent, and his last shred of sanity vanished. He swung his massive sword, unleashing multiple light blades that ravaged the battlefield, indiscriminately claiming lives. "I am Otto, the world's end. I am not here to oppose you. I am here to oppose the entire world." Olaf and the other super warriors seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack, but aside from Tasnef, none of their assaults posed a threat to the divine body. Otto laughed maniacally, and with a slight tremor, sent everyone flying. This scene left everyone present in shock, and Morgana, through data analysis, discovered that after the dark information was destroyed, Otto not only lost his sanity, but also reached the peak of his ability to develop and utilize his divine body. A greater problem arose at the Alan Merchant Guild near the Western City Gate, where Snow, due to this out-of-control teammate, momentarily exposed a flaw in his dark information disguise. Otto immediately noticed and turned to lock onto the target. Another master? He soared into the sky, speeding towards Snow at supersonic speed. "Snow, damn it, don't come over here." The story took a dramatic turn. At first, Tishanefu's sword strike dazzled everyone, but not excessively so. Jang Chong stood at the edge of the battlefield, his brow slightly furrowed. He had not held much hope, as it was merely the initial test of a hypothesis, and failure was only to be expected. Then, unexpectedly, chaos erupted. Otto, the formidable sword demon, suddenly went berserk. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his sword indiscriminately. Like a beast gone rogue, he attacked whoever caught his ire, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The human soldiers instinctively felt fear in the face of this sudden change. Unknown and powerful beasts have a way of awakening primal terror. Upon seeing this, Sarah Young and others wasted no time in fleeing, their frantic paths tracing across the battlefield. The demon army bore the brunt of Otto's madness. Jiang Chong observed coldly, calculating the situation. The human alliance had fought all day, arrows raining down, warriors charging and fighting to the death, yet they had only managed to take down a little over 1,000 demons. But now, as he looked again at the battlefield, the demon army of over 10,000 had been decimated, with only 2 or 3,000 remaining at the borders, barely hanging on. Who would have thought that in the decisive battle, the MVP would turn out to be a crazed sword demon? Jiang Chong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, amazed at the turn of events. But it wasn't over yet. Otto's rampage continued. In the distance, Snow, who had been carefully observing the battlefield through binoculars, gasped slightly in shock, a small movement that Otto's keen senses picked up on. The sword demon whipped around, his blood-red eyes locking onto Snow's hiding place, and he charged like an arrow released from a bow. Thus, all of Fraser's meticulously planned traps and hidden ambushes were laid bare before Jang Chong. Every ambush point, every secret unit, exposed by Otto's madness. Angel Yin stood beside Jang Chong, her eyes wide with astonishment, a glimmer of admiration in her gaze. She wondered to herself, is there truly someone in this world who can manipulate hearts and minds to such an extent? Reflecting on Jiang Cheng's actions along the way, she realized the seemingly leisurely journey was actually a deliberate delay, intended to unsettle the enemy who had laid their plans early. Of course, this wasn't entirely accurate, as Jiang Chong had also been gathering resources. Upon arriving in Fraser, he skillfully concealed his identity, working from the shadows to recruit the fleeing Taishanefu as a pawn. After 7 days of transformation, he had created an unconventional super warrior. Then, he let his pawns play against each other, detonating all previous schemes in the final battle, turning Otto's frenzy into their sharpest weapon, using the enemy's pieces to defeat them. Even more impressively, he managed to expose the enemy's hidden plans. What a masterful strategy, a scheme executed to perfection. Yin felt that even knowing the original plan, she might not have achieved such results. She couldn't help but suspect that this was the Queen's purpose in sending her here. Annoyed, she thought, we're supposed to be teammates, and yet they kept me in the dark? Yin ground her teeth in frustration, particularly vexed by the feeling of being intellectually outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Jiang Chong himself was quite bewildered. He watched the chaos unfold and silently vowed that Taishanefu's actions were merely a small experiment, never expecting such an unexpected outcome. Impressive tactics, to see through the hearts of men like this, Angel Yin remarked curiously. So Taishanefu's strike was just a ruse, and the hidden enemy within the Holy Elon Kingdom was your plan to draw them out. Jiang Chong blushed slightly, but quickly straightened up, raising his chin with a hint of pride. Of course, he mused inwardly. As they say, heavens will leaves one out. And if that missing piece works to my advantage, why shouldn't it count as part of my strategy? After all, luck is a part of strength too. What should we do next? Yin asked wearily, leaning against the void. She was too exhausted to think about the complex situation and opted to ask Jiang Chong for answers directly. Jiang Cheng's plans had been completely disrupted. To maintain his persona, a glint flashed in his eyes as he began his grand scheme of persuasion. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits, Jiang Chong said with a confident smile as he tore open a spacetime portal with a flick of his fingers. The time is ripe. It's the perfect opportunity for us to act. Yin, head to the battlefield now and join forces with Otto as a third-party power to eliminate the threat of the Alien Kingdom. As for Otto, that mindless brute, he's not a real threat. What? Yin exclaimed, eyes wide. Do you hear yourself? I'm an angel, naturally opposed to demons. Besides, why do you think he'd cooperate with me? Jiang Chong raised an eyebrow and began to elaborate on how to deal with such a single-minded character. Yin shook her head, skeptical of the plan, but with no other options, she decided to give it a try. Without hesitation, she stepped through the portal and arrived at the battlefield of the Alien Kingdom. Her white wings spread in the air, dispersing the clouds that shrouded the capital. The morning light cast a sacred glow upon her. An eyes stood before the palace, finally lowering her hands from prayer. The angel they worshipped had finally arrived. However, the next moment, the words spoken by this angel left everyone in shock. Otto, watch out. I'm here to help you. Otto, bewildered, looked up at the angel in the sky, his chaotic thoughts momentarily forgetting his queen, thinking only that his formidable strength had finally attracted a follower. Villain, you're finished, he shouted, turning to Snow, who was hidden in the black mist. It's 2 against 1 now. How do you plan to win? Snow was utterly stunned. An angel and a demon teaming up? Betraying allies? The enemy of my enemy has become my friend? The netherworld had become the biggest joke. Transforming into black mist, Snow fled the Alien Kingdom, reporting to his deity, my god, the situation is dire. Morgana has betrayed us and allied with Kisha to fight us. For the first time, the usually stoic Carl showed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do you hear yourself? How is that possible? But once Snow transmitted the live footage, even Carl, with his grand clock, was left in a state of disbelief. My god, it's absolutely true. Snow said urgently, dodging incoming sword strikes and lightning. See, Angel Yin and Otto are relentlessly pursuing me. Should I fight back or not? Carl rubbed his temples. Hold on, let me verify the situation. My God, please hurry. Snow pleaded as he struggled to evade the barrage of attacks. Their firepower is overwhelming. I can't hold on much longer. Carl urgently contacted Morgana, but the outcome was unexpected for both of them. It was a complete misunderstanding. Otto's dark information architecture had been attacked, causing the system to crash, and even the basic master-slave recognition failed, leading to the inability to recognize its own queen. As for why Morgana believed Otto had betrayed her, the reason was almost laughably simple. During a fierce battle, Otto dismissed Morgana's attempt to contact him via dark communication as a nuisance call and hung up. At this moment, Morgana wore a bitter expression, and Carl was deeply troubled. They had conspired for a long time, calculating countless possible outcomes, poised to deliver a fatal blow to their adversary at this crucial moment. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. A completely unforeseen variable had emerged, derailing their meticulously planned operation. Carl muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. A method capable of directly attacking the dark information architecture. He suddenly realized that this attack seemed targeted at him. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed the thought. As a phantom entity, his existence had long transcended ordinary understanding. His consciousness had been encoded into superdimensional string vibrations, rendering any attack based on existing dimensions as futile as catching light particles with a fishing net. Yet, this attack was not entirely without value. The ability to alter Otto's fundamental cognitive logic and destroy the dark information architecture was evidently a test of some new type of dimensional weapon. Carl's eyes narrowed. Jang Chong is indeed no ordinary person. Liang Bing, since Fraser couldn't handle him, then launch a direct assault on Huaxia to flush him out. The situation was becoming extremely critical. If they continued to delay, not only would they fail to eliminate Kisha, but their current plans might also fall apart. Morgana was already fully prepared, ready to strike at any moment. Can you use the Great Clock to locate Kisha's position? Morgana asked. If we're going for an all-out attack, let's not just focus on Huaxia, let's overturn the entire chessboard. Carl nodded. Yes, I'll send you the coordinates shortly. I'll mobilize the entire gluttonous army against Huaxia. However, they are only a spacefaring civilization and will need your demon army's support. Additionally, he paused, they might employ attacks above the nuclear level. Antimatter bombs. Morgana exclaimed. Are you trying to have my demon army perish with them? Things have spiraled out of control too much already. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable, Carl sighed. It was the first time he had faced such a challenging situation, far more daunting than the repeated crises at the super seminary and the rejection of his academic work. All right then, let's do it, Morgana decisively concluded. Thus, within the next 10 minutes, the mobilization of the demon and gluttonous armies began clearly and swiftly. The gluttonous beasts on Earth made no attempt to conceal themselves, abandoning all other fronts to surge towards Huaxia in unison. They moved like a tide, their dark forms covering the border. Similarly, those gluttonous creatures from beyond Earth crashed into the atmosphere in dense fleets, trailing fiery tails as they headed straight for Huaxia's airspace. The demons were even swifter, with wormhole algorithms flickering in space, constantly trying to lock onto the location of the Juxia. Fortunately, the presence of interference algorithms rendered these surprise attacks ineffective. Inside the command center of the Juxia, warning lights flashed intensely, and urgent alarms echoed continuously. A series of emergency reports followed one after another. Report: a massive invasion of gluttonous beasts is underway, putting immense pressure on our county borders, which are under heavy fire. Report: a large-scale breakthrough by gluttonous fleets outside the atmosphere is in progress, with projected impact zones covering at least 30 major cities. Report: Dino number 3 is under algorithmic attack, with attempts to breach interference algorithms. Wormhole sniping tactics may commence in 3 minutes. Huaxia faced an unimaginable crisis. Even with the aid of super soldiers and advanced computations, they were limited in number. Against a full-scale invasion by an interstellar civilization, the sheer numerical advantage was overwhelming in the early stages. Moreover, a god-level civilization was meddling in the situation. Meanwhile, the Angel faction stood on high alert. Seated on her throne, seemingly dozing, Kisha suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze piercing the endless horizon ahead. The space there was in constant flux, indicating someone had locked onto their position. Queen, we've been targeted by the demons, and our location is fully exposed, reported Long, standing by her side. Kisha glanced at the surrounding vigilant angels, sighed deeply, and thought to herself. It was bound to happen. Yet, she was also curious about what methods the adversary would use to try and take her down. Space suddenly trembled as a massive portal opened, and Morgana emerged, cursing, followed by countless demon warriors. The sheer number alone presented an overwhelming advantage, with the dark mass of demon forces blotting out the sky. After all these years, you still make such a fuss. Kisha lazily raised her eyes. You come with such a ragtag bunch. I wonder what gives you the confidence. Let me see. Kisha's pupils glowed with white light as the power of the knowledge vault augmented her, and her divine body, a hardware beyond its time, rendered Morgana's fourth-generation deity body as transparent as paper, revealing all information. I see why you're so bold to confront me, Hedon. You've colluded with Carl. Kisha sneered. But just you two? A scholar hiding in the universe's darkest corners and the universe's poorest demon god? Can you really succeed? Look all you want, you can't hide anything from you anyway. Morgana spread her arms, unabashedly exposing herself. Justice is decayed, and the new era's vessel can't carry a relic like you. Kisha, let's just fight. Spare me the unnecessary chatter, Kisha interrupted. Every time you start with a bunch of nonsense, it's like you're padding for word count. Thus, the two sisters argued back and forth, as in the original story, before finally engaging in battle. Simultaneously, at the Death Song Academy, Carl, the recluse, finally decided to step outside. Xin, standing guard, immediately became alert, her body tense. She was surprised when Carl removed his hood to reveal a youthful, innocent face. It was hard to believe that this figure, called the God of Death, had such a sunny protagonist's face. In that moment of distraction, Carl's figure blurred and reappeared right in front of her. The flame sword in Xian's hand was somehow instantly deciphered and held by him. With a swift motion, the blade pierced her abdomen, pinning her to the Academy's entrance pillar. Unseen, history seemed to have returned to its course, but could it really revert? On planet Freeze, Jang Chong stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. Let's go, dog, time to get to work. The big yellow dog barked, its tail wagging. I've been ready for ages. As the Earth Huaxia counterattack commenced, both external crises and extraterrestrial threats emerged simultaneously. The war strategist immediately implemented a meticulous defense and counterattack plan, deploying advanced missiles equipped with composite guidance systems. These missiles not only possess the ability to strike with millimeter precision from over 100 kilometers away, but also feature trajectory-altering penetration technology, effectively evading all enemy air defense interceptions. Meanwhile, Rose's temporal powers were activated. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual light, and the power of time and space flowed at her fingertips. Under her precise control, the invaders' proud photonic defense systems were systematically dismantled, leaving them no chance to recover. Previously, Huaxia had maintained a low profile, claiming that their powerful weapons were just sufficient. However, as a dense barrage of missiles streaked across the sky, nations around the world suddenly realized the true meaning of sufficient for Huaxia, known for its fear of insufficient firepower. This revelation caught the gluttonous legion off guard, as they realized Huaxia's sufficient was a reserve for confronting the entire world. The elite troops quickly mobilized. Raina, Xiaoluan, and Lu Chuang, three warriors from the God-making project, soared into the sky, each preparing to unleash their ultimate strike aimed directly at the gluttonous legion breaking through the atmosphere. Though young and untested in battle, Xiaoluan's eyes blazed with fury in the face of the homeland crisis. At this critical juncture, the anti-void power within him broke through a barrier, achieving a qualitative leap. His roar of "Stop!" instantly generated invisible ripples, halting the entire sky's descent. Well done, Xiaoluan! Lu Chuang exclaimed in admiration, as a dazzling crimson light erupted from his body. This energy quickly concentrated on the blade of his axe. He pulled back with all his might and launched it. The spinning battle axe, enveloped in a violent airflow, seemed poised to tear the sky apart, targeting the enemy. Dino 3 detected astonishing data. The Norse war god gene was skyrocketing, surpassing the limits of third-generation warriors. The power of this axe was equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 12.7 Tsar bombas, amounting to 63,500 kilotons of TNT. In the command room, Takeo watched the screen in shock. This scene stirred his memory as it was reminiscent of that time-spanning axe that shattered half a sunlit star. It turned out to be the ultimate skill preserved within the Norse war god gene project. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the sun's light, hailed as the universe's greatest disaster, showcased its formidable power. Rina's divine form suddenly heated up, causing the surrounding air to warp from the extreme temperature. With a gesture, she summoned a massive flare of energy in the upper atmosphere. At that moment, the entire Gluttony Legion was gathered over Huaxia, making them a massive target. Rina turned, raised her hands as if embracing the sky, and declared with authority, I am the sun's light, the god who controls disasters. With a thunderous explosion, the flare outside the atmosphere erupted, its brilliance momentarily surpassing the sun itself. Yet, an even more terrifying threat loomed. Dino number 3 provided computational support for Rina. Rose opened a wormhole, and all the ground-based super telescopes locked onto the target in real time. Xian Nu Qilan, armed with a sniper rifle, quickly targeted the Gluttony Legion poised to deploy a dark matter bomb. Using the charging advantage previously provided by Rina, and Lu Chuang. Found it. Qilin smirked slightly, reporting through the voice channel. As Jiang Chong predicted, the cornered gluttony is indeed preparing a nuclear-level attack on Earth. Yuqin quickly analyzed. This is a riptide, a dark matter bomb. A formation of 13 targets, simultaneous detonation would devastate most of Huaxia's densely populated cities, with at least 13 cities vanishing instantly. Panic set in among the group, and Decao urgently asked Raina if she could counter it. Raina shook her head. I'm good at creating explosions, but at most, I can handle 5 ships. The atmosphere grew tense. Although Gu Xiaoluan wanted to use silence to stop the crisis, time was running out. Lu Chuang recalled his battle axe. Even though I'm exhausted, give me a moment, and I can take out 3. At that moment, a stunning beam of light shot from the ground into the sky, piercing tens of thousands of meters high. Yuqin immediately relayed the good news. Qilin hit the mark, 12 targets left. Amidst their astonishment, Qilin calmly said, You guys handle your tasks, leave the rest to me. Impressive. Qilin, you're amazing, I admit it. Lu Chuang gave a thumbs up. You're the MVP of this battle, the true guardian of Huaxia. Gu Xiaoluan echoed the praise, and even Raina smiled with satisfaction. Well done, everyone. The battle continued as planned. Lu Chuang gathered his strength again, and though his power waned from exhaustion, he remained reliable at the crucial moment. Raina ascended to the critical point, facing 5 riptides alone, demonstrating the supreme power of the sun's light, effortlessly destroying 5 warships. However, the gluttony quickly adjusted their strategy. The remaining ships suddenly changed formation, arranging themselves in a bizarre pattern, clearly plotting something sinister. Yuqin watched the escalating data, frowning. This isn't good. The energy reaction has surpassed the original total of 13 units. These guys are about to flip the table. The movements of the Taotai appeared complex, but were, in fact, quite simple. The last few warships were amassing energy for a final, devastating strike. A blood-red beam pierced through the atmosphere, instantly igniting everyone's nerves with tension. On the summit of the unnamed mountain, Sun Wukong was poised, ready to launch his counterattack. At this critical moment, Qilin stepped forward once more. A piercing cry cut through the sky as she wielded her specially designed sniper rifle and soared upwards like a mystical bird spreading its wings. The long-range combat system activated instantly, with gravitational wave positioning and quantum entanglement tracking systems working in unison to precisely lock onto the antimatter beam's trajectory. The tactical computer's 128-core parallel processing ran at full speed, energy charging rapidly to 100, forming an annihilation field. A 99.997 interception success rate. Qilin smiled confidently. Not enough. Push it to 100. The ultimate weapon, dubbed by Jang Chong as the map cannon capable of hitting the moon, finally bared its fangs to the world. The built-in stellar calculation program ran wildly, and the iconic Jiang clan's Lights Out unleashed the power, provided reassurance. Countless light energy particles converged into a stream, sketching a massive, ethereal figure of a goddess wielding a sword against the backdrop of the changing sky. As Qilin pulled the trigger, the goddess's phantom transformed into a roaring dragon that clashed head-on with the blood-red beam. The collision's shockwave instantly engulfed the surrounding air, creating an eerie, silent vacuum. The dragon was unstoppable, surging skyward, obliterating the antimatter ray and subsequently annihilating the distant Taotai warships. Qilin was enveloped in a divine radiance akin to the ethereal figure of the goddess, bringing the battle to a perfect conclusion. In a single day, 4 deities appeared in China, astonishing countless onlookers. Far away, Morgana heard the news and glared at Kisha. Are you crazy? Supporting 3 deities on Earth just to deal with me? Kisha neither confirmed nor denied. The rise of Gu Xiaoluan, Qilin, and Lu Chuang was indeed related to her, but she merely provided the resources. The credit for their utilization and development belonged to Jang Chong. She was merely an investor. Can't handle it. Kisha chuckled. 2 battlefields completely wiped out, and you dare claim you want to end me? Morgana fell silent. Although her current deployments had all failed, she had not admitted defeat because her ally Carl seemed yet to make a move. The plan that had never been revealed might just bring a turning point. However, as expected, in the next moment, the entire situation reversed. Kisha, who had been seated on her throne all along, was suddenly engulfed by a skeletal apparition. The shadow opened its massive mouth and swallowed her whole in an instant. Her form vanished completely from the floating mountain peaks, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the void in front of a giant star. Kisha glanced around, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, yet she felt no sense of danger. Carl, I can't quite understand this plan of yours. Care to explain? She asked, staring into the void. As soon as she finished speaking, Carl's apparition materialized beside her, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Queen Kisha. Explain, Kisha said, summoning a meteorite to sit elegantly, her expression remaining calm. How did I get here? Did you send me here just to keep me away from the battlefield? Carl awkwardly twitched his mouth and began explaining the spatial theory of the void layer. He compared space to a pool of water, where in a conventional view, space is immovable, but in the void layer, it's possible to move the fish along with the water flow from one area to another. Kisha was indeed shocked for a moment, having never heard such an explanation, but she quickly regained her composure. Even so, it seems the other side still can't win, can they? Originally, it wasn't supposed to be this way, Carl sighed. In our plan, we were meant to control the light of the sun, triggering a supernova-level collapse explosion, completely obliterating you. However, Jang Chong, the first local deity to emerge on Earth, seemed to anticipate this. He implanted a postnatal key inside the solar light. This means that even with Panjin's support, we couldn't control the solar light, let alone initiate the supernova encryption or the solar incarnation encryption. I see, Kisha nodded in agreement. If the plan was as he said, even a divine body couldn't withstand the power of a supernova collapse explosion. But you still went ahead with it. So do you have a backup plan? Carl nodded slightly. Although it will be more labor-intensive, achieving the same effect isn't difficult. As I mentioned earlier, I only need to simultaneously control several stars to collide with each other to achieve the same effect. Your Majesty, look, this is my prepared backup. As he spoke, Carl brought up a three-dimensional panel, allowing Kisha to clearly see her current predicament. Impressive. Kisha praised without reservation. If this is the case, it's indeed flawless. Especially since the one before me is just a projection, I can't even stop your calculations if I wanted to. Carl's plan obviously didn't stop there. To eliminate all variables, this time, not only are we asking you to log off, but I'm also preparing to take action against Jiang Chong on Earth. Oh, did you prepare the same package for him? For the first time since arriving, Kisha showed a look of shock. Carl's expression was a bit awkward. Not quite. In fact, moving several stars at once is already the limit of the grand clock. So I prepared something else for him. Oh, and what might that be? Kisha inquired. Carl calmly uttered two words, black hole. Kisha's heart sank. Initially thinking that sending Jiang Chong away might spare him from this disaster, she hadn't expected his brilliance to make him a target. A black hole, it's an unsolvable problem. If it were her facing it, there might be hope, but for Jiang Chong as he is now, it's probably insurmountable. The virtual panel's display suddenly shifted, immediately showing the scene on planet Fraser. Unexpectedly, in the image, Jiang Chong suddenly unleashed an immense celestial form. Facing the black hole that threatened to consume everything, he firmly grasped it in his hand. Simultaneously, he and Sun Wukong on Earth shouted, "Star shift move." In the next instant, a familiar scene unfolded. The massive artificial black hole in his hand was mysteriously relocated elsewhere. Kisha watched all of this, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. Carl, it seems that this advanced spatial algorithm of yours isn't exclusively your patented technology, is it? If I'm not mistaken, isn't his operation based on the same theory as yours? Carl, this isn't right, is it? In fact, it wasn't right, but it wasn't hard to understand either. Yet, why exactly was this happening? The story traces back to. The timeline of the story shifts back to the beginning of the Huaxiao War. In the Fraser Gibbered Tavern, Jiang Chong decisively stood up. Huang, the dog, barked excitedly, as if to prove it wasn't just a minor character. The man and his dog calmly took a step forward. Unlike ordinary spatial wormholes, they were directly transferred to the skies above the kingdom of Elon through an advanced spacetime algorithm. Although the concept of this algorithm was almost incomprehensibly complex, its computational process was surprisingly simple, far surpassing the cumbersome calculations of traditional wormholes. At Jiang Cheng's command, Huang descended from the sky on clouds. Just before landing, it let out a thunderous roar, triggering a second-stage transformation at the genetic level. In an instant, the once ordinary canine body expanded to the size of a mountain, and its usual barking turned into a terrifying howl. The enlarged Huang descended like a divine warrior upon the fleeing demons. This scene was more bloodthirsty and brutal than Addo's massacre, like a giant, rabid dog tearing apart a house. Except this house was a group of low-level demons. Even the first and second generation demons were no match for Huang, who had undergone countless upgrades. Though not yet at the level of a third-generation beast warrior, Huang was firmly at the peak of the second generation. Under the stunned gaze of Sarah Yin and others, within moments, 2,000 to 3,000 demons were reduced to a blood-soaked sea of corpses. Standing amidst the carnage, Huang slowly turned around. Its eyes displayed an astonishing phenomenon. A bright moon appeared in its left eye, and a blazing sun burned in its right, exuding such majesty and holiness that the mortals present couldn't help but worship it. "Is this the dance of gods and demons?" Sarian asked, trembling. A familiar voice responded, "How dare you speak so lightly? This is a divine beast. Look at the phenomena in its eyes, the legend of the celestial dog devouring the moon, the manifestation of the sun-swallowing god. So powerful. Sarian turned back in surprise to see the speaker was the masked man clutching his chest. You're not dead? Taishanaf shook his head and said, I'm brimming with vitality and energy. A mere fatal wound is nothing. These words left Sarian speechless, and even Olaf, who had just arrived, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With the descent of the divine beast, the war should end now, Taishanaf said, gazing up at the sky with a look of devout determination, as if seeking some unspeakable presence. Suddenly, a giant energy hand appeared in the sky, penetrating the clouds dispersed by the angel Yin, pressing down. The oppressive force made everyone present feel as insignificant as ants, as if facing the heavens, compelled to bow in submission. If this hand were to land, even alcohol-based disinfection would be futile. Fortunately, the massive hand wasn't aimed at ordinary people but instead descended towards the distant capital of the Aeolin Kingdom, targeting the relentless demon angel and snow. Boom. In an instant, mountains crumbled, plains sank, and rivers changed course. The force of the giant hand was like a collapsing abyss, with turbulent airwaves blotting out the sky. Enisid, usually a rational and composed ruler, felt fear for the first time in her life. Her face turned pale as she staggered back several steps. She was deeply shaken. Is this the power of a god? How can it be imagined? And how can mortals possibly fight against it? And the barbarian King Taisnif, is this the source of his confidence? It was a void and desolate world, empty except for the towering sword of Taishu overhead, emitting a blinding cold light. The medium stabilizing this space was 24 dark silver flying swords. Jang Chong had employed the previous sword formation structure, but the main sword was replaced with Taishu, doubling its power. Unlike locking or interference, the Taishu sword formation had the power to alter reality, as if it were the mythical creation of heaven and earth. At this moment, 3 individuals were trapped in this isolated little world. Atto was stunned. He stared at this unfamiliar space, and upon regaining his senses, he couldn't suppress his fury. A conspiracy? A trick? Do you think this will kill me? Ha! He laughed heartily, flying into the air without hesitation, heading straight for the peerless sword, breaking the sound barrier with his speed, causing violent turbulence in the void space. However, while he thought himself brave and fearless, in the eyes of Angel Yin and Snow, Atto's figure was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Not only did he fail to approach the suspended Taishu sword, but he appeared to shrink into a chibi version of the sword demon, ultimately only reaching Angel Yin's knee height. In contrast to Atto's rage, Angel Yin and Snow exhibited completely different reactions. Yin was serene and relaxed, dropping her defensive stance and retreating to the side, as if watching a farce. Snow, on the other hand, was trembling all over, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of the space, almost unable to bear it. His heart was already filled with fear and despair. Jang Chong. He finally couldn't contain himself, and his voice thundered through the air. Stop pretending. If you have the guts, show yourself. An ethereal tone echoed in the desolate space, its vibration like divine wrath, nearly suffocating Snow. Then, on either side of the towering Taishu sword, a flash of ghostly blue light revealed 2 enormous pupils, staring at him like the eyes of death. Jiang Cheng's voice came again, gently. A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vast sky. Now that I have appeared, what will you do? Heh, nothing more than an ephemeral creature glimpsing the vast heavens. Sorry, no more talking. Let's get this over with. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.